The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the azure heavens are as clear as crystal. In the western region of the profound Xianzhou, at the rear of the renowned Linglong Temple, a young monk, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, sits solitary at the edge of a cliff, with a dagger laid horizontally before him, resting upon a pristine silken cloth. Shen Yi finds himself at the most pivotal juncture of his life, faced with a decision that will shape his future, to continue his cultivation or to abandon it altogether. He was once a mere wage slave in another world, brought to this realm by an inexplicable dream, and has since become a humble martial monk of the esteemed Linglong Temple. According to the temple's regulations, if a martial monk fails to open their meridians after 3 years of training, they must ascend to the status of a lay monk, thus repaying the temple's kindness. While this does not completely sever their path to cultivation, it effectively renders their future bleak. Shen Yi, having entered the temple nearly 3 years ago, has mastered the first realm of martial arts, the body refining stage, to perfection 7 months prior. His iron cloth technique is unmatched among his peers, however. He's been unable to internally connect his meridians and progress to the next phase of his training. The root of his predicament lies in a common plight faced by protagonists in novels: the blockage of meridians. His meridians are inherently flawed, and without a fortuitous opportunity, he might as well resign himself to a lifetime devoid of martial prowess. Fortuitously, Shen Yi possesses a rare opportunity. He knows a method to unblock his meridians without relying on a serendipitous encounter with a wise elder who might grant him enlightenment at the brink of death. Unfortunately, this method is perilously fraught with pain and carries the risk of death, along with potential side effects. An ancient scroll materializes before him, unfurling slowly, its archaic script swirling like numerous tiny phantoms. The distorted yet venerable text is unfamiliar to him, yet he comprehends the meaning entirely, even grasping the enigmatic phrases that dance upon scroll. Yet, it is precisely this understanding that breeds fear. After his initial perusal, he refrained from revisiting it until now, when he finds himself nearly out of options, compelled to make a choice. Indeed, Shen Yi has made his decision. The moment the thought of choice arose in his mind, he realized he had already resolved his fate. In this world, those who achieve mastery in martial arts possess the power to move mountains and overturn seas, transcending the mortal realm. Shen Yi, having lived a life as an ordinary person, is reluctant to repeat such an existence. If he must endure as a wage slave, he would far prefer the life of a blue-collar worker in the 21st century Blue Star. Volume 5, Shen Yi murmurs. The text upon the scroll shifts and contorts like twisting vines, transforming into new content. Volume 5, the Lunar Corpse Disintegration and Transformation Formula. Dissolve and absorb the vital energy, refine the form through the lunar essence, enter the lunar body, summon the soul, guard the remains, protect the vital essence, capture the soul, rendering bones and flesh incorruptible, allowing for both life and death, both yin and yang, emerging from the void into the nothingness. Disregarding the esoteric descriptions that follow, the preceding content reveals the method to resolve the blockage of meridians, absorb the essence of yin into the body, refine the form through lunar energy, and how to absorb it, by severing the meridians and dissolving to intake the energy. Isn't this rather sinister? Indeed, it is, for this practice is referred to as the Eastern Necronomicon. Beneath the moonlight, Shen Yi exhaled a deep breath, shedding his garments and relaxing his muscles. He then grasped the dagger, directing its pointed blade towards a significant acupoint on his shoulder. The meridians are not mere figments of imagination. They encompass the body's vascular and nervous systems, a reality that modern medicine struggles to fully elucidate. Yet their existence is undeniable. Since these are tangible entities, they may be influenced by tangible means, much like the dagger in Shen Yi's hand. From the perspective of martial arts in this world, severing meridians and acupoints is not an impossibility. However, the meridians interlink all organs and include nerve tissues, with certain acupoints being vital or even fatal. Inflicting damage upon them could lead to dire consequences, which is why no one would willingly embark on such a perilous path. Until now, Shen Yi had never contemplated such an act. However, given the circumstances, he had made his decision, and retreat was not an option. Whether he lived or died was now left to fate. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated briefly before plunging the dagger into flesh, the blade piercing the acupoint. At that moment, a character from the scroll suddenly detached and flew into the punctured acupoint. A chilling sensation coursed through his hand as the moonlight illuminated his arm, causing the wound to glimmer with a silvery sheen. It was feasible. Shun Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as the dagger carved through flesh, from his shoulder to his index finger, and then ascended to slice beside his nose. The cold blade brought relentless agony, yet Shun Yi's actions remained unyielding. The incision of the hand Yangming large intestine meridian caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. His face contorted in pain, but the emerging silvery glow staunched the flow of blood. One after another, distorted characters entered the acupoint, imparting an increasingly frigid sensation. Shun Yi persevered, methodically slicing through the meridians, leaving a trail of lacerations from top to bottom. As he completed the final incision, the dagger clattered to the ground, and Shun Yi nearly collapsed. At last, "It is over," he managed to stand, as peculiar black characters began to materialize around him, intertwining to form lines of textual meridians that sank beneath his skin. His muscles writhed, and the scars on his skin gradually faded as if time were reversing. Were it not for the lingering pain in his consciousness, Shun Yi might have believed it to be an illusion. Bathed in moonlight, he felt as though he were immersed in ice-cold water, a chill enveloping him entirely. The extraordinary vessels, the 12 primary meridians, and the myriad collaterals of his body became interconnected as the innate essence concealed within each acupoint transformed into internal energy flowing through the meridians. This daring venture had spared him years, even decades, of arduous training. The moonlight draped over him like a silver cloak, the lunar radiance cascading into his being. Shun Yi spread his arms wide, reveling in the overwhelming surge of power, feeling the weight of long-accumulated pressure dissipate. In that moment, he felt euphoric, longing to sing beneath the moonlit sky. In perfect harmony with the moment, he struck a whimsical pose and, caught in the exhilaration, began to sing. "Auntie, press it down." At that moment, he was truly lost in exuberance. However, at that moment, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed, and a magnificent tiger with striking white markings emerged slowly from the adjacent thicket. It stared wide-eyed, bewildered at the bare man, singing under the moonlight, as if witnessing an aberration. Shun Yi froze. He had intentionally ventured to the rear mountain in the dead of night to remain concealed, yet he overlooked the fact that while the nocturnal rear mountain was seldom visited by humans, it was not devoid of wildlife. This tiger, it was evident, possessed a remarkable intelligence. In that instant, Shun Yi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his foot and carve out a spiritual dragon sanctuary, followed swiftly by a surge of murderous intent. How audacious of this creature to encroach upon the sacred grounds of my Buddhist domain tonight. I shall rid the world of this menace. Just as Shun Yi contemplated a swift maneuver to silence the tiger, a flicker of flames appeared in the distance, accompanied by a commanding shout. "Who goes there?" Chapter 2. Wuchen on the mountain path. A flickering flame approached with remarkable swiftness, yet it remained steady. A patrolling monk. Shun Yi hastily donned his trousers, then tore a piece from his monk's robe to fashion a mask to conceal his face. "As long as I do not reveal myself, no one will know of my disgraceful conduct." The tiger darted into the woods, escaping even faster than a rabbit, while he masked his face and donned his trousers. The flickering light had neared the cliff's edge, revealing a dark-complexioned, serious-looking monk in gray robes. Wuchen. Shun Yi recognized this fellow disciple, known colloquially as the black-faced deity, now a disciple of the Discipline Institute of the Linglong Iron Monastery. "Flee." Shun Yi, laden with shame, cast his monk's robe and straw sandals down the cliff and hurried into the forest, following the tiger. Under the cover of night, he was guilty of 2 offenses, wandering and disgrace, which might lead to an early admission into the labor department. Instinctively channeling his internal energy to his feet, he felt himself lighten, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Due to his training in the iron cloth shirt technique, even barefoot, Shun Yi fled with remarkable speed. "Where do you think you're going?" Wu Chun lowered the lantern in his hand, striding forward with 8 swift steps, closing the distance under the moonlight with a blur. One hand, fingers extended like claws, latched onto Shun Yi's right shoulder. The grip was powerful, fingers as unyielding as steel. Wu Qin's intent was to capture Shun Yi's shoulder blade. However, upon contact, Wu Qin was met with an unexpectedly resilient sensation as Shun Yi's body seemed to collapse slightly, narrowly evading the full force of Wu Qin's grasp. With a pale upper body exposed, Shun Yi's pupils dilated, the black expanding to dominate the whites of his eyes. With a bent elbow, he summoned an immense force. He felt an indescribable power surging through him, his muscles and blood responding to his will, ready to unleash that strength. With a single elbow strike, his arm coiled with power, crashing against Wu Qin's outstretched arm. Bang! Wu Qin's feet skidded back over a meter before he forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping into the air. A claw descended from above, fingers glinting with a sharp brilliance. A fierce wind howled, echoing with the sound of thunder. Indra's claw. Shun Yi, hearing the thunderous intent, finally discerned the malice, even the murderous intent, in Wu Qin's heart. Indra's claw was one of the profound martial arts of the Linglong Iron Monastery. Even a novice like Wu Qin wielded extraordinary power. This strike was aimed at severely injuring or even killing Shun Yi, having opened the 8 extraordinary meridians, even without formally training in inner strength. Shun Yi possessed formidable internal energy. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, executing the black tiger prowling the heart from the Arhut fist, targeting Wu Qin's center. As their strikes met, Wu Qin's 3 fingers gripped Shun Yi's hand, and the palm collided with a heavy punch, sending a shock through his arm and generating a faint golden aura. Amidst the resonant sound akin to a bell tolling, Wu Qin's claws tightened around Shun Yi's fist, his gaze sparkling as he locked eyes with Shun Yi's dark orbs. Buzz! Shun Yi's mind trembled, as if a murky mire churned within, every pore of his being standing on end. Wu Qin felt an unprecedented chaos enveloping him. This was the moment. A magnificent tiger, radiating golden light, suddenly leapt from the underbrush. With a deep, resonant roar, it swung its powerful tail upward, striking the unsuspecting Wu Qin. The delicate golden aura surrounding Wu Qin was instantly shattered, and Shun Yi could even hear the mournful cry that escaped him. This blow jolted Wu Qin from his confusion, piercing through his heart and breaking down the defenses he had meticulously cultivated. Let us go. The golden tiger rammed into Wu Qin, nudging him beneath its legs and hoisting Shun Yi onto its back. With a low growl, it commanded, "Hold on tight. I shall accelerate." The tiger surged forward, leaping through the forest, until it reached a secluded cave halfway up the mountain. With a crisp sound, the tiger rubbed its golden claws together, producing sparks that ignited several oil lamps affixed to the cave walls. Gradually, the cavern brightened. At the far end, a pile of dry grass was arranged against the wall, topped with a bear pelt. Several carved niches housed oil lamps, while a large bookshelf, laden with books, leaned against the opposite wall. To Shun Yi's astonishment, this tiger was not only fierce but also literate. What struck him most was the fading golden glow, leading him to realize that he might not be able to silence the tiger after all. He was outmatched. One slip of the tail had nearly delivered him into the tiger's jaws. Tiger brother? Shun Yi hesitantly ventured, choosing his words with care. What was he thinking, addressing it as tiger brother? Clearly, this was a formidable creature. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. The most critical aspect is that this tiger has already taken a master, while I am still publicly attending classes at the monastery. However, since this powerful tiger was also a fellow disciple, he need not worry about becoming its evening meal. The majestic tiger gracefully sauntered to a corner, retrieving a gray monk's robe and tossing it to Shun Yi. Why forsake civility to mimic a wild beast? Truly, your intellect astounds. Shun Yi hastily donned the robe, though he left the rag covering his face intact. Despite having previously revealed himself to the tiger, he couldn't be sure it had clearly seen his face. Better safe than sorry. Shun Yi still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. The robe fit him well, and he felt no discomfort. As he dressed, the tiger, Huang Batian, crouched and observed, its long tail brushing the ground. Shun Yi, sensing an opportunity, inquired, "Might I ask, tiger brother, what duty requires my assistance?" It was evident that the tiger had something pressing in mind, as it had rescued him and brought him to its lair. A lively expression lit up the tiger's face, as if it had awaited this very question. Its tail flicked with increasing enthusiasm. Clearing its throat, it adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Indeed, I have a crucial task concerning the safety of my temple that I must entrust to you. Although you may exhibit some eccentricities, dear junior, you are ultimately a genuine oddity rather than a hypocrite. In light of the peril you faced from that nefarious bald man, I find you worthy of trust. Thus, For the safety of the Spirit Dragon Iron Shrine, I implore you to remain vigilant regarding that dark-faced monk within the temple. This monk has been engaging in dubious activities under the cover of night, and I have been observing him for several days. Regrettably, your late-night singing has inadvertently revealed my presence tonight. Brother who, being an extraordinary being, seldom enters the temple and typically roams the forest, remaining unfamiliar with the others at the Spirit Dragon Iron Shrine. As for seeking out his master, the esteemed Master Kongshu is a name that has reached Shun Yi's ears. This individual, true to his name, is perpetually in a state of emptiness, always seeking amusement, which explains his choice to take a tiger as a disciple. Currently, his whereabouts remain unknown. Is it that dark-faced monk you just encountered in the woods? Shun Yi inquired. The large tiger nodded vigorously. This cannot stand. With an air of righteous indignation, Shun Yi declared that although Brother Wu Chen appears fearsome, he is merely adhering to his duties as a disciple of the monastic code. To request that I spy on a fellow disciple is something I cannot acquiesce to. You still place your faith in that dark-faced monk who sought to take your life? Brother Wu expressed astonishment. Could it be that he misjudged the situation? Is it possible that this peculiar junior is not an oddity, but rather an honest soul who repays malice with virtue? No, what I mean is, Shun Yi rubbed his fingers together, suggesting that additional compensation is necessary. Chapter 3. I want them all within the secluded cave. Brother Wu arrayed 3 ancient tomes before him and proclaimed, I have a fundamental understanding of your situation. These 3 volumes represent the most suitable martial arts for you at present. You may choose one. After some monetary negotiations, Brother Wu realized that to encourage a horse to run, one must first provide it with fodder. Thus, he intended to employ Shun Yi's skills to monitor Wu Chen through the art of martial cultivation. The Tying Corpse transformation technique is a method rather than a martial discipline. This technique emphasizes the metamorphosis of the body, allowing one to oscillate between life and death, between the ethereal and the corporeal. Its content is grandiose, yet it possesses limited efficacy in enhancing internal energy. It merely aids Shun Yi in absorbing the moonlight's essence. Moreover, Shun Yi required an appropriate external technique. Currently, he could only produce the iron cloth shirt, having previously utilized the fundamental martial skills of the Linglong Iron Monastery, specifically the Arhat Fist, during his confrontation with Wu Chen. Thus, upon encountering the Grand Bookshelf, Shun Yi's interest was immediately piqued. Unbeknownst to Brother Wu, his peculiar junior was contemplating the treasures held within the bookshelf. He pointed to the first tome on the left and said, This is the Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth Shirt, which builds upon the foundation of the Iron Cloth Shirt by incorporating internal cultivation methods. It harmonizes both internal and external training, and is intrinsically linked to your existing Iron Cloth Shirt practice. Mastery of this technique fortifies the sinews and bones, granting one the strength of 1,000 pounds. And when activated, it envelopes the practitioner in an iron-like protection, capable of deflecting sharp weapons. He then extended his claw to the other 2 tomes. This is the tiger's Howl Golden Bell shield. Like the dragon's Roar Iron Cloth Shirt, it integrates both internal and external cultivation. However, unlike the former, this Golden Bell shield emphasizes defense, offering slightly less in terms of strength enhancement. Practicing this art can confer a body of bronze and iron, and allows the practitioner to condense their internal energy into a protective barrier, exponentially increasing their defenses. The final tome is the Child's Skill. This technique purely cultivates internal energy, specifically harnessing the yang energy of the human body, which can also be described as vitality. As the practitioner develops their internal energy through the Child's Skill, their physique will likewise expand, making it one of the most appropriate methods for those at the meridian opening stage. Its sole drawback is the necessity to maintain a youthful form. However, as disciples of the Buddhist order, we are not deterred by this. Most importantly, all 3 martial arts are widely circulated, with various fragments, summaries, and adaptations prevalent in the martial world. Shun Yi can easily claim these as ancestral teachings, thus not contravening the Linglong Iron Monastery's prohibition against illicitly studying martial arts. Furthermore, these techniques align with the methodologies of the Linglong Iron Monastery, ensuring a seamless transition in the future. Shun Yi suspected that these 3 martial arts were indeed passed down by the elusive Master Kongshu, originally preserved within the Linglong Iron Monastery. This is all exceedingly favorable, each possessing its own strengths. Gazing at the 3 tomes, Shun Yi feigned contemplation. Although these techniques may seem commonplace, the youthful adaptations circulating in the martial world differ significantly from these complete versions. As Brother Wu stated, these are the most fitting martial arts for the current circumstances. Both the Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth Shirt and the tiger's Howl Golden Bell shield can be layered upon Xinyi's existing external foundation, allowing for swift mastery. While the child's skill can directly unlock the latent potential within Xinyi's well-rounded physique, surpassing the introductory methods taught within the monastery. Ultimately, while the monks possess a higher status than the lay disciples, they have yet to attain significant elevation until they formally pledge allegiance to a master of the Kong lineage, which bestows true security and standing. Unsure of what to choose? Brother who slightly lowered his head and suggested, "Shall I assist you in making a selection?" "No," Shun Yi replied, lifting his gaze, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features. "I was contemplating whether it would be possible to have them all." Each of these martial arts techniques was extraordinary, and thus Xinyi desired to possess them all, eliminating the need for a difficult choice. "Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew?" Brother who was taken aback. "My appetite has always been quite robust," Xinyi said, rubbing his fingers together, mimicking a gesture that represented money. "Moreover, even if I do not practice them, they can serve as valuable references. These resources are never excessive." Upon seeing the gesture for additional funds, Brother who found his irritation dissipating. With a sigh, he pushed the 3 tomes towards Shun Yi and remarked, "Very well. Take them all. Just ensure you do not come to regret this decision." Each of the 3 techniques possessed its own merits. If they could complement one another, that would indeed be splendid. However, Brother who pondered whether he himself could even achieve such a feat, let alone this evidently uninitiated junior brother. Could it be that this eccentric junior brother, who seemed to revel in reckless abandon, was a prodigy? As this thought flitted through his mind, Brother who was startled by the sound of stretching sinews. He hesitantly glanced at Shun Yi, who had already begun practicing the dragon's roar iron cloth shirt. Benefiting from his own understanding of the iron cloth technique and its lineage, Xinyi faced no obstacles in mastering this art. His current bodily control allowed him to familiarize himself with this physical cultivation technique at an astonishing pace. His internal energy flowed smoothly through his meridians, as if they were innately connected. With the energy coursing through him, Xinyi, following the instructions within the tome, integrated his muscular strength, harmonizing the internal and external, stretching his sinews, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to firecrackers bursting in succession. His skin tightened, taking on a faint iron-blue hue, as if he were donning a suit of iron. His entire being felt as though it were wound tight, brimming with a sense of power. He had already made significant progress with the dragon's roar iron cloth shirt. Brother who watched in astonishment, while Shun Yi reveled inwardly, pleased that his earlier bold gamble had not led him astray. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Xinyi sensed surges of energy emanating from the acupuncture points throughout his body. Yet, instead of flowing into his meridians, it slithered through his flesh like a spirit serpent. His veins bulged, resembling coiling dragons, and the iron-blue hue that had manifested due to the dragon's roar iron cloth shirt began to pale, taking on a ghastly whiteness akin to that of a corpse. Xinyi felt as though countless gaping maws had emerged all over his body, voraciously consuming the circulating internal energy, while his flesh and blood resembled insatiable gluttons, ravenously absorbing the energy from his dantian. The internal energy, cultivated through the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, was being drained entirely as the surges of power traversed his body, ultimately converging upon his heart, inflicting excruciating pain upon Xinyi. He let out a muffled grunt, the intensity of the agony rendering him incapable of a full cry. In that moment, he felt as though thunder rumbled within his heart, tumultuous and unyielding, while distorted characters flickered before his eyes, rising and falling like specters mocking him. Yet after the excruciating pain, an explosive force manifested within his body, as the blood surged from his heart, coursing through every vein and sinew. A potent energy erupted within Xinyi, compelling him to express his discomfort. "Hey, are you all right?" Brother who swiftly approached, "I did say you shouldn't be overly confident. Did you perhaps mischannel your energy?" "A little," Xinyi replied, lifting his head. The fine beads of cold sweat had already soaked his towel, rendering him quite disheveled. He endeavored to steady his steps, yet could not entirely suppress the disarray, slightly staggering as he exited the cave. Chapter 4. Unconventional Artistic Style When Leaving the Cave. It was already the latter part of the night, around the 4th watch. Xinyi removed his lower cloth and wiped the cold sweat from his face with the tattered fabric. His pupils instinctively contracted, resembling those of an animal, narrowing into slits. And in the darkness, he clearly observed that his complexion had returned to normal. How swiftly change arrives, Xinyi mused silently. He had long anticipated that practicing the Ta'in Corpse transformation talisman would induce unforeseen transformations, Yet he had not expected these changes to manifest so rapidly. Just in the earlier part of the night, he had completed the disintegration and absorption of energy, and now, in the latter half, he began to undergo a profound metamorphosis. The scripture in his hands differed from what was rumored. It could not summon any foreign deities but could instead transform the practitioner into one. By commencing with the Ta-in Corpse Transformation Talisman, one could cultivate an enigmatic physical form capable of both life and death, embodying both yin and yang, traversing the void and entering the formless. Subsequently, by mastering the D-Gang Summoning Talisman, one could attain the path of transformation, unlocking the secrets of the physical body. With the aid of the other 4 scrolls, through meticulous refinement and progress, he ultimately aspired to achieve the supreme chaotic body with the 7th scroll. This was undoubtedly a transcendent scripture. According to its profound principles, it enabled practitioners to attain the supreme Tao. However, during the cultivation process, minor unforeseen incidents could arise. Just a moment ago, an unexpected visitor had knocked at his door. The internal energy, which had surged due to the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians, had just been wholly consumed, replaced by a corporeal strength far exceeding what he had previously possessed. His entire being was infused with power. His heart pumped vigorously, propelling blood that coursed through his veins with both ferocity and speed. Yet, compared to before, the rhythm of his heartbeat had slowed by approximately 10%, as if the intensity of his pulse had been exchanged for power. As Shani once again consolidated his strength and activated the Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth technique, a faint pallor emerged, bestowing his form with an eerie whiteness. Veins throbbed beneath his skin, resembling venomous serpents, causing dark, elongated lines to surface upon his epidermis. This was hardly the spectral Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth. It was more akin to the Dragon's Crest Iron Cloth. Shani noted that his artistic style was beginning to diverge from that of the prestigious Linglong Iron Temple, edging toward a more sinister path. The Linglong Iron Temple was one of the 3 great Buddhist monasteries of the age, and a notably unique protective sect dedicated to safeguarding the Buddhist doctrine. Any threat to the Buddhist teachings, any peril to the monastery, would be met with unwavering resolve by the Linglong Iron Temple. Should this unconventional artistic style be discovered, Shani would not need to languish in the auxiliary courtyard. He would be summoned directly to the demon sealing cave to account for his transgressions. The mere thought of such an outcome sent a jolt of discomfort through him. Yet, what could be done? The path was of his own choosing. And even if the road ahead was shrouded in darkness, he could only grit his teeth and forge onward. At the hour of the rabbit. Precisely at 5 o'clock, the morning bell rang as scheduled. Within the clear sound of the chime, the Linglong Iron Temple awakened from its slumber. The monks donned their garments, washed their faces, and then took 2 wooden buckets, racing down the mountain to fetch water, only to dash back up again. This was the ritual of early rising that the martial monks had upheld for 3 years. 3 years hence, those capable of opening their meridians may enter the Arhut Hall for cultivation, thus exempting themselves from the morning routine of fetching water for rigorous training. Conversely, those unable to do so shall remain as menial monks, continuing their morning toil. The same task bears a disparate significance. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, one encounters a babbling brook cascading from the woods, resembling a jade ribbon that winds around the celestial pure land of the Linglong Iron Temple. Reflecting glimmers of golden light in the morning sun, Shani gazed into the stream, observing his own visage mirrored upon the rippling surface. His countenance, marked by commendable features, was neither strikingly handsome nor unattractively dismal. Had he not shaved his head, he might have been slightly inferior to those like Yin Zil. Hey! A stone was cast upon the water, sending ripples that obscured Shun Yi's reflection. This young monk, known as Wuchen, was Shun Yi's roommate. In the Linglong Iron Temple, 4 monks shared a room: Shun Yi, Wuchen, and 2 others named Wui and Wujua. It is worth mentioning that Shun Yi is also known as Wuwang. The Night Watch monks were aware of recent occurrences, thus they turned a blind eye to their fellow disciples wandering at night, provided no disturbances arose. Unfortunately, an incident transpired last night. After practicing for an hour, Shani inadvertently fell asleep in the woods and only awakened half an hour ago. He pointed to his own spirited face and nonchalantly inquired, did the black-faced deity offer any reason? If he were to persistently apprehend those wandering at night, inciting complaints, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Such principles are merely a reflection of human sentiment. Regardless of the era, personal relationships are paramount, even within the sacred confines of Buddhism. If witching lacked justification, even if he were inclined, the other disciples of the Discipline Academy would not wish to offend anyone. Hey, isn't the Unveiled Conference about to commence? Wuchen chuckled that black-faced deity insisted on maintaining decorum before the assembly to avoid ridicule from the guests. His concern was indeed noteworthy. Even the head of the Discipline Academy did not contemplate as much. The unveiled conference. Upon realizing that it was not a search for his nocturnal companions, Shun Yi felt a sense of relief, knowing his honorable exploits had not been exposed. Yet, his suspicions deepened. Wucheng's silence regarding the events of last night suggested he harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps he had ventured to the back mountain for some clandestine affair, thus fabricating a reason to apprehend the night wanderers. Fortuitously, Wucheng was not the head of the Discipline Academy. Otherwise, he might have scoured the dormitories room by room. Additionally, since night wandering was not an uncommon occurrence, even if his roommates were aware, there would be no significant issue. What? Are you interested in the unveiled conference? Wucheng nudged Shen Yi with his elbow, inquiring as he noticed Shen Yi lost in thought. The term unveiled implies a lack of obstruction or hindrance. The unveiled conference is a grand feast aimed at cultivating benevolent connections, treating all, regardless of status, wisdom, or morality, equally. This concept is entirely distinct from the notion of unveiled with which Shen Yi was familiar. As one of the three great temples of the Buddhist sect, the Linglong Iron Temple in Yuzhou holds the unrestricted assembly, which draws esteemed monks, senior figures from its sect, and even officials from the imperial court, making it a grand event in Yuzhou. However, no matter how magnificent it may be, it has little relevance to Shen Yi, who is merely a young monk troubled by the quest for a master. After filling 2 large buckets with water from the stream, Shen Yi raised his hands and prepared to ascend the mountain. Chapter 5. The provocation. A wooden bucket tumbled to the ground, rolling to rest at Shen Yi's feet, leaving a trail of water in its wake. What do you mean by this, Wufeng? Shouted a martial monk as he seized another. It was you who charged at me with the bucket. Why do you question my intentions? Retorted the other monk, his face flushed with anger. The two began to push and shove, their tempers flaring to the point of physical confrontation. Have Wufeng and Wuyun lost their minds? Wuchen thought, observing the unfolding chaos. They dare to brawl in front of the disciples of the Discipline Hall. The morning and evening sessions of the Linglong Iron Monastery were strictly supervised by the Discipline Hall's disciples, who were there to oversee and monitor. Occasionally, even higher-ranking officiating monks would make an appearance. Shen Yi often found himself in such situations. During evening prayers, he would sometimes fall into a stupor, only to be jolted awake by the sudden appearance of an officiating monk, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Anyone caught erring during these sessions faced severe repercussions. Yet today, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The Discipline Hall's disciple, who had previously stood watch, was now nowhere to be seen. Wait a moment, I remember. Wufeng also practices the iron cloth technique and opened his meridians 3 months ago, Shen Yi thought, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, he spotted someone watching Wufeng intently as he sparred with Wuyun. This was a test. Someone was probing the disciples practicing the iron cloth technique, attempting to uncover something significant. The target they sought. Shen Yi could only assume it was him. His encounter with Wuchen last night had showcased his exceptional external martial arts, which would undoubtedly serve as a crucial lead for Wuchen in his search. Yet, how could Wuchen, a disciple who hasn't even donned the yellow robes, command such authority to have others assist him in testing? In this esteemed Buddhist sect, robes and cassocks served as symbols of status. According to the uniform regulations of the 3 major temples, ordinary monks wore gray robes. Those with duties, like the officiating monks of various halls, donned yellow robes, while the heads of the halls and abbots wore red cassocks over their yellow robes. Though Wuchen possessed some power, his lack of a yellow robe suggested he shouldn't be able to command so many people. Shen Yi's instincts warned him he was entangled in considerable trouble. With this thought, Shen Yi decided to disregard the ongoing scuffle, called out to Wuchen, and picked up the water bucket, making his way up the mountain. After fetching water and completing this task, he would have breakfast before proceeding to practice martial arts in the White Hall of the Martial Monks. After half an hour of vigorous punching, the monks finally had time for their personal pursuits. Shen Yi assumed the familiar stance of the Luohan fist, exhaling sharply as he delivered a powerful punch that sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound. Although his internal energy had vanished completely due to the transformation, his physical strength had remarkably increased. At this moment, Shen Yi once again activated his heart technique, and the faint trace of internal power he had just cultivated remained unconsumed, bestowing upon his fists an indescribable aura. Wuchen, observing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Have you opened your meridians?" Having successfully opened a primary channel 2 months prior, he was well aware of the source of that subtle energy. Witnessing Shen-Yi deliver such a punch, he realized that his fellow disciple had finally surmounted that hurdle and need not worry about demotion. I had an epiphany last night and fortuitously broke through. Shen-Yi replied with a smile. As he spoke, he executed several moves in quick succession, each punch slicing through the air with a forceful wind that resonated. The foundational martial art, the Luohan fist, appeared exceptionally formidable in his hands, even more so than the great diamond fist, drawing the astonished gazes of the surrounding monks. Just as he was engrossed in his training, a burly monk suddenly lunged forward from behind, akin to a tiger leaping from its cage. Wuan, watch out. However, surprise attacks were never condoned, and striking from behind was strictly forbidden. The sudden aggression of this monk elicited gasps from the onlookers. And Shen-Yi's heart was clear. A test is upon me. Displaying his prowess at the opening meridian stage, coupled with his training in the iron shirt. The test was indeed forthcoming. The punch aimed at him from behind bore a striking resemblance to the one from the previous night. Yet Shen-Yi's response was entirely different this time. He twisted his waist and adjusted his stance, channeling his energy, and brought his palms together in a gesture akin to a child bowing to Buddha, intercepting the sudden punch from above with immense force, pressing onto the opponent's wrist, causing their stance to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Shen-Yi advanced and delivered an elbow strike directly to the opponent's chest, sending the monk hurtling backward. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, swift as a flash, leaving the spectators in awe, before their astonishment could dissipate. The attacking monk was already propelled away by Shen-Yi's strike. As the burly monk's body arched and descended, it appeared he would crash to the ground. At that moment, a figure clad in yellow robes surged through the hall entrance, swiftly covering the distance of 3 zhang and extending a hand to steady the monk's back, preventing his fall. Wu Ming, are you unscathed? The monk, donned in yellow, dissipated the force of the impact, catching the burly monk with a solemn expression, unmistakably the figure of Wu Qing. Having not seen him for just one night, this dark-faced monk had donned yellow robes, now serving as one of the disciplinary monks of the temple. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Ming coughed repeatedly, yet managed to say, I am fine, Brother Wu Qing. It was my excitement at the sight of a spar that prompted my sudden action. Do not blame Wu Wang. He took the responsibility upon himself, showing no inclination to shift blame. If he had wished to deflect responsibility, given his rapport with Wu Qing, he could have indeed caused Shen-Yi some trouble. Since it was your fault, you shall copy the Heart Sutra 10 times and meditate quietly afterward. Without further ado, Wu Chan decided to impose a punishment and turned his gaze towards Shen-Yi, his expression icy as he remarked, and to this unperturbed junior brother. Please remember to exercise restraint in your actions henceforth, lest you jeopardize the bonds of brotherhood. Given the circumstances of today, I shall overlook your excessive force. Having played both the roles of good and villain, there was little more he could articulate. Yet, within the confines of his mind, Shen-Yi harbored intentions to no longer allow Wu Chan to stir up trouble, seeking to create some inconvenience for him to prevent further disturbances. My sole ambition is to diligently cultivate my skills, ultimately becoming an unparalleled master, after which I shall return to layman life, marrying a beautiful wife and leading a life free of shame and restraint. Do not provoke me, for my patience has its limits. Chapter 6. The Boundary. No exceptions. Without anger issued a warning, and then stood before the assembly of monks, surveying them like a lion surveying its territory. Today's martial monk training was to be overseen by him, the newly appointed officiating monk. As for the instruction, it was merely an open class of the martial monastery. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted, and a beam of golden light swept in from outside the white robe hall, a majestic dragon descending to the forefront, revealing a dignified monk clad in yellow, standing with hands clasped behind his back. They've arrived. Indeed, today Master Kongxiang is giving the lecture, Wu Chun whispered to Shen-Yi, suppressing his excitement. This is the great majestic dragon-esque true method. What an impressive sight. How I wish I could practice this skill. The other martial monks also murmured among themselves. The open classes of the martial monastery occur every 3 days, conducted by the monks of the Kong lineage in rotation. Among the many instructors, Master Kongxiang was the most esteemed, not solely for his superior strength and the clarity of his teachings, but also because the great majestic dragon's true method was undeniably magnificent. Who could resist the allure of transforming into a dragon? Coughing lightly, Master Kongxiang silenced the increasing chatter, unleashing a resonant dragon's roar that quelled all whispers. Then, with a booming voice, he proclaimed, the path of martial cultivation involves building the body, opening the meridians, absorbing qi, transforming the essence, refining the vital energy. Nurturing the primordial spirit and reaching the heavenly source, each step a progression towards greatness. You need not be overly envious once you reach the stage of qi absorption. Everyone will have the opportunity to engage with the monastery's 8 parts of the celestial dragon divine skill, learning martial arts that are no less formidable than the great majestic dragon's true method. With merely a short time remaining before the 3-year mark, you have all learned quite a bit. Today, this humble monk shall impart some insights into the practice of opening the meridians to better prepare you. Upon hearing this, some were filled with enthusiasm, while others bowed their heads in despondency, creating a stark contrast. Shun Yi observed his companions Wu Yi and Wu Ju, their heads lowered in disappointment, their fists clenched tightly, brimming with frustration. The two had yet to open their meridians and were on the verge of giving up, making it difficult to connect with Shen Yi, who persevered, and Wu Chen, who had already succeeded. The practice of opening the meridians requires unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. The human body possesses numerous vital points, interconnected through channels, each containing a trace of innate essence. The cultivation of the body involves strengthening oneself to amplify this innate essence. The practice of opening the meridians, in contrast, is about connecting the channels, unlocking the vital points, and transforming this innate gift into one's own internal energy. As he spoke, Master Kongxiang vigorously shed his outer robe, revealing a muscular torso. Strands of golden energy shimmered on the surface of his skin, and one could faintly observe the flow of qi moving along these golden lines. He manifested his own energy into a visual representation, demonstrating the operation of internal energy, allowing the monks to witness the method of its circulation. My cultivation of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery is rooted in the powerful external techniques, emphasizing sheer strength. The techniques of our school predominantly focus on robustness. Currently, I am practicing the foundational Spirit Dragon Heart method of the Arhat Hall. The ethereal essence of the void transformed into energy, and the golden threads upon his body suddenly thickened. Though his form remained still, a formidable aura coalesced outwardly. With his remarkable mastery, even the basic energy emitted by the Spirit Dragon Heart method caused the assembled monks to flinch, instinctively retreating, as Shani meticulously observed the intricate patterns of the meridians. An unconscious thought stirred within him, causing a subtle internal force to rise from his dantian and commence its flow along the Spirit Dragon Heart method. This is troublesome. Shani lamented inwardly, astonished by the effortless responsiveness of his internal energy. A mere instinctive thought had summoned it forth. However, due to the influence of the Yin Corpse transformation talisman, his energy bore an attribute of Yin, incompatible with the predominantly yang-oriented Spirit Dragon Heart method. At that moment, as Shun Yi attempted to halt his internal force, he was taken aback to discover that his internal energy remained unchanged, showing no signs of deviation or perilous misalignment. A chilling current surged rapidly through the physical meridians, traversing the 3 yang pathways while exhibiting an unmistakably Yin nature. Most notably, Shani discerned that the internal energy cultivated through the Spirit Dragon Heart method bore a striking resemblance to that refined through the Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt the previous night, as if the two techniques were but one entity. Yet, such a notion was impossible. Despite both the Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt and the Spirit Dragon Heart method traversing the 3 yang meridians, their divergent paths in cultivation would yield distinctly different energies, never perfectly aligned. Thus, there was only one conclusion. Shun Yi's inherent Yin energy had harmonized the 2 forms of internal energy. One could even speculate that regardless of the technique employed, Shun Yi would not succumb to aberration, for all methods could only yield a singular type of internal energy. Contemplating this, Shun Yi yearned to return to that cave and utilize the tiger's Howl Golden Bell and the youthful skill to further validate his hypothesis. After clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, cultivating internal energy akin to rivers and seas, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth to refine his corporeal form, he would truly enter the realm of martial cultivation and contend with the qi refiners. As he pondered, the space around him shimmered with golden light, and golden energy began to manifest as dragon scales upon his surface, with a faint dragon-shaped illusion emerging beyond his head, as if he were transforming into a true dragon. Pray tell, Master Kongxiang, what defines a qi refiner? A curious voice inquired. A qi refiner is the earliest term for practitioners, requiring an understanding of the cosmos to achieve a state of unity between heaven and man before they may enter the path. Due to the high threshold, the lineage of qi refiners has become exceedingly rare. I advise you not to be overly ambitious, Focus instead on diligently honing your martial skills. Moreover, remember that haste makes waste. Internal energy is derived from the refinement of essence, and daily practice should be limited to half an hour, as excess can be detrimental to one's health. Thus concludes today's lesson. I hope each of you will dedicate yourselves to your training, and I look forward to seeing you again when I next teach in the Arhat Hall. With that, the dragon's roar echoed once more, and Master Kangxiang transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly departing from the white robe hall. How impressive! It would be a privilege to learn under Master Kangxiang, Wuchen exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. After 3 years of foundational training at the martial monastery, one may enter the Arhat Hall for further study. In reality, the Luoan Hall is merely an upgraded version of the monks' academy. The monks still attend public lectures, and their cultivation relies solely on their own efforts. Only by taking a master from the esteemed lineage of the Khan characters can one claim a background and a lineage. This does not guarantee a smooth path ahead, but it certainly allows one to avoid many detours. Without such a lineage, one is destined to spend a lifetime attending public classes, competing with fellow disciples for opportunities to inquire about martial arts. Should anyone invade the temple in the future, it is likely that you will find yourself among the first wave of sacrificial pawns. Opportunities will arise. Shen Yi smiled lightly, yet remained indifferent. If his physical condition were to be revealed, he would probably find himself residing permanently in the demon suppression cave. It is best not to contemplate taking on a master. Instead, he should blend in among the monks. When he achieves success in his cultivation, he will consider returning to the secular world. Chapter 7. The refugees of Yuzhou. As the lessons concluded, the martial monks gradually emerged from the white robe hall. At this moment, the attendant monk Wuqing remained behind, leaving only him and Wu Ming within the hall. Wu Ming raised his hand in greeting to Wuqing and inquired, "Brother Wuqing, does Wu Wang harbor any suspicion?" With a shake of his head, Wuqing replied, "That individual likely practices some form of malevolent art. Even if he has witnessed something, he would not dare report it to the disciplinary hall for fear of retribution. For the time being, it poses no threat. You all should remain vigilant and ensure no clues are revealed." Just 3 days, only 3 days. A fierce expression flickered across Wuqing's face, his eyes glinting with cold determination. "The undisguised assembly in 3 days shall be the moment of our vengeance." "Understood, Brother Wuqing," Wu Ming replied, taking a deep breath, his voice steady. For a fleeting moment, a haze enveloped his vision, evoking memories of slaughter amidst clanging weapons and the terror of flight. After 3 years of nightmares, a resolution was finally at hand. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Wu Ming, Wu Yun, and many of our fellow disciples who joined 3 years ago are all of the same ilk," Wuqing cautioned. "They are refugees from the calamity in Yuzhou, having sought refuge in our temple due to their homelessness." Though Wuqing entered early, it is said he hails from the same region as Wu Ming, who commands their respect. Be wary of their scrutiny, especially after your conflict with Wu Ming today. Refugees Shen Yi mused over the term, a melancholic glimmer in his eyes. In truth, he too was a refugee who had sought sanctuary within the Linglong Iron Temple. 3 years prior, Yuzhou had been struck by an unprecedented earthquake, causing the mighty Qitian Pass to collapse partially. The Dali dynasty seized the opportunity to breach the gates, overwhelming Qitian in 3 days and capturing the 9 cities in a month's time. Countless lives were lost, and many were rendered homeless. Shen Yi himself had been one of those fleeing refugees, fortuitously finding his way to the Linglong Iron Temple. "I will remain cautious," Shen Yi assured. With that, Wuqing waved his hand and turned to depart in another direction. He hailed from a family engaged in the herbal trade and possessed considerable knowledge of medicinal properties. Thus, shortly after joining, he caught the attention of the Apothecary Institute and had since been assisting them. Once the 3-year period elapsed, Wuqing was expected to enter the Apothecary Institute as a pharmacist. Shen Yi hesitated briefly, avoiding the other monks as he sought a secluded corner to sit alone. "Let me first ascertain whether the Linglong Heart Method and the Longyan Iron Cloth can indeed coexist," he contemplated, recalling his earlier discoveries within the White Robe Hall. A surge of excitement stirring within him as he began to circulate his energy. First, he focused on the Linglong Heart Method. This technique was straightforward and direct, channeling a masculine vigor. As Shen Yi directed his energy through the 3 yang meridians, he felt his internal energy surge forth with robust intensity. Although his cultivation was still rudimentary, it emanated a majestic and righteous force. Even though the energy coursing through his meridians was of a nature, it moved with remarkable swiftness, manifesting an overwhelming current of power. As the week drew to a close, Shen Yi transformed his method of cultivation, adopting the inner practice of the dragon's roar iron cloth. His internal energy flowed effortlessly, seamlessly interweaving with his being. Although the iron cloth's inner practice also traverses the three yang meridians, its essence lies in a subtle, almost imperceptible nurturing of the body, allowing the internal energy to permeate the flesh and sinews, enhancing his strength. As Shen Yi cultivated, he felt a cool, refreshing energy infiltrate his entire being, invigorating his muscles and making him feel as if he were a tree in full bloom, bursting forth with vitality. The nourishing quality of the yin energy on the physical form is vastly superior to that described in the dragon's roar iron cloth scriptures, he mused, a wave of joy surging within him. The harmonious integration of pure yin energy for internal cultivation and vigorous yang techniques for external practice proved far more effective than mere brute strength alone. The only source of concern was the peculiar hissing sound accompanying his practice, a strange, serpentine hiss that echoed alongside the crisp sounds of his bones. Coupled with his gradually paling complexion and the emergence of dark lines upon his skin, the appearance was decidedly unsettling. Nonetheless, aside from this, the advantages were plentiful. The flow of internal energy relied solely on his intent, allowing him to deftly master not only the dragon's roar iron cloth but also the tiger's roar golden bell shield and the child's skill, fortifying himself from the inside out. Upon his return, Wu Yi and Wu Ju had already arrived, each embodying their own distinct presence. Wu Yi, of sturdy build and resolute countenance, sat silently at the edge of the bed, while the more robust Wu Ju lay sprawled on the bed, facing the wall, shoes still on. Wu Ju remained silent, and Wu Yi let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "No need for your concern." The two of them resembled Shen Yi from earlier, dedicated practitioners grappling with the frustration of stalled progress. Wu Chen's words struck a nerve, intensifying their irritation. After Wu Yi's remark, he too lay back on the bed, choosing silence. Wu Chen sighed, washed up, and soon retired to bed as well. In a short while, the lights extinguished, enveloping the room in profound silence. Time slipped away unnoticed until, at the stroke of midnight, Shen Yi's eyes flew open. It was time. His pupils contracted, allowing him to see as clearly as in daylight amidst the darkness. He rose soundlessly, donned his straw sandals, and stealthily exited the meditation room. The moonlight washed over him like liquid silver, imparting an uncanny sense of comfort that hastened the flow of his internal energy. He realized that his cultivation beneath the moonlight progressed approximately 20% faster than during the day, as if he had entered a state of ethereal absorption. Drawing upon the moon's radiance for his practice, "It seems I shall have to embrace the nocturnal hours from now on," he thought, tiptoeing into the enveloping night. Shortly after his departure, the door creaked open once more, revealing a hulking silhouette stealthily making its way towards the back mountain. Chapter 8. The Cursed Blade. Perhaps due to the bountiful harvest of the previous night, the night watchman appeared notably more relaxed than usual. The seasoned Shen Yi deftly evaded their scrutiny and made his way to the rear mountain. As he traversed a certain slope, he paused briefly, casting his gaze toward the forest on his right. From the summit, there were not many areas that were clearly visible. If Brother Hu had observed Wu Chen from the peak last night, then not far ahead was a likely spot. It was there, perhaps, that Wu Chen engaged in some activity, under the watchful eye of Brother Hu from above. Subsequently, Shen Yi had sung under the moonlight, startling Wu Chen and triggering a chain of events that followed. Thus arose the question, should he investigate further? Shen Yi stood in contemplation for a while before softly murmuring, "Wu Chen's secret lies ahead." His words lingered in the air as he sprinted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Once he departed, a figure stealthily emerged from a nearby thicket. This individual searched for Shen Yi's presence at the spot where he had stood, glancing left and right, yet finding it impossible to locate him. Shen Yi possessed the ability of night vision, allowing him to traverse the night far more swiftly than this person. With a sudden burst of speed, he easily outran his pursuer. After a moment's hesitation, the figure, contemplating the direction Shen Yi had previously gazed, steeled himself and moved toward the forest on the right. Parting the obstructing branches and pushing through dense underbrush, he pressed on toward an unknown destination. Time passed without measure, and just as he was on the verge of losing resolve, the terrain before him suddenly opened up, revealing a flat expanse against the cliff. Emerging from the cover of the woods, the moonlight illuminated his visage, a robust figure with a square jawline, none other than Wu Ju, Shen Yi's roommate. While others remained oblivious to Shen Yi's circumstances, Wu Ju was well aware that Shen Yi had achieved remarkable progress in his cultivation yet had not managed to break through. In his mind, both he and Shen Yi were condemned, destined to join the ranks of the menial workers sooner or later. But Shun Yi had unexpectedly broken through. It must have been a fortuitous encounter, he was certain. Wu Ju steadfastly believed in this stroke of luck, which was why he appeared to retire early to bed but had remained awake, attentively listening for any movement within their quarters. Although he ultimately failed to track Shun Yi, uncovering Wu Chen's secret would not be in vain. Wu Chen's secret, Wu Ju murmured softly as he advanced under the moonlight. Beneath its glow, he noticed numerous marks on the cliffside, resembling the traces left by a sharp blade. Following these signs along the mountainside, Wu Ju's eyes widened in sudden realization. Nothing. Shun Yi leaned against a large tree, patiently waiting, his ears attuned to the slightest sound, refusing to overlook any hint of movement. Yet, there was none. No ambush. No hidden presence. This place contained only him and Wu Ju, no third party. Something felt amiss. Were it Shun Yi himself, he would undoubtedly remain here, lying in wait for any potential discoverer. Now that the rabbit had dashed into the tree, it perplexed him that no one was present to guard it. After waiting for half an hour with no one emerging, the autumn woods were enveloped in silence, devoid of the chirping of insects or the rustle of wildlife. Wu Ju stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the mountain wall. Finally, Shun Yi could no longer restrain himself and stepped out. His feet, freed from their straw sandals, touched the ground bare, resembling a specter as he glided silently behind Wu Ju, poised to strike at the nape of his neck. In that fleeting moment, Wu Ju's breath grew labored, and a flash of bladed light cleaved through the moonlight. Swift as a startled swan, graceful as a drifting dragon, it tore through Shun Yi's chest with unparalleled resolve and madness. His monk's robe was rent asunder, a grievous gash crossing most of his torso, crimson blood oozing forth. It was then that Shun Yi discerned the origin of the blade's light. It was Wu Ju's right arm. With no prior training in swordsmanship, Wu Ju wielded his hand as a blade, executing a frenzied strike. Under the moonlight, as he turned, his eyes were shot through with countless veins, wide with a look of insanity. Kill. A phantom dark red hue hovered at the edge of his palm, though he had yet to open his meridians. He wielded his hand as a sword, the sound echoing like thunder, and with a reverse motion, he slashed downward once more. Dragon's blood iron armor. Shun Yi advanced rather than retreating, moving towards the descending blade light, his body taking on a pallid hue akin to that of a corpse. Black lines manifesting upon his skin, exuding an aura of malevolence. The palm strike collided with Shun Yi's shoulder, halted by the taut flesh and bones, yet he stepped forward, delivering a strike akin to a black tiger pouncing on its prey to Wu Ju's right chest. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Ju let out a muffled groan, followed by a violent bout of coughing. Without having opened his meridians, he could not summon any internal energy for defense, and Shun Yi's punch disrupted his breath, causing the once ferocious and chaotic blade to lose its edge, transforming into an ordinary palm strike. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yi twisted Wu Ju's arm, circling around to his back, employing a technique to lock his arm in place, forcing him to half-kneel with a kick to the back of his leg. Ah! Kill! 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 Even now, Wu Ju remained oblivious, his voice ringing out in a frenzied shout as he struggled wildly. It was no wonder Wu Chen did not linger here, for this place was itself a trap. Shun Yi suddenly comprehended Wu Chen's intentions. This very location harbored a significant snare. Should anyone arrive and gaze upon the mountain wall, they would likely succumb to madness, much like Wu Ju. Moreover, he believed that the figure under the moonlight last night, who he now recognized as Shun Yi, had certainly cultivated some form of dark art and would not dare report to the Academy of Regulations, thus eliminating any concern that a high monk from the Linglong Iron Temple might be summoned to suppress the trap here. How fortunate I am to be so cautious. Shun Yi, holding the wildly struggling Wu Ju, remarked with a click of his tongue. Were it not for him luring Wu Ju to this place, allowing him to trigger the trap, it would have been himself shouting for bloodshed now. As he spoke, an ancient scroll materialized before Shun Yi, its twisted and sinister script shifting, revealing fresh content upon the scroll's surface. If one desires to come and go, having long concealed oneself in the world, one should contemplate opening the crown gate, where the yellow haze envelopes the heavens and the earth. The ascension to the profound realm elucidates the method of unlocking the crown gate, allowing the spirit to transcend the corporeal form and enter the gateway to the celestial realm. However, this so-called celestial realm is, in truth, a manifestation of the depths of human consciousness. The myriad celestial vistas are mere illusions, shaped by thought. Shun Yi pressed Wu Ju to the ground, biting his finger to draw blood, and grasped Wu Ju's head, tilting it back to inscribe a twisted sigil upon his forehead with the blood. Open. A contorted character emerged from the scroll and merged into the sigil. As a beam of yellow light suddenly emanated from Wu Jue's crown gate, revealing an entrance to Shin Yi's consciousness. Chapter 9. The Infinite Void Dao Monarch and the hazy surroundings, indistinct visions continually flickered by. As if one were moving like a mere shell of a being through the nebulous mist. Suddenly, from the indistinct scene ahead emerged a vague silhouette, who grasped the wandering soul and said, "Esteemed Master, allow me to introduce you to our Heavenly Father and Savior, the Infinite Void Dao Monarch. Kill." The wanderer's eyes widened in shock, two streaks of dark crimson light erupting from within. "Oh dear, this one do." The indistinct figure let out a peculiar cry, dispersing the blade-like light with a swift palm, only to reveal an awe-inspiring figure amidst the thunderous flashes of lightning. Draped in a dark robe and turned away from all beings, he exuded an unparalleled grandeur. A poem reads, "At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? One glance at the void Tao renders all for naught." With every gesture, he emanated a sorrowful resonance, dominating the vastness of the cosmos with an air of supremacy, gazing disdainfully upon the ages. In this realm of consciousness, boasting required no cost. All sensations were forcibly imprinted upon the mind. One individual, casting upon himself an ethereal persona, boldly stepped forth, employing the illusory guise to shatter the blade light. He subdued the wanderer's spirit, bending it to his will. Under the oppressive presence of the infinite void Tao Monarch, madness ignited within the wanderer's gaze, and the piercing blade light cleaved through the heavens and earth, attempting to reverse the strike upon the monarch. Yet, before the light could approach, it was overwhelmingly crushed by the cataclysmic aura emanating from the monarch. The infinite void Tao Monarch, invincible. These imposing words were inscribed deep within the wanderer's soul, causing him to collapse to his knees, trembling in a tight ball of fear. It seems the effect surpasses my expectations, mused the indistinct figure, the embodiment of one named Shun. After realizing the wanderer's pursuit, he had intended to employ the ascendant profound realm stabilizing amulet to control him, eliminating any future troubles while allowing for a cover from the untainted. The thought of slaying the wanderer was utterly unfathomable, should he perish. The first to be investigated would undoubtedly be Shun's roommate. At that moment, Shun could not guarantee that his unique demeanor would remain concealed. To his astonishment, the ascendant profound realm stabilizing amulet proved remarkably effective, capable of utterly overpowering the wanderer's will even within his subconscious, manifesting a fictitious Tao monarch that dominated the scene. This stirred Shin's curiosity, prompting him to contemplate the capabilities of the remaining scrolls. Of course, he was fully aware that the consequences of his cultivation endeavors would rest solely upon his own shoulders. Having already veered towards the path of darkness with the Lunar Corpse Transformation Amulet, he was uncertain what the Ascendant Profound Realm Stabilizing Amulet would bring forth. Shin suppressed his reckless inclinations, reaching forth to grasp a streak of black and crimson blade light, the very essence of the Wanderer's acquired intent from the mountainside. A blade intent. Pure blade intent, devoid of technique. The earlier decisive and frenzied blade light was merely the Wanderer instinctively aligning with this intent, delivering a strike born from his murderous intuition. To kill for the sake of killing, each strike stained with blood, extreme, resolute, and mad. As Shin contemplated the profundity of this blade, he found himself momentarily entranced, feeling that none of his lifetime's martial arts could compare to the brilliance of this blade. Had it not been for the initial embodiment of this blade's intent by Wu Ju, which unleashed a torrent of madness and killing intent, rendering this blade's essence as mere second-hand, and without the presence of the ascension to the profound realm's observational talisman, Shin would have found it impossible to appreciate this unparalleled wicked blade. However, now that I possess this diluted blade essence, I can indeed venture into the realm of the original. Shun Yi gently shattered the light of the blade in his hand and turned to the kneeling Wu Ju, stating, "Come, master, let us together offer our hearts to the great Haiyuan Wijidi Taishu Daojun." Yes. In reality, Wu Ju suddenly stiffened, ceasing his struggles as the madness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a clarity that concealed fervor, as he proclaimed loudly, "Long live the Taishu Daojun. May his life be as enduring as the heavens." A wave of fervent zeal wafted towards Shin, prompting him to question whether he had exerted his influence too forcefully. "I should refrain from employing this technique in the future. It feels somewhat amiss," Shin mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an expression of satisfaction. He released his hold on Wu Ju, saying, "Excellent. From now on you shall diligently assist me in the dormant spirit dragon iron temple. My commands will be your mission. Remember this. May the Taishu Daojun bless you." Yes. Wu Ju responded loudly as he attempted to rise, yet as he stood, his legs faltered, nearly causing him to fall. This was the price of wielding the wicked blade. Observing this, Shani gained insight. No power arises from nothingness. Wu Ju, in the state of body refinement, had managed to deliver that devastating strike against Shun Yi by forcibly channeling the essence of his blood and qi, concentrating it in his arm. Otherwise, even with a severed arm, he would not have been able to execute such a sorrowful and resolute blow. However, in the next instant, a flush of color returned to Wu Ju's pallid face, and he exclaimed with trembling excitement, "I have unblocked my meridians. My Yangming large intestine meridian is half open. Is this even possible?" Shenyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that by forcefully channeling qi into his arm, the meridians were overwhelmed and opened? What logic governs this phenomenon? He found himself perplexed by the situation. "Wu Ju, is this a gift from the Taishu Daojun?" Wu Ju inquired fervently. Though he had been forcefully imbued with faith, he remained troubled by his inability to open his meridians. Now discovering that he had indeed succeeded caused his loyalty to soar. "Indeed, maintain your piety towards the Taishu Daojun," Shen-Yi replied with measured approval. "So it is. So it is. The Daojuan's divine powers are truly profound. I understand now that Brother Wu Ju's ability to unblock his meridians stems from the Daojuan's grace. Long live the Daojun. May his life be as enduring as the heavens." Wu Ju indulged in another flurry of fervent thoughts. What could Shen-Yi possibly say to this? Very well. After Wu Ju departed, Shen-Yi finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. It truly hurts. He touched the wound on his chest and the injury on his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Despite having endured the agony of physical meridian unblocking before, he now felt an overwhelming intensity of pain. This wicked blade is indeed merciless, leaving such painful wounds. Yet now it is mine. Shen-Yi turned his gaze towards the mountainside. Chapter 10. The Shura 7 kills blade. The ground and rocks were marred by intricate scars, each line revealing a ruthless resolve. At the epicenter of these blade marks, a chilling wound was deeply etched into the mountainside, tracing a trajectory of 3 zhang in length. The blade, devoid of embellishment or variation, struck with a singular, bloodthirsty ferocity. Kill. One blade for life, one for death. The dichotomy of existence distilled into a mere stroke. Whether virtuous or malevolent, good and evil were severed by a single cut. Kill, 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 kill. The Shura 7 kills blade. The blade mark struck like a bolt of lightning, cleaving into Shun Yi's soul. Its simplicity and directness, laced with a mad intensity, surged into his heart, compelling his body to unleash that fateful strike. Internal energy and blood surged towards his right arm, veins bulging, fingers clenching tightly. The resolute blow was poised to be unleashed. Yet Shun-Yi forcibly restrained it with his other hand. Such a wicked blade. Gripping his right arm tightly, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained fixed on that blade scar. His cultivation surpassed that of Wu Ju, allowing him to perceive more and, consequently, to grasp the blade's eerie and formidable nature. Concentrating his entire internal energy and vitality, he risked his essence to execute a strike. Blood was an inevitable outcome. Either his enemy would perish or he would meet his doom. If he were to unleash this blow with full force, it would deplete him entirely, leaving him in a prolonged state of weakness, potentially damaging his foundation. Had Wu Chen aimed this strike at Shen-Yi the previous night, it is likely Shen-Yi would have perished on the spot. Of course, Wu Chen would probably meet a similar fate. After a considerable time, Shen-Yi forcibly subdued the tumultuous energy and internal flow, etching that blade scar deeply into his heart. Exhaling gently, he looked upon the scar again. Barely able to suppress the burgeoning murderous intent within, his taut arm finally relaxing. However, upon closer inspection, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It was too fresh. The blade mark was alarmingly new, akin to the multitude of surrounding scars, devoid of any signs of age. This indicated that it was not a remnant of ancestors, but rather a mark left by a contemporary. It was entirely plausible that this blade stroke was deliberately inscribed for Wu Chen's study. Shun-Yi instinctively bristled, his figure flickering as he decisively retreated. He dashed through the woods, hastening toward Brother Hu's cave. Around the hour of the ugly, approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, Shen-Yi arrived at Brother Hu's cave. Upon entering, he inquired urgently about the Shura 7 kills blade from the scholarly Brother Hu. The Shura 7 kills blade. I have not heard of it. But within our sect's 8 parts of the heavenly dragon martial arts, there exists a technique called the Shura pure profession blade. The spiritual dragon iron monastery as a guardian sect, primarily practices martial arts named after the heavenly dragon's 8 parts in the 12 heavenly guardians. For instance, the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Correct Method, practiced by Kong Xiang, belongs to the dragon faction within the 8 parts, while the Shura Pure Profession Blade naturally belongs to the Shura faction. Wait a moment. You mean to say this Shura 7 Kills Blade is the wicked blade practiced by Wu Chen? Brother who suddenly stood up, eyes wide with inquiry. Indeed. It was evident that Wu Chen was practicing the sinister blade technique, which prompted the request for Shen Yi to investigate him. Shen Yi pondered silently, nodding in agreement, recognizing the likelihood of this connection. Thus, it seemed plausible that the Shura 7 Kill Blade was indeed related to the Shura Pure Blade. His master had once articulated that while the 8 parts of the Dragon God's technique possessed tremendous power, it was fundamentally a weapon of slaughter. Harboring malevolent thoughts could easily lead one astray. Junior brother. The formidable tiger senior brother suddenly lunged forth, rising upright, his claws resting on Shen Yi's shoulders. I entrust this to you. Whether I can truly be inscribed upon the sect's wall and recorded in the roster depends entirely on you. His excitement was palpable. As he opened his mouth, releasing a foul gust that compelled Shen Yi to hastily evade. I assure you, I will assist you without deception, so kindly close your mouth. Shen Yi retorted, pinching his nose in exasperation. Having pledged his assistance to this celestial tiger, he was resolute in his commitment. Moreover, since Wu Chen had already set his sights on the illustrious Yuexia, Shen Yi felt compelled to eliminate this threat, if only for the sake of his tranquil existence. Shen Yi, merely desired to diligently cultivate his skills, aspire to become an unparalleled master, and ultimately return to a mundane life, indulging in unrestrained pleasures. Anyone who dared to disturb him would face dire consequences. The celestial tiger, momentarily dejected, lowered his forelimbs, but then, as if recalling something, trotted eagerly to the bookshelf, retrieving 2 tomes and placing them before Shen Yi. Junior brother, you must practice. Feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand, the large tiger urged. Having strength was essential for a thorough investigation of Wu Chen, enabling him to uncover the individuals lurking in the shadows. At present, Tiger's senior brother exhibited a greater concern for Shen Yi's prowess than Shen Yi himself. Yet, I only wish to eliminate Wu Chen. I have no desire to delve into who might be behind him. Shen Yi thought helplessly as he picked up the tomes and exited the cave. As the moonlight bathed him once more, Shen Yi opened the manual for the young boy technique, feeling the chilling lunar essence envelop him, and gradually began to circulate his internal energy. The first layer of the young boy technique involved refining inner energy, cycling it throughout the body. This layer was easily surpassed by Shen Yi, as he had long mastered a complete cycle. The second layer, transforming inner energy into yang, cultivates the pure yang energy of a young boy. The young boy technique inherently does not distinguish between yin and yang. Its manifestation of pure yang arises from the amalgamation of inner energy and yang energy into a singular entity. The yang energy within the human body is essentially synonymous with vitality. Cultivating yang energy enhances one's life force, consequently strengthening the body and making external cultivation more effective. This is why Tiger's senior brother deemed the young boy technique one of the most suitable practices for Shen Yi. However, I am not cultivating yang energy, he mused. The frigid flow coursed through his meridians as countless chilly breaths permeated his skin, merging with his inner energy to form a current of Tine energy. Peculiar Shen Yi was not practicing the pure young boy technique, but rather the Tine variant. Chapter 11. Our Father and Savior. An ethereal chill permeated his being. As the essence of the moon lingered within him, the frigid energy coursed through his body, ensuring the unobstructed flow of his cultivation techniques. While the lunar radiance continuously fortified his inner vitality, causing the dark energy within him to swell. As the celestial cycles progressed, a layer of pearlescent light gradually enveloped Shen Yi's skin, rendering it slightly translucent, revealing faint traces of veins and arteries beneath. Even the scars inflicted by Wu Ju's wicked blade began to fade, the wounds healing with time, just as Shen Yi had anticipated. The juvenile cultivation technique operated seamlessly within him, allowing him to integrate the different methods harmoniously. The juvenile technique augmented his power, while the spirit dragon heart method excelled in its vigorous and magnificent nature. The dragon roar iron cloth technique honed his physique and enhanced his strength, whereas the tiger's roar golden bell shield transformed energy into a protective barrier, cultivating a body of iron and bronze. After circulating the juvenile technique for 3 cycles, Shen Yi momentarily halted his cultivation to commence the practice of the tiger's roar golden bell shield. having previously mastered the iron cloth technique. He could bypass the preliminary external practices of the first 3 levels and directly engage in the 4th level, where both internal and external training commenced. The lunar essence refined him from within, permeating his organs and bones, ultimately enveloping his body in a layer of muted golden light. As the faint sound of a bell echoed, he successfully entered the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield. I did not expect the Golden Bell Shield cultivated from lunar energy to also radiate golden light. In that case, Shani surveyed his surroundings, and a thought struck him. He promptly began to channel the techniques of the Dragon Roar iron cloth. Instantly, the sound of bones clashing echoed like metal striking metal. His complexion turned pale, and his veins darkened, a striking spectacle re-emerging, albeit overshadowed by the golden light of the tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield. Perfect, he exclaimed. Furthermore, the juvenile technique, Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, and Tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield each possess unique strengths, while others may specialize in one. I can simultaneously harness the 3 techniques through the assimilative nature of lunar energy, free from the worry of conflicting energies. The only concern may lie in accurately maneuvering the energy within. Shani further contemplated the feasibility of integrating the techniques. Each method encompassed its own pathways of internal cultivation, with various overlaps. Yet, due to the unique assimilative property of lunar energy, there was no reason he could not simultaneously operate all 3 techniques. Like the waters of a river, they united into a single flow in the main stream, then diverged seamlessly when branching off, without the risk of conflict, and without the need to transform into disparate energies. Most importantly, these 3 techniques overlapped without any opposing elements. Shun-Yi did not need to alternate between directing his energy forward and then reversing its flow. With resolve, he focused on his cultivation. The juvenile technique, Dragon Roar Iron Cloth, and Tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield operated in synchrony. The sounds of bones grinding and the essence of lunar energy intertwining with the crisp chime of the bell resonating in unison. An ineffable sense of harmony and completeness enveloped his heart, ushering Shun-Yi into an unprecedented tranquility. Is it unintentional? You have not yet fallen asleep? Unbeknownst to him, he was about to exclaim in surprise, but upon noticing the still slumbering Wuchen, he instinctively lowered his voice. If you suspect that Wu Wang harbors secrets, how could I not? He murmured, adding, those who witness shall share in this knowledge. Otherwise, do not blame me for spreading it. He was uncertain whether Wu Jue had uncovered any secrets, yet this did not deter Wu Yi from attempting a ruse. As long as there remained even a glimmer of hope for enlightenment, Wu Yi would never relinquish his pursuit. Had he begun as a mere servant in the auxiliary courtyard without ever attending the martial monk's lectures or witnessing the profound teachings of the great void Dharma, he might have resigned himself to a lifetime of mediocrity. However, having experienced the vastness of martial arts, how could he possibly consent to languish in the auxiliary courtyard for eternity? In this regard, both Wu Yi and Wu Jue shared a commonality with Shun-Yi, an unwillingness to accept the mundane. At the tender age of 16 or 17, who would forsake the brilliance before them to choose a life of insignificance? Haha, it seems I have underestimated you. Wu Jue chuckled darkly, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, I have made a discovery and even opened my meridians. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi instantly held his breath, an explosion of joy erupting within him. Quickly tell me, he urged. Patience, patience, Wu Jue replied calmly, as he took a seat beside Wu Yi's bed. In the darkness, a blood-red talisman emerged from his brow, radiating an otherworldly glow as he gazed intently at Wu Yi. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce you to our Heavenly Father and Savior. Wu Jue intoned reverently. The Lord of the Primordial Infinite, the Void Taoist. A flash of crimson light illuminated the darkness, as the blood-red talisman on Wu Jue's forehead blossomed like a blood-hued mandala. Come, honor the Lord of the Primordial Infinite, inscribe the Void Talisman, and you shall be graced with the blessings of the Taoist, just as I am. His words possessed an enchanting allure that rendered Wu Yi momentarily spellbound. Driven by an insatiable longing, Wu Yi gritted his teeth and declared, I will do anything if it means I can open my meridians. In the shadows, Wu Jue smiled. He bit his fingertip until blood flowed, drawing the blood-red talisman upon Wu Yi's brow. A fleeting dark script flickered past, and in an instant, Wu Yi felt his body lighten, as though he were entering an ethereal realm. Amidst thunder and lightning, a towering figure, back turned to the world, materialized, and a magnificent blade of light cleaved through Wu Yi's consciousness. His vital energy surged, coalescing into a singular point. Could the blade pierce the meridians? A voice, tinged with uncertainty, echoed within him, and instinctively, Wu tightened his arms, channeling his entire vitality toward his right arm, condensing, and then, "It's open. My meridians have been unblocked." Wu exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. This truly worked. It was indeed feasible. Honor the Lord of the primordial infinite. Wu rose from the bed and knelt, offering boundless reverence to the deity he had just embraced. At this moment, Shen Yi, having just completed his training, yawned. Rubbing his nose, he murmured to himself, "I seem to hear someone calling me. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused over the past 2 days." Red Bean Paste, Private Marseille, bowing. Chapter 12. The Illusory Realm, the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord. May your lifespan equal that of the heavens. Shen Yi. Please, Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord, grant me mastery in martial arts, so I may avenge my grievances. Shen Yi. Please, Supreme Virtue. The noise was unbearable. Shen Yi, feeling vexed, rose from his seat and immediately spotted Wu Ju and Wu Yi, seated cross-legged on their respective beds, their hands clasped together, murmuring incantations. Were it not for his understanding of the situation, one might mistakenly believe these two were monks reciting Buddhist scriptures. However, Shen Yi was acutely aware that these fellows were bombarding him with a continuous call for attention. This sensation intensified as their proximity increased. Within the confines of the same room, Shen Yi could distinctly hear their thoughts regarding the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord. Was this the side effect of the Ascendant Mysterious Realm Contemplation Manual? Surely, it couldn't have gone awry. Shouldn't it be he, as a practitioner of the sinister divine path, who was incessantly chattering, driving others to madness? Why was it that he found himself on the receiving end of their incessant invocations? If just these two were already overwhelming, what would happen with more people involved? The vital energy circulates through the meridians, bringing a sense of expansion, and I feel my arms have become considerably more agile. I am grateful for the blessings of the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord. Shen Yi's brow suddenly lifted, as this thought resonated within his ears. He found himself endowed with a fragment of memory. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he raised his palm like a blade, his vital energy reversing its course, propelled by an overwhelming resolve to surge through his meridians. This memory felt dreamlike, yet upon awakening, it bore an astonishing authenticity, as though he had indeed cleaved through the opposing flow of his vital energy, unblocking the channels in his arms. It must be Wu Yi. He glanced at his roommate, who had been recently influenced by Wu Ju. Moments ago, it was indeed Wu Yi who was silently invoking the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord, beseeching divine favor for his martial prowess, while simultaneously recalling the events of the previous night when he had harnessed his vital energy through the sinister blade technique to unlock his own meridians. That experience had been transmitted to Shen Yi, allowing him to empathize and subtly deepen his understanding of the sinister blade. This technique for channeling vital energy, derived from the sinister blade, had imparted to Shen Yi an insight into the art. Just as he came to this realization, a sudden mist enveloped his surroundings, and in a daze, he found himself in a realm shrouded in white fog, encountering a familiar scene. Before him stood the avatar he had crafted, the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord, turning his back to the mortal realm. In a moment of mischief, he had conjured this avatar to manipulate Wu Ju, using faith to temper Wu Ju's madness while simultaneously exerting control over this roommate. However, he had believed that this illusion existed solely within Wu Ju's mind and would dissipate after a single use. Yet now, the scene persisted, and the avatar he had fashioned remained intact. Surrounding that silhouette were streams of radiant light, elements that had not been present the previous night. Instinctively drawn to the flowing light, Shen Yi felt a whisper of thought arise within him. Homage to the Supreme Virtue Taoist Lord of boundless primordial void. Could it be that this illusion can endure indefinitely? Moreover, it appears to have bridged the subconscious between me, Wu Ju, and Wu Yi. Yet, judging by their demeanor, they seem incapable of hearing my thoughts. Shen Yi pondered, perhaps it is because my authority surpasses theirs. As he contemplated this, Shen Yi suddenly had a thought: eliminate all irrelevant prayers. He wished to test the extent of his authority. However, to his dismay, the luminous prayers showed no sign of diminishing. Intermittently, he could still hear the prayers of the unknowing and the unwitting. At the same time, he sensed the experiences of Wu Jue from the previous night when he wielded the cursed blade. The sheer loss of control and singular focus on slaughter left Wu Jue horrified. In that moment, he both feared and expressed gratitude for the protection of the Taoist Lord of the Void, which had spared him from madness. Wu Jue had genuinely immersed himself in the essence of the blade, having once been dominated by its will during the execution of the cursed strikes. His insights were far more profound and comprehensive than those of Wui. Shun Yi poignantly experienced Wu Jue's madness and resolve, feeling a restless stirring in his right arm, as his vitality and inner energy began to converge there. At this juncture, he ceased to worry about the relentless calls from Wu Jue and Wui, instead recognizing the opportunity that lay behind it. If each believer could convey their understanding of martial arts to me, then collectively, this accumulation would surpass even the greatest natural talent. If one person was insufficient, then 10 would suffice. If 10 were inadequate, then 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 could be summoned. Just as water accumulates to form a deep abyss and grains of sand build a towering pagoda, Shun Yi could harness the wisdom of countless practitioners to enhance his own cultivation. The only condition was that he must not succumb to madness amidst the cacophony of countless pleas. At that moment, the morning bell chimed, and Wuchen awoke from his slumber. Upon rising, he beheld Wu Jue and Wui, their faces ashen, as if drained by a demonic enchantress, yet their spirits were remarkably high, even with their eyes closed. They radiated a sense of exhilaration. "Brothers, what has transpired?" Wuchen inquired hesitantly. "We're well," Wu Jue and Wui replied in unison, their expressions conveying an unprecedented vitality. Having broken through from body refinement to meridian opening, the long-standing build-up of stagnation had vanished, and they had discovered a path of ascension. "Let us attend morning lessons," Shun Yi suggested, suppressing his earlier agitation, donning his monk's robe and straw sandals. He added, "If there are any prayers you wish to offer, do so while we engage in morning lessons. It will serve as an appropriate test to see if any insights can indeed be conveyed." Though he addressed them as junior brothers, his demeanor was imbued with such respect that it left Shun Yi slightly unnerved. Wu Jue was a product of Shun Yi's own alteration of consciousness. Inscribed on his forehead was a sigil drawn with Shun Yi's blood, marking him as a fervent devotee. As for Wui, Shun Yi cast a glance at Wui, clearly perceiving the sigil that resided upon his brow. Even though they had wiped away the bloodstains of the sigil, the imprint remained evident at the center of his forehead. He sensed he could establish a connection and exert control over that sigil and, through their earlier communion of thoughts, he understood Wui's intent to achieve martial prowess through the Taoist Lord of the Void, seeking vengeance and retribution. In contrast, Wu Jue's devotion was unwavering, fervently reciting the phrases he usually chanted for Buddha in homage to the Taoist Lord of the Void. The talisman exerts an impact on the unintentional, albeit not profoundly, likely due to the fact that it was not crafted by Shun Yi himself. This could serve as an opportunity to cultivate a group within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, to contend with the disciples of humble origins under Wu Chun, or even to provide me with a guise to aid in my cultivation. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Shun Yi's eyes. It is worth noting that within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, there are indeed many individuals akin to Wu Ju and Wui. The miscellaneous disciples are often those who have been dismissed from the warrior monks, destined for a life of stagnation, yet still harboring unfulfilled aspirations. Since Shun Yi has acquired this leverage, he is determined to make the most of it. Chapter 13. Cultivating Zen through martial arts within the White Robe Hall. Shun Yi exhaled deeply, using his voice to bolster his resolve, his energy to amplify his strength. His body resembled a drawn bow, his fists akin to arrows. With a single punch unleashed, an air of authority emanated from him, rendering onlookers hesitant to meet his gaze. Compared to the previous day, his Luohan fist appeared to have progressed significantly, transforming a mere introductory technique into something resembling a profound martial art. Just as there are 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, there exist 1,000 variations of the Luohan fist. While a substantial portion of understanding may be shared, distinct differences undoubtedly persist. Shun Yi had grasped the nuances between awareness and unawareness, integrating them with his own insights, thus elevating his already well-mastered Luohan fist to a level beyond that of his fellow monks. At this moment, Shun Yi was wholly absorbed in his practice, gradually losing himself in the rhythm of his movements. Casting aside the distracting thoughts that had once plagued him, his entire focus directed toward his punches. In Buddhism, the term Luohan embodies the concepts of vanquishing thieves, transcending existence, and offering service, with the notion of slaying thieves symbolizing the eradication of the thieves of affliction, embodying a spirit of diligence. As Shun Yi dedicated himself to his training with valor and tenacity, the myriad distractions within his mind were obliterated, revealing an inherent sophistication within the seemingly simple Luohan fist. After completing a set, he felt an unparalleled clarity, the earlier agitation caused by intrusive thoughts dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, Wu Ming and Wu Yun, both keenly observant, began to scrutinize Shen Yi as they recognized his advancement in martial technique, although they refrained from further probing. Their piercing gazes remained unavoidable. Such covert scrutiny might elude others, yet Shen Yi possessed an acute sensitivity, distinctly perceiving their watchful eyes. Unrelenting specters, he mused internally. Maintaining an impassive facade while discreetly signaling Wu Ju nearby, glancing toward the positions of the two observers. In the next moment, the chief disciple understood the unspoken cue. Whispering to Wu Yi before approaching Wu Ming, "Brother Wu Ming, I seek your guidance." As he neared, Wu Ju called out sharply, launching himself forward with a punch, mirroring the confrontational spirit displayed by Wu Ming the previous day, thus initiating a spar. "What are you doing?" Wu Ming exclaimed, taken aback and unable to halt the ensuing clash, compelled to engage with Wu Ju. On another front, Wu Yi unexpectedly collided with Wu Yun, sending the latter stumbling back 2 steps. Seizing the moment, Wu Yi proclaimed, "Brother Wu Yun, you deliberately bumped into Wu Feng yesterday, and now you seek to confront me. I see you are overstepping your bounds. Prepare yourself." As he spoke, Wu Yi launched a preemptive assault, engaging Wu Yun in close-quarter combat. The commotion inevitably captured the attention of the gathered crowd, including the supervising monk who had arrived that day. However, as the sparring between the two pairs did not escalate excessively, the supervising monk, unlike the biased Wu Cheng, merely observed without intervening during their exchanges. Although Wu Ju and Wu Yi did not dominate, their progress was evident to the onlookers, who noted their mastery of internal energy and the unblocking of their meridians as they engaged Wu Yun and Wu Ming in a fierce struggle. This development garnered even more attention, with many monks who had yet to open their meridians discussing the impressive display. Consequently, Shen Yi's situation slipped from the collective consciousness of the observers. Indeed, a hero requires the support of 3 companions, just as a fence needs 3 posts. No matter how formidable one's individual abilities may be, the assistance of others is indispensable. Observing the current situation, Shen Yi silently resolved to develop a group of allies. The strength of one alone is ultimately insufficient. To pursue martial arts with peace of mind, he requires the backing of others. At the very least, he must not allow trivial matters to disrupt his cultivation. Comfortable, Shen Yi mused, feeling content. It was not a day for public lessons. And he recalled Kong Xiang's words from yesterday. Unless this batch of monks entered the Arhat Hall, they would not hear him speak of martial arts again. Yet, he pondered why Kong Xiang had suddenly appeared in the White Garment Hall. Among the current disciples, there were fewer than 5 who could comprehend the essence of Arhat Fist as he did. Kong Xiang's expression turned solemn, yet his tone remained gentle. They did not realize that the Linglong Iron Monastery belonged to Zen Buddhism, and the monks practiced martial arts to cultivate Zen. To pursue profound martial skills solely for the sake of power, abandoning the true purpose of martial cultivation, is merely to seek the end while neglecting the root. At this point, Kong Xiang paused and said, "If you're earnest, after your martial practice, you may visit the Sutra Repository to study Buddhist scriptures, which will benefit your martial path." The Sutra Repository is where the Linglong Iron Monastery houses its scriptures. Unlike the Shaolin Temple depicted in previous novels, the repository does not contain martial arts manuals, but rather Buddhist texts and various writings related to Buddhism, including popular literature from the martial world. The martial arts manuals of Linglong Iron Monastery are categorized and stored in the Arhat Hall, Prajna Hall, Maha Institute, and other halls, personally safeguarded by the heads of those halls, ensuring they are not displayed openly for theft. Of course, it is not impossible for certain high monks, out of boredom, to conceal martial skills within the scriptures of the Sutra Repository. Shen Yi had previously failed to understand the significance of cultivating Zen through martial arts and, like other monks, had little interest in the repository. After all, one cannot expect a person with impure roots to genuinely become a monk. However, upon hearing Kong Xiang's suggestion today, coupled with the clarity brought by practicing Arhat Fist, Shen Yi decided to frequent the Sutra Repository whenever he had the opportunity to effectively develop his network. He must suppress the distracting thoughts that arise from the Xin Xian Miao Jing Ding Guan Lu. Kong Xiang arrived quietly and departed just as unobtrusively. Aside from a few who noticed, most in the White Garment Hall were oblivious to the presence and departure of this esteemed senior. Among the disciples of the monastery, at least 30% bore blood vendettas, and it seemed somewhat absurd that Brother Kong Xiang had chosen to abandon them for this reason. A middle-aged monk, clad in yellow robes and wearing a stern expression, emerged from a nearby corner. Hearing these words, he coldly remarked, "I, too, carry a blood feud." My family and friends perished in the great calamity 3 years ago. Should brother seek out the abbot to have me abandoned as well, casting me out from the order? The middle-aged monk's words dripped with resentment and dissatisfaction, prompting a gentle sigh from Kong Xiang. Chapter 14. The discord within the temple. The Linglong Iron Monastery is situated in Yuzhou, naturally attracting monks hailing from the region. Although these monks have renounced worldly ties, few can truly sever all familial bonds and attain a state of complete detachment, even if they seldom interact with their relatives. The news of a family member's tragic demise inevitably stirs feelings of sorrow, particularly when the death is not due to natural causes, but rather the result of human calamity, possibly preceded by suffering. Master Kong Ming, you know I did not mean it that way, sighed Master Kong Xiang. What do you mean, if not that? Retorted Kong Ming, his countenance cold and unyielding. Is it not because you fear these disciples might master their martial arts and seek vengeance against the great Li, thus spilling blood? If you possess the capability, then let the abbot expel us. Let us be rendered powerless. Otherwise, should great Li invade our borders again, I shall be the first to take to the battlefield. Although I am a monk, I am still a subject of Dexian. Aware that the incense offerings in this temple are donated by the people of Dexian, you accept the offerings of the land yet refuse to protect its people. What kind of Buddhism do you practice? What Zen do you cultivate? Yet, brother, do you realize how many disciples have secretly descended the mountain to seek revenge over the past 3 years, only to lose their lives? Kong Xiang advised. Rather than letting them perish, it would be better to allow them to temper their spirits for 2 years. When their wrath subsides, we can then guide them. How can one attain purity without avenging blood debts? Kong Ming replied icily. Brother Kong Xiang, in your travels of yore, you were fierce against evil, earning the moniker Fierce-Eyed Vajra. Even the Vinaya sect praised your actions, yet now you resemble a decrepit old dog, rendering one truly disheartened. With that, Kong Ming let out a disdainful snort, declaring, the disciples you refuse to accept, we shall take in, and strode away. Watching Kong Ming depart, Kong Xiang sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat despondent. The fire of the Fierce-Eyed Vajra had long since burned out. The discord outside the White Robe Hall did not disturb the atmosphere within. The monks were unaware of the fundamental conflict between the two monks of the Kong lineage, which now plagued the Linglong Iron Monastery. After the morning service concluded, Wu Jue and Wu Yi were immediately surrounded by a throng of martial monks eager to inquire about the secrets of unlocking meridians. Shani emerged from the White Robe Hall alongside Wu Chen, who indignantly remarked, if it weren't for the black-faced deity watching you yesterday, you would have exuded such authority. Yesterday, Shani had demonstrated the realm of unlocking meridians, but due to Wu Chen's unwavering gaze, no one dared approach him after the morning service. Otherwise, he too would have enjoyed such prestige. Wu Chen's mention of this incident indicated his lingering resentment towards Wu Chen. Such matters are trivial, Shun Yi replied nonchalantly. I care not for such things. My sole desire now is to practice martial arts, nothing more. Moreover, that prestige is mine to bestow. Shin Yi cast a distant glance at Wu Jue and Wu Yi, who were surrounded by admirers, his heart unperturbed. Is that so? A fleeting look of surprise crossed Wu Chen's face before he smiled and said, then I wish you a swift apprenticeship, becoming an enlightened monk. I never intended to be a monk for life. Shin Yi rolled his eyes and remarked, although he practiced the techniques of a novice, it did not imply that he wished to remain a novice forever. To live a life as a novice was akin to being a eunuch, was it not? Who could say for certain? Wu Chen chuckled lightly, bid farewell to Shin Yi, and then went to assist at the Medicine King Institute. Shin Yi found a secluded spot and waited for about a quarter of an hour when Wu Ju, who had previously been surrounded in the White Garment Hall, finally managed to extricate himself and arrived here. Junior brother Wu Ju, he called respectfully, hands pressed firmly to his sides. At that moment, he was devoid of the earlier exuberance, replaced instead with genuine reverence and fervor, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The events of the previous night had profoundly altered Wu Ju's mindset, instilling in him an unwavering loyalty in the presence of Shani. Yet, as Shani gazed upon Wu Ju, another thought crossed his mind. If one day I were to be engulfed by distracting thoughts, would I too undergo a transformation akin to Wu Ju's? You have done well, Shani praised. In due time, you may gradually engage with those fellow disciples, selecting trustworthy individuals among them to whom you may bestow talismans, allowing them to partake in the bounties of the Tao Lord. Furthermore, remember to reach out to the disciples of the miscellaneous department. Their yearning for channeling should be even stronger and they may be more easily swayed. However, be sure to choose your associates with caution. Until the talismans are inscribed, do not divulge any inner workings. As he spoke, Shani's thought stirred, and once more the air was suffused with white mist, revealing a magnificent silhouette. He honed in on the stream of consciousness emanating from Wuzhu, and a faint golden light suddenly appeared, piercing through the flow of thought from Wuzhu. In an instant, Wuzhu's body quaked, a profound shock reflecting in his eyes. He felt the white mist swell before him. As a beam of golden light struck his brow, a myriad of characters intertwined, with symbols flooding into his mind. Indeed, this is feasible. Observing Wuzhu's expression, Shun Yi realized his attempt had borne fruit. He could indeed actively transmit his thoughts to the followers of the Supreme Tao Lord. The reason Wuzhu had stumbled upon the reverse flow of qi and blood for channeling was due to Shun Yi inadvertently leaking his thoughts while researching the evil blade. This was the foundational essence of the first 3 tiers of the Tiger Roar Golden Bell protection technique. Study it diligently, and in time, should you achieve merit, the remaining teachings shall not be beyond your grasp. As long as you demonstrate merit, even the most profound secrets of martial prowess are not unattainable. Shun Yi, with a leader's charisma, laid out grand prospects. Thank you, senior brother. Wuzhu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thus, the first instrumentalist for the Golden Bell protection was secured. While there are many variations of this technique, its origins ultimately trace back to the Buddhist tradition. Shun Yi contemplated that mastering the Golden Bell protection might eventually offer a semblance of Zen enlightenment, akin to the Arhat fist, serving to suppress distracting thoughts. He resolved to designate this technique as a secondary goal, gathering instrumentalists to accumulate resources. Subsequently, Shun Yi imparted further instructions to Wuzhu, advising him to maintain a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close, before allowing him to depart. Then, during his leisure time, Shun Yi ventured to the Sutra Pavilion within the temple, intending to ascertain whether the Buddhist scriptures genuinely possessed the ability to realign his wayward path. Even if he could not rectify his course, he hoped to prevent any alterations to his intrinsic nature. Should he confirm the efficacy of martial cultivation in Zen, Shun Yi would be able to unlock the doors of opportunity, guiding the myriad of souls towards the vast expanse of the Tao. Chapter 15. The great majestic dragon proceeding along the path for several dozen steps from the rear of the Grand Hall, one encounters a magnificent pavilion resembling a palace, which consists of 3 tiers. This is the Sutra Repository. The first floor serves as a lecture hall where esteemed monks elucidate Buddhist teachings, and it also houses a collection of various sutras and related texts. The second floor is dedicated to both the reading and storage of scriptures, featuring transcriptions by revered monks and rooms designated for the study of monks. The third tier is reserved for the preservation of rare and precious sutras, where it is said that an elderly monk resides, vigilantly guarding these treasures of the Buddhist world. Indeed, the Sutra Repository is home to a mysterious monk known for his sweeping, though he does not engage in such tasks. Given Shun Yi's status, he could only wander the first floor, lacking the privilege to ascend to the second and third tiers to associate with the senior monks of the temple. Fortunately, the collection on the first floor is quite comprehensive, containing all the essential texts. Thus, the question arises, which sutra should I delve into for study? This thought circled in Shun Yi's mind as he resolved to examine the most renowned texts, the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra. The lecture hall was not devoid of other monks seeking scriptures, for the Linglong Iron Monastery is indeed a temple where many monks aspire to explore Buddhist doctrines. Shun Yi approached a monk to inquire about the locations of the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra, making his way to the outermost bookshelf. There, he beheld 3 tiers of the Diamond Sutra and 2 tiers of the Heart Sutra meticulously arranged, as the most celebrated scriptures within the Buddhist canon. It was only natural that numerous esteemed monks had provided commentaries, giving rise to various interpretations. The Sutra Repository of Linglong Iron Monastery boasts 100 different perspectives on the Diamond Sutra and dozens of distinct commentaries on the Heart Sutra. As Shun Yi casually picked up a copy of the Diamond Sutra and opened it, he found inscribed on the title page 16 square characters. Its heart is steadfast. Like a diamond, diligent and courageous, it spares no effort. Dragon Elephant Sect. Simply gazing upon these 16 characters evokes a sense of unwavering determination and a willingness to sacrifice everything, as if one could glimpse a monk, resolutely advancing and never retreating. Dragon Elephant Sect, he murmured, pondering the name of the venerable figure who had penned these words. The Dragon Elephant Sect is one of the 3 doctrines of Buddhism, presided over by the master of the Great Wheel Monastery beyond the pass. He rose to prominence in his youth, leaving behind these words, and over the subsequent decades, he cultivated great diligence and ultimately became one of the 3 eminent doctrines of Buddhism. He is regarded as one of the foremost monks in the Buddhist world. serving as the national teacher of the Great Li dynasty. At that moment, a middle-aged monk with a stern demeanor approached, speaking as he walked. Our enemy. Our enemy? Shen felt an uncomfortable sensation as this hour seemed to encompass him as well. He harbored a disdain for those who made decisions on his behalf. Nevertheless, this middle-aged monk was evidently of a higher rank, and despite his discomfort, Shen maintained a respectful facade, raising his palm in greeting. Wu Wang pays respects to Master Uncle. This unexpectedly appearing middle-aged monk was none other than Kong Ming, who had previously engaged in a debate with Kong. At this moment, he approached slowly, his seemingly casual words concealing a deep-seated obsession. The three schools of Buddhism, the school of scriptures preserving the teachings, the school of precepts safeguarding the Dharma, and the school of discussions promoting the path of Buddha, are revered by countless disciples. However, it was the school of discussions that, 3 years prior, had invited a confrontation with the Iron Strategy Army commander at the border of Chitian Pass, inflicting a devastating defeat that allowed the iron hooves of the Great Li to trample into Yuzhou, displacing the common people. He is our enemy. Kong Ming's piercing gaze was fixed intently on Shen Yi, as if seeking to uncover hatred and resentment etched upon his face, to perceive the murderous intent toward the Great Dragon and Elephant sect. Yet, to his disappointment, Shen Yi merely cast his eyes downward and replied, I have learned much. The nature of the Great Dragon and Elephant sect was of little concern to him, yet the sudden appearance of this middle-aged monk stirred an undeniable impatience within Shen Yi. Kong Ming's reaction revealed his astonishment. After a debate with Kong Xiang, he sought out individuals within the White Robe Hall to inquire further. After a series of questions, he finally learned that the person Kong Xiang had spoken of was indeed Shen Yi, prompting him to hasten to find him, eager to take him as his disciple. Logically, after his previous remarks, it would be expected for Shen Yi, regardless of his temperance, to reveal some disdain for the Great Dragon and Elephant sect. Why then did he remain unfazed, seemingly indifferent to it? Contemplating these thoughts, Kong Ming once again spoke. Wu Wang, this humble monk Kong Ming has come today seeking to take you as a disciple. Would you be willing? In that instant, a rather obscure sentiment settled over Shen Yi. Before him, shadowy figures drenched in crimson seemed to flicker, and an inexplicable fury surged within him, igniting an impulse to unleash his pent-up emotions. Most crucially, he felt the malevolent intent of his evil blade beginning to stir, his right hand's fingers instinctively twitching as if compelled to draw the blade. The Shura 7 killing blade. Could it be that Kong Ming practices the Shura 7 killing blade? Shen Yi recalled his senior brother who mentioning that the Shura 7 killing blade likely originated from the Shura sect of the Divine Dragon Temple's 8 divisions. And the creator was almost certainly a monk from the temple. Upon hearing this, he had immediately abandoned the thought of seeking the individual behind Wuqing and resolved to engage with his contemporaries, Wuqing, Wu Ming, and Wu Yun, in a game of trivialities. Yet now, the very person suspected of creating the Shura 7 killing blade had sought him out. This unexpected turn of events left Shen Yi in a state of bemusement. Simultaneously, the anger that surged within him grew ever more intense as the shadow of the Great Dragon and Elephant sect loomed before him. Though the figure remained indistinct, Shen Yi instinctively believed it to represent the Great Dragon and Elephant sect. The fury within him urged him toward revenge. Vengeance! 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 Voices echoed in his ears, incessantly urging him to respond, igniting a powerful restlessness within Shen Yi. Vengeance upon your kin, he shouted inwardly. Suddenly, he clenched his right fist, forcefully suppressing the urge to draw his blade. With a crackling sound of bones, Shen Yi launched a punch toward Kong Ming. Today, he vowed, he would not allow himself to be manipulated by this scheming monk, regardless of how the situation escalated. Though Shen Yi yearns for tranquility, it does not imply that he shall incessantly retreat, becoming a mere turtle withdrawing into its shell. Should this matter escalate to the abbot, it will be intriguing to observe how Kong Ming justifies his seduction of the temple's disciples. Shen Yi's body trembled with determination as he unleashed his fist with the force of a dragon. With a thunderous roar, the golden energy transformed into a furious dragon, soaring majestically towards Kong Ming. Chapter 16. Seeking a master. Kong Ming let out a thunderous roar, instantly manifesting the appearance of a Shura, his face contorted with madness. And a chilling killing intent radiated from him. He raised his palm, forming it into a blade, and struck with a crimson light that resembled blood, fiercely cleaving towards the golden dragon. Upon contact, the blade's fierce edge was revealed, aiming at the dragoness neck, yet the dragon, as if endowed with sentience, coiled its form, causing the blade's light to shatter into fragments. The dragon's roar echoed, and its head was now mere moments away from Kong Ming. His face was a portrait of wrath, his madness intensified, as blood-red true energy blazed around him, enveloping his being like a fearsome, fire-bathed Shura. However, just as the golden dragon was about to collide with Kong Ming, its ferocious momentum abruptly halted, and the dragon gradually dissipated into nothingness. Kong Ming, my junior brother. Kong Xiang appeared behind Shen Yi, placing a hand gently on his back, his tone calm and measured. To employ a method of bewilderment against a junior disciple is a transgression of temple rules. Concurrently, a tranquil energy diffused, smoothing out the residual waves of energy from both Kong Xiang and Kong Ming. Shen Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting that a faint golden light enveloped the bookshelves. Though the clash between Kong Xiang and Kong Ming was fierce, it lasted but a single exchange, yet the books on the shelves remained undisturbed, perfectly arranged without a single page turned. In the sutra repository, martial arts must not be employed. Kong Xiang, you initiated the conflict. Your punishment is to face the wall for a month and transcribe the Diamond Sutra 50 times. Kong Ming, your malicious intentions have manifested uncontrollably with the Azura barrier-breaking technique. You shall face the wall for a year and transcribe the Sarangama Sutra 300 times. You too shall report to the discipline hall for your penalties. An elderly voice echoed down from the upper floor. Despite lacking authority, the moment the words fell, the monks who had been startled on the second floor returned to a state of calm, no longer fearing chaos on the first floor. Yes, Master Ancestor, Kong Xiang replied respectfully. Kong Ming, with a face full of reluctance yet not daring to defy, also bowed and said, Yes, Master Ancestor. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Not lingering any longer, the scorching true energy receded like a tide, and Shen Yi gasped for breath before expressing his gratitude to Kong Xiang. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your assistance. Had you not been willing, even I, as a humble monk, would not have been able to prevent you from taking me as your disciple. This. Shen Yi had never realized when he had become so sought after. Previously, in the White Robe Hall, he thought Kong Xiang had taken an interest in him, only to find that Kong Xiang had merely offered a few pointers before leaving. Now, he suddenly appeared in the sutra repository, aiding him at a critical moment, and sought to take him as a disciple, just like Kong Ming. What an extraordinary day this was. Yet, the issue remained that he had no desire to become a disciple. He merely wished to blend in with the other martial monks, to be an indistinguishable part of the crowd. Seeing Shen Yi's hesitation, Kong Xiang spoke. You need not worry that I will press you as Kong Ming did. Junior brother Kong Ming was driven by his own vexations to act so recklessly. Since you are wholeheartedly devoted to martial practice, as your master, I shall naturally protect your tranquility and ensure you are not disturbed. Wholeheartedly devoted to martial practice. So it is you. A dawning realization washed over Shen Yi, and he inwardly chuckled bitterly. He then bowed to Kong Xiang. Disciple pays respects to master. Kong Xiang reached out to support Shen Yi, a subtle smile breaking through his typically stern visage. There is no need for excessive formalities. Sincerity is sufficient. I must attend to disciplinary matters shortly, and your 3-year period is drawing to a close. Once I conclude my meditation, I shall accompany you to the Discipline Institute to receive your degree and officially recognize you as my direct disciple. With this initiation, Shen Yi would become a direct disciple, privileged to receive personal mentorship from his master. However, this also meant that Shen Yi would need to exercise greater caution in his practice, lest Kong Xiang detect any irregularities in his progress. Kong Xiang then glanced at the volume of the Diamond Sutra that Shen Yi held in his other hand. Although the Longxiang sect is a branch of the esoteric Buddhism and hails from a foreign land, their comprehension of the Dharma is indeed profound. You possess the foundation for external cultivation, akin to the Golden Bell shield. In your leisure, I encourage you to study this sutra and delve into its teachings. After imparting some additional advice, Kong Xiang instructed Shen Yi to avoid close associations with monks from Yuzhou before he departed to face his penalties. As Shen Yi watched Kong Xiang's figure recede, he sighed softly while still clutching the Diamond Sutra. His aspirations of remaining inconspicuous had abruptly shattered. He would now have to invest greater effort into maintaining a virtuous reputation, lest he find himself one day delivered to the demon suppression cave by Kong Xiang himself. I truly appreciate your help, Wuchen. Shen Yi gritted his teeth. Just then, Wuchen emerged from behind a nearby bookshelf, rubbing his bald head. So you discovered me. Who else would know that my sole focus is on martial training? Shen Yi rolled his eyes. Now, tell me, what is your connection with Uncle Kong Xiang? No, with my master? It was Wuchen's persuasion that prompted Kong Xiang to visit the sutra repository and fortuitously witnessed Kong Ming's intention to take Shen Yi as a disciple. Piecing together the sequence of events, Shen Yi was uncertain whether to be grateful to Wu Chen for extricating him from a precarious situation or to resent him for drawing attention to himself. It is merely a familial connection, Wu Chen chuckled. Uncle Kong Xiang expressed a desire to take me as a disciple, but I am acutely aware of my limitations. My ability to open meridians relies solely on my work at the Pharmacist Institute, where I assist in concocting elixirs. My accomplishments in martial arts are minimal. Furthermore, Uncle Kong from the Pharmacist Institute has already chosen to accept me as his disciple, which is why I recommended you to Uncle Kong Xiang. Though he spoke lightly, Shen Yi recognized Wu Chen's ambition to learn the Great Might Heavenly Dragon technique and his desire to become a disciple of Kong Xiang. Perhaps it was Wu Chen's expressed wish to apprentice under Kong Xiang after morning class yesterday that had prompted Kong Xiang's visit today. Ironically, it was Shen Yi who had ended up receiving the apprenticeship. Regardless, I am still thankful, Shen Yi remarked, patting the sutra in his hands. Becoming a disciple of Kong Xiang bore its advantages. At the very least, he need not worry about being compelled to apprentice under Kong Ming, who, if taken as a master, would likely demand vengeance as his ultimate goal. There was a high probability that this monk had succumbed to madness. And what of Wu Chen? He pondered whether Wu Chen's wicked blade was truly linked to Kong Ming. Observe the formidable aura he exuded while wielding the blade, akin to the essence of the knife fetched upon the mountainside. Chapter 17, on the discourse of martial arts with a resounding clap. Shen Yi closed the scripture in his hands, his expression one of resignation. Ever since Kong Xiang had departed, he had remained in the scripture pavilion, perusing the texts. Wu Chen, seemingly intrigued, had also taken a copy of the Heart Sutra to read. The outcome was that both found themselves dizzy from the wealth of knowledge. The commentary on the Diamond Sutra, penned by the esteemed Longxiang sect, was undoubtedly exceptional, although the copy in his hand was merely a transcription and not an original manuscript. The annotations still held significant value. Yet, the crux of the matter was that understanding Buddhist teachings was not simply a matter of desire. One could not grasp them at will. After reading it thrice and becoming increasingly overwhelmed by the myriad annotations, Shen Yi's sole takeaway remained the 16-character precept at the beginning. With a heart as steadfast as diamond, diligently and courageously, willing to sacrifice one's life. These 16 characters, left by the Longxiang sect, represented Shen Yi's greatest insight. The term diamond does not refer to the physical form, but rather to a heart and resolve as unyielding as diamond, impervious and indestructible. It is only with such a heart, boldly advancing without regret, that one can attain the essence of Buddhist teachings. From this phrase, one can discern the character of this individual from the doctrinal sect of Buddhism. Never mind. This scripture is truly not suited for me. I shall attend the unfettered conference instead, Wu Chen remarked with a sense of reflection. The nature of Buddhist texts, if one cannot comprehend them, remains incomprehensible. Even if annotations elucidate the meaning of each verse, without a profound understanding of Buddhist principles, one merely grasps surface-level interpretations. In some respects, it bears a resemblance to mathematics. As he spoke, he nudged Shen Yi with his elbow, adding, I have heard that the young prodigies from various sects wish to hold a small unfettered gathering before the main event, an opportunity for open discussion and martial exchange. What do you say? Shall we attend? The unfettered conference was set to take place the day after tomorrow. However, most guests had already arrived today and were currently resting in the reception hall. With a larger gathering of people, naturally, there would be more occurrences of rivalry and boasting, which many young individuals found difficult to resist. Shen Yi could already surmise the nature of this so-called small unfettered gathering, since it was not literally devoid of restrictions. Shen Yi felt little interest in the upcoming unfettered conference. However, he was quite intrigued by today's small gathering. It would be an opportunity to witness the young talents from various sects and perhaps gain insight into the unique martial arts of each faction. Thus, Shen Yi took the scripture he had borrowed to report to the monk on duty at the scripture pavilion. Since such transcribed texts were commonplace in the temple, he easily secured permission to borrow it. Afterward, he departed the scripture pavilion with Wu Chen, heading towards the location of the small unfettered gathering. Outside the reception hall lay a serene lake known as Mingxin Lake, symbolizing the clarity of one's heart. At this moment, a green radiance flickered across Mingxin Lake, and seeds in the air rapidly grew into wooden stakes at a visible pace, settling upon the lake's surface, bobbing gently. A crowd of monks gathered along the lakeside, their expressions filled with astonishment as they engaged in fervent discussion about the spectacle before them. As Shen Yi and Wu Chen arrived, they chanced upon a captivating scene. Wu Chen, filled with excitement, remarked, This is the 10,000 trees in spring of Baichao Valley. It appears that this time, the esteemed elder from Baichao Valley attending the Dharma assembly is one of the renowned figures listed on the white ranking. How do you know so much? Shani replied with feigned ignorance, feeling somewhat uninformed himself as a fellow martial monk. Of course, it's because of this, Wuchen said, swiftly drawing a tome from his sleeve and smiling. This is Discourse on Tao and Martial Arts published by the Taishu Tower in Zhengzhou. I specifically requested a purchasing monk from the Medicine King Temple to bring it from outside the monastery. Wherever there are people, there exists a martial world. And where there is a martial world, rankings are inevitable. However, due to the dangers faced by those responsible for compiling these rankings, a unified list has never been established. It wasn't until 50 years ago that the formidable Taishu Ho founded the Taishu Tower in Zhengzhou, ranking the experts of the world, thus gradually leading to a standardized list. Discourse on Tao and Martial Arts is a compilation of the rankings published by the Taishu Tower. It contains 36 names on the white ranking, showcasing the masters of the righteous sects, 36 on the black ranking, listing the vile characters of the martial world, 100 on the storm and cloud ranking, featuring the talents of the younger generation, and lastly, the most enigmatic, the heavenly ranking, which does not contain a numerical ranking but records the names of the 20 highest level martial artists and chi refiners of the current era. Shun Yi took the tome, flipping to the white ranking, where he found the name of the ancient Wu Daoist on page 32. Ancient Wu Daoist, a martial artist of the Xiantai realm, elder of the Baichao sect in Yunzhou, proficient in the techniques Jingmu, Chongxing Wanmu Tong Chun, and Chongxing sword technique. Beside it was a portrait of the ancient Wu Daoist, rendered with exquisite artistry, depicting a venerable figure with a long beard, along with characteristics of his martial techniques for easy recognition. Upon seeing this, Shani couldn't help but marvel. Such a list is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It is only due to the prowess of Taishu Ho, a formidable figure, that this discourse on Tao and martial arts exists. Anyone else would have long been silenced. As for why the heavenly ranking lacks numerical order, it is likely not because Taishu Ho desires it so, but rather due to his inability to compete against those formidable figures on the list. He then turned to the page of the storm and cloud ranking, eager to glimpse the strengths of the contemporary young talents. Given Taishu Ho's diligence, it was likely that the information on the younger generation would be even more comprehensive. The storm and cloud ranking, originally named the Qingyun ranking, signifies the aspiration for a smooth rise to success. It was renamed due to the declaration made by the current top of the white ranking, Xiao Baowei, the leader of the Xian Tianjin Wu Dao, who, 40 years ago, proclaimed that the world's brilliance emerges from our generation, thus transforming the Qingyun ranking into the storm and cloud ranking. The front page of this ranking lists the names of 100 young talents. Among them are disciples from the 3 Buddhist temples, the Linglong Iron Monastery, the Great Compassion Temple, and the Great Wheel Temple. From the 3 Taoist sects, the Xian Tianjin Wu Dao, Xinqing Palace, and Shangqing Temple, as well as many illustrious sects unknown to Shani, including wandering heroes who have risen due to fortunate circumstances. Shun Yi briefly scanned the names before turning the page to view the top ranking. However, in a careless flick, the pages turned several times, landing on page 6. Bai Chou, ranked 5th on the Storm and Cloud ranking, a martial artist of the Qi-nourishing realm, the chief disciple of the Sword Pavilion in Xuzhou, and a protege of the Sword God Moenian, proficient in martial arts, sword canon. Before the age of 18, his physique was frail and weak, and he did not cultivate martial skills, only practicing forms. However, after turning 18, he suddenly recovered. And within 3 years of martial training, his prowess surged remarkably, propelling him to the 5th rank on the Stormy Clouds list. This young man possesses the demeanor of a sword deity. The corner of this page bears creases, indicating it has been frequently perused, which is why Shun Yi effortlessly turned to this particular page. Bai Chou, Shun Yi gazed at the strikingly handsome youth depicted on the page, casting a barely perceptible glance at Wuchen. Chapter 18. Crossing the lake. Esteemed fellow disciples, on the other side of Mingxian Lake, from the small gate of the Zhiku courtyard, emerged a monk clad in a gray robe. His features were well-defined yet unremarkable. He gracefully leaped and landed upon the nearest wooden post by the lake, which stabilized immediately, standing firm like a mountain. The Zhiku courtyard had limited space, accommodating only 10 disciples. The gathering today was titled Wu Zhe, but entry required the disciples to demonstrate their abilities. Only those who could traverse this lake would be permitted to attend the meeting. Wu Yin stood calmly on the wooden post, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Alas, It seems I shall not witness this small wuxia gathering, Wu Qin remarked with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he turned to the page of his book, Discourse on Martial Arts, which featured the image and title of Wu Yin, ranked 46th on the Fengyun list. Wu Yin, ranked 46th on the Fengyun list. A martial cultivator of the Qi feeding realm, disciple of the Iron Monastery's abbot, Fangzhu. Proficient in techniques, Renli Tian Jing, Arahant Divine Skill, Great Brightness Fist, with Wu Yin making an appearance. Coupled with the earlier efforts of Gumu Dao Run in creating the wooden posts, it seemed the so-called small wuxia gathering, though initiated by the youth, was also being observed by the senior members of various sections. Contemplating this, Shen Yi began to deliberate whether he should attempt the challenge. His plan of concealment had faltered, and as a disciple of Kong Xiang, he could not evade the attention of others. In such circumstances, whether one was exceptionally gifted or rather mediocre, it would attract scrutiny. Thus, exhibiting potential that aligned with his identity and could garner Kong Xiang's regard would be most prudent to avert trouble. Simultaneously, I must distance myself from Wu Ju and the others to prevent the exposure of our connections. Since Wu Yin also hails from a refugee background, he can approach those aligned with Kong Ming, allowing me to navigate both factions seamlessly. Shun Yi mused, focusing on the situation upon the lake. The wooden posts bobbed gently, each capable of supporting an individual, yet a moment's misstep could result in a plunge into the lake. Meanwhile, Shen Yi turned his gaze towards the opposite shore. There, in the courtyard, emerged a group of around 10 men and women, each observing intently. Their demeanor suggested they would add a layer of difficulty to those attempting to cross. As anticipated, the first monk soon leaped towards the first wooden post, his form akin to a hawk, showcasing remarkable agility, effortlessly landing upon the post. He then propelled himself towards the adjacent one. Simultaneously, a young man on the opposite end made a snapping gesture. Suddenly, the monk's figure faltered mid-air. Upon landing on the post, his right leg gave way, and he tumbled into the lake, creating a considerable splash. The sound of the snap echoed like thunder, prompting Wu Qin, with an innate talent for observation, to exclaim, "It is Su Wenji, ranked 95th on the Fengyun list, known as Danqing Sheng." Upon hearing this, Shen Yi swiftly flipped to the last few pages of his book, locating Su Wenji's entry. Su Wenji, ranked 95th on the Wind and Cloud list, is a martial artist at the opening meridian stage, a student of the Yeyang Academy in Central State, and a disciple of the great scholar Su Ji. He excels in techniques such as Thunderous Snap and the Chronicle of Mountains and Rivers. The Thunderous Snap technique involves unleashing a powerful force capable of startling thunder. At the opening meridian stage, he can launch projectiles with a flick of his fingers, catching opponents off guard. Beyond the breath-eating stage, he can emit gusts of force with extraordinary potency. Upon reaching mastery, he could potentially wield power to shatter thunder itself. To be featured in this discourse on martial arts is both an honor and a burden. The martial arts he has mastered are now recorded in a tome, perhaps marking the day of his demise. In reflection, Shen Yi can only marvel at the might of Taisher Ho. Had he been in the same position, he would not have survived a single day. The first individual fell into the lake in a most peculiar manner, leaving many perplexed. They witnessed a monk's legs give way, causing him to collapse. Simultaneously, the monks recognized the challenges of crossing the lake. To traverse it, one must navigate the precarious wooden stumps while contending with distractions from the opposite side. The former presents some difficulty, but the latter proves to be quite formidable. Su Wenji's meridians should be entirely unblocked, seemingly on par with other martial monks at the opening meridian stage. However, the disparity is vast. Otherwise, he would not have earned a place on the Wind and Cloud list. Yet, he is not alone on the opposite shore. Let me give it a try. A familiar voice echoed as a black-faced monk leaped gracefully towards the wooden stumps. It was Wu Qin. This dark-faced deity had also chosen to cross the lake. As Wu Qin landed on the stumps, he suddenly swept his arms outward, causing his sleeves to billow, and a sharp crack resonated, releasing a visible burst of white dust. To Shen Yi's astonishment, Wu Qin effortlessly shattered Su Wenji's flying stones into powder. Initially, he believed their strengths to be comparable, having exchanged blows with Wu Qin on a previous occasion, yet the current display revealed that Wu Qin had not fully showcased his capabilities back then. Perhaps it was due to the depletion of his internal energy from practicing the Shura 7-kill blade, coupled with the aftermath of Brotherhood's tail strike. Reflecting on that fateful night, Shen Yi tightened his legs in trepidation. After dispersing the flying stones, Wu Qin soared forward like a gust of wind, skillfully maneuvering atop the wooden stumps or directly upon the lake's surface, demonstrating remarkable agility. In less than 4 breaths, he had traversed the expansive lake and landed steadily on the opposite bank. This black-faced deity possesses tremendous prowess. Even Wu Chun, who had previously held disdain for him, could not help but express admiration. Upon hearing this, Shani let out a light chuckle, saying, "If you wish to cross as well, I can assist you." "How so?" Wu Chun inquired, intrigued. "Allow me to demonstrate." Suddenly, Shani harnessed his energy, allowing the essence of the Yin to circulate rapidly through his meridians, bestowing upon him a sensation of ethereal lightness. He realized that, despite having deviated from the pure young essence in his childhood training, he had acquired a unique lightness akin to a certain technique for slicing chickens. At this moment, Shani focused his energy throughout his body, his figure resembling a wisp of green smoke, drifting towards the opposite shore with an air of both languor and swiftness, following closely behind me. This so-called trial made no stipulation that only one could pass. Chapter 19. My grandfather Taisher Ho How Swift. Su Wenji's expression turned serious. What was evidently the simplest technique of propulsion displayed such remarkable speed. Though the monk's true strength remained uncertain, his agility was undeniably extraordinary. Without hesitation, he reached down to seize several stones from the ground, flicking one with precision, sending it hurtling through the air. In direct confrontation with the flying stone, Shun Yi concentrated, entering a state reminiscent of his training, his mind devoid of distractions, fully attuned to his surroundings. Suddenly, he caught sight of a fleeting trace, his body instinctively tilting to the right, narrowly avoiding the projectile. The wooden stake quivered precariously, yet Shani steadied himself, anchoring the stake before transforming into a fleeting shadow. Gliding forward, behind him, Wu Chun also leaped onto the stake, closely following in pursuit of crossing the river. What of this move? Su Wenji felt his competitive spirit igniting. Allowing 3 individuals to traverse the lake would surely tarnish his reputation as a distinguished talent on the leaderboard. With a surge of determination, he launched another stone, which, mid-flight, shattered into 5 fragments, obstructing all of Shun Yi's escape routes, followed by another stone aimed directly at him. At that moment, Shun Yi's ethereal form suddenly solidified, enveloped in a soft golden glow. In the midst of the resonating bell and the sound of grinding bones, he transformed into a golden monk, forcefully countering the stones. The golden bell shield concealed his presence, while the dragon's iron cloth was subtly activated, and the Taiyin child technique enhanced his lightness. The interplay of these 3 techniques rendered Shun Yi both immensely powerful and ghostly agile as he glided across half the lake. Just then, Wu Chun, who had just crossed, suddenly moved, leaping back onto the wooden stake to confront Shun Yi, who was about to cross. He launched himself from the stake, his claws swirling in a tempestuous dance, conjuring hundreds of claw shadows, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The claw shadows glimmered, similarly protected by golden light, forming an aura akin to the golden bell shield. This fellow is relentless, Shun Yi mused, observing Wu Chun's interception. He did not retreat. Instead, he sank slightly on the stake before leaping, launching his fist forward. His internal energy transformed into the spirit dragon heart method, revealing an imposing force that produced a resounding rush of air. This was undoubtedly Shun Yi's only formidable technique, the Arhat Fist. With a foundational martial art confronting Wu Chun's Indra Claw, Shun Yi eschewed any embellishment, aiming for a direct line as his fists collided with the claw shadows. Amidst the clashing sounds of metal, Wu Chun's expression shifted as he swiftly adjusted his stance to block. Bang! His raised arms absorbed the impact of Shun Yi's fists. Yet the unexpected force caused the protective aura to ripple. Wu Chun's countenance darkened, his internal energy surging as the golden light around him intensified, preparing to counterattack. However, just then, another figure leaped from behind Shun Yi, a large, bald head reflecting the midday sun, momentarily blinding Wu Chun. With a resonant clang, Wu Chun was sent flying backward, landing deftly on the nearest stake to the shore, absorbing the impact before sliding back half a foot onto the land. Umitba! Wu Chun chanted, acknowledging the impressive prowess of his brother, Wu Wang, who was indeed a formidable force, deserving of the recognition from the esteemed master of the void. Wu Chun admired. It appears that Wu Chun has received news regarding the empty form-seeking disciples, which is why he has once again turned his attention to Shun Yi. However, after his attempts to confront Shun Yi failed, he calmly accepted the outcome, revealing no excess hostility, making it difficult for others to question his motives. To suggest that his actions were merely an assessment of Shun Yi's abilities seems rather contrived. This monk is indeed quite formidable. As Shun Yi and Wu Chun reached the shore, they contemplated the situation while simultaneously expressing their respect. Umitba, brother Wu Chun, Your praise is unwarranted. Were it not for the instability in your stance affecting your balance during the leap, I would have indeed found it challenging to surpass your test. At this juncture, with a look of concern, Shani inquired, "Brother, have you injured your legs?" This question caused Wu Qin's expression to stiffen. He had indeed sustained an injury. Not to his legs, but to a more sensitive area, the result of a blow from Brother Hu, which had yet to heal completely, thus contributing to his unsteady footing. I appreciate your concern, junior brother. Wu Qin's demeanor darkened further as he waved his sleeve lightly and stepped aside, conveying a desire for silence. Meanwhile, a group of men and women on the shore were observing Shun Yi and Wu Qin, but as it was not the appropriate moment for conversation, they refrained from making introductions. The wind and cloud swordsman, Lin Feng, and the mountain-splitting palm, Tai Shan, are both renowned figures on the wind and cloud rankings. Wu Qin whispered to Shun Yi, indicating the two individuals. As for the others, since they were not listed on the rankings, Wu Qin did not recognize them. The remaining individuals hailed from Shenqing Palace, Baichao Valley, and Tiana Sword Sect. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Shenqing Palace, Tiana Sword Sect, Baichao Valley." Along with the Sword Pavilion where Lin Feng resides, the Jiang Gang led by Tai Shan, and the Yang Academy represented by Su Wenji, are the sects that have now arrived at your esteemed temple. A young man, clad in a blue robe and appearing to be around 20 years of age, had approached unnoticed, his slightly plump face adorned with a warm smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Lei Dazhuang from Taisha Tower. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Lei Dazhuang. Wu Qin couldn't help but chuckle. "You hardly look robust at all." Curious, Wu Qin inquired while returning the gesture. "How did you come to know this?" It was he who compiled the wind and cloud rankings. Shani produced the newly acquired discussion on martial arts and turned to its first page. Indeed, beside the title Wind and Cloud Rankings, there was a line inscribed with the name Lei Tian Dazhuang. This Lei Dazhuang is quite amusing, fearing others might mock his name. He had attached a prophetic nickname to it, prominently displayed on the page. While Wu Qin had been preoccupied with the notable talents on the rankings, it was Shun Yi's keen eye that quickly spotted the small text on the first page. "Impressive, Junior Master," Lei Dazhuang remarked, a genuine smile illuminating his face. "Many have perused discussion on martial arts, yet few can recall Lei Tian Dazhuang upon first meeting me. For this reason alone, I wish to befriend you today. To be capable of composing a list of illustrious figures signifies a person of considerable stature." In stark contrast, Shun Yi and Wu Qin, these two monks, appear rather inconspicuous, at least for the time being, as their standings are starkly unequal. As for the notions of rank and status, Lei Dazhuang remains unfazed, asserting that he never regards social standing when forging friendships, for many individuals do not measure up to his own stature. After all, my grandfather is none other than the esteemed Taisher Ho. Chapter 20. The incident at the unveiled gathering. Once again, let us introduce Taisher Ho, a formidable figure at the 7th realm of martial arts. He stands among the 20 in the heavenly rankings and is the lord of the Grand Xian, as well as the master of Taisha Tower. In this realm, Lei Dazhuang dares not boast of his prowess, yet few would challenge him, for his grandfather is Taisher Ho. While casually mentioning his lineage, Lei Dazhuang wears a congenial smile, conveying audacious words with an approachable demeanor. Shani remains uncertain as to what Lei Dazhuang sees in him. Perhaps it is a matter of affinity or the martial skills he has displayed. Regardless, he resolves to respond to whatever challenge may arise. As their conversation unfolds, the crossing of the lake continues. Su Wenji, noticing that 3 individuals have successfully crossed, feels a sense of shame wash over him. He decides to exert himself fully, bravely halting over 20 individuals, causing the opposing monks to hesitate. The martial arts of the Linglong Taisha emphasize the principle of gradual accumulation, developing from the external to the internal. To enter the monkhood, aspirants must endure 3 years of foundational training before they may seek a master. This results in most disciples within the temple being over 30 years old, who, having surpassed the threshold of the Fengyun rankings, feel reluctant to bully Su Wenji, a youth in his 20s. Consequently, for a time, no one dares to cross the lake. However, Su Wenji is not invincible. His extensive efforts have drained his internal energy, and he steps back to allow others to take their turn. Without the advantage of his formidable ranged attack, the subsequent challengers find it considerably easier. After leisurely conversing for approximately half an hour, the 10 individuals finally assemble. As they enter the courtyard, they are greeted by the sight of several tables arranged on either side, at the far end of which sit Wuyin and a valiant swordsman. It appears they have been waiting for quite some time, and the atmosphere between the two parties feels somewhat tense. Here sits the most powerful individual at today's gathering. Lei Dazhuang whispers, introducing the swordsman, by Jingyun, the cloud of chaos from the Sword Pavilion, ranked 44th on the Fengyun rankings, a position slightly above Wu Ying. However, should a conflict arise, only they would truly know the outcome. Indeed, in a couple of days, this title may well shift again, as other sects have yet to arrive. Bai Jingzhen places his sword horizontally across the table, one hand resting on the scabbard, emanating an unyielding aura that makes it difficult for onlookers to fix their gaze upon him. In contrast, Wu Ying remains as still as a statue, seated with hands clasped and eyes half closed, seemingly reciting a silent mantra. Their silence conveys an invisible weight. Aside from these two, the courtyard is devoid of others. The ancient wood practitioner, who previously summoned seeds to create wooden stakes, is nowhere to be seen. It appears that this gathering is solely attended by the younger generation. As the words escape his lips, the ambient noise brought by the crowd falls silent, an inexplicable tension enveloping the space, compelling everyone's gaze towards the two figures. Is Dali making a move again? Shin Yi's gaze sharpens, focusing intently on them. He has sensed that the atmosphere of this unveiled gathering is peculiar. First with Wu Qing's suspicious demeanor before the proceedings began, followed by the discord within the temple, and now witnessing the standoff between Bai Jingzhen and Wu Ying. It appears that the recent unrestricted assembly has gradually brought certain contradictions to the surface. Ba, the words of the serene monk remain undisturbed, devoid of any ripples. Esteemed benefactor, such significant matters are best left to the elders to decide. There is no need for us to fret over them. However, upon hearing this, Bai Jingzhen scoffed coldly. Do not feign ignorance. I refuse to believe that you are oblivious to the implications of this minor assembly. As he spoke, Shin Yi suddenly felt a stirring within, sensing an intangible yet palpable gaze upon him, accompanied by a heavy oppression in his heart. Who could it be? The ancient Taoist? Or someone else? Realizing the scrutiny and considering Bai Jingyun's words, he began to form a hypothesis. This unrestricted assembly was not merely a discourse on Buddhist teachings. Rather, it was a probing of the stance of the Linglong Iron Monastery. Both within and outside the temple, there were those keenly observing Linglong Iron Monastery's choices, eager to discern whether it would indeed enter the fray. This minor assembly served as a preliminary test, gauging the intentions of Linglong Iron Monastery. Among the attendees, some remained oblivious to the truth, bewildered by the tense atmosphere, while others, aware of the reality, fixed their gaze intently on Wu Ying, as if not wishing to miss even the slightest movement of his lips. He raised his voice slightly, and immediately, a monk bearing vegetarian dishes entered, carefully arranging them upon the tables on either side. Simultaneously, Wu Ying remarked, "If you seek answers, you ought to inquire of my senior brother, rather than myself. Today, let us discuss martial arts solely. Let us disregard all else. What say you?" Hearing this, Lei Dazhuang, who had entered the courtyard alongside Shun Yi and Wu Qin, expressed some regret. "I wondered why my senior brother Wu Lai suddenly withdrew. It turns out this is the reason. What a pity it is to miss such a grand spectacle." Wu Lai, being the foremost disciple of the abbot and the most likely successor to lead the Linglong Iron Monastery, would indeed have represented its stance. Now, with Wu Lai absent and only Wu Ying present, it indicated that the decision of Linglong Iron Monastery remained uncertain. Being able to witness the martial exchanges among various sects was a boon in itself, and Shun Yi felt quite content. After all, he had come to experience the martial prowess of different schools. The position of Linglong Iron Monastery was not something he needed to concern himself with. He and Wu Qin took their seats towards the back. Though unremarkable, they had a clear view of the entire assembly. Lei Dazhuang, in a fit of enthusiasm, sat down at a nearby table. The table was laden with an array of vegetarian dishes: Buddha's hand bamboo shoots, merit gold legs, Luohan feast, 8 treasures harmony, and silver silk mushrooms, all artfully arranged. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, as a disciple of Linglong Iron Monastery, Shin Yi realized he had never tasted most of these exquisite dishes, which were typically reserved for guests, while the monks usually dined on communal meals. By now, it was midday, and many were feeling hungry. Thus they began to enjoy the vegetarian fare while discussing topics that naturally revolved around the prospect of battle. 3 years prior, Linglong Iron Monastery, along with some other sects, had refrained from participating in the conflict at the borders, instead later providing aid to refugees and sheltering some deserving children. Once again, the moment of choice has arrived. The decision of the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple not only represents itself but also influences the other sections. Should that group of beasts from Delhi dare to trespass the borders again, I, the humble monk, shall be the first to march to the frontier and unleash a massacre. Suddenly, Wu Chen slammed the cup in his hand onto the table, causing the pure wine within to splash and capturing everyone's attention. The black-faced deity's countenance was filled with fury as he proclaimed loudly, "Even at the risk of expulsion from the sect, I will ensure those beasts pay the price." Upon hearing this declaration, a fellow monk who had accompanied Shun Yi to the gathering echoed, "Wu Chun, my senior brother, harbors such resolve. I, your junior brother, do not wish to lag behind. Should war be reignited, I am willing to accompany you to the borders." Their proclamation sharply contrasted with Wu Yin's silence, instantly shifting the atmosphere in the room. Bai Jingyun, witnessing this, placed his hand on his sword and addressed the stone-like Wu Yin. "How about this? Since you previously stated that we would only discuss martial arts, let us converse about martial arts today. If I prevail, you shall summon your senior brother to avoid tarnishing the reputation of one of the 3 Buddhist temples. If you are the superior, then I, Bai Jingyun, shall refrain from mentioning this matter and shall not participate further." Wu Yin's senior brother had refused to express his intentions under the pretext of seclusion. Thus, Bai Jingyun aimed to compel him to emerge, prompting both him and the spirit dragon iron temple to make a choice. As these words hung in the air, Wu Chen and the others were stirred. It seemed that if Wu Yin did not acquiesce, they too would have to step forward. Although such a course might invite punishment, their demeanor suggested that the notion of punishment was of little concern to them. At this juncture, Wu Yin found it impossible to refuse. If he truly allowed Wu Chun and the others to speak, the dignity of the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple would be utterly compromised. Sighing softly, Wu Yin opened his previously half-closed eyes and met Bai Jingyun's gaze. "Since you insist, my benefactor, I shall oblige. However, to maintain harmony, let us each sit quietly and engage in a contest of energy. Should anyone move even a fraction, they shall be deemed a loser." "Very well, let it be so." Bai Jingyun laughed heartily, raising a finger. A strand of energy stirred the pure wine on the table, tracing a gentle curve before settling on the tip of Bai Jingyun's finger, forming a wine sword. Simultaneously, Wu Yin subtly circulated his true energy, a shimmering golden aura rippling around him, faintly revealing the form of a golden-skinned arhat enveloping his being. Bai Jingyun, having reached the realm of consuming energy, draws upon the essence of clouds as his foundation. His sword energy is adept at gathering water and is notably versatile. In contrast, Wu Yin specializes in arhat techniques, his true energy rooted in an essence likely intertwined with the Buddhist path. Not far away, Lei Dazhuang fixed his gaze intently on the two, as if speaking to himself while elucidating for Shun Yi and Wu Chun. The cultivation methods of the opening veins realm can already yield internal energies of various natures, while the consuming energy realm represents a further elevation of internal energy, nurturing one's own essence. Distinct cultivation methods, varied physiques, and choices will cultivate different true energies, leading to divergent outcomes in one's martial prowess. Once one breaks through to the consuming energy realm, their strength is not merely multiplied. And now, the time has come for these 2 martial practitioners of the consuming energy realm to engage in combat. Behold the sword. Seated majestically, Bai Jingyun issued a clear command, and the sword formed from the wine surged forth like a whip, slicing through the air with a shimmering trail. A formidable sword energy rose, attracting the surrounding moisture, visibly. Large swathes of mist enveloped Bai Jingyun, intertwining with the liquid blade, rendering its shadow akin to a dragon dancing amidst the fog, elusive and enigmatic. Concurrently, Wu Yin formed a luminous seal with his fingers, unleashing a radiant fist that resonated with power. Beneath the radiant light, the looming phantom of the arhat mirrored his strike. And as their fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, sending ripples of energy through the air. With a resounding impact, the mist dispersed, and the radiant fist imprint surged forth, dispelling the clouds with overwhelming force, advancing toward Jingyun in a regal display. Yet, within the swirling mists, the wine sword coiled like a serpent, ensnaring the fist of the arhat's phantom, the water flowing in agitation, slicing through the arhat's arm with relentless precision, akin to a serpent slithering forward, aiming directly for Wu Yin's corporeal form. "Receive my cloud sword." Bai Jingyun, emboldened by his advantage, suddenly unsheathed his sword, its bright light ringing out. The sword energy extending from the blade like flowing clouds and rushing water, merging with the liquid sword to ensnare Wu Yin. However, Wu Yin was no ordinary opponent. Drawing a deep breath, he trembled with energy. A deep, resonant roar surged from his throat, erupting forth violently. Roar! The Arhot's phantom let out a fierce howl. A thunderous clap resonating through the air, shattering the wine's sword, and a tempest of fierce winds surged forth. This was none other than the renowned sound technique of the spirit dragon iron temple, the Diamond Lion's Roar. The ferocious sound wave instantly disrupted by Jingyun's sword momentum, as waves of cloud energy billowed from his seated form, colliding with the fierce winds. With a mighty explosion, a wave of energy erupted in the courtyard, sending tables flying and catching the onlookers off guard, besieged by both the sound wave and the turbulent winds. Fortunately, at a critical moment, an azure barrier rose abruptly, shielding the two combatants and preventing the bystanders from suffering collateral damage. After a brief interval, the energy waves gradually subsided. Lei Dazhuang, stabilizing his stance, patted his ears to ensure his hearing was intact, then surveyed the disheveled courtyard and remarked, "This place has been utterly wrecked. The small unveiled gathering cannot continue in such disarray. It's quite undignified." In his view, Wu Yin, recognizing the futility of overcoming by Jingyun, resorted to such tactics, forcibly concluding the gathering. Even if he were to lose in their confrontation, he would have an excuse to refrain from summoning his senior brother Wulai into the fray. Among the spectators, one figure stood out, Wu Yin, calm and composed, gradually regaining his inner energy. Meanwhile, amidst the dispersing mists, a grotesque visage emerged, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. Bai Jingyun sat cross-legged, his sword resting upon his knees, his eyes wide open, gazing intently at Wu Yin, utterly devoid of life. Bai Jingyun was dead. All who witnessed this scene, including the previously composed Wu Yin, now displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, a fleeting azure figure appeared in the courtyard, an elder clad in a Taoist robe, gazing at the lifeless Bai Jingyun with a face twisted in fury. Under his watchful gaze, Bai Jingyun had perished. The blood seeping from his 7 orifices bore a dark hue, mirroring the elder's expression. He had succumbed to poison. The old man suddenly turned his gaze towards Wu Yin, exclaiming, "There is poison in the vegetarian dish." At that moment, the same thought flickered through Shen Yi's mind, and a multitude of images flashed through his consciousness. Chapter 21. A deep grudge before the eyes of the gathered crowd, and under the watchful gaze of the ancient wood priest, Bai Jingyun succumbed to poison. A mere utterance of toxicity prompting an instinctive effort to suppress the venom that threatened to manifest within. However, to their astonishment, there were no signs of poisoning in their bodies. Rather, they felt invigorated. Amit Ba, intoned Wu Yin, "I harbor no ill will towards the benefactor Bai. I beseech you all to bear witness." The expression of the ancient wood priest darkened, as if shadows could drip from his countenance. His gaze swept over Wu Yin and then the crowd. As he spoke in a chilling tone, "Brother Qi of the Sword Pavilion entrusted his junior to me before meeting the abbot of the Lingmen. Yet now, someone dares to poison and kill right before my very eyes. Such audacity is truly remarkable." In his fury, he laughed grimly, suddenly extending his palm to gather the vegetarian dishes scattered around Bai Jingyun. With his other hand, he summoned a swirling azure energy, enveloping the dishes before him. Visibly, the azure energy darkened upon contact with the food, transforming into a deep blue-black hue as he tested all 5 dishes in succession. Although the ancient wood priest hailed from the 100 Herbs Valley and lacked the poison knowledge of his fellow disciples, he was certainly capable of discerning toxicity. He extracted the darkened energy and thrust it forward, commanding, "Go." The dark energy danced in the air like a spectral serpent, suddenly darting towards a particular individual. The crowd's eyes followed in unison, witnessing the dark energy spiral around one person as form incessantly. "It is you. It is indeed you." The person, Shen, bore the weight of their scrutiny, his expression inscrutable, yet only he knew that his fist was gradually tightening within his sleeve. "Indeed. A member of the spirit dragon iron temple," the ancient wood priest declared coldly, extending his palm towards Shen Yi. "I shall take you to meet the abbot of the Lingmen and demand an explanation." The energy swirled violently, creating a vortex that exerted tremendous force, propelling Shen Yi helplessly towards the ancient wood priest. Confronted with the old priest's wrath and the impending search, Shen Yi envisioned the dire predicament that awaited him. Even if he could eventually prove his innocence, what would become of his peculiar constitution? "I can identify the true culprit," Shen Yi suddenly shouted before the ancient wood priest's hand could grasp his neck. His body halted mere inches from the outstretched hand. As the ancient wood priest controlled his energy with remarkable precision, his cold gaze fixed intently upon Shen Yi. "What did you say?" "Since my arrival at the guest courtyard, I have been under the watchful eyes of others. Even after entering the courtyard, I remained beneath the gaze of my seniors." "Pray tell, how could I have poisoned anyone?" Shen Yi asserted. There are many doubts surrounding this matter, and you too harbor suspicions, which is why you have temporarily restrained your fury to hear my words. Am I not correct? Enough of this idle talk. The ancient wood priest interjected with a sweep of his sleeve, his voice grave. I demand the truth. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, do not blame me for taking you to meet the abbot of the Lingmen. He certainly held suspicions. Yet this incident was inextricably linked to the spirit dragon iron temple. The poison was discovered within the vegetarian dishes, placing the blame squarely on the Linglong Taisha sect, which must assume responsibility. However, since the young monk claimed he could identify the culprit, the Gumu Taoist could not dismiss his assertion outright. After all, Linglong Taisha is a prominent Buddhist sect, renowned for its numerous skilled practitioners. It would be unwise to offend them without affording them an opportunity to explain themselves. Very well. Shani acquiesced. Let us first discuss the points of suspicion. Each type of vegetarian dish was presented together by the monks, distributed onto the tables of the guests. Generally speaking, unless all the serving monks harbored malicious intent, it would be improbable for all the dishes served to Bai Jingyun to be tainted with poison. At this juncture, Gumu Taoist cast a glance at the dishes he had suspended in the air with his chi, nodding slightly. In the courtyard, there were 10 tables, meaning there were 10 plates of each type of dish. If only one plate among the 10 was poisoned. How extraordinarily unfortunate must Bai Jingyun be to have consistently selected that 1 in 10 chance, and to have done so 5 times in succession. Could it be that all the serving monks conspired to remember the poisoned dish and deliberately placed it before Bai Jingyun? If true, this would reflect poorly on Linglong Taisha, suggesting their inability to prevent a group of murderers from infiltrating their guest hall. Enough with the suspense, speak plainly. A swordsman clad in a blue robe interjected, his voice commanding. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall ensure you accompany Brother Bai to the grave. This blue-robed swordsman was none other than Lin Feng, the Chi Feng swordsman encountered earlier, and a disciple of Bai Jingzun, also hailing from the sword pavilion. At this moment, Lin Feng glared at Shun Yi with a face full of murderous intent, ready to draw his sword at any moment. In truth, it would be quite simple to poison Bai Jingyun. One need only taint all the vegetarian dishes. In such a scenario, regardless of which dish was placed before him, it would guarantee his poisoning. Shani addressed the assembly directly, articulating this thought. This assertion evoked both concern and incredulity among the listeners. The concern arose from the notion that if the dishes were indeed poisoned, everyone present would inevitably be affected. The absurdity lay in the fact that aside from Bai Jingyun, none appeared to be unwell. At least, no one had shown any signs of discomfort thus far. Nonsense. Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword, launching a swift strike towards Shun Yi. Yet, before his blade could reach its target, Shun Yi continued speaking. As long as we ensure that Bai Jingyun did not consume the dish containing the antidote, he would be safe. Suddenly, Gumu Taoist snapped his fingers, unleashing a gust of wind that deflected the sword's trajectory, causing it to fly from Lin Feng's grasp. Proceed, he urged, fixating his gaze upon Shun Yi. All 5 dishes are indeed poisonous, but if one dish can counteract the poison, consuming it alone would result in toxicity. However, if consumed alongside the other dishes, it could neutralize the poison, Shun Yi asserted, undeterred by the lingering threat of the sword. He focused intently on the suspended dishes and extended his hand. With deliberation, he sampled each dish: Buddha's hand bamboo shoots, golden legs of merit, Arhut vegetarian dish, 8 treasures harmony, and silver thread mushroom, one by one, chewing and swallowing them with purpose. These vegetarian dishes have all been verified for toxicity by the ancient wood master. They are indeed poisonous. Should one partake of them, while it may not result in the gruesome fate of Bai Jingzun, who bled from all 7 orifices, symptoms of poisoning would surely manifest. However, after Shani consumed the dish, a full quarter of an hour passed without any indication of poisoning. He stood there, vibrant and full of life, seemingly in perfect health. Shun Yi continued, from my position at the back, I could clearly observe the foremost Bai benefactor and Brother Wuyin. It appears that the Bai benefactor has an aversion to the silver thread mushrooms. After the dishes were served, he partook of the other 4, but left the silver thread mushrooms untouched. Hence, I boldly speculate that the silver thread mushrooms are the antidote to the poison. Upon hearing this, many who had already eaten began to ponder whether they had consumed the silver thread mushrooms. Although by this point, any poison would have already taken effect. The thought lingered. Others, with sharper minds, began to deduce why Bai Jingyun had been poisoned. The perpetrator, intent on harming Bai Jingyun, must certainly have been aware of his dietary preferences. Within this guest hall, few would know Bai Jingyun so intimately. Suddenly, Lin Feng attempted to flee. Yet before the ancient would master, even Bai Jingyun would find escape difficult, let alone Lin Feng. If you managed to escape, I would truly have no face to see my fellow practitioners, the ancient would master declared, seizing Lin Feng as shoulder and locking all his meridians with overwhelming energy. Shen Yi calmly chanted a Buddhist phrase, stating, "It appears there is no need for me to continue speaking." The assailant's urge to flee speaks volumes. The one who poisoned is none other than Lin Feng, the disciple of Bai Jingyun. Yet Shen Yi remained curious. Lin benefactor and Bai benefactor share the same master. Why resort to such treachery? At that moment, the captured Lin Feng displayed a fierce demeanor, his face twisted with murderous intent. He looked at Shen Yi, then at the lifeless figure of Bai Jingyun, and suddenly burst into laughter. Why else? It is, of course, for revenge. Bai Jingyun may act with righteousness, as if he is prepared to fight against the delete, but who does not know that the earthquake in Yuzhou years ago was linked to that? The ancient would master swiftly struck Lin Feng's mute point, silencing his further revelations. Ah, this. Shen Yi glanced at the old master. What you are doing is quite unethical. Meanwhile, an ominous premonition grew within Shen Yi. The death of Bai Jingyun was entwined with the calamity of Yuzhou 3 years prior, and Lin Feng's motives for murder stemmed from vengeance. This compelled Shen Yi to contemplate the monks within the Linglong Taisha. This is becoming increasingly troublesome, he mused silently. Watching as Lin Feng was led away by the ancient wood master, observing Wu Yin summon the guest monk to address the aftermath. This minor assembly may not have mobilized forces, yet it had certainly drawn the attention of all the martial monks within the Linglong Taisha. Who could have predicted that it would conclude in such a manner? Bai Jingyun was also a prominent figure among the younger generation, his rank slightly above that of Wu Yin. Who could have foreseen that this promising talent would meet such an end? Shen Yi and Wu Chun emerged from the guest hall, remaining silent for a considerable time, seemingly still ensnared in the aftermath of the recent gathering. Upon reaching a bamboo grove adjacent to the hall, Shen Yi abruptly shattered the stillness with a question. I wish to know, why must Bai Jingyun be killed? His steps faltered as he posed this inquiry. Wu Chun, who walked alongside him, also halted, displaying a look of astonishment. In response, Shen Yi retrieved from his sleeve the volume of discourse on martial arts that he had previously acquired from Wu Chen, turning the pages to the one featuring Bai Chou. The creases were deep, indicating it had been perused numerous times. Such behavior could signify either profound admiration or intense animosity towards the individual in question. Holding the book aloft, Shen Yi directed that page towards Wu Chen and spoke in a calm tone devoid of any tremor. It appears that your sentiments towards Bai Chou are predominantly of the latter, intense hatred. Moreover, I have yet to mention another point. My conjecture that the silver silk mushroom serves as the antidote is not solely based on my scrutiny of Bai Jingyun, but rather because I observed you consuming the silver silk mushroom. While others may be oblivious, Shen Yi, who had spent 3 years in Wu Chen's company, was acutely aware that Wu Chen abstained from fungi, be it mushrooms or grass mushrooms. He did not partake in them. Just like Bai Jingyun, Wu Chen was not one to consume silver silk mushrooms. This recent behavior of Wu Chen suddenly indulging in grass mushrooms had initially escaped Shen Yi's notice until the unfortunate demise of Bai Jingyun due to poisoning, which subsequently cast suspicion upon him. In that dire moment, Shen Yi found himself cornered, leading him to take a gamble on this suspicion. And as it turned out, his doubts were indeed justified. I typically do not consume grass mushrooms, but given that this vegetarian dish is a rarity, it would be a pity to waste it. Wu Chen remarked, his expression a mixture of astonishment and concern, exclaiming, Are you not frightened to the point of folly? He feigned shock, but under Shen Yi's unwavering gaze, Wu Chen gradually composed himself, as though shedding a mask, his demeanor becoming expressionless. Indeed, it is he. He was involved in this poisoning scheme. I had not anticipated that the discourse on martial arts I carelessly carried would inadvertently carry the sin of poison, leading to your suspicion. Although I had subsequently eradicated the odor with an antidote, absolving myself of any implication, it nonetheless cast you into doubt. I also did not foresee that you would suspect me due to this poisoning incident. Wu Chen finally confessed, Indeed, I too participated in the poisoning, and the very toxin was secretly handed to Lin Feng by me after crossing the lake. Thus, Lin Feng had suddenly invited Shen Yi to witness the small gathering. He had intended to partake in it all along. It seems that, even without Shen Yi's assistance, Wu Chen would have found a way to cross the lake and engage in this small assembly. Both Shen Yi and others had underestimated Wu Chen. As for his motivations, Shen Yi now harbored suspicions. If his conjectures were correct, It was likely a quest for vengeance. I seek retribution, a blood feud for the destruction of my family. Wu Chan articulated slowly, his tone devoid of warmth. I hail from a family of medicine, well-to-do, and the sole heir. What could compel me to renounce my heritage and take vows as a monk in the Linglong Iron Monastery? Why refuse my uncle's assistance and seek him as a mentor? Because my home was lost 3 years ago in the calamities of war, and I yearn for vengeance. I seek retribution against the sword god and all those responsible for the great disaster in Yuzhou. Do you wish to kill him, Owentian? Shani felt a shiver of fear. It appears your reach extends far and wide. Consider the countless lives lost to earthquakes and warfare, as well as the valiant souls who perished in their efforts to aid the borders. How many kin and friends do you suppose they had? How many bore a grudge against those heinous perpetrators? Wu Chan scoffed with derision. Even if only 1 in 10 sought vengeance, it would still amount to an astonishing figure. Wuong, this time you have not exposed me, and I shall remember this favor. In the future, I shall surely repay it. I merely hope that a day will not come when we, as brothers, become adversaries. Chapter 22. The source of the past. Wu Chan departed. After uttering those heartfelt words, he shed his previous guise and left with profound solemnity. Heartfelt indeed. Shun Yi observed his retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. In truth, you have erred in one respect. This is not the bestowal of a favor, but rather the repayment of one. Wu Chan harbored no ill intent toward Shen Yi. He had urged Kong Xian to take Shen Yi as his disciple. Shen Yi had previously been suspected by the ancient Taoist, a misfortune that Wu Chan unwittingly contributed to. Yet, he carelessly poisoned all the vegetarian dishes and failed to clarify matters when Shen Yi was under suspicion. Perhaps he believed that by being nearby, he could watch Shun Yi consume all the dishes, or perhaps he thought that a temporary injustice would not be detrimental, trusting that Shun Yi would ultimately be vindicated. Little did he know, Shen Yi had narrowly escaped the life and death ordeal. Had he been presented before the abbot, Shen Yi could scarcely guarantee that his secrets would remain undiscovered. Moreover, before consuming those 5 toxic dishes, Shen Yi was not entirely certain of his conjectures. He too was gambling. Should he lose this wager, he would be condemned to accompany by Jing Yun to the grave. Thus, the bond forged over 3 years has reached its conclusion. Simultaneously, this encounter served as a poignant reminder for Shen Yi. The unpredictability of tomorrow and the unforeseen can never be anticipated. He had initially planned to proceed with caution, gradually cultivating followers and enhancing his own standing. Yet, today's events revealed to him that only by traversing the present can one step into the future. It was time to liberate himself and begin developing a contingent of followers. A gradual approach was ill-suited for his current circumstances. Contemplating this, Shen Yi resolved to seek out Wu Jue and instruct him regarding forthcoming matters. However, as he turned, a voice called out, halting his steps. Shidi Wuwang. Wu Yin emerged from the guest hall, pausing about 10 paces away. Despite the tumultuous events he had recently endured, the second disciple of the abbot exuded an air of calmness and composure, embodying the demeanor of a master unmoved by the 8 winds. At that moment, the guest hall had been taken over by the monks from the discipline court, granting Wu Yin a brief respite. He approached Shen Yi and remarked, "Thanks to Shidi Wuwang for uncovering the true culprit, otherwise our temple would have faced utter disgrace. Should the matter have reached the abbot?" Regardless of whether or not Shun Yi was truly guilty, the reputation of the Linglong Iron Monastery would have suffered irreparably. Furthermore, during the forthcoming unrestrained conference, Linglong Iron Monastery may find it challenging to maintain its stance. However, having apprehended the true perpetrator, the shame may now shift to the Sword Pavilion. Their own youthful prodigy, a disciple ranking in the mid-tier of the stormy list, was poisoned to death by a member of their own sect, nearly bringing forth an even greater scandal. The Sword Pavilion's reputation is the one truly at stake. Wu Yin chuckled. "While you remain modest, I, as your elder brother, must make a gesture of acknowledgement. I have already petitioned the discipline court on your behalf, and I anticipate a favorable outcome soon." His shift from referring to himself as this humble monk to I clearly indicates a desire for camaraderie with Shen Yi. After all, he was representing Linglong Iron Monastery at the upcoming minor unrestrained conference, and any mishap would inevitably reflect on him. A sudden growl of hunger shattered the polite exchange between the two, as an empty stomach voiced its discontent. During the earlier gathering, Wu Yin had remained silent, untouched by the vegetarian fare, thus avoiding the perils of poisoning. However, he could no longer suppress the protests of his hungry belly. Observing this, Wu Yin's previously composed demeanor faltered, prompting Shen Yi to step in and alleviate the awkwardness. "My junior brother also dined hastily and did not sate his appetite. Why not invite Wuyin to join me for a meal at the dining hall? Shani suggested. Very well, let us proceed, Wuyin replied, his restraint loosening as he smiled and led the way to the dining hall. In the monks' quarters, the dining hall featured long tables accompanied by benches, with large bowls for serving food. Simplicity and abundance characterized the dining hall of the martial monks. These practitioners engaged in daily training, expending tremendous energy, and had yet to reach the realm of consuming qi. Thus, their appetites were considerable, necessitating the intake of meat. In this world, the dietary restrictions had not yet escalated to a complete abstention from meat, but they did avoid 5 pungent vegetables, garlic, scallions, shallots, and leeks. They also consumed alcohol, albeit a very low-proof vegetarian wine, which was the same type served at the previous gathering. At this moment, many of the martial monks had ventured to the guest quarters to observe the commotion, leaving the dining hall relatively empty. Shun Yi and Wuyin, both without official duties and clad in gray monk robes, attracted little attention. They served themselves from the kitchen and found a secluded spot to sit and indulge in their meal while conversing. Given Wuin's status, he typically had dedicated monks delivering vegetarian meals to him and had not dined in the hall for quite some time, thus evoking a sense of nostalgia. They feasted heartily, their bellies satisfied, and Wuyin resumed his previous calm demeanor, yet he had unknowingly grown more familiar with Shen Yi. Sensing the time was right, Shen Yi inquired, Wuyin, what did Lin Feng mean by his remarks in the guest quarters today? Although he was aware that the calamity in Yuzhou was related to the sword god of the sword pavilion, perhaps involving other renowned figures, he felt it necessary to seek clarification from Wuyin, the second disciple of the abbot. It seemed this meal would not be without its rewards. Wuyin smiled at the question, clearly having anticipated it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, very well, this matter, once disclosed, is not a great secret. If you are truly interested, you will discover it in due time. He intertwined his fingers before him, partially obscuring his face, as a shadow flickered in his eyes. You must understand. All things possess spirit, aside from humankind. Creatures imbued with intelligence, if they can harness vital energy, may embark upon the path of cultivation. Speaking of creatures, one must mention the divine beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. These celestial beings are favored by heaven and earth, inherently surpassing humanity in ways unknown. 3 years ago, rumors emerged of dragon sightings west of Yuzhou. Dragons. Shen Yi found himself subconsciously stirred. Any divine beast, by its very nature, is inextricably linked to treasures. Setting aside the possibility of hidden treasures, the divine beast itself is a priceless artifact. Dragon scales can forge armor, dragon blood can concoct potent elixirs, and according to legend, within a dragon lies a life essence known as Dragon Yuan, which grants longevity if obtained. Shen Yi could already envision the frenzy that would ensue upon the revelation of such news. Do dragons truly exist? Shen Yi inquired. This is knowledge only those who seek dragons possess, Wuyin murmured. Whether dragons are real remains a mystery to others. It is known, however, that a fierce battle erupted near Ming Mountain in Yuzhou, so intense that it fractured the very earth, resulting in an unprecedented earthquake that caused the Qingtian Pass, built upon the Earth's veins, to partially collapse. In the aftermath, chaos reigned, and those who arrived later could only deduce from the remnants that the participants included the sword god Mo Wentian, the infamous demon lord of the demonic path, and masters of the Buddhist sect. Not long after this battle, Bai Chou, known as the Sword Child, miraculously healed from a congenital ailment, began his martial training, and within 3 years made astonishing progress, now ranking 5th on the Stormy rankings. This led many to speculate whether the sword god had gained some advantage. Simultaneously, survivors of the calamity in Yuzhou, as well as those who lost loved ones to the iron hooves of the Great Li, harbored deep animosity towards the Great Li beyond the borders and the individuals responsible for the earthquake. Did they not? Shen Yi lowered his voice and remarked gently. All these upheavals stemmed from that battle. Had it not occurred, the Earth's veins would not have fractured, Qingtian Pass would not have collapsed, and the forces of the Great Li would have found it nearly impossible to breach the pass, thus preventing any loss of life due to warfare. Reflecting on this, it seemed Bai Jingyun's intent in pressuring Wuyin for a stance was perhaps not merely to witness the involvement of the spirit dragon temple in the conflict between the two dynasties, but to see whether this Buddhist temple, one of the 3 revered monasteries, would maintain its aloofness from worldly affairs. If the spirit dragon temple were to involve itself in the conflict, what then for those who precipitated the earthquake in Yuzhou? After repelling the Great Li, the next logical step would likely be to confront them. This matter has far-reaching implications. It is now confirmed that individuals from our Buddhist sect are entangled in this affair, and my master must tread carefully. Wu Yin's sighed. The individual from our sect could be from another faction or perhaps one of our own. If possible, the abbot would undoubtedly wish to discreetly investigate and ascertain whether any members of the temple are implicated before deciding how to address the situation. Furthermore, given that the Spirit Dragon Temple has traditionally refrained from involving itself in dynastic conflicts, there are indeed individuals within the temple who desire to maintain their original stance, remaining detached from worldly matters. Yet within the temple, there are also those whose resentment burns fiercely, sharpening their blades in anticipation of vengeance, unwilling to remain in seclusion, reciting scriptures and engaging in piety. The schism between these two factions has birthed the current discord within the temple, presenting the primary challenge that the Spirit Dragon Temple must confront. Shen Yi, however, delved deeper into contemplation, or perhaps he pondered matters that Wu Yin was reluctant to voice. If there truly exists a monk within the temple who participated in the events of that year, he would undoubtedly be a paragon of the Kong character lineage, or perhaps even of the Ling character lineage. It is highly likely that among the current opposition, there exists an individual clandestinely working to prevent Ling Long Taisha from departing from its original stance. One can only remark that even in this secluded sanctuary of cultivation, one cannot escape the entanglements of worldly causality. All are akin to fish trapped in the sea of suffering, with none truly able to attain freedom. Such circumstances may not be confined to Ling Long Taisha alone, but may also manifest in other sections. The Sword Pavilion is not a sect of Yuzhou, yet it has seen the emergence of avengers like Lin Feng within its ranks, not to mention the other local sects of Yuzhou. Contemplating this, Shen Yi felt the undercurrents of the situation growing more tumultuous. As a mere monk, he could easily find himself perishing amidst these hidden dangers. One need only observe that even a young prodigy like Bai Jingyun fell victim to poisoning, meeting a most pitiful end. After Wu Ying finished speaking, he rose to leave, only to be greeted by a monk clad in yellow robes entering the hall. After a brief moment of observation, the monk approached their table. He stepped closer, gazed at Shen Yi, and raised his hand, stating, "Are you perhaps junior brother Wu Wang? Master Kong Xiang wishes to see you." Given that his recently punished master suddenly desired an audience with him, Shen Yi surmised that matters regarding the guest reception hall had already reached Kong Xiang's ears. Wu Ying, noticing this, remarked, "Perfect timing. Junior brother can also consult Master Kong Xiang on how to select an appropriate reward. If all goes as anticipated, your reward will be a method for unlocking the profound secrets of the temple, and Master Kong Xiang should be able to assist you in making the most suitable choice." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Shen Yi expressed his gratitude to Wu Ying and followed the monk in yellow toward the discipline hall. The discipline hall is not located within the temple but rather in a mountain gorge near the rear mountain. As the sole law enforcement agency of the temple, the discipline hall commands at least 40% of the combat strength of Ling Long Taisha. It bears the responsibility of upholding the temple's regulations while also overseeing the demon sealing cave. Thus, its location is somewhat distant from the central area of Ling Long Taisha, situated in a more secluded mountain gorge. Shen Yi accompanied the monk as they traversed various halls and pavilions, walking along a path paved with green bricks through a small copse of trees, eventually emerging into a broad expanse. Before him, between two mountains, a shadow of a bell, both ethereal and substantial, floated in the air, emanating a gentle golden light. Beneath this immense bell shadow stood a hall inscribed with the words Discipline Hall. However, the monk did not lead Shen Yi into the Discipline Hall, but instead took a path ascending the mountain. The mountains flanking the gorge were devoid of vegetation, presenting only barren rock, starkly contrasting with the vibrant life of the rear mountain, even in autumn. The two continued along the upward path to the left side of the Discipline Hall, eventually arriving at a cave halfway up the mountain, where they paused. The monk called into the cave, "Master Kong Xiang, junior brother Wu Wang has arrived." A faint veil of light shimmered at the entrance of the barren cave, where an enigmatic swastika appeared to undulate within the luminescence. The brilliance illuminated part of the entrance, yet the interior remained shrouded in darkness. This scene was indeed entirely different from what Shen Yi had envisioned for a place of contemplation. To his knowledge, those monks who had committed transgressions were usually confined within the meditation chambers of the Discipline Hall, and he had never heard of any monk being made to face the wall in a cave. However, he did not dwell on this thought for long, as the voice emanating from within abruptly interrupted Shen Yi's increasingly suspicious musings. Coming directly, the voice from the cave was unmistakably that of Kong Xiang. It appeared this was not another instance of happenstance. Indeed, even though the temple is rife with undercurrents, how could I possibly encounter surprises every time? It seems my recent experiences have rendered me overly sensitive. Shun Yi chuckled at his own folly, slowly extending his hand to touch the faint luminous barrier. It felt as though he were passing through a layer of water, a gentle refreshment washing over him as he traversed the light and stepped into the cave. Chapter 23. The Forged Buddha. As I traversed the lengthy corridor, a beam of light caught my eye. Within the cavern, a shaft of sunlight descended from above, illuminating the seated figure of Kong Xiang, who was meditating on a mat. Before him lay a stone table with a scroll of scriptures unfurled, awaiting his transcription. A gentle golden glow flowed beneath him, resembling a shimmering golden ribbon. I have heard of your endeavors in the guest hall, Kong Xiang remarked without lifting his gaze. Continuing to inscribe the text, you have extricated the monastery from peril. The abbot of the discipline hall has decided to grant you the opportunity to learn a unique skill from me. However, your actions today may incite retaliation from others. So I implore Master Ling Chan to permit you to retreat here for a few days. This arrangement will not only facilitate my instruction, but also allow you to evade scrutiny and miss the upcoming unrestricted assembly. Although Lin Feng has been subdued, it is highly probable that accomplices lurk within the visiting sects and even among the ranks of the Linglong Iron Monastery. It is unlikely that every individual in the guest hall was fortunate enough to sample all the vegetarian dishes, thereby escaping the peril of poisoning. This notion was unconvincing to Shani, and it is reasonable to assume the monastery's higher-ups share this skepticism. Thus, Kong Xiang's request, albeit somewhat irregular, was ultimately acquiesced to by the abbot of the discipline hall, serving as a protective measure for the diligent disciple. The waters of this situation have grown increasingly murky, and he indeed harbored thoughts of extricating himself. The monastery's arrangements were fortuitous. Nevertheless, through this experience, he recognized the significance of strength. Thus, even as he was assigned to this sanctuary, his original resolve remained unchanged. Strive to cultivate a trustworthy network. The first 3 layers of the Golden Bell shield can be disseminated. Shani endeavored to transmit this message through his connection with the Void Illusion and Wujue. This could indeed serve as a clandestine means of communication, he concluded in his mind upon succeeding. At that moment, it appeared that Kong Xiang had completed his transcription, pausing to look at Shun Yi with a stern teacher's demeanor. Previously, when I infused my true energy into your body in the scripture pavilion, I discerned the presence of the extreme energy within you. I did not expect you to possess such a rare-tine constitution. No wonder it took you 3 arduous years to open your meridians. The Tine body does not harmonize well with our monastery's masculine martial arts. Upon hearing this, Shun Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He had assumed that Kong Xiang had not discerned the nature of his inner energy, only to find that the reality was quite the opposite. Kong Xiang had indeed perceived the uniqueness of his inner energy. Fortunately, it seemed that Kong Xiang was unaware of the peculiarities of Shun Yi's constitution, only sensing the Tine energy, and even offered an explanation for its exceptional nature. Noticing Shun Yi's astonishment, Kong Xiang elaborated. There is no need for you to conceal your uniqueness. Although such a special constitution is rare, it is not unprecedented. For instance, take junior brother Wu Lai, who possesses a naturally pure body suited for cultivating Buddhist martial arts, or Bai Cho, the 5th on the wind and cloud ranking, who is inherently a sword body. Wu Lai? Shani recognized a gap in his understanding. Previously, I sensed something peculiar. The abbot of Lingmin is a monk of a higher generation than the Kong lineage. Yet his disciple belongs to the Wu lineage. Strangely, Kong Xiang refers to him as a junior brother. The hierarchy truly seems convoluted. In this monastery, ranks are determined by time, with generational changes occurring every 30 years. This means that even if an elder from the Ling generation takes on disciples within this 30-year period, those disciples can only belong to the Wu lineage. However, since the elders from the Ling generation rarely accept disciples, only 2 exceptional cases exist. One is a later entrant among the Kong lineage, while the other is an earlier entrant among the Wu lineage. Due to their close relationship, they privately address each other as brothers. At this point, Kong Xiang advised, remember, in the future, when you encounter your junior brother Wu Lai, treat him as you would treat your master, and do not be disrespectful. This rule was established in accordance with the 3-year foundational training period of the Linglong Taisha. Should a Wu disciple seek a Ling generation master after this period, a change of name would be necessary, which is rather cumbersome and merely formal. Hence the ancestors of Linglong Taisha established such a guideline. The disciple understood, as Shun Yi replied. At this moment, Kong Xiang lifted the copied scriptures, and a golden aura surged around him. The faint golden light that had been flowing beneath him suddenly expanded, enveloping the cave floor like a layer of gilded foil. Suddenly, a crashing sound erupted from below, causing the golden light to ripple slightly. Beneath the translucent layer of light, dark energy began to emerge, surging wildly and continuously colliding with the light layer. A torrent of frenzied, malevolent, and brutal energy surged forth. "Now, practice your martial arts," Kong Xiang commanded abruptly. Upon hearing this, Shunyi disregarded the bizarre changes and immediately assumed the stance for the Luohan fist. Just as he was about to begin his practice, a faint black energy rose, dimming the cave's light and creating an ominous atmosphere. Shunyi felt the onslaught of sinister intentions, and the once masterful Luohan fist now seemed hindered. This was the demonic energy emanating from the demon suppression cave, even those imprisoned evil beings, despite being suppressed and their power sealed, could still project their malevolent thoughts, disturbing the monks stationed there. Thus, monks of the monastery who exceed the chi-feeding realm must face the wall here if they violate the monastery's rules. The invasion of demonic thoughts can temper the monk's resolve, Zen mindset, and transform the evil intentions of outsiders. Beneath Kong Xiang, a dark current of black energy swirled, forming a vortex of demonic thoughts, while he radiated a faint golden light, the powerful golden aura clashing against the vortex. This is the monastery's method of refining the Buddha through the demon. Wang, your being embodies Zen, and you can comprehend the intent of the Luohan fist to vanquish foes. You should test this advanced technique early. Now strike. Kong Xiang roared like a lion, the final 4 words resonating deeply. Shunyi, spurred by this, felt a profound clarity fill his heart as he unleashed a punch, his strength piercing through, dispelling all worries. The practice of forging a demonic Buddha is perilous. Even though the vast majority of malevolent thoughts are currently subdued by the void, the residual malice is still sufficient to trouble Shunyi's mind. However, in stark contrast to this danger lies its equally immense efficacy. Should the forging of the Buddha succeed, it would enable the eradication of the inner traitor, propelling one forward unimpeded. Chapter 24. Controversy in the hall within the Grand Hall. The flickering green lamps cast a gentle glow upon the golden Buddha, whose serene and compassionate visage silently gazed down upon a gathering of equally muted individuals. Before the statue, an elderly monk clad in a yellow robe and draped in a crimson kasaya, with a long white beard cascading down to his waist, raised one hand in a gesture of blessing while the other deftly manipulated a string of sandalwood prayer beads. His gaze was lowered, and he chanted a mantra under his breath. This venerable monk was none other than the abbot of the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple, Lingmin, a revered figure in the Buddhist community for nearly a century. Flanking the old monk were 6 other figures, each adorned in red kasayas, representing the heads of various halls: the Arhat Hall, the Prajna Hall, the Maha Courtyard, the Medicine King Courtyard, the Vinaya Courtyard, and the Bodhi Courtyard. Such a gathering was a rare and solemn occasion within the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple, reserved solely for the esteemed leaders participating in the unfettered assembly. Amitabha, Lingmin intoned after a protracted silence, finally shattering the stillness. Esteemed patrons, if there is nothing further to discuss, you may take your leave. The final decision regarding this temple will be clearly articulated at the unfettered assembly. How could there be nothing to discuss? A burly man dressed in a pale blue robe, his complexion tinged with a hint of blue, retorted with a derisive laugh. Indeed, we have matters of great importance, though they pertain not to your temple, but rather to one among us. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the right, landing upon a handsome young man in a green robe, who seemed to be in his 30s. The moment he spoke, the long sword at his side emitted a soft, resonant sound, trembling slightly as if poised to be drawn at any moment. An intangible aura of sharpness stirred the air around him. The burly man, Chi Tua Hai, remained unfazed. Aware that the young man had made his intentions clear, he boldly continued, Chi Jiyuan, your sword pavilion has birthed an unworthy disciple, and you wish to silence any criticism? Had it not been for my disciple Tieshan's lack of dietary restrictions, he might have met the same grim fate as Bai Jingyun today. Chi Tua Hai, the vice leader of the Great River Gang, was referring to his disciple Taizhan, who was also present at the minor unfettered assembly. For Taizhan, this gathering had been a perilous venture. Had he been more particular about his meals, he could have easily succumbed to death, much like Bai Jingyun, who had bled from every orifice. Naturally, as his mentor, Chi Tuahai was unwilling to let the matter rest. Yet Chi Zhou Yuan, a swordsman of considerable prowess, would not yield easily. With a cold laugh, he countered, Is it truly a matter of dietary choice? Perhaps your disciple is in cahoots with Lin Feng? I find it hard to believe that only Bai Jingyun from my sword pavilion has such dietary restrictions. Chitua Hai. Your Great River Gang was involved in that incident 3 years ago, was it not? It is entirely possible that someone within your own ranks is plotting your demise. Upon hearing this, a tempestuous wave of energy rippled from Qi Tuahai, colliding with the intangible sharpness emanating from Qi Jiyuan, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Ling Min interjected with a resonant chant, invoking a golden dragon that rose majestically behind him. Its luminous aura dissipating the turbulence created by the clash of energies between the two men. Ahmedba, Ling Min raised his voice slightly. Esteemed patrons, please remain calm. His sudden move instantly revealed an extraordinary level of skill, captivating the onlookers and rendering the atmosphere serene. The words of the abbot of the Ling Min were indeed wise. Everyone was urged to remain calm. A middle-aged man, clad in a robe adorned with constellations and wearing a crown of purple gold, spoke to mediate the situation, advising, "The foremost priority now is to prevent any disciple from any sect from resorting to treachery, which would jeopardize the camaraderie among our factions. Surely, none of you wish for personal grievances to sow discord between your own sect and the others, do you? Regardless of the past, the mere fact that all sects have gathered here for the unrestricted assembly signifies that we are not adversaries. The true culprit has been identified as one from the Sword Pavilion. Had it been otherwise, any sect implicated in Bai Jingyun's demise would inevitably face a tumultuous aftermath." Indeed. The ancient Wu Daoist interjected, "Let us not forget that the strategist of the Iron Strategy Army, Qin Tianyuan, is also on his way." The mention of Qin Tianyuan's name brought a palpable calm to Qi Zhou Yuan and Qi Tuhai. The Iron Strategy Army, stationed at the Qi Tian Pass, was one of the major victims of the calamity 3 years prior. Qin Tianyuan, a rare genius in both ancient and modern times, was affectionately dubbed the troublemaker by those who had crossed paths with him. Qi Tuhai muttered a curse. As expected, he is omnipresent. Qi Zhou Yuan, his eyes momentarily closed to hide the glint within, remarked, "In 3 years, the Sword Pavilion has lost a sword master at the refining Qi stage. The Jiang Gang has lost 3 hall masters at the transformation stage, and 2 prefects in Yuzhou have met untimely deaths. Their demises seem to bear an elusive connection to Qin Tianyuan, though no evidence exists. I now suspect that Qin Tianyuan has gathered individuals like Lin Feng to orchestrate a form of retribution." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deeper silence, their eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. They all understood that Qi Jiyuan's assertion was not far-fetched. Among the Avengers lurking within various sects, there must be a central figure. Someone possessing renown, strength, and cunning to unite the vengeful and incite them to act as they did today. Otherwise, an impassioned young disciple like Lin Feng would hardly suffice. Just considering the lethal poison that easily claimed Bai Jingyun's life, it was clear that he could not have concocted it alone. For a moment, the Grand Hall fell into silence once more. Meanwhile, within the cave adjacent to the Discipline Institute, Shen Yi began to find his footing. Perhaps it was his newfound resolve to allow Wu Jue to recruit followers, but having shed the initial torment of malevolent thoughts, his mind grew increasingly clear, impervious even to the distracting notions seeping from the void illusion realm. As he activated both the dragon's iron cloth and tiger's roar golden shield, a subtle golden light concealed his anomalies, transforming Shen Yi into a golden-bodied arhat. With each movement of his fists and palms, he unleashed a powerful wind reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. At times, the essence of perseverance in one's practice is as simple as this. However, whenever Shen Yi hesitated due to the distracting thoughts from the void illusion realm, their influence over him intensified. When he resolved to continue recruiting followers, undeterred by the encroachment of distracting thoughts, he inadvertently embraced the intent to vanquish foes, embarking on a path of fervent advancement. As Shen Yi practiced with increasing ease, Kong Xiang's eyes glimmered with profound admiration. He extended his hand, slightly retracting the golden energy, allowing a more tumultuous black aura to surge forth. Chapter 25. The Divine Arts of Subduing Dragons and Tigers, Thus Have I Heard. At one time, the Buddha resided in the Jetavana Monastery in the country of Shrivasthi, accompanied by a multitude of great bhikshus, numbering 1,250. At that moment, the world-honored one. The empty space resonated with the recitation of the Diamond Sutra, which he had meticulously transcribed by hand. Golden characters soared from his lips, drifting gracefully in the air. The essence of Zen permeated the script, and as it was uttered, It echoed like the morning bell and evening drum, provoking profound contemplation. Simultaneously, a surge of malevolent thoughts and dark energy assailed Shun Yi's mind, compelling him to attain deeper understanding amidst the duality of Zen and illusion. Concurrently, praises resounded in the realm of the void, where the unawakened had begun to cultivate new disciples, drawing more souls into the mirage. Zen malevolence. And various distractions converged within his heart, yet Shun Yi remained as steadfast as a mountain, solely dedicated to his martial practice. He needed only to strike, dismissing all else from his mind. His resolve was as unyielding as diamond, his diligence fierce, unafraid of sacrifice. In that moment, Shun Yi comprehended the profound meaning behind the 16-character phrase. He vanquished the thieves within his heart, attaining a state of clarity. As he moved his fists, an air of solemnity enveloped him. Channel your energy through your entire being, traverse the great horizontal path, engage your core, and ascend to the heavens. The empty space suddenly commanded. Upon hearing these words, Shun Yi instinctively followed this route to circulate his internal energy, feeling a surge of power rising from his abdomen. He focused on his dantian, drawing strength from his golden gate, engaging the yang channels, and harmonizing the yin and yang. Following the guidance, he felt an overwhelming force manifest around him. His muscles and bones resonated with a sound akin to the roar of dragons and the cry of tigers, enveloped in a palpable golden aura that concealed the pallor on his visage. With a sudden burst, the energy surged forth, causing the golden aura to emit a sound, dispersing the surrounding dark energy and clarifying the malevolent thoughts. The empty space, witnessing this, displayed a look of satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, you have begun to grasp the divine arts of subduing dragons and tigers." The purpose of his continuous practice was not only to refine his intention through the alchemy of magic and Buddhism, but also to maintain his clarity of heart while imparting the teachings. This divine art of subduing dragons and tigers is the unique skill I wish to bestow upon you. It is challenging to learn but easier to master. Only with a courageous and diligent heart can one enter the path. Generally, only those disciples who comprehend the true essence of the Arhat fist can cultivate this technique. The culmination of this practice leads to the great righteous law of the temple. Remember, this art emphasizes intention over technique. To exert the power of subduing dragons and tigers, one must possess the heart to do so. If the heart remains undefeated, the power will not falter. This is not merely an internal cultivation method. Rather, it is a practice that prioritizes intention over form. Shun Yi harmonized his inherent strength, perceiving that his power permeated everywhere. The unadorned Arhat fist exhibited an imposing presence akin to that of subduing dragons and tigers, making it difficult for malevolent thoughts to approach. However, as his martial practice became increasingly refined, the latent Taiyin energy within him began to seep forth, manifesting as a faint mist surrounding him, drawing forth the silvery moonlight. Unbeknownst to him, night had quietly descended. The sunlight cascading from above transformed into the ethereal glow of the moon. Wisps of shadowy energy flowed like a river towards Shun Yi, sensitively attuning to the currents of energy within him. Shun Yi surmised that he had regained approximately 60% of his internal strength, which had been absorbed by his heart. Moreover, the newly cultivated Taiyin energy was far purer than before, rendering it more manageable. "I wonder if I can surpass Wu Chun now," he pondered quietly. "Enough," Kong Xiang interjected. "Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. You have practiced for an entire afternoon. It is time for a respite." Upon hearing this, Shun Yi realized he indeed felt a sense of fatigue. He ceased his movements, gently exhaling a mist of energy that shot forth like an arrow, channeling it into his dantian. However, to his astonishment, despite having trained vigorously all afternoon, his heartbeat had not quickened at all. In fact, it seemed to have slowed slightly compared to before. "What is it?" Kong Xiang inquired, noticing an unusual expression on Shun Yi's face. "Do you sense something amiss in your body?" Such matters were best explored alone. "As long as there is no anomaly," Kong Xiang replied, seemingly relieved. The Taiyin physique typically manifests in women. For a man to possess such a body is indeed rare throughout history. I cannot predict how this situation might evolve, which is why I have focused your training on external techniques rather than internal cultivation. He retrieved a jade vial from the stone table and tossed it to Shun Yi. "This is a fasting elixir. For the next 3 days, use this to substitute your meals. You may emerge once the unbarred assembly concludes." As he spoke, golden light shimmered around Kong Xiang, forcefully suppressing the turbulent dark energy, which was contained beneath him, restoring normalcy within the cave. Shani uncorked the jade vial and consumed a small, dark pill, which instantly filled him with a profound sense of satiety, quelling the hunger brought on by his training. Truly remarkable, he mused. Observing Kong Xiang begin to transcribe scriptures again, he took out the borrowed copy of the Diamond Sutra, seated himself in a well-lit area, and commenced his study under the moonlight. Previously, after several readings of the Diamond Sutra, he found the annotations clear yet struggled to grasp the true essence of its Buddhist teachings. However, as he read again, a newfound understanding dawned upon him, leading him into a state of rapt fascination. He leafed through the pages, his breath growing more tranquil, and before he realized it, he had drifted into slumber. In a dreamlike haze, he beheld swirling white mists, with clarity returning to his mind. Shun-Yi opened his eyes to discover himself once more within the realm of the void. Streams of luminous energy danced around the figure of the Taoist Lord of the Void. After a brief assessment, Shun-Yi noted that these glimmers emanated from 9 distinct individuals, signifying that within a single day, Wuju had already attracted 7 followers. He was unsure whether to commend Wuju's exceptional talent in this regard or to lament the discontent among the monks of the Linglong Iron Temple. Gradually absorbing these thoughts, Shun-Yi felt the discontent and gratitude of these individuals, softly reflecting, "This is beneficial. The greater the number of discontented souls, the broader the selection of followers," which is indeed a positive development. He meticulously examined these thoughts, encountering no rejections from the past, only a serene composure in the present moment. At this juncture, he had acquired the ability to untangle these external disturbances, shielding himself from their influence. A sudden thought emerged, causing Shani to momentarily pause. Wuching has sought out Wujue. Chapter 26, The Threat. Junior brother Wujue, may we converse? He extended the invitation, though phrased as a question. The demeanor of Wuchan indicated that Wujue had no choice but to engage in conversation today. This scene, under Wujue's silent supplication, vividly unfolded within the realm of the void illusion. Thus, the inquiry arose. Why had Wuchan sought out Wujue? Indeed, junior brother Wuwang, Wujue's gaze sharpened, a blood-red talisman flickering at his brow, unseen by others. He placed his palm over his chest, reciting a Buddhist chant. Brother Wuchan has summoned me. How could I, as a junior, dare to refuse? In that moment, Wujue emanated an aura of profound depth, his imposing figure exuding an undeniable pressure. It appeared that the monk had not erred in his choice of companion. Upon witnessing this, Wuchan uttered a word and waved his sleeve, leading the way. The path he took was directed toward the back mountain. The back mountain. Shun-Yi sensed an unsettling premonition. Within the void illusion, the evolving scenery gradually transformed as Wujue and Wui followed Wuchan, passing serene structures. They observed night watch monks beginning their patrols, yet the trio remained unnoticed, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. As they steadily exited the monastery and arrived at the foot of the back mountain, a question lingered. Was it truly just this? With his back turned to Wujue and Wui, Wuchan's expression remained concealed, yet the atmosphere around them grew increasingly taut. Tonight, Wuchan harbored ill intentions. An invisible force suddenly emerged, and a chilling aura enveloped Wuchan, as if he harbored a venomous serpent within his sleeve, provoking unease in Wujue, Wui, and even Shani, who was observing from the void illusion the intent of the Shura 7-kill sword. Indeed, Wuchan had mastered this sinister blade art, having reached a level of proficiency that allowed him to wield its malevolent intent, instilling a sense of impending peril in Wujue, Wui, and the vigilant Shani. Wujue had likely been exposed. Nevertheless, Shun-Yi had never intended for Wujue to remain hidden. The true purpose of Wujue was to serve as a visible target, diverting the attention of certain individuals. On the other hand, Wujue maintained an expressionless demeanor, resembling a puppet, as he calmly stated, "It is precisely as such. I shall neither practice swordplay on the back mountain at night, nor pursue the monks of this temple there. To me, the back mountain is merely the back mountain." He resembled an emotionless instrument, faithfully conveying Shinyi's words, yet it was this very demeanor that rendered Wujue all the more inscrutable. Clang. It was as if the sound of a blade resonated. The venomous serpent within Wuchan's sleeve seemed poised to strike, ready to spill blood. His voice turned chillingly cold. "Indeed. It is you." Today, the sudden emergence of several disciples who have successfully opened their meridians within the Martial Monk Academy struck me as peculiar. After discreetly trailing them, I discovered they were clandestinely practicing a particular sword style. I followed them for an entire day, finally hearing the name of my junior brother. As he spoke, Wuchan let out a couple of cold laughs, the blade intent growing even more frigid. Wu Jue and Wu Yi felt as though an invisible serpent slithered upon their skin, raising the hairs on their bodies. Your skills are remarkable, junior brother, for you have transformed this blade into a secret method for opening meridians. I cannot help but admire your capabilities, as well as your audacity. Thus, you seek me out for this secret technique of opening meridians, do you? Wu Ju interrupted. At this juncture, Wu Ju, or rather the figure behind him, Shen Yi, has come to grasp Wu Qin's intentions. The use of the Shura 7-kill blade to reverse the flow of vital energy and open the meridians is, in truth, not the original purpose of this malevolent weapon. When this blade is drawn, blood must be shed, either that of the adversary or one's own. Had it not been for Shen Yi's intervention to temper Wu Ju's madness, he would have continued swinging the blade until his own life force was extinguished. The technique of reversing the flow of vital energy was born from Shen Yi's understanding of the blade's essence, derived from Wu Ju's thoughts after his frenzy was corrected. This is a product of serendipity, an esoteric method that is difficult to impart. Those monks who successfully opened their meridians did so by directly receiving the blade's intent transmitted by Shen Yi in the realm of the void, thus acquiring this ability. If pressed to articulate it, they would be aware of the method's existence, but utterly incapable of explaining its underlying principles. Consequently, Wu Qin's prolonged surveillance yielded only the observation that they practiced a blade technique reminiscent of the Shura 7-kill blade, without comprehending the fundamental nature of reversing the flow of vital energy. Hence, he sought out Wu Ju, coveting this method of reversing vital energy just as Shen Yi did. Both recognized the immense potential of this technique. It is a treasure for garnering loyalty and cultivating talent. Even if employing this method results in a depletion of vital energy, its efficacy cannot be overshadowed. What makes you think I would surrender this technique willingly? Wu Ju replied coolly. Junior brother, I had no intention of negotiating with you. The killing intent hidden within my sleeves grew increasingly fierce, the venomous serpent poised to strike at Wu Ju's life. Yet, the more aggressive Wu Qin became, the more certain Shen Yi felt that he would not dare act rashly. After all, at this critical moment, the death of any individual could draw the attention of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery and other factions. Wu Qin could only resort to verbal threats. Thus, under Shen Yi's guidance, Wu Ju stepped forward, disregarding the sinister blade that could claim his life at any moment, and stated, I had no intention of negotiating with you. Now, be forthcoming about whom you intend to target during the unfettered conference. Otherwise, someone will perish beneath that wicked blade tonight, revealing information pertaining to you before their demise. The threat suddenly turned into a counter-threat, catching even Wu Qin off guard. Should it not have been he who threatened Wu Ju with his life? Coercing him to divulge the precise method of reversing vital energy, or perhaps to control him through fear. How did it come to pass that Wu Ju was the one to threaten him? Did he not fear death? The reality proved that Wu Ju was indeed unafraid of death. In fact, he took another step forward, encroaching upon Wu Qin, and spoke softly behind him. Since you have witnessed the blade technique, you should know I speak truthfully. Today, either you kill me, or I will incite Wu Yi or several others to take lives, even to the point of self-destruction. Regardless of the outcome, you will be exposed. Brother Wu Qin, I trust you do not wish to reveal yourself at such a pivotal moment, do you? Chapter 27. Superfluous ambition. A single strike, merely one stroke, would suffice to sever the head of Wu Ju and extinguish his life. Yet, this blow must not be delivered. He realized that his actions tonight were indeed somewhat impulsive. Shangguan Pei. Ultimately, Wu Qin gritted his teeth and uttered those three words. What? The magistrate of Yanggu County in Yuzhou, Shangguan Pei, Wu Qin coldly remarked. At the upcoming Wuxia conference in 2 days, this monk shall make his move against Shangguan Pei. Is it so simple to disclose one's target? Within the ethereal realm. Shen Yi's eyes glimmered with contemplation. The ease with which this conclusion was reached evoked suspicion. Wu Qin seemed to have anticipated Wu Ju's doubts, for he coldly elaborated. The leaders of various sects participating in the Wuxia conference are all formidable experts. Even if this monk wished to kill, it would be impossible. Only Shangguan Pei, being a mere scholar, despite having practiced Confucian teachings, is the sole target available, as his actions 3 years ago shattered his state of mind. Thus, this monk has no choice but to eliminate him. What did Shangguan Pei do 3 years ago? Shen Yi instructed Wu Ju to convey his inquiry. Do you know why the Iron Strategy Army, stationed at the border for 2 decades without a defeat, ultimately met with failure? Even though the Qingtian Pass collapsed due to an earthquake, with the Iron Strategy Army present, it should have held for at least a month. The primary reason for the swift breach of Qingtian Pass within 3 days was the prior reassignment of the army strategist, Qin Tianyuan. A new figure has entered the fray. This time, the magistrate of a county, Shangwanpei. Shen Yi increasingly felt that the events of 3 years ago were far more intricate than they appeared. First, there was the sword god Mo Wentian and other unidentified experts. And now even Shangwanpei was implicated. Should the Great Li dynasty become involved next, Shen Yi would not be surprised in the least. Or rather, at such a fortuitous moment, if the Great Li dynasty were to suddenly assemble a great army to lay siege, it would be truly astonishing if they were unaware of the circumstances. On the other side, Wu Ju immediately retorted, "You claim that Shangwanpei reassigned Shen Tianyuan. Why should I believe you? Believe it or not, it matters not to me. I have already disclosed the target." Wu Qin gradually suppressed his murderous intent and stated, "I admit I underestimated you this time, but Shangwanpei is a man I must kill. Wu Ju, do not impede my plans, lest you provoke my wrath, and do not wish to become the second Bai Jingyun." With that, he threatened Wu Ju in kind, and with a cold snort, Wu Qin departed. Throughout, he did not once turn his back, yet the murderous aura that clung to Wu Ju and his companion, like a persistent parasite, surely reflected a remarkable expression on his face. After Wu Qin left, Wu Ju finally exhaled a sigh of relief, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his body drenched. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Wu Yi with a smirk, saying, "Nothing extraordinary." This exchange earned him Wu Yi's admiration. Meanwhile, within the ethereal realm, Shen Yi observed the retreating figure, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips, a heart set on vengeance, perhaps not so straightforward. Wu Qin likely remained oblivious to the significant contradiction he had inadvertently revealed. On the surface, Wu Qin was singularly focused on vengeance, willing to cultivate a malevolent blade for that purpose. He must have harbored thoughts of mutual destruction in his attempt to assassinate Shangwanpei. Even if he succeeded in killing Shangwanpei, there was a high probability that he would be captured, paying with his life. Yet, this person, consumed by a desire for revenge, had just revealed an ambition that should have remained concealed. Unless he was certain of his survival, this gathering was fraught with peril, teeming with unknown dangers lurking beneath the surface. Fortunately, Shen Yi had managed to extricate himself for the moment. Otherwise, he might have been dragged into this murky affair, much like he had been at the guest reception hall. He advised Wu Ju to observe the unfolding events quietly and refrain from disclosing anything. The realm of the void was indeed filled with wonders. Contemplating this, Shen Yi began to manipulate the white mist to manifest the scene, gradually revealing a ground paved with stone slabs, directly materializing the white robe hall of the monks' academy. However, the Buddha statue that once graced the hall had transformed into the figure of the great void Taoist seated upon a stone platform. If he could conjure scenes, could he also cultivate within dreams? With this thought in mind, Shen Yi resumed his stance, his complexion gradually paling, dark blue streaks appearing on his skin, all enveloped in a faint golden aura. In this realm of the void, he could unabashedly showcase all his abilities, revealing that extraordinary essence. His pale form resembled a corpse rising from its coffin, the golden bell shield failing to fully conceal the eerie nature of his being. The patterns on the golden aura began to manifest, indicating that his golden bell shield was approaching the 5th level of mastery. The first 3 levels of the Tiger Roar Golden Bell shield were purely external techniques. The 4th level began to harmonize both inner and outer cultivation, while the 5th level gradually incorporated Buddhist principles, with the patterns on the aura resembling the markings of a bell, akin to a humanoid golden bell. It was this bell pattern, that distorted and uncanny script was unique, with no other counterpart. Fortunately, after a moment's contemplation, those bell patterns gradually faded, revealing a smooth golden aura. Then came the practice of boxing. Shen Yi felt acutely aware of his lack of strength, and upon discovering the possibility of cultivating in dreams, he resolved to exert himself even more. Even if he could not increase his internal energy while dreaming, practicing the recently acquired techniques of subduing dragons and tigers was still feasible. Thus, Shen Yi immersed himself in silent training throughout the night until dawn broke. Only when the morning bell tolled once more did he reluctantly depart from the realm of the void. Upon opening his eyes, he found Kong Xiang seated at the stone table, transcribing scriptures, seemingly having not slept throughout the night. "Are you awake? Shake off the drowsiness, take a pill of nourishment, and accompany your master into the Demon Suppression Cave." Chapter 28. The Demon Suppression Cave. The moment Shen Yi heard those 3 words, he became acutely aware. The Demon Suppression Cave, the most enigmatic place within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, certainly piqued his curiosity. He had even contemplated the means of escape should he find himself imprisoned within its confines. However, after experiencing the ordeal of refining a Buddha with demonic energy the previous day, Shen-Yi felt a heightened sense of vigilance towards the cave in addition to his curiosity. The mere demonic aura radiating from within the cave posed a significant challenge for him to withstand. If the ancient fiends within were to regain their strength and emerge, chaos would surely ensue. Though his progress in martial arts had been remarkable, he lacked the experience of engaging in combat with others. Such experience could not be gleaned merely from practice in the White Robe Hall. Kong Xiang carefully placed his brush aside and rose to his feet. Below him, the golden light continued to flow, yet it was restrained by a massive claw print, making it nearly impossible for the dark energy beneath to break free from the golden radiance, even without Kong Xiang's suppression. That claw print, more likely than not, was left by the dragon shadow. Curiously, Shun-Yi observed the circular halo formed by the flowing golden light, and then glanced at Kong Xiang's silhouette. Pondering how the imprint had been made, and from which part of Kong Xiang the dragon shadow had struck. Ahem. It was then that Shun-Yi noticed the faint black mist swirling around him, a consequence of his inability to stabilize his emotions, which had allowed the subtle demonic energy to ensnare him. Follow me, Kong Xiang instructed as he led Shun-Yi to the opposite side of the cave. The upper 4 levels of the demon suppression cave were within the mountain, housing those who might still be redeemed, while the lower 3 levels delved deeper underground, suppressing the demons and spirits that could neither be slain nor redeemed. As for those that could be exterminated yet had no chance of redemption, they would simply be physically transcended. Although the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery had displayed some hesitancy during the 2 dynasties' wars, it showed no such reluctance when it came to vanquishing demons. The reputation of this guardian sect was earned through their deeds. Consequently, various factions were eager to discern the stance of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. Were it another lesser sect, they would not command such respect. Kong Xiang came to a halt before a rocky wall, gestured with his hand, and executed a seal. A golden lotus flower materialized from thin air, imprinting itself upon the rock face. The stone wall emitted a resounding rumble as it slowly shifted to the right, revealing a pitch-black entrance. Within the cave, there were passages leading to the demon suppression cave, established to ensure that the wall-facing monks could assist promptly should chaos erupt. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, the monks were forbidden from opening this passage. This time, it was only due to Shen-Yi's significant contributions that his master had sought a special exception to allow him to enter the demon suppression cave for cultivation. Of course, it was also conceivable that the higher-ups of the monastery were showing favoritism. The incident that occurred in the scripture pavilion was evident to any discerning observer. The fault lay with Kong Ming, and Kong Xiang had contravened the monastery's rules solely to prevent Kong Ming from causing further issues. This may very well be a form of compensation from the higher-ups. As he spoke, a beam of golden light radiated from within Kong Xiang, exuding warmth and illuminating a stone staircase ahead. He descended the steps with Shen-Yi, moving in tandem as they navigated over 100 stone steps. Suddenly, he glanced toward another flight of stairs extending from the left, converging with their path not far ahead, both leading downward. In that moment, a chilling aura surged forth, enveloping Shen-Yi, who trailed behind Kong Xiang. He felt a sudden coldness envelop him, and before his eyes, a 6-armed demon god materialized. Amitabha resonated a solemn Buddhist chant, as Kong Xiang raised his palm, exhaling a radiant golden swastika that shattered the ominous aura, causing the phantom of the 6-armed demon to vanish. This path led to the wall of meditation of his junior brother, Kong Ming. Observing the situation, Kong Xiang shook his head, stating, "The Azura barrier-breaking method is inherently prone to deviation." With Kong Ming's deepening obsession, and now his heart clouded by anger, this path may lead to dire consequences. From Kong Xiang's words, it was evident that the chilling aura originated from Kong Ming, who was similarly engaged in meditation. The signs indicated that Kong Ming was becoming increasingly possessed. Shun-Yi felt a profound sense of relief for not having chosen Kong Ming as his master. Had he done so, misfortune would surely follow. They continued onward, reassured that the demonic energies of the demon suppression cave were directed toward the meditating monks and the guards, alleviating concerns of demonic disturbances. Descending further down the stone steps, they arrived at a substantial square. The various openings formed an arc, each presumably leading to a meditation cave. At the forefront of the square stood a colossal stone gate, flanked by 4 monks clad in yellow robes, each wielding a staff. Kong Xiang approached with Shun-Yi, greeting one of the monks with a respectful gesture. After presenting a token for their inspection, the two monks stationed near the stone gate lowered their staffs, pressing their hands against the intricately inscribed stone door, slowly pushing it open. As the heavy door creaked, a chilling breeze escaped, accompanied by the eerie sounds of wailing spirits, inducing discomfort. Maintain a steadfast heart as we proceed, Kong Xiang instructed, leading Shen Yi into the spacious corridor. Along the way, they observed numerous cells, each sealed with iron doors, devoid of even the slightest crack, adorned with swastika symbols. The individuals imprisoned within possessed at least the strength of the Fuqi realm. Even if their powers were sealed, they would not perish from starvation, able to subsist on the chaotic energies around them. Thus, one could hardly expect any semblance of prison fare here. Kong Xiang guided Shen Yi past a dozen cells, turning several corners, until they halted before a particularly distinctive cell. It was distinctive because it was secured by iron bars, allowing a clear view of the interior, where the treatment of the prisoner appeared relatively favorable. Shen Yi beheld a man clad in coarse garments, his hair disheveled, seated cross-legged on the ground, engaged in a game of chess against himself. In the innermost part of the cell, two straw mats were arranged. One lay vacant, while the other surprisingly housed a small donkey. The scene was undeniably incongruous, eliciting a sense of dissonance within Shen Yi. Blood demon. The empty void slowly uttered two words. Indeed, I am the blood demon of the 9 heavens. The little donkey on the grass pile turned around, speaking in human tongue. Chapter 29, Struggle in the Cell with a Resounding Crack. The little donkey's head struck the wall as it fell back, as if it had been dealt a heavy blow. Silence, beast, spoke the man in tattered gray robes, his hair disheveled. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong Xiang's lips twitched slightly, his expression taut as he explained to Shen Yi, the blood demon of the 9 heavens. A once feared alchemist who roamed the world 70 years ago, drew strength from blood, thriving on it, embodying it. He was a notorious figure of the demonic path. However, he held disdain for oppressing the weak. Even in his quest for blood to enhance his power, he would only engage in battles with the strong. Consequently, upon his capture, he was not relegated to the lower tiers but instead confined here. Over the years, he has devoted himself to self-cultivation and the study of Buddhist scriptures, exhibiting signs of a demon on the path to enlightenment. His cell has even been relocated to the first tier. It is worth mentioning that the donkey is merely a domesticated pet, not the blood demon himself. As Shen Yi listened, he turned his gaze toward the man in gray, his pupils constricting slightly in the dim light, attempting to discern the features of his face. Unexpectedly, his vision blurred, and a wave of icy sensation washed over him, causing the world before him to turn a vivid crimson. Blood, an endless expanse of blood. The cell was aglow with a sanguine light, its thick, viscous aura coalescing into a semblance of a human form. With a sudden thud, the gray-robed man, who had been playing against Shen Yi, pressed a piece on the board, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Yi. His eyes, partially obscured by disheveled hair, shimmered with intrigue. How curious, you, a mere novice monk yet to reach the realm of chi feeding, can perceive the external manifestation of an alchemist's primordial spirit. Truly fascinating. Show some respect and address me as your senior. The little donkey shook its head, seemingly attempting to dispel its daze before exclaiming loudly. With a resounding thud, it collided with the wall once more. Yuchen, I am utterly infuriated. The donkey shouted, its indignation palpable. The man in gray shot a sideways glance. I have devoted myself to serving you day and night. What is wrong with putting on a show? The donkey quickly lowered its tone, feigning a sense of grievance as it bit down on a mouthful of hay, chewing vigorously. Your silence is the best form of service. Thank you. Kong Xiang performed a gesture of reverence and led Shen Yi towards the left. Before they departed, a fleeting glimpse of crimson flickered before Shen Yi's eyes, only to vanish into thin air moments later. According to Kong Xiang, the demons and spirits trapped within the magic suppression cave had their powers restrained. Some had even lost their foundation due to years of confinement. Yet, the current circumstances suggested that despite their suppression, these beings remained formidable. Sensing Shen Yi's apprehension, Kong Xiang reassured him, on this tier, apart from the blood demon, the others are all at the chi feeding stage, many of whom are half destroyed, capable only of relying on their physical strength, thus their power will not greatly exceed yours. He guided Shen Yi to a halt before the 6th cell on the left. The sturdy iron door bore the inscription Jia 13. Kong Xiang pressed a token into a recess on the door, which fit perfectly, and infused it with a brilliant golden essence. With a resounding clang, the sealed iron door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. A foul stench wafted forth, accompanied by a suffocating aura that made Xun Yi's internal energy momentarily feel heavy and cold. The iron door, grasped by the empty presence, slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of foul odor and oppressive atmosphere. Within the dimly lit cell, a pair of eerie green lights flickered to life. The essence of the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique necessitates the preservation of one's composure. Remember this, for even in the face of imminent peril, one must not retreat. As long as the heart remains unyielding, so too shall one's strength endure. The empty presence fully opened the iron door and stepped aside, declaring that this portal, for the master's sake, would remain unsealed. Should you feel unable to persist, you may escape at any moment. Indeed, if you call out, I shall directly enter to rescue you. However, should that occur, the so-called heart of dragon subduing and tiger taming would no longer hold significance. Is this a trial? Xun Yi inquired. Not at all, the empty presence replied, shaking its head slowly. The master would never intentionally create obstacles to test his disciples. This is a necessary phase in the cultivation of the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, a threshold for the future practice of the great might heavenly dragon's rightful path. The master, too, faced this trial on the second day after formally becoming a disciple. Dragon subduing and tiger taming require a heart of courage and relentless advancement to master such a formidable technique. Xun Yi inhaled deeply, the noxious scent immediately invading his senses. Yet, he did not falter, nor did he display any sign of disgust. In that moment, his heart was remarkably tranquil, akin to a still pond, unruffled by the winds. In a certain sense, this marked Xun Yi's inaugural battle, his first encounter with a formidable adversary, not mere sparring or practice, but a true struggle for survival. He stepped into the cell, sealing the iron door behind him and allowing the empty presence to fade from his sight. In this confrontation, he momentarily cast aside thoughts of retreat, focusing wholly on facing the wolf demon before him. Inside the shadowy cell, a massive swastika was branded on the wall, emitting a faint glow. A pair of emerald eyes gradually rose, revealing the wolf demon, which stood upright, towering nearly 2 meters high. It resembled a werewolf, its filthy black fur cloaking a robust frame. Its hind legs bore the shape of human legs, while its claws glimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes filled with primal ferocity and madness. Perhaps due to prolonged confinement, the wolf demon had lost its rationality, were it not for the iron ring around its neck. Tethered by iron chains limiting its movement, it might have lunged at Xun Yi to devour him. Step by step, Xun Yi approached. With each stride, the third, the fourth, within the dim surroundings, the wolf demon's emerald eyes suddenly ignited with intensity, accompanied by the clanking of chains as it lunged forward. Swift, ruthless. Its primal instincts compelled it to adopt the simplest method of attack, while its flesh, augmented by the breathing technique, granted it extraordinary speed, melding almost seamlessly with the darkness, rendering it nearly invisible. Moreover, a brutal and fierce aura surged forth, imbued with a lethal intent entirely absent in previous training bouts. Compared to this assault, his earlier skirmishes with Wu Chun appeared rather feeble. Roaring, Xun Yi invoked the dragon's iron shirt, the tiger's golden bell shield, and the Yin child technique in a seamless flow, unleashing the ferocious energy of the Yin within his meridians. As he exhaled and vocalized, he charged forward, channeling all his might into a straightforward counter, embodying the essence of the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique. Chapter 30. The spell of capturing demons and spirits. Like a comet striking the earth, with relentless momentum, Xun Yi crashed into the wolf demon. A surge of tremendous force collided with him, causing a violent jolt that reverberated through his organs, inducing a profound sense of nausea. The corporeal strength of a being at the consumption of chi stage is indeed formidable, particularly as this wolf demon belonged to the beastly class, its physical prowess augmented further. However, Xun Yi possessed 2 forms of advanced martial arts, complemented by the divine ability to subdue dragons and tigers, commanding the full extent of his strength. Upon impact, the wolf demon too was struck hard, its body bending backward as it let out a piercing howl. The wolf demon of the consumption of chi stage was not as invincible as it appeared. Xun Yi, enduring the discomfort within his body, propelled himself off the ground, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at the demon's heart. As long as the heart remains unyielding, strength shall not falter. It was only amidst the fierce combat that Xun Yi comprehended the essence of this phrase. His consciousness seemed to transcend mere flesh and blood. With the flow of internal energy, his muscles felt liberated, unleashing a force previously constrained by his self-preservation instincts. His skin appeared pale, akin to a specter. Enveloped in an aura, his body as resilient as bronze and iron. As Shun Yi's elbow struck the wolf demon's heart, the sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind approached, and a wolf claw swooped down upon Shun Yi's forehead, producing a shrill noise as its sharp talons scraped against his bald head. With a thud, his legs buckled slightly, and stars danced before his eyes, feeling as if the world were spinning. Yet, within his mind, there was no thought, no contemplation, only a singular clarity, to strike and conquer the wolf demon. While the internal energy belonged to the Yin category, its operation was unmatched in ferocity. His entire being resonated with a symphony of explosive sounds, akin to firecrackers. His vital energy surged backward, converging in his arms. Employing the techniques of the evil blade, he synthesized his blood and internal energy into a singular force, his arm transforming into a blade and whip, sweeping across the wolf demon's flank, penetrating into its very kidneys. The wolf demon, howling in agony, lunged at Shun Yi's head, its sharp claws slashing towards his neck. Even in its frenzied state, the wolf demon retained a semblance of instinct, instinctively targeting Shun Yi's vital points. The foul wind, reeking of decay, accompanied the wolf's gaping maw, poised to sink its teeth into his gleaming scalp. Yet, Shun Yi's body instinctively lowered, his bones creaking as he shrank his head, as if he had mastered the art of body contraction without a teacher, evading the wolf's bite. As his lowered head was struck by the wolf's claw, Shun Yi's countenance shone with golden light. The Golden Bell shield operated at its full capacity, manifesting a series of distorted symbols upon the protective membrane, enhancing its resilience. The wolf's claw met his face, only to be met with a recoil that left the wolf demon momentarily stunned. Undeterred, Shun Yi advanced, delivering a punch to the wolf demon's heart, precisely at the site of his previous elbow strike, shattering its ribs and delivering a devastating blow to its heart. With a resounding crash, the wolf demon, weighing no less than 200 to 300 pounds, was sent reeling backward. Shun Yi, his bones vibrating, regained his original form and pressed forward with relentless strikes, pummeling the wolf demon's chest, causing it to crash against the prison wall, emitting anguished cries. He unleashed 7 consecutive punches, each striking flesh, rendering the wolf demon like a painting affixed to the wall, devoid of strength even to howl. Before Shun Yi finally ceased his assault, with a deep breath followed by a series of coughs due to the foul stench, Shun Yi concealed the distorted patterns on his body, his pallid skin gradually returning to its original state. Although this battle was brief, it was the most intense confrontation Shun Yi had experienced in both his past and present lives. Post-battle, he felt a profound clarity of mind, as if all his pent-up frustrations had been entirely expelled through the conflict. At that moment, twisted characters suddenly materialized before his eyes, and an ancient scroll unfurled gently in his view. Volume 3. Capturing Demons and Binding Spirits. The power of humanity can seize the very essence of heaven and earth. Akin to thunder in winter, ice in summer, the dead walking, withered trees flourishing, capturing spirits within beings, fishing in cups, opening painted doors, and conversing with earthbound spirits. If one can amalgamate the souls of all things within the universe, then one can also amalgamate their essence. All the marvels of creation are but my soul. All that exists in creation is my essence. Thus, nothing can subjugate me. One by one, the enigmatic characters flew forth from the scroll, swirling around Shun Yi before abruptly darting toward the fading energy membrane. As the force resonated with a thunderous clang, the characters were deeply imprinted onto the golden bell-shaped energy membrane, causing distorted inscriptions to cover Shun Yi's body, forming an eerie yet harmonious pattern. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and Shun Yi felt as if he had transformed into a whirling vortex, emanating an invisible pull. A phantom wolf had materialized, lunging towards him before vanishing into his being. Subsequently, the strange markings began to dissipate, the energy membrane retracting to reveal Shun Yi, restored to his previous state. With a clang, the iron door swung open, and Kong Xiang entered the cell, observing the panting Shun Yi with a sense of relief. Indeed, he regarded Shun Yi, whose disheveled attire bore marks of the struggle, with admiration before checking on the critically wounded wolf demon, confirming its survival. Rising to his feet, he reflected on Shun Yi's bravery, noting that despite defeating the wolf demon, he had managed to suppress his murderous intent, thus avoiding calamity. Unfathomable. You surpass my own prowess in my youth, Kong Xiang mused. The ability to restrain oneself at such a pivotal moment indicated Shun Yi's clarity of mind. He had not allowed his valor to devolve into recklessness, a rarity for one newly practicing the dragon subduing and tiger taming techniques. It is often said that those wielding sharp blades naturally harbor bloodlust. Even monks are not exempt from this truth. Xun Yi's capacity to master this bloodthirst exemplified his exceptional mental fortitude, surpassing 99% of his peers. However, Kong Xiang, solely focused on ascertaining the wolf demon's vitality, failed to notice that the creature now appeared soulless, its pupils dilated, eyes vacant, akin to a walking corpse. Perhaps he was aware of this condition but attributed it merely to the wolf demon being momentarily dazed, having lost consciousness. Let us take a respite. The wolf demon will gradually absorb energy and recover, Kong Xiang stated, leading Xun Yi out of the cell and securely closing the iron door behind them, sealing the chamber once more in solitude. Only after their departure did the blood of the wolf demon begin to flow of its own accord, cascading upon the ground and climbing the walls as though an invisible brush were dipped in it, creating a vivid visage of a donkey's face. The donkey's face smacked its lips on the wall, its blood-painted eyes glistening with life, rolling about as it seemed to chide the wolf demon with audible expressions. This young monk appears to be quite extraordinary as well. Chapter 31. The transformation. All the wonders of creation are my soul. All the manifestations of creation are my spirit. Thus there exists no entity that can bind me. Leaning against the stone wall, Xun Yi pondered deeply the bizarre scriptures that had just been inscribed upon his body. Following his battle with the wolf demon, he had engaged in another confrontation with a martial artist who had exhausted his vital energy. Utilizing all his strength, he severely wounded his opponent, after which a humanoid visage flew into the protective golden barrier that enveloped him. Due to his own injuries, the entity known as Kong Xiang had brought Xun Yi into this stone chamber to recuperate. At this moment, having applied the medicinal ointment, he gently closed his eyes, and once more, white mist materialized before him, ushering him into the realm of the void. Within the Golden Bell shield, the instant he entered this domain, Xun Yi activated the Golden Bell shield, instantly enveloped by a golden aura that encased his form, with an additional layer of golden membrane adorning his surface. This signified that Xun Yi's Tiger Roar Golden Bell shield had successfully reached the 5th level. At the 5th level, one begins to touch upon the essence of Buddhist teachings, with the aura and membrane adorned with sacred patterns, gradually transitioning from the humble to the majestic presence of eminent monks. Were he to ascend to the 12th level, intricate and dazzling designs would be imprinted upon the Golden Bell, exuding an imposing aura at first glance. However, Xun Yi presently, a series of enigmatic marks emerged upon the Golden Bell aura, with the original resplendent gold now dimming. A wolf's head and a human face. 2 phantoms danced around the aura, intermittently releasing genuine howls of despair. Should this imagery manifest, Kong Xiang would be the first to seek to extinguish Xun Yi's existence. Yet, Xun Yi would not linger in hesitation. Since the upheaval at the guest house yesterday, he had realized that dwelling on the past was unwise in the path of cultivation. To ponder endlessly would only lead to the forfeiture of his drive for progress. Only by moving forward with unwavering resolve could he fend off the encroachments of internal and external demons. From the scriptures, the demonic capture and ghost binding talisman is a specialized method for dealing with spirits. To capture demons and bind ghosts. All the wonders of creation are my soul. All manifestations of creation are my spirit, transforming external souls into my own, employing the bizarre techniques of the universe as my essence. A thought struck Xun Yi, and the swirling wolf head and human visage suddenly paused, then directed themselves towards the Golden Bell aura, imprinting upon it. An extraordinary transformation occurred within Xun Yi's being. His form fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, occasionally morphing into a nearly 2-meter-tall wolf demon, at other times into a ferocious and imposing figure. The images of wolf and man continuously alternated upon him, as the Golden Bell resonated with a haunting sound, devoid of its former grandeur. Instead evoking a sense of tragic desolation, he initially believed this was due to a breakthrough within the Golden Bell shield, resulting in an increase of internal energy. But what if it were the reverse? If the increase in internal energy preceded the breakthrough of the Golden Bell shield? If that were the case, the function of the demonic capture and ghost binding talisman would be exceedingly clear. To seize another's soul to enhance one's own strength, to detract from others for self-benefit. This encapsulates the essence of the demonic capture and ghost binding talisman. Upon contemplating this, Xun Yi felt a surge of discomfort in his teeth. Powerful techniques invariably come with formidable side effects, particularly those that are self-serving, which can lead to foundational damage or, in severe cases, impair one's mental faculties. The essence of the Taiyin possesses the ability to purify external forces, thus foundational harm may be averted, yet the adverse impact on the mind is undoubtedly inevitable. In the future, it is essential to fortify one's mental resilience and immerse oneself in Buddhist scriptures. As the bell tolled, an enigmatic expression surfaced on Kongxiang's face, revealing a complex emotion that was difficult to decipher, heralding the commencement of the unrestricted assembly. In the temple, significant events are always announced by the ringing of the bell. And at present, the only noteworthy occurrence is indeed the unrestricted assembly. Within the confines of the demon suppression cave, the sound of the bell struggles to resonate. Yet with Kongxiang's profound cultivation, he can still perceive its faint chimes. Shun Yi was perplexed by the unusual expression on Kongxiang's face. But he discerned that once the unrestricted assembly commenced, various formidable entities would inevitably mobilize. The worldly and transcendental factions within the Linglong Iron Monastery would engage in discourse, while external forces would seize this opportunity to further their own agendas, resulting in a veritable quagmire. Fortunately, Shun Yi's master, Kongxiang, provided steadfast support, shielding him from the external chaos that could not penetrate the demon suppression cave. All he needed to do was to remain in seclusion for 3 days. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted. Kongxiang sprang to his feet. Trouble had arisen. Shun Yi was momentarily stunned, thinking, could it be? Has the chaos truly reached the demon suppression cave? He realized he possessed a rather unfortunate knack for foreseeing calamities. Before Shun Yi could contemplate further, a terrifying aura surged into the demon suppression cave, wreaking havoc in every crevice of the mountain. An infinite sea of suffering, annihilation of virtuous roots, eternal non-enlightenment, kill. Hallucinatory howls reverberated in the minds of all living beings, swiftly followed by violent tremors. The ground of the demon suppression cave quaked under the onslaught of a colossal force, imbued with anguish and obsession, armed with the energy of annihilation and destruction, relentlessly battering against the stone doors of the cave. Go. Kongxiang urged Shun Yi urgently. Descend to the lower levels and inform the station monks. If they cannot withstand it, retreat to the back 3 layers. The lower 3 layers of the demon suppression cave house formidable fiends that are exceptionally difficult to vanquish. Most of the surging demonic thoughts originate from these depths. The majority of the Ling character monks in the Linglong Iron Monastery have retired, if one could call it that. After their retirement, they choose to reside in the lower 3 layers for extended periods, subduing the fiends, and even after death, their relics are stored in the lower levels. It is safe to say that even the abbot's quarters are less secure than the lower levels. After imparting his instructions to Shun Yi, Kongxiang let out a fierce roar and transformed into a golden dragon shadow, charging toward the entrance of the demon suppression cave. Chapter 32. Luring the tiger away from its mountain. How foolish I am, truly. I only contemplated that someone might make a move during the unveiled conference. Yet I failed to realize that if they intended to commit assassination, they must first contend with the abbot. In the dimly lit corridor, Shun Yi rushed forth, muttering incantations under his breath. According to the earlier revelations from Discourse on Martial Arts, the abbot of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, Ling Min, ranks fourth on the white list of formidable warriors, surpassed only by the esteemed Xiao Baoyue, the head of the profound heaven true martial path, Zhou Ji, the sage of the Xianwang Academy, and the abbot of the Great Mercy Temple. Should such a powerful figure choose to intervene, especially with the advantage of terrain, no malevolent entities could stir unrest. Thus, it was imperative to lure the tiger away from its mountain. But how to do so? This was indeed the strategy at hand. Should turmoil arise in the demon suppression cave, the abbot Ling Min and the heads of various halls would be compelled to suppress it. Otherwise, if the fiends from the lower 3 tiers were to emerge, chaos would ensue. The absence of the abbot and the heads from the unveiled conference would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen developments. As he hurried along, Shun Yi arrived at the peculiar cell once more. The imprisoned Jiu Shao blood demon remained engrossed in a game of chess, unperturbed by the dust cascading from above, embodying an unshakable calm. Meanwhile, a small donkey lay atop a pile of hay, its ears perked up, grinning widely, the expression on its face vividly portraying schadenfreude. Upon seeing Shun Yi approach, the donkey beamed and exclaimed, "Little monk, where are you rushing off to in such haste? There's no need to hurry down below. It is far less safe in here with me." The monk who breached the cave wields the chanting tidal blade, which had long been sealed on the 5th tier. The donkey's gloating remarks halted Shun Yi in his tracks. The term monk clearly referred to the intruder. This prompted Shun Yi to recall his earlier experiences upon entering the demon suppression cave, particularly the deranged Master Kongming. If it truly were him, Then the changes within the cave signified a legitimate luring of the tiger away from its mountain. The fact that the chanting tidal blade had been sealed on the 5th tier indicated that the lower levels might harbor the lurking presence of the diamond wolves. Uncertain of how the donkey knew of matters beyond the stone door, Shun-Yi recognized that if the donkey's words held any truth, the lower tiers were indeed not as secure as one might believe. Perhaps the Link character monks tasked with suppressing the lower 3 tiers would not falter. And even if they did, it would only be a few, but the situation on the 4 upper tiers was far less certain. How about it? Are you frightened? The small donkey's grin widened with delight. If you're scared, stay here and become my disciple. Serve as my flute boy, and I shall ensure your survival. As soon as the words left its mouth, the donkey abruptly collided with the wall with a loud thud, causing a layer of dust to rain down from the ceiling of the cell. If you seek to feast on donkey meat, you need not wait for the monks of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery to act. I can fulfill that for you. The disheveled man in ragged clothes leisurely moved his fingers without raising his gaze, speaking in a calm voice. Little monk, go to the lower tiers. If the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery were to be thoroughly corroded, there would be no hope left. Just as his words fell, a faint golden light began to illuminate the surroundings. On the closed iron doors, the engraved patterns and swastika glimmered with a radiant light, only to flicker and fade like the last flicker of a candle in the wind. The familiar sound of clanging echoed repeatedly. It was the sound of the iron doors being opened. Prior to this moment, Shun-Yi had heard this sound twice before and naturally understood that it signified the unlocking of the seals on the doors, allowing them to open automatically. Nay, nay, nay. Nay. The little donkey brayed with laughter, its hooves thumping against the ground. Who was it that just said there was nothing to worry about? Was it you? Suddenly, it was as if an invisible hand pressed down upon it, causing its head to crash violently against the wall. Yet this did nothing to hinder the donkey's raucous laughter. The once mighty figure, now confronted with embarrassment, shot a fierce glare at the donkey and said, "Little monk, help me toss the rabble back into their cell and shut the door. I promise you will be unharmed." Very well. It appeared that to descend to the lower level, one must first pass this trial. The prisoners within the cell were all shackled. Although they could not compare to the formidable iron doors outside, they were not easily opened. However, with a greater number of prisoners contained, there were bound to be 1 or 2 capable enough to break the welded shackles without any tools at hand. After all, those confined within the demon ceiling cave were not without their skills. The long unopened iron door scraped against the ground, producing a series of jarring sounds. A pale hand grasped the edge of the door, slowly emerging from within. The sound of chains scraping against the floor resonated sharply. Ah, it's that bald donkey. From its perspective, it could not possibly see the true visage of the one being released, yet the little donkey was fixated ahead, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Meanwhile, Shun-Yi felt a chill creep into his gaze, his pupils constricting slightly as he detected wisps of crimson. The traces of blood crawled along the walls and slithered across the ground, omnipresent, casting a crimson shroud over the entire first level. The iron door, scraping the floor, passed over the bloodstains yet left them untouched, as if they were never there at all. A monk, clad in tattered robes and barefoot, emerged, his head marred by dark red stains. He seemed to be in a daze, murmuring to himself, his eyes flickering with confusion and intermittent ferocity. The marks on his head resembled remnants of some coagulated liquid, exuding a heavy, metallic scent. Shun-Yi glanced at the monk's bald head and could not help but wonder if this fellow had plucked out his hair, leaving behind such dark red traces. If so, then this wayward monk was indeed a formidable character. With a gaunt, vacant expression, the monk turned his head from side to side before finally locking onto Shun-Yi's figure. Upon seeing the smoothness of Shun-Yi's head, the monk's eyes abruptly twisted with rage. "Monk, by what right do you presume to be a monk?" He erupted like a mad beast, charging forth with the ferocity of a wild tiger, using all limbs to propel himself forward in a frenzied rush. Chapter 33. The confluence of vital energy and blood. The monk, having broken his vows, had his hands and feet ensnared by shattered iron chains. It was evident that he had exerted immense strength to shatter the fetters and gain his freedom. As he pounced forward, he thrust his palm ahead, unleashing a surge of masculine energy that radiated like the sun, spiraling outward and forming a cyclone that balanced strength with gentleness, compelling Shun-Yi to draw nearer against his will. This monk, despite enduring prolonged captivity, had not succumbed completely to a decline in his martial prowess. Remnants of his power still lingered. Although his true energy had been tainted due to the consumption of mixed elemental forces, a practitioner of the chi absorption realm remained superior. even in a diminished state, to those of the meridian opening realm. Shen Yi found himself involuntarily drawn forward, his body, weighing over 200 pounds due to his rigorous training, now felt as light as a feather. Yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he sought to discover a glimmer of hope amidst overwhelming odds. His pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks, his irises transforming into a pitch-black hue, emanating an aura of enigma. A golden energy membrane enveloped him, concealing the transformations occurring within. Suspended in midair, he struck forth with his fists, consolidating his true energy, generating a thunderous roar akin to a tempest. The simple yet formidable Luohan fist, augmented by the might of the dragon-subduing, tiger-subduing technique, possessed a terrifying presence. Shen Yi brought his fists together and struck into the whirlpool of true energy in the monk's palm, causing the masculine energy to erupt violently, sending a tremendous force rebounding outward. Bang! Shen Yi's forward momentum abruptly ceased. He flipped in midair, landing in a half-squat before launching himself back toward the monk with renewed vigor. The monk's eyes, filled with an indescribable jealousy and hatred as he gazed upon Shen Yi, gathered masculine true energy at his fist's edge and unleashed a punch, the shadows of his fists flickering between reality and illusion. This was the Great Radiance Fist. Previously demonstrated by Wu Yin, the Great Radiance Fist in the hands of this monk was imbued with a fierce and frenzied energy. The air in the corridor tightening as the punch struck forth, momentarily weighing down Shen Yi's form. At that critical juncture, Shen Yi's gaze locked with the monk's, and a strange, malevolent thought infiltrated the monk's mind. He heard the howl of a wolf demon. Kill, kill, kill. He perceived ominous figures shouting in fury. This was it. The donkey in the cell opened its mouth wide, finally witnessing what it had longed to see. The bloodstains clinging to the wall served as its eyes, allowing it to observe Shen Yi's every movement. Little monk, heed my words. Qi is the commander of blood, and blood is the essence of Qi. The confluence of Qi and blood fortifies the exterior and strengthens the interior. The voice of the little donkey suddenly pierced Shen Yi's ears, and the bloodstains surrounding him surged forth, guiding his Qi and blood into a harmonious fusion. Before the naked eye, Shen Yi's complexion grew increasingly pallid as his blood extracted a considerable amount of internal energy, merging it with the energy of the Taiyin. While the internal energy flooded into his bloodstream, fortifying his muscles, bones, and flesh, resulting in a tremendous increase in strength. His bones and veins seemed to stretch ceaselessly, a sensation of power swelling within him, compelling him to unleash it. He charged forward, his form constantly shifting, colliding forcefully with the shadow of a fist. A tremendous force struck Shen Yi, causing him excruciating pain. Had it not been for the protective external energy surrounding him, he would likely have been shattered into pieces at that moment. As the golden bell aura rapidly spun around his body, emitting a thunderous roar, the gentle yet firm recoil incessantly wore down the fist shadow. Shen Yi surged ahead, ultimately breaking through this punch. The ever-changing figure advanced closer, and the monk, who had broken his vows, let out a piercing howl, his eyes wide and bloodshot. The malevolent thoughts ignited fury, sorrow, hatred, and regret within his mind. Emotions surging forth in a chaotic torrent, causing the broken vow monk to oscillate between laughter and tears, his face contorted in grotesque agony. With a resounding thud, the golden bell struck him, and amid the muffled sound, the monk was sent flying like a tattered sack, tumbling twice before curling into a ball on the ground. Exhaling deeply, Shen Yi dissipated the golden bell, revealing his pale skin, with droplets of blood seeping from the pores of his arms, and a mild yet widespread stinging sensation in his right arm. Simultaneously, another thunderous crash echoed within the prison, as the little donkey's head slammed violently against the wall. I underestimated you, the man in the coarse robe remarked disdainfully at the donkey, who had silently orchestrated these arrangements. What remarkable skill. Those open cells were also your doing, weren't they? This collision was even more forceful than before, causing a dent in the donkey's head. Yet, it merely shook its head, and the dent swiftly restored itself, as if time itself had reversed. I merely saw a promising junior, and sought to lend a hand, the donkey chuckled. A crimson hue quietly gathered in its eyes, resembling blood-red agate, glistening and sinister. Its lips curled into a smirk, the donkey's face radiating an air of wicked charm. However, the opening of the cells was not to lend support but rather to rub the iron fist of reality vigorously against your overconfident visage. The donkey erupted into a series of mocking laughs, culminating once again in a headlong collision with the wall. As the conversation unfolded, Another tremor reverberated within the demon suppression cave. However, this time, the tremor originated from below rather than above. Dense black mist surged from the depths below, billowing forth like a dark cloud from the end of a passage, accompanied by an unceasing cacophony of wails and howls from the netherworld. Indeed, trouble had arisen in the lower levels of the demon suppression cave. The demonic thoughts that should have been contained within the monks were leaking out. Seeing the black mist streaming from the passages sent a shiver down Shun Yi's spine. It seemed the demon suppression cave had truly spiraled out of control. In such circumstances, venturing to the lower levels, he, a mere novice in the meridian opening realm, would likely be devoured by some unleashed demon. Simultaneously, another series of cracking sounds echoed, a wave of suffering and bloodshed infiltrating the demon suppression cave. The stone door of the first level had likely been breached. The sudden ferocity of the empty brightness was unexpected. Even Shun Yi's master, Kong Xiang, had been unable to stop it. Where is the abbot? Abbot, please come to our rescue. At this juncture, the abbot has yet to make an appearance. Even if Linglong Taisha is vast, it should not take a fourth-tier individual an eternity to traverse. Unless Shun Yi once again approached the iron-barred cell, gazing at the solitary figure and the donkey within. When do you intend to take action, esteemed seniors? He inquired, observing the calm demeanor of both. Oh, the man in the coarse garment turned his head toward Shun Yi. What makes you presume that we would intervene? Chapter 34. The move at the center of the board within the confines of the prison. The man clad in a coarse robe regarded Shun Yi with keen interest, while the donkey beside him stared with eyes like blood-red agates. Observing this, Shun Yi steadied his mind, ensuring that no ripples of emotion betrayed his inner thoughts. He remarked, "It is merely a small conjecture. The abbot's prolonged absence could not possibly be attributed to an inability to arrive within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. No one could impede the abbot's passage. If that were the case, the abbot's non-appearance could only suggest one possibility. There exists a force within the demon suppression cave capable of addressing the anomalies. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the two esteemed elders were the most likely candidates. Is that so?" The man in the coarse robe continued to scrutinize Shun Yi, his expression unchanging. Yet I sensed there was more to it. You must harbor additional conjectures. If you lacked a certain assurance, you would have concealed yourself within the open cell, perhaps evading calamity. Yet you chose not to do so. Share your conjectures and certainties with me. Should they satisfy me, I will ensure your secrets remain hidden, and no fourth party will learn of the events that transpired. His eyes bore an uncanny ability to penetrate the human soul, exuding an extraordinary aura of intimidation. At that moment, Shun Yi finally beheld the true visage of the man in the coarse robe. Beneath his flowing hair lay a prominent nose and penetrating gaze, framed by a gaunt face that displayed no signs of prolonged confinement from the sun, only an unwavering calmness from beginning to end. Under the scrutiny of this man, Shun Yi's gaze gently shifted to the board before him. Though he had never played Go, he had seen a few films related to the game in his past life and had heard others discuss its rules, yet he had never engaged in a match himself. Nonetheless, even a novice like Shun Yi understood that placing a stone at the center of the board was a move fraught with controversy. It is said that such a move, at the center, is known only to the foolish and the wise alike. Those who dare to play such a move are either incompetent or believe their skills to be unrivaled. At that moment, on the coarse-robed man's board, the center position was firmly occupied by a single stone. According to the novice monk's knowledge, there was only one person in the world who would make such a move. And coincidentally, that individual also bore the surname Chun, as the ominous energy and the palpable aura of suffering and violence permeated from both sides. Shun Yi could even hear the approaching footsteps growing ever closer. The situation became increasingly dire, yet Shun Yi remained steadfast before the cell, showing no intention of retreating. He was gambling, wagering that the man in the coarse robe was indeed the person he suspected. Previously, in a moment of anger, the donkey had uttered the man's surname, Chun. This information, combined with the center move and the abbot's continued absence, led Shun Yi to a rather astonishing conclusion. The abbot's delay was not due to indifference towards the disturbances in the demon suppression cave, but rather because someone within could quell those disturbances. That person was the one standing before him. It seemed that within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, there had been no hesitation regarding the stance on issues. At the very least, the abbot had likely made a decision. That decision pointed to the man before him. Chen Tianyuan. Shun Yi finally uttered this name. The strategist of the Iron Strategy Army, the alchemist ranked 10th on the white list. If the person before him is indeed Chen Tianyuan, Then Shun Yi is confident that he can persuade him to conceal his previous exposure. If this individual is Qin Tianyuan, then the variables within the demon suppression cave have never been variables at all. Shun Yi has staked the identity of the other party on the assumption that he is Qin Tianyuan. As he gazed at the chessboard, the figure clad in coarse garments observed the piece positioned at the center, remarking on Shun Yi's meticulousness. Even your master, Kong Xiang, was confounded by my formation, mistaking me for the blood demon, yet you discerned the truth from the merest trace. His words unmistakably confirmed his identity. He is indeed Qin Tianyuan. And Shen Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. If it is him, then Shen Yi may reveal a portion of his value to secure his assistance in keeping matters hidden. Of course, should Qin Tianyuan be unwilling, Shen Yi would have no choice but to negotiate with that donkey. From earlier interactions, it appeared the donkey held a favorable view of him. If that too proves futile, then he would have to surrender, remaining within the demon suppression cave for 3 decades, only to resurface when his skills have reached fruition. Indeed, I am Qin Tianyuan. The figure in coarse garments acknowledged his identity with composure, placing a piece on the chessboard, the crisp sounds resonating in succession. The monk who had been defeated by Shun Yi, now ensnared by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, curled helplessly on the ground. As if crushed by an invisible force, his bones shattered, utterly devoid of life. Now, you are safe. We are allies, Qin Tianyuan stated. Although the slaughter would not yield significant repercussions if exposed, it could potentially affect the collaboration between Linglong Taisha and Qin Tianyuan. His act of killing the wayward monk certainly provided a minor leverage, but was also the most straightforward means to earn Shen Yi's trust. As for the notion of being allies, Shun Yi observed Qin Tianyuan continuing to place pieces, fully aware that the matter was far from resolved. As allies, it is only natural that you assist me, and I assist you in return. At that moment, as Qin Tianyuan placed another piece, crimson rays of light danced across the ground, transforming the bloodstains Shen Yi had previously witnessed into simple lines, weaving intricate patterns. The first layer of the demon suppression cave became enveloped in this sanguine tapestry, which continued to extend downward into the lower levels. If someone were capable of peering through the mountain and into the depths below, they would witness a network of bloodlines intertwining within the demon suppression cave, forming a 3-dimensional formation. The surging demonic thoughts were suppressed by the suddenly illuminated bloodlight, dispersing the aura of suffering and slaughter. A monk wielding emerged from a nearby corner, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. How is this possible? He cried out, a hint of despair evident in his voice. If all that lay before him were true, it meant that his plans had crumbled entirely. If the demon suppression cave was already prepared, what of other places? Upon seeing the man in the prison garb, he seemed to recognize Qin Tianyuan's identity and bellowed in fury. Why? For the past 3 years, Qin Tianyuan has tirelessly sought justice for the past. Logically, he should stand alongside me. Why then does he seek to thwart my endeavors? Chapter 35. The chanting of the cautionary blade. Qin Tianyuan's cold remark utterly infuriated Kong Ming. With Qin Tianyuan's assistance in the demon suppression cave, a great disturbance was rendered impossible. Thus, the abbot of the spirit sect could continue presiding over the unveiled conference without needing to rush to this place for support. The so-called strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain had completely failed. The vengeful monk tightened his grip on the cautionary blade, his blood-red aura coalescing into a terrifying Shura illusion with 3 eyes and 6 arms. His potent aura, infused with an unwavering obsession, surged like flames, and the blade in his hand glimmered ominously with a crimson hue, exuding an air of foreboding. This monk had succumbed to madness. The cautionary blade, one of the forbidden artifacts of the Buddhist sect, had long been sealed within the 5th level of the demon suppression cave. Upon hearing these words, Shun Yi turned his gaze toward the blade enveloped in bloodlight. The blade, appearing entirely of bronze, seemed to be crafted from that metal. Its elongated form bore inscribed black incantations, exuding an aura of peril and anguish. The name cautionary refers to the root cause of never attaining Buddhahood, and the weapon's name reflects the vigilance with which those of the Buddhist order regard it. Yet for Kong Ming, this very root cause of eternal damnation became his greatest ally. Having strayed onto a treacherous path, he embodied the essence of the cautionary blade. Possessing it was akin to gaining wings akin to a tiger, exponentially enhancing his combat prowess. With such a weapon in hand, it was no wonder he could breach the stone gate, rendering even the void itself impotent against him. I wonder how my master fares, Shen Yi pondered. Though their time together had been brief, a bond akin to that of teacher and disciple had formed. Should any ill befall Kong Xiang? Shen Yi would have no choice but to ensure that all involved would accompany him in death. Kong Ming snorted coldly, his sure illusion enveloping him as he charged forth like a tempest. Today, failure was not an option. He was prepared to sacrifice everything to rectify his miscalculations. So long as he could dismantle this formation, chaos would once again reign within the demon suppression cave. Such a futile endeavor, a donkey scoffed, suddenly erupting into violence. A surge of bloodlight shattered the iron bars of the cell, declaring that he could only become a lifeless corpse. Amidst the cacophony of flesh and blood, the bloodlight collided with the tempest, revealing a towering creature nearly 10 feet tall. The diminutive donkey had risen upright, its gray-black fur bristling like barbs, sinewy muscles pulsating with a crimson hue, and its hooves thundering against the ground, causing the cavern to tremble. Only its head retained a semblance of normality. With a thud, the towering beast brought its hoof down upon the cautionary blade, unleashing a force akin to a mountain crumbling and a tsunami crashing, forcing Kong Ming to retreat repeatedly. With another thud, it shattered the blood-red aura and trampled upon Kong Ming's chest, causing flesh to rupture and bones to crack. This donkey was surprisingly violent, its hooves striking like fists, relentlessly pounding until the Shura illusion disintegrated into nothingness. Unlike martial cultivators who trained their own essence, the Qi practitioners harnessed the energies of heaven and earth, projecting their souls outward to manifest through external forms for offense and defense. The lesser practitioners relied on weapons and other objects, while the superior ones used the energies of heaven and earth as vessels to refine their essence into a primordial spirit. Those who achieved great mastery could traverse the northern sea by day and the Kangwu Mountains by night. Shen Tianyuan spoke calmly, as if enlightening Shen Yi about the blood demon's practice technique, the blood god nerve, which draws upon the essence of blood to enhance one's spiritual prowess. Once mastered, this technique allows one to cultivate a blood deity's physique, enabling the practitioner to drain the life essence of an opponent merely by passing closely by them. He was a master of manipulating vital energy, and even though currently trapped within a beastly form, he was not a foe that the monk could contend with. As he spoke, Chen Tianyuan made another move on the chessboard, causing the corpse of the previously slain monk to shift ominously towards the battlefield of the donkey and Kong Ming, torn asunder by the residual forces. Concurrently, the ground beneath was aglow with flickering runes, vibrating incessantly, as though a colossal beast were rampaging below. Do you comprehend why I deemed his inquiry foolish? Chen Tianyuan manipulated the game while posing the question. Both Kong Ming and Chen Tianyuan sought vengeance against the individuals involved 3 years prior. Although not conspirators, their objectives aligned. Yet, Chen Tianyuan demonstrated no inclination to assist Kong Ming. Instead, at this pivotal moment, he jeopardized Kong Ming's endeavors and aimed to undermine him, a transgression that Kong Ming could never forgive. However, from Shen Yi's perspective, Chen Tianyuan's assertion held merit. Kong Ming was indeed foolish. You are far more astute than that dim-witted monk, Chen Tianyuan remarked, the nature of his comment ambiguous. The one who devises strategies for that foolish monk is either simple-minded or malevolent. Which do you believe them to be? Suddenly, Shen Yi recalled Wuqing. This individual, while ostensibly fixated on revenge, harbored considerable ambition. He coveted the methods of reversing vital energy, seeking to consolidate power through it. While he appeared to be a man driven by vengeance, he also exhibited a relentless pursuit of his own interests. Having trained in the Shura 7 Killblade to target Guopei, a figure within the court, Wuqing's duplicity had always cast a shadow of doubt in Shen Yi's mind. And now, clarity emerged. He had initially presumed that Kong Ming was behind Wuqing, but it seemed the dynamics were reversed. Wuqing was orchestrating Kong Ming's actions, while another unknown entity manipulated Wuqing from behind the scenes. This revelation clarified the current circumstances, underscoring who had truly acted foolishly. Retrieving a token from his sleeve, he tossed it forth, proclaiming, "This wretched and cunning individual has aided me, and I must express my gratitude. The targets he wishes to eliminate shall fall by your hand. This token will allow your techniques and vital energy to manifest differently in the eyes of others, rendering even the spirit gate unable to pierce this illusion. Use it for your assassination, and upon your success, this item shall serve as your reward." Chapter 36. The beginning and the end of Zhaoyang. Shen Yi caught the token. Seemingly crafted from ink jade, its surface icy to the touch. One side bore an intricately carved decagon, while the other was elegantly inscribed with the characters Zhaoyang. As the token came into his grasp, blood seeped from his palm, staining its surface, and a chill coursed through his arm, creating an inexplicable bond between Shen Yi and the token. The Xiaolong token is a specially crafted magical artifact. Once it resonates with your essence, it becomes unusable by others. You can envision any illusion in your mind, and the Xiaoyang token will automatically envelop you in the illusion, disguising your form, appearance, and even the manifestation of your true energy, Qin Tianyuan explained. Following his instructions, Shen Yi tightened his muscles, activating his unique Dragon Seal Iron Cloth technique, which manifested a subtle iron blue hue, replacing his previous pallor. The illusion of the Xiaoyang token entirely concealed Shen Yi's anomalies, allowing him to move freely without the need for excessive force. Who is the target? Shen Yi swiftly entered a focused state, adhering to his principle of doing business for money. Sheng Wanpei, Qin Tianyuan replied. Indeed, it was him. Wu Chun was undoubtedly embroiled in something sinister. Shen Yi felt an unsettling sense of inevitability. At this juncture, all events seemed to interconnect. Someone within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery had orchestrated a scheme to prevent the temple from leaning towards the secular faction. He had initially sent Wu Qin to entice Kong Ming, establishing a plan where, on the day of the unrestricted assembly, Kong Ming would launch a forceful attack on the demon suppression cave, drawing the tiger from its lair. Meanwhile, Wu Chun would seize the opportunity to assassinate Sheng Wanpei. This assassination, from the current perspective, appeared to be a ruse, lacking any genuine intent for success, as Wu Qin had easily exposed his target to Wu Ju. What he desired was merely chaos within the demon suppression cave, where he, burdened with a blood feud, would strike down a court official. The success of the endeavor was inconsequential. In fact, a successful assassination would be counterproductive. Afterward, Wu Chun could simply plead guilty. And according to the rules of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, he would likely face confinement rather than death. One day, he might awaken to a new understanding. Enhancing his narrative of redemption, his actions, though drastic, would be deemed understandable, especially since he had not succeeded. Conversely, Kong Ming, having strayed from the righteous path, would ultimately find himself ensnared within the demon suppression cave. The secular faction associated with Wu Qin and Kong Ming would also face comprehensive suppression. To eliminate Sheng Wanpei, they were willing to plunge the demon suppression cave into chaos, the repercussions of which remained uncertain. The other sects that witnessed these events would come to understand the fervor of the Avengers, leading them to deliberate more thoughtfully on potential alliances with such vengeful figures. However, the mastermind behind this entire scheme had underestimated Qin Tianyuan, who had anticipated the enemy's moves and prepared in advance. When Qin Tianyuan appeared within the demon suppression cave, the failure of the opposition was all but assured. He could even turn the tables, Shun Yi mused, exposing the enemy's conspiracy, reversing the subsequent impact, and perhaps even killing Sheng Wanpei in the process, eliminating an adversary while shifting the blame onto the enemy. How insidious. The only lingering concern was whether Shen Yi could successfully slay Sheng Wanpei without being apprehended. Yet, this was Shen Yi's worry, not Shen Tianyuan's. With his cunning, even if Shun Yi were to fail, he would undoubtedly possess a contingency plan. At this moment, the fierce battle between Kong Ming and the donkey was nearing its conclusion. The donkey's hoof shattered the Shura illusion, splitting into grotesque appendages that transformed into a massive, sinewy hand, seizing the chanting blade with ferocity. You fool! That is not how one wields a blade. He cackled maniacally as he forcibly wrested the blade from its resting place, running his hand along the edge. The blade sliced into his skin, and torrents of crimson blood cascaded over the weapon. Beneath that donkey hide seemed to be an ocean of blood, saturating the blade and conjuring a sinister wind within the demon suppression cave. The Blood Sea Yama unleashed an explosion of dark, malevolent energy, and a colossal demonic visage roared forth. In an instant, the descending light of the blade reflected a hellish sea of blood, bringing forth an overwhelming stench of death. As the blade passed through him, Kong Ming found himself utterly powerless to resist. Blood surged backward through his veins, transforming into a lethal force that erupted violently from within. With a series of hissing sounds, Kong Ming was as if transformed into a hedgehog, sprouting dozens of blood blades that spewed forth copious amounts of blood, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Bah! How utterly tiresome! The donkey spat disdainfully, its towering form shrinking dramatically, the sounds of flesh and bone grinding echoing as. Like a magician's trick, it reverted to the size of a small donkey. Killing is truly dull. The donkey flung the chanting blade towards Shen Yi, embedding it into the ground with a resounding clang, grumbling, "Hurry and summon that bald ass below to rescue him, or I cannot guarantee that possessed donkey will survive. If you wish to linger here, you might as well slay him outright." Qin Tianyuan did not even glance at him, responding with indifference. Upon hearing this, The donkey's demeanor shifted instantaneously, its previously boastful expression transformed into one of profound serenity. Chanting a sutra, it proclaimed, "Oh, the purity of the Buddha's domain. It is best not to taint it with bloodshed." With that, it scampered off to effect a rescue. Meanwhile, Shun-Yi scrutinized the blade that had been thrust before him. Once separated from its wielder, the chanting blade lost its aura akin to a bitter sea, now embedded at an angle in the ground. Its edge devoid of any menacing gleam. Yet, as Shun-Yi's gaze settled upon it, the blade stirred to life. Its hilt gradually turned towards him, bowing slightly as if inviting him to grasp it. An intangible allure filled Shun-Yi's heart, igniting an insatiable desire within him. His arm seemed to possess a will of its own, twitching as his fingers moved restlessly, yearning to seize the hilt. In response, Shun-Yi silently channeled his inner energy to his arm, an icy flow freezing the flesh and blood within. A dim golden aura enveloped him. Intricate runes danced upon the surface, exuding a captivating and soul-stirring essence. In that moment, Shun-Yi appeared far more sinister than Kongming. The incantations of the soul-binding demon scripture bestowed upon Shun-Yi an unusual magnetism, drawing forth the dark energies that the donkey had previously summoned. As they flocked towards him in a chaotic tide, each character resembles an invisible mouth, yearning for the entry of the soul. With a resounding clang, the Zhanti ceremonial blade emitted a sharp cry, causing the intangible allure to vanish without a trace. It stood upright in the ground, its hilt raised, embodying a stance that proclaimed, "I am a fine blade. Approach not, you wicked monk." Chapter 37. The Unveiled Conference is underway. The chanting knife represents the essence of never achieving Buddhahood. However, one must possess the inherent qualities of attaining enlightenment to wield it. In Buddhist philosophy, it is said that all sentient beings possess the Buddha nature, and anyone can become a Buddha. This assertion is not mere folly, but rather lacks the qualification of probability. As for Shun-Yi, he has been deemed devoid of Buddha nature by the chanting knife, and has consequently been expelled from the Buddhist fold. Were it not for the necessity of delivering this chanting knife to the Linglong Iron Monastery, he would not have hesitated to partake in a forbidden fruit. As he spoke, he passed by the knife without a hint of desire for the forbidden artifact. Subsequently, Shun-Yi traversed the corridor until he reached the entrance, where a partially collapsed stone door and a ground marred by blade marks and debris lay before him. His master, Kong Xiang, the 4 martial monks he had previously encountered, along with several unfamiliar monks, were strewn across the square before the stone door. Shun-Yi approached each individual to assess their condition, discovering that they were merely unconscious. Although they bore numerous blade wounds and appeared gravely injured, none were at the brink of death. It seemed that while Kongming had strayed from the path, he had not entirely lost his sanity, refraining from delivering fatal blows to his fellow disciples. This realization brought a measure of relief to Shun-Yi. With Chen Tianyuan present, the monks stationed there and Kong Xiang were assured of their safety, though this was merely conjecture. Observing that Kong Xiang was unharmed, Shun-Yi no longer needed to worry about replacing his master. He set Kong Xiang down and hastened back to the cave entrance, ascending the stone steps. This staircase extended from where Kongming had faced the wall, and following it to the end revealed the gaping hole. According to Kong Xiang, if the wall-facing monks wished to enter the demon suppression cave, they would need to seek permission from the discipline court. Without the court's approval, it was unlikely that the wall-facing monks could open the passage. From the breached opening, a continuous stream of dark aura emanated, a manifestation of the demonic thoughts that surged from the depths of the demon suppression cave. Not only had Kongming damaged the rock face, but he had also dismantled the arrangements meant to suppress these demonic thoughts, allowing the black mist to swirl freely within the cave. However, at that moment in the lower levels of the demon suppression cave, Chen Tianyuan had already quelled the unrest alongside the temple's senior monks. Thus, while the malevolent aura within the cave was dense, it had not yet reached an unbearable intensity. As Shun-Yi entered the cave, his pupils constricted slightly, granting him clarity in the dim surroundings. The pitch-black demonic thoughts approached him like sharks drawn to blood, yet before they could penetrate his being, a peculiar bell-shaped energy shield manifested, with wolf-headed and human-faced phantoms swirling around it, incessantly devouring the black mist. This demonic aura, akin to spiritual energy, could indeed be consumed by the demon capture and ghost restraint talisman. At this moment, Shun-Yi unleashed his mutated Golden Bell shield, continuously absorbing the black mist. As a torrent of chaotic malevolence surged into his consciousness, intruding upon his awareness, maintaining a heart of diligence akin to subduing dragons and tigers, he transformed the malevolence into a form of Buddhist essence, remaining steadfast as a mountain. Shani continued to scrutinize his surroundings and indeed observed varying depths of blade marks etched into the internal rock walls. His suspicions were confirmed. Kong Ming's swordsmanship was indeed of the same lineage as the Shura 7-kill blade, which had previously invoked the intent of the Shura 7-kill blade. Fingers grazed over the scar left by the blade, a faint sting manifesting at their tips. Had it not been for the protective barrier, the fingers would have surely suffered a direct cut from the knife. Even though the wielder had departed, the scar still lingered, imbued with the remnants of hatred and murderous intent, a testament to the profound obsession and unparalleled skill of the blade. Had the previous battle not transpired within the confines of the Demon Suppression Cave, a different setting would have likely resulted in a catastrophic landslide, burying all within its embrace. As Shun-Yi meticulously examined the scar, he simultaneously utilized the Void Illusion Realm to evolve his understanding, deftly recording every detail before finally making his way toward the entrance. Emerging from the cave, in the grand square before the Great Hero Hall, a congregation of monks gathered, their rhythmic chants resonating throughout the air. Monks from the Linglong Iron Monastery, alongside visitors from various sects and devout believers attending the assembly, amounted to over 20,000 souls. The square and its surrounding halls were abuzz with the flow of guests, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Wu Chun, with lowered brows and downcast eyes, joined the other monks in reciting scriptures, yet his ears remained attuned to the movements around him, particularly towards the location of the abbot of the Linglong Iron Monastery. He awaited the moment of disturbance to execute his long-conceived plan to assassinate Shang Wanpei. However, as he continued to wait, nearing the conclusion of the chanting, no disruption occurred. The abbot remained seated before the Great Hero Hall, engrossed in his recitation, emanating golden symbols, with ethereal Buddhist figures flickering around him, showing no signs of rising. Restlessness began to brew within Wu Qin. He could no longer suppress his gaze and opened his eyes, locking onto another pair of eyes that were equally drawn to him. It belonged to a middle-aged scholar clad in a white robe, with 3 wisps of long beard adorning his chin. He held a folding fan in his hand, rhythmically tapping it against his palm. Though his expression appeared calm, the motion of his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. He too was in waiting. The eyes of Wu Qin met those of the scholar, and both discerned the impatience reflected in one another's gaze. An unexpected turn of events caught them both off guard. Then, the scholar inclined his head slightly, firmly grasping the folding fan that had just struck his palm. Make your move. His intent was unmistakable. Chapter 38. The 32 Appearances. Position at the first level of the Demon Suppression Cave. The tremors gradually subsided, and the mountains began to restore their tranquility. A middle-aged monk clad in yellow robes appeared from the entrance, gracefully alighting upon a lotus flower, and swiftly arrived before the cell where Qin Tianyuan was confined. He bowed respectfully to the 2 figures within the cell and said, Amit Ba, Master Chun, the abbot has sent me to invite you to attend the unrestricted assembly. Inside the cell, Qin Tianyuan had already tidied his disheveled hair, securing it with a wooden stick, revealing his gaunt visage. Upon seeing the visitor, he imperceptibly shook his head and murmured, foolish. Nearby, a donkey sprawled amidst a pile of hay erupted in a series of strange chuckles, its tongue lolling out. 70 years have passed, and the old man of the Lingmen still cannot shed his mediocrity. Qin, you have miscalculated. He was well aware of the reason behind Qin Tianyuan's remark of foolish, as the abbot of Lingmen had, for certain reasons, opted not to maximize their gains from the battle. Originally, according to Qin Tianyuan's expectations, the abbot should have left the unrestricted assembly to create a ruse of heading to the Demon Suppression Cave, thereby luring out those with ulterior motives. When those fish surfaced joyfully, they would be met with a sudden onslaught from an old bald head, which would surely astonish them. However, the current actions of Lingmen undoubtedly rejected the notion of maximizing their victories. If he wished to fish, Qin Tianyuan should not have made his appearance at this moment. This unrestricted assembly drew over 20,000 faithful, many of whom had traveled great distances, and the abbot did not wish to disappoint them. The middle-aged monk lowered his voice and continued, Additionally, we have just received word that the Master Lingyin, stationed at the 5th level of the Demon Suppression Cave, has passed away. Passed away? I believe it is more accurate to say he succumbed to guilt, the donkey interjected with a mocking laugh. The monk remained unfazed and persisted. The master exhausted himself suppressing demons, leaving behind no merit or fault. The abbot wishes to provide the remaining disciples with an opportunity. Rest assured, Master Qin. The abbot's promises will not be broken. Not everyone is a follower of Lingyin. The vast majority, like Kong Ming, were manipulated by their thirst for vengeance. thus participating to varying extents. Delving deeper, while it may not be feasible to apprehend all those harboring blood feuds, it would undoubtedly ensnare many in the process. Therefore, the abbot, being prudent and seasoned, naturally wished to avoid further complications and settle this matter once and for all. The abbot's meaning, and what of your own? Asked Konghua. Qin Tianyuan articulated the monk's Dharma name with an air of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyuan slightly closed his eyes and reached for another piece, stating, "Go and inform Ling Min that I expect him to personally come and provide me with an explanation." The implication was clear. He was unwilling to emerge. Seeing this, Konghua chose not to say more, once again performing a Buddhist salute before turning to leave. As an attendant of the Medicine King Institute, he still had to tend to the unconscious disciples and deliver healing elixirs to the lower levels of the demon suppression cave. As he departed, he also retrieved the chanting ring blade that had been embedded in the ground, its sound ringing out with a crisp chime, as if filled with a lively spirit. The laughter of the donkey monster echoed, as it remarked on the fervor of the one wielding the chanting blade, seemingly yet another monk ensnared in his own delusions. Speaking of Qin Tianyuan, who had been treacherously backstabbed by the old man of the Ling Min, what thoughts might he harbor? With a mocking glint in his eye, it fixated on the profile of Qin Tianyuan, yearning to witness a reaction of amusement from the esteemed strategist of the Iron Strategy Army. Regrettably, disappointment ensued. Qin Tianyuan remained as impassive as a statue, devoid of any emotional hue, merely stating, "The Ling Min has its considerations." A black piece was placed upon the chessboard. I, too, have my own thoughts. When Shun Yi approached the Hall of Great Strength, the Buddhist silhouette outside the Ling Min had nearly solidified. Towering at a height of 6 zhang, seated in a dignified lotus posture, exuding an imposing majesty. The elder monk within appeared rejuvenated, with a youthful visage and golden complexion. Beneath his lowered eyelids, pupils revealed a deep azure hue, radiating an indescribable sanctity. His upper body bore the likeness of a lion, standing tall with a golden hue and azure gaze. Not far from the Ling Min, a monk clad in a resplendent robe sat cross-legged on a mat, hands clasped together. Witnessing the myriad extraordinary phenomena emanating from the Ling Min, he could not help but exclaim, "The abbot of Ling Min has truly manifested the 4 characteristics of our Buddha." The path of the Buddhist practice aims solely at achieving Buddhahood. Whether through the greater or lesser vehicle, the ultimate goal remains the same. The 32 marks serve as the finest standard for measuring the accomplishments of practitioners within the Buddhist realm. The so-called 32 marks are the dignified virtues exhibited by the Buddha, attained through extensive cultivation of good deeds over countless eons. While other practitioners may possess certain noble traits, only the Buddha and the true wheel-turning sovereign embody all 32 marks. The typical statues found in temples, with their bulbous hairstyles, represent one such mark known as the top knot. The deeper the Buddhist practitioner delves into the profound teachings, the closer they draw to the Buddha, and the more marks they exhibit. When one embodies all 32 marks, they become the revered among mortals and celestial beings. The king of all saints, a Buddha in the world. Does not Master Shuxing also embody these auspicious marks? The ancient Wood Taoist chuckled from a short distance away, remarking, "His voice resonates perfectly, akin to the sound of celestial drums or the melody of the Kalinga bird." If this old Taoist intuition serves him well, it must correspond to the mark of the voice of Brahma among the 32. It appears that the Master's merit of harmonizing Brahma and Saint has made further advancements in recent years, allowing for a potential rise in his ranking on the white list. Master Shuxing, however, has been overly modest. The abbot of Ling Min is but a step away from Tia Yuan. And aside from the 20 individuals on the heavenly rankings, how many can genuinely claim to surpass him? On the other side, the Grand Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion, Qizhou Yuan, commented, "This Master Shuxing had only just arrived at the Linglong Iron Temple yesterday, representing the Great Mercy Temple among the 3 temples of the Buddhist order at this unhindered assembly. He himself is also renowned on the white list, ranked 21st, surpassing the ancient Wood Taoist by a margin of over 10 places. His senior brother, Xuan, holds an even higher rank, positioned above Ling Min as the abbot of the Great Mercy Temple. As for the last of the 3 temples, the Great Will Temple, it belongs to the major sect of the Great Li dynasty and thus did not participate in the assembly, including the representatives from the Great Mercy and Kindness Temple, as well as those who have already arrived from the Yiyang Academy, the 100 Herb Valley, the Sword Pavilion, the Grand Historian Tower, the Heavenly River Sword Sect, the Great River Alliance, and the Xianqing Palace. All parties have gathered to partake in the unrestricted conference. Furthermore, with the presence of Shang Wanpei, the governor of Yanggu County representing the Yuzhou inspector, and Qin Tianyuan, the strategist of the Iron Strategy Army. All the factions set to participate in the conference are now accounted for. However, Qin Tianyuan, who was supposed to arrive yesterday, has yet to make an appearance, casting a sense of unease among the representatives present. One cannot help but wonder where this troublemaker is lurking, plotting his schemes. Chi Tuahai of the Great River Alliance scans the surroundings in search of Qin Tianyuan's whereabouts. As discussions ensue, the resonant chants of the monks grow ever more profound, with the congregation reciting the sacred texts. Lotus blossoms manifest in the heavens, delicately drifting down, and those present who are touched by these petals feel a warm flow coursing through their bodies, bringing clarity of mind and a sense of comfort. The devotees surrounding them are overwhelmed, perceiving the Buddha's presence and bowing in reverence to the divine image. Recently arrived Shin E2 experiences a soothing sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, the sharp pain in his arm dissipating. He had sustained an injury during his earlier encounter with the wayward monk, although he had employed the blood magic's techniques to staunch the bleeding and heal. His inexperience rendered him unable to recover swiftly. Yet now, after undergoing this lotus purification, the minor but widespread injuries on his arm have been remarkably healed, restoring him sufficiently to act without hindrance. Yet, how am I to act if the spirit sect remains unmoving? Shin E muses helplessly. According to his deductions, the abbot of the spirit sect must have reached an accord with Qin Tianyuan and thus should temporarily withdraw, allowing willing participants to step forward. The faction led by Wu Chun, noticing the spirit sect's withdrawal, would assume their plan had succeeded and would commence their actions, creating a chaotic environment where Shun Yi could seize the opportunity to strike at Shangguan Pei. But now, the spirit sect seems firmly rooted in place, making any attempt at action on Shun Yi's part tantamount to courting disaster. He can only suppress his thoughts and quietly observe the proceedings of the conference. After a brief moment, the lotus blossoms gradually dissipate, and the golden radiance of the Buddha slowly fades, leaving the image of the Buddha hovering around the spirit sect, sitting in solemn meditation. The dignified figure of the spirit sect proclaims to the assembly, the discussions of this unrestricted conference pertain to the distinction between transcending the world and engaging with it. Transcendence signifies a detachment from worldly affairs, an ascetic existence, which, to those in the know, represents the spirit sect's refusal to partake in the conflicts of the two dynasties. Conversely, to engage with the world means to become embroiled in the struggle against the Great Li. No sooner had this topic been introduced than a figure rose to speak. Dressed as a scholar, Shangguan Pei stepped forward and declared in a clear voice, "I believe that those who have renounced worldly ties must adhere to the principle of emptiness, for involvement in worldly matters would compromise their practice. The monastic community ought to prioritize the observance of precepts and self-discipline, lest they jeopardize their spiritual cultivation." Shangguan Pei refrains from directly stating that the spirit sect should not involve itself in the conflicts between the two dynasties, knowing well that such a proclamation would draw the ire of the court. Instead, he cleverly addresses the matter at hand, feigning concern for the monks' well-being. Such tactics may deceive outsiders, yet those privy to the truth, such as the participants involved, will not be misled by the rhetoric of Lord Shangguan Pei. No sooner had his words fallen than a voice of derision pierced the air. "Lord Shangguan, this is the unfettered assembly of inclusiveness, not your bureaucratic arena. There is no need for you to flaunt your status through your discourse. Furthermore, for those familiar with you, they recognize you as the prefect of Yanggu County, while others may mistakenly believe they are in the presence of an envoy from the Great Li." Upon hearing the voice, Shangguan Pei turned, only to find that the speaker was not among the front ranks, but rather emerged from the congregation of monks. A young monk, with a dark complexion and clad in yellow robes, stepped forth with a mocking expression. This young monk was none other than Wu Chun. Upon seeing Wu Chun take the stage, Shun Yi immediately realized that he had chosen to act. Even with the Lingmen present, Wu Chun had resolved to execute his plan, for he had never intended to succeed from the outset. Although the thunder of the demon ceiling cave had yet to strike, leaving the various factions unaware of the Avengers' madness, Wu Chun's assassination attempt still reflected an extreme stance. "I must say, this plan is indeed quite revolting," Shun Yi mused internally, gradually advancing forward. Wu Chun sought to forcibly represent all victims associated with the calamity of Yuzhou, aiming to unjustly tarnish their reputation. Should he succeed, Shun Yi, a disciple born of the Yuzhou refugees, would inevitably face exclusion and whispers, despite having already taken Master Kong Xiang as his teacher. As Wu Chun resolutely stepped forward, some among the monks clenched their fists, poised for action. They intended to create chaos, providing Wu Chun with an opportunity to strike. At that moment, the Lingmen opened their half-closed eyes, a surge of potent qi rippling outward. The monks gathered in the square felt themselves enveloped by a gentle energy, as if coated in a faint golden light. Those like Wu Ming and Wu Yun, who sought to instigate disorder, sensed an invisible restraint binding them, their bodies forcibly immobilized on the spot. The monks not directly involved felt an oddity, yet it did not impede their movements. The Lingmen's qi seemed to possess consciousness, discerning those intent on action and restraining them, while the others were merely enveloped in energy without hindering their actions. Wu Chun, advancing forward, felt an unexpected tension, as though the air had thickened like quicksand, holding him back. He glanced towards the Lingmen, seated amidst the Buddha's shadow, locking eyes with a pair of deep azure orbs. A chilling sensation coursed through him. It felt as if the Lingmen had seen through him entirely, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Yet, in the next moment, amidst the pervasive golden light of the Buddha's presence, an invisible qi suddenly emerged, slicing through the encompassing aura like a blade. The Grand Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion, Qi Jiyuan, pressed his hand upon his sword, a pale blue light flickering at the hilt. That invisible blade was indeed conjured by him. This action served as a signal, prompting the deputy leader of the Jiang gang, Qi Tuahai, to smirk, his qi surging forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into an invisible vortex, forcefully drawing upon the aura established by the abbot of the Lingmen. In the 100-herb valley, the ancient wood practitioner clasped his hands within his sleeves. Fingers forming intricate seals as pure and supple energy permeated the swirling vortex, intertwining with the tumultuous currents of true qi. A dignified, middle-aged man from the Celestial River Sword sect gently clenched his fist, striking the ground, where the indigo-hued energy danced like a dragon, surging towards the ancient wood practitioner. With his presence, the energy field momentarily became chaotic, allowing Wu Chun to break free. Simultaneously, Shani also advanced closer to the forefront. Chapter 39, The Abyss of Azura, Engage. As Qi Zhou-Yuan, Qi Tanghai, and Xian Xingyuan launched an assault to disrupt the aura of the abbot of the Lingmen, the heads of the various halls, seated on either side, raised their brows in unison, poised to retaliate. Within the confines of the Linglong Iron Temple, even the mightiest of the heavenly rankings could engage in battle. Should all guests turn against them, the Linglong Iron Temple would remain unperturbed. However, the Lingmen intervened, commanding, "Protect the faithful." While the heads of the halls could indeed join the fray, and even engage in fierce combat to subdue Qi Zhou-Yuan and his companions, such actions would inevitably impact those around them, putting the temple's disciples and numerous attendees of the Dharma assembly at risk. This was not the desire of the Lingmen. This was precisely the confidence that emboldened Qi Zhou-Yuan and his compatriots to act. At present, the conflict remained a covert struggle. Qi Zhou-Yuan had yet to unsheath his sword, and Qi Tanghai had not employed his renowned techniques. Should the confrontation escalate into an overt clash, the outcome would be dramatically different. With azure eyes fixed upon the three, and amidst the stillness of the Great Mercy Temple, Su Inkyuing Palace, and Taisher Tower, where allies and adversaries were indistinguishable, the Lingmen proclaimed with a voice resonant as thunder, akin to the sound of a celestial drum. "Esteemed ones, your deeds have been unveiled. It is not too late to cease your actions." The heads of the hall simultaneously recited Buddhist scriptures, their chants forming a vast symbol of the swastika in the sky, enveloping the square and isolating the verbal skirmish between the Lingmen and the assembly. The gathered faithful, unaware of the perilous situation, witnessed the continuous flow of sacred chants and myriad auspicious signs, mistakenly believing that the Buddha had manifested, each fervently praying without knowledge of the impending danger. Abbot of the Lingmen, all I request is for the Linglong Iron Temple to remain uninvolved. Should the abbot acquiesce, I shall be the first to retract my actions and seek penance for my transgressions, Qi Jiyuan declared. Following suit, Qi Tanghai added, I, too, seek the same. If the abbot does not comply, then there is no choice but to summon the sword god and the leader of the BB gang for negotiations. I am not allied with them. I merely owe a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Xian Xingjuan of the Tianhe sword sect, with eyes closed, refrained from gazing at the Lingmen, instead utilizing the essence of the stars to disrupt the ancient Wu Taoist. Furthermore, I have ascertained that the rumors of impending invasions by the Dali are mere fabrications by Chen Tianyuan. The abbot need not fear for the defenses at the borders. At this juncture, the situation had become increasingly clear. Qi Jiyuan and Qi Tanghai stood united, determined to compel the Linglong Iron Temple to remain detached. Should today's plan fail, they would resort to fabricating excuses, providing the sword pavilion, the Dajiang Gang, and even the court with justification to exert pressure on the Linglong Iron Temple. Yet, such actions would nearly amount to a complete rupture of relations. The old monk had underestimated the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the calamity from 3 years prior would ensnare the sword pavilion, the Dajiang Gang, and even the court. Upon hearing the discourse of the three parties, the old monk sighed and shook his head, his countenance reflecting compassion. However, shortly thereafter, a magnificent surge of golden light ascended, its overwhelming vitality causing the heavens to shift in hue. A colossal dragon's head rose behind the abbot of the Lingmen, followed by a magnificent body adorned with resplendent golden scales and formidable claws. A golden divine dragon gradually materialized, entwining itself above the image of the Buddha. Yet here, this was the Linglong Iron Temple. As the divine dragon ascended, the atmosphere resonated with an ethereal energy emanating from the abbot of the Spirit Gate, who displayed his profound Buddhist prowess. Although he had yet to make a move, the overwhelming pressure he exuded caused the three individuals to change countenance. The Nine Abyss Sword. Qizhou Yuan gripped the hilt tightly, and a shadow of the sword rose defiantly. The surging waves of the Jiang flowed ceaselessly. Qi Tianhai was enveloped in a deep blue aura, reminiscent of relentless ocean tides. The force surged like a celestial bull. Xian Xingyuan harnessed the energy of the stars, manifesting a beam of light to shield his being. Under the formidable aura of the abbot, all three exerted their utmost efforts to resist, striving to maintain their composure. Even the leaders of various halls were fully engaged in preserving the atmosphere, allowing their followers to remain blissfully ignorant as they prayed. It seemed that this humble monk had underestimated the abbot's might. Such power could not merely be categorized as the 4 aspects. It was undoubtedly of the 8 or even 9 aspects. Su Xing, witnessing this scene, twirled the prayer beads in his hand and murmured, "Thus, the outcome is sealed." However, no sooner had his words fallen than a figure burst into the aura, wielding a blade that cleaved through the invisible restraints binding him. It was Wu Chun. Unbeknownst to him, the monk had acquired a sword imbued with the energy to sever the slanders against Buddhism. The blade's essence liberated him, allowing him to navigate the aura unimpeded. The energy inherently countered Buddhist powers, enabling Wu Chun to traverse the formidable atmosphere with ease. This was precisely why it was revered as a sacred object within the Buddhist realm. Even under the abbot's formidable aura, the presence of Wu Chun, imbued with the blade's energy, could not be stymied. With the in hand, the black-red energy blazed like infernal flames along the blade, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he advanced toward the center of the aura, where the beleaguered Shang Wanpei was ensnared. Qizhou Yuan and Qi Tianhai, witnessing this spectacle, felt their brows unfurl in relief. The abbot's eyes burned with the fury of a wrathful king, his visage contorted with rage. At that moment, another figure glided into the aura, akin to a shadow, closely trailing behind Wu Chen. As Wu Chen carved a path with this figure deftly followed, slipping into the aura with uncanny precision. The timing was impeccable, and the agility of the figure was ghost-like. "Behind you," Qizhou Yuan urged. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's body tensed abruptly, sensing an eerie presence as if being stalked by a specter. Resolute in his demeanor, he swiftly pivoted this, unleashing a sweeping arc of black-red flames behind him. At that instant, Shun irradiated a soft golden hue, a resplendent golden bell aura materializing to intercept the blade. The bell, inscribed with sacred script, resonated with the clash of the blade, producing a reverberating chime. The golden bell shield, the 5th barrier. The illusionary veil surrounding the golden bell dissipated, revealing Shun Yi's form, now enveloped in a gentle golden light. His robust and elongated physique emitted a series of crisp sounds, the air vibrating like the roar of a tiger or the song of a dragon, embodying both strength and resilience. The vigorous external force and the subtle internal power seamlessly coalesce into a singular entity. The Taiyin Tongzi skill surges through the extraordinary meridians and the 12 primary channels, intertwining with blood to forge an immense force, unleashed by Shen Yi with a single punch. This punch, unwavering and direct, aims for the heart of the opponent. As the divine abilities of subduing dragons and taming tigers meld this colossal energy into the Arhat fist, producing the resounding echoes of wind and thunder. The clash of golden bells resonates, one radiating a brilliant clarity, the other tinged with darkness, exuding a hint of malevolence. Shen Yi, cloaked by the illusion of the Zhaoang order, conceals his peculiarities, presenting a solemn aura reminiscent of true Buddhist teachings. In stark contrast, Wu Chen, empowered by the energy of the chanting blade and his mastery of the sinister sword, reveals an aura imbued with malevolence, unmistakably hinting at unorthodox practices. As their energies collide thrice, the sound transitions from crystalline clarity to a profound rumble, each force sweeping across their forms, causing subtle tremors in both combatants. Wuchen, too, remains inscrutable, having traversed no fewer than 7 of the extraordinary meridians, his internal energy formidable. He remains unyielding against Shun Yi's onslaught. With a fierce intent, the blade gleams, tracing a mournful trajectory akin to a blood moon, illuminating an overwhelming thirst for slaughter. Wuchen unleashes the Shura 7-kill blade, a manifestation of extreme blade intent. Surging towards Shani, merely gazing upon the blood moon-like blade light sends a sharp sting to his eyes, not from the blade's energy piercing through the Golden Bell's defense, but from the blade's intent assailing his very spirit. At that moment, Shani comprehends how Wuchen evades the blade's influence. He suppresses this intent with the energy of the chanting blade, thereby wielding the Shura 7-kill blade without succumbing to madness. The piercing blade light strikes the Golden Bell's aura, leaving visible scars upon impact. This strike is not hasty like the previous one. Rather, it is wielded with the Shura 7-kill blade. Its black and crimson energy searing through the aura like purgatorial flames, cleaving through the 5th barrier of the Golden Bell. Shani, maintaining his composure, fortified in spirit and undeterred by the blade's intent, brings his palms together, perfectly aligning to capture the blood moon-like blade light. The blade energy collides with his palms, and he channels the power of the dragon's iron cloth and the tiger's roar, alongside the Taiyin Tongzi skill, his hands akin to steel as they grasp the blade's edge, producing a symphony of clashing metal sounds. Desiring death, Wu Chun is consumed by his murderous intent, disregarding the potential repercussions from the spirit dragon Iron Monastery. Having arrived at this juncture, he sees no retreat, only hoping for the backing of those behind him. For Shani, who obstructs his path, Wu Chun harbors an insatiable desire for vengeance. The Indra Claw strikes like lightning, fierce and sharp, aimed directly at the throat. Known for its formidable strength, the Indra Claw in Wu Chen's hands carries an even more pronounced aura of lethal intent, the tips of his fingers glimmering with a violent brilliance akin to a tempest. Shani shifts his upper body to the right, narrowly evading the lethal strike, yet the claw still finds its mark upon his shoulder. The brutal force of the claw meets his resilient skin, and as Wu Chen exerts his grip, the sharp radiance at his fingertips momentarily reddens, embedding a surge of blade energy that pierces through flesh. Yet at that moment, Shen Yi's bones crack audibly, his shoulder collapsing abruptly, as if devoid of structure. In an instant, Wu Chen felt his 5 fingers lose their strength, as if they were rendered weightless. This sudden shift caused his clawing power to diminish by at least 50%. His fingers, which were gripping the shoulder, merely created 5 tiny puncture wounds, and he found it impossible to inflict further harm. "It's you." He widened his eyes, fixated on the figure before him. How could Wu Chen forget this method of response? That fateful night on the back mountain, the person who had been watching him had evaded his capture using this very technique, causing him to lose the upper hand, which subsequently led to a series of events. Now, witnessing a scene reminiscent of that night, Wu Chen could not help but associate the individual before him with the one from that evening. In a moment of confusion, their silhouettes overlapped perfectly in his mind, and a pair of abyss-like, pitch-black eyes resurfaced in his thoughts. The sensations from that night surged back into his consciousness, prompting Wu Chen to emit a cry of despair. Just as he was lost in reverie, Shun Yi exhaled sharply, twisting the dagger he had secured, and struck Wu Chen's chest with his elbow. Due to the previous defensive stance, the Golden Bell shield had weakened, and this blow shattered his protective aura, leaving cracks on his chest. The faint golden hue surrounding Wu Chen dimmed significantly, and he staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Shani stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Wu Chen's face, finally breaching the Golden Bell shield. Blood gushed from Wu Chen's face, his nose askew, as his visage resembled a chaotic mess, with salty, sour, and spicy fluids spilling forth. Shen Yi, emboldened by his advantage, pursued with relentless fervor, channeling his full strength into the dragon subduing and tiger taming technique, his muscles bulging with power, transforming him into an ironclad warrior. He continued to rain down blows upon Wu Chen, forcing him to retreat step by step, leaving no room for conversation. After enduring over 10 strikes, Wu Chen felt as though his head would split open, his body riddled with injuries. Had he not cultivated the Golden Bell shield, which harmonized both internal and external defenses, he would likely have collapsed to the ground, unaware of his fate. The overwhelming disadvantage ignited a fierce desire to kill within him. On the 11th strike, Wu Chen suddenly propelled himself forward, merging with his dagger, the blade gleaming ominously like blood, striking with the ferocity of a mountain of knives, embodying the essence of destruction. The Azura Hellblade. This strike transcended the previous Azura 7-kill blade in its extremity and brutality. If the 7-kill blade was devoid of intention, then this strike encapsulated both intent and form, invoking a relentless urge for slaughter. As the blade descended, it unleashed an unfathomable might. Yet, Shani, witnessing the strike, did not retreat but advanced instead, his form transforming into a wisp of green smoke, executing a ghostly maneuver that starkly contrasted with his earlier aggression. As the blade flashed past, Wu Chen stood in stunned disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How could you possibly be alive? Before he could finish his thought, blood began to pour incessantly from his mouth, trickling down to his chest, staining the hand that had pierced him. Because I have already seen your blade, Shani responded. His expression is tranquil as a still pond, standing calmly before Wu Chen as he gradually withdrew the hand embedded within him. His vital areas, heart, abdomen, and brow, were marked with faint traces of blood, the lingering aura of the blade causing a persistent sting, yet that was all it was. The Azura blade is indeed ferocious and extreme. Once drawn, it is as though an Azura walks the earth. However, Wu Chen's prowess remains insufficient, and his strikes too sluggish. Before his blade could claim the life of Shun-Yi had already taken his. Thus, I am victorious. In the 3rd year of his arrival in this world, Shun-Yi ended the life of his first victim. His heart remained unperturbed by the act of taking a life. The surrounding Buddhist radiance gradually dimmed, and the previously stagnant atmosphere began to ease. With Wu Chen's demise, the assassination came to an end, and the outcome was sealed. Amitabha, well done, well done. The abbot of the Lingmen chanted the Buddha's name, alongside the heads of various halls, casting their gaze upon Qi Jiyun, Qi Tohai, and Xian Xingjuan. Let fate take its course. Qi Zhou displaying remarkable resolve, surrendered without resistance, adopting a posture of submission. Chapter 40. Lay disciples Amitabha. Before the fallen body, Shani respectfully bowed towards the Lingmen, stating, Wu Wang has acted with excessive force, violating the precept against killing. I beseech the abbot to impose punishment. Behind him stood a tumultuous crowd of monks and devotees, the sudden and intense battle surpassing the expectations of most onlookers. Upon witnessing this situation, the abbot of Lingmen promptly rose, his form exuding an indescribable solemnity and compassion, akin to an incarnation of the Buddha, silencing the restless throng. Indeed, the violation of the killing precept warranted punishment. However, preventing further bloodshed also constituted a merit. The abbot turned to a monk on his left, inquiring, Lingjing, what do you propose regarding the rewards and penalties? The monk addressed as Lingjing appeared to be in his 50s, with a waxen complexion and a lean physique. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity, reminiscent of a newborn's innocence. He was the head of the Discipline Institute, responsible for overseeing the monastic regulations of the Linglong Iron Monastery. Merit and demerit cannot offset one another. Wu Wang's intervention to prevent the transgressor witching was indeed a merit, while the violation of the killing precept was a fault. Lingjing fiddled with his prayer beads, speaking in a measured tone. Merit should be rewarded with a place in the Arhot Hall's scripture chamber to select a practice. The fault shall be punished with 3 days of wall-facing meditation and the transcription of the rebirth mantra 10 times for witching's absolution. This punishment was somewhat mild, even indicating a clear bias. It is worth noting that the rebirth mantra is typically recited for the benefit of transgressors, intended to alleviate their karmic burdens and facilitate their rebirth. Assigning Shani to recite this mantra for witching's absolution effectively defined the matter. The Lingmen nodded in agreement and said, very well. He then turned to Qi Jiyuan and others, instructing Lingjing, as for these 3 benefactors, please see to their accommodation. Yes, Lingjing replied. By sending the head of the Discipline Institute to attend to them, it implied a form of house arrest for Qi Zhou, Qi Tohai, and Xian Xingjuan. These 3 surrendered decisively, leaving no opportunity for Lingmen to escalate the matter further. Yet, it was impossible to let them go without consequence. Following this, the Linglong Iron Monastery would inevitably need to address the affiliations of these 3 with their respective sections. After addressing these matters, the abbot of Lingmen finally turned his gaze to the audience, proclaiming in a booming voice, to transcend the mundane is a form of cultivation, and to engage with the world is also a form of cultivation. Our monastery, having received the incense offerings of this land, bears the responsibility to protect all sentient beings. Following this unveiling conference, our monastery shall open its gates wide, welcoming lay disciples. These lay disciples shall not renounce the world upon entry after their training. They will not be bound by monastic regulations, save for the prohibition against wrongdoing. Furthermore, I shall dispatch disciples from the monastery to the border troops to impart martial skills. The foundational martial arts of the Linglong Iron Monastery may be fully transmitted. Among two choices, Lingmen opted for a compromise by introducing a new category of lay disciples. By allowing lay disciples to enter without renouncing the world, they gain the freedom to choose their allegiances after training, with a focus on selecting disciples. It is anticipated that many lay disciples will eventually serve in the Iron Strategy Army to resist the Great Li. This approach not only supports the Qingtian Pass, but also provides an explanation for the monks of the Transcendence faction within the monastery. Moreover, it could expand the influence of the Linglong Iron Monastery, potentially earning it a reputation for being the birthplace of martial prowess throughout the realms. This moment signifies a triumphant convergence, a remarkable feat of achieving 3 victories with a single endeavor. Shen Yi, a man of considerable worldly experience, openly praised the exceptional foresight of the abbot of Lingmen, eliciting exuberant cheers from the assembled congregation. Among them were discerning individuals who readily recognized the myriad advantages brought forth by Lingmen's initiative, to speak of nothing else. The disciples from their households would no longer face the dire prospects of lacking a path in martial arts. As for the common folk, upon witnessing the martial prowess of Lingmen akin to that of a living Buddha, many found themselves contemplating a devotion to the Buddhist path. However, the stringent rules surrounding ordination held them back, yet the emergence of lay disciples provided the final impetus they needed. Subsequently, 3 of the foremost monks from Lingmen, alongside Ling Jing, escorted Qi Jiu Yuan and others to the Discipline Institute as guests. Shen Yi was first taken to the Medicine King Institute for treatment of his injuries. The body of Wu Qin was temporarily placed in a meditation chamber. As for Shangguan Pei, the governor who was meant to be at the vortex of this unfolding drama, he was likewise invited to depart, joining the remaining members of the Sword Pavilion, the Great River Gang, and the Heavenly River Sword sect in the guest hall, where they were not permitted to leave. In the aftermath, several topics were proposed by the monks, and the unhindered assembly continued its proceedings. Shun Yi followed a monk clad in yellow towards the Medicine King Institute, his mind racing with thoughts. The 4 leading monks have taken Qi Jiu Yuan and the others to the Discipline Institute to prevent any unforeseen developments. They may remain there under watch for some time. Qintian Yuan has yet to exit the Demon Suppression Cave. The abbot of Lingmen will undoubtedly pay a visit there. If Chun Tian Yuan is truly as strategic as the legends suggest, he may ensnare the abbot within that cave. The remaining leaders and the attending monks must continue to preside over the unhindered assembly, given the recent upheaval. This period of relaxation presents an opportune moment to eliminate Shangguan Pei. The only concern is how I might extricate myself to carry out the assassination. Who might be guarding Shangguan Pei? Although Shangguan Pei had no formidable bodyguards for the sake of appearances, his martial prowess remained an unknown. While the leaders of the Linglong Iron Temple were preoccupied, monks of the Qi refinement and transformation realms were still present, posing a challenge to navigate past them. The task of assassinating Shangguan Pei appeared daunting. Lost in contemplation, the yellow-clad monk suddenly halted his stride. Master Uncle? Shen Yi's steps also ceased, and he inquired with a note of uncertainty. Amit Ba, the yellow monk murmured, this humble monk offers you Kongwa. 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 A flash of enlightenment surged through Shen Yi's mind. Was this not the very Kongwa from the Medicine King Institute, who had designated Wu Chun to become his disciple? An hour and a half hence, Shangguan Pei shall exit the temple. That is your sole opportunity. This item is temporarily entrusted to you. Keep it safe. Shen Yi had no choice but to tense his right arm, striving to conceal the anomaly within his sleeve to avoid drawing attention to the concealed object. A subtle aura coursed through his arm, merging with the item, and an irreverent thought flickered in Shen Yi's mind, a notion of defying Buddha and disparaging the Dharma. The chanting precepts blade, the item bestowed upon him by Kongwa, now hidden within his sleeve, was indeed the chanting precepts blade. Shen Yi was undoubtedly familiar with the Chan Ti Jiedao, having recently emerged from the Demon Suppression Cave, where he had narrowly escaped death in a fierce battle against Wu Chun, who wielded the formidable blade imbued with the essence of Chan Ti. Just a moment more, and he would have fallen victim to Wu Chin's lethal strike. You have an hour and a half to become acquainted with the Chan Ti Jiedao. After that, we shall commence. As he spoke, Kongwa led Shen Yi past a weathered courtyard wall, and the air began to fill with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. Chapter 41. Crowdfunding training. As Shen Yi was escorted to the Medicine King Institute, a group of failures withdrew from the square, avoiding the bustling, unveiled conference, and congregated in a secluded corner. Damn it! Wu Ming clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. 11 individuals, all refugees from the calamity in Yuzhou, had joined the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery 3 years prior. Under the leadership of Wu Qin, they formed a small faction based on revenge, consumed by thoughts of retribution, ultimately becoming pawns in Wu Qin's scheme for assassination. According to their plan, while the unveiled conference unfolded, they were to create chaos among the crowd to assist Wu Qin in eliminating Shang Wanpei. However, the abbot of the spirit sect was far more skilled, using his exceptional energy manipulation to immobilize them all. Although Wu Qin unexpectedly breached the energy field, he was annihilated before he could reach Shang Wanpei, leaving not only their mission in ruins but also their own safety in jeopardy. At any moment, a group of burly monks from the Discipline Institute could emerge from the shadows to apprehend them. Previously, the energy field had clearly demonstrated its binding effect on them. With the abbot's inscrutable cultivation, it was likely he had already discerned the identities of those involved in the assassination. Contemplating this, the group was filled with indignation and discontent. Then, in the next moment, 2 martial monks unexpectedly approached their secluded corner, sending a chill through the gathered individuals. "Do not be alarmed. It is I." Wu Ju chuckled at the monks, who resembled startled birds. "The abbot is currently too preoccupied to concern himself with you." Having received a private message from someone, Wu Ju understood that this group had been deceived into becoming cannon fodder. While they were indeed at fault, it did not equate to culpability. Their actions thus far did not warrant punishment. Once the unveiled conference concluded, or even before its conclusion, someone would come to clarify the situation, guiding these misguided souls back to their senses. Of course, even if they returned to the right path, they would still face a few days' detention at the Discipline Institute. In summary, it would amount to a minor punishment intended as a stern warning, without the threat of lifelong confinement or expulsion from the monastery. "You know us." Wu Ming fixed his gaze on Wu Ju. From the other's words, he sensed a familiarity with their group. It was evident that Wu Ju was aware of their plans. "Not only do I know, but I also offer you an opportunity." Wu Ju smiled, suddenly adopting a tone laced with temptation. "Do you still wish to kill Shang Wanpei?" An invisible blood symbol appeared on Wu Ju's forehead, imbuing him with an intangible allure that fostered an overwhelming sense of trust. "What do you mean?" Wu Ming instinctively inquired. "It means that, should you be willing to pay the price, Shang Wanpei will meet his demise." The blood symbol on Wu Ju's brow glimmered increasingly brightly. "And what is the price?" "Everything you possess." The Medicine King Institute. Shen Yi, bare-chested, applied an amber-colored ointment to his wounds, meticulously wrapping them with bandages. "After bringing him to this secluded meditation room, I left behind the ointment and bandages, allowing him to tend to his injuries alone before departing, leaving Shen Yi in solitude. He was to familiarize himself with the chanting knife within an hour and a half, at the very least mastering its use, and then proceed to take a life." "An hour and a half." Shen Yi grasped the knife wrapped in white cloth, unbinding its constraints, allowing the bronze blade to rest upon his knee. Little did he anticipate that after merely brushing against the chanting knife, he would be granted the opportunity to wield it, and with it, he was to sever the head of Shang Wanpei. His fingers traced the dark incantations on the blade, conjuring a fleeting visage that wailed mournfully before him. An intangible malice assailed Shen Yi's spirit, releasing the hatred of a departed soul. After personally slaying Wu Qin, the demon-capturing and ghost-binding talisman inscribed upon the golden bell inevitably ensnared Wu Qin's lingering essence, sealing it within the protective aura of the bell. By virtue of this, Shen Yi bore an additional burden of madness, yet the confinement of the residual spirit elevated his internal energy cultivation. The darkness of his pupils subtly expanded, and as the protective aura shifted, the ethereal visage was drawn to its surface. Wandering alongside the previously captured wolf's head and human face upon the golden bell's aura, the energy of the moon coursed through his meridians, manifesting a chilling intent of the blade upon his right arm, resonating with the chanting knife through his fingertips. In Shen Yi's mind, chaotic scars of the blade resurfaced, bringing forth the image of a ruthless light, stained only with blood. The insights gleaned from the cliffside of the back mountain and the revelations within the empty cave coalesced into vivid imagery, vividly replayed within the void illusion. Moreover, the techniques wielded by Wu Qin earlier, that piercing radiance of the blade, dividing with ruthless precision, akin to a hellish mountain of knives. Had Shen Yi not previously encountered these scars within the empty cave, he might have faltered against Wu Qin's final strike. In the void illusion, the flickering lights multiplied silently, and as Shen made contact, he glimpsed faces brimming with animosity. Wu Ju indeed possessed remarkable skill in this regard. Sensing the emergence of 11 additional connection points, Shen could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of a certain individual, subsequently directing the Void Taoist to unleash a blade of light towards those 11. Now, Wu Chen's men were mine. With blade in hand, I struck. Unlike Wu Ju and the others, the newly recruited 11 were all martial artists of the opening veins realm. Upon receiving the intent of the blade, they would not only reverse their vital energies but also unify their internal chi with it, deepening their comprehension of the blade's essence. Shen, in turn, received this profound feedback, merging the insights of the 11 into his own understanding, enhancing his grasp of the Shura 7-kill blade. This endeavor was a collective cultivation effort. He wielded the chanting blade with finesse, cleaving through the ethereal realms of the void again and again. Each seemingly simple strike concealed a profound intent to kill, as one slash summoned a glimpse of hell itself. With every cut, he endured a dual refinement of both vital essence and inner energy, his arms flesh, sinew, and bone lamenting under the unbearable strain. Had this been any realm but the void, the relentless use of the Shura 7 kills blade would surely have rendered his arm incapacitated. Chapter 42. The Turbulent Crossing at the Guest House. With a stoic expression, Shangguan Pei entered the meditation room. As the monk outside closed the door, he abruptly snapped his folding fan in half. A pack of bold monks. Why can't they simply adhere to their vows and chant their sutras? His face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, yet he could not let the guarding monk outside hear his silent roar. Alongside his anger surged an undeniable sense of trepidation and dread. The situation had spiraled out of control, and he faced the impending wrath of the Linglong Iron Monastery. A consequence that Shangguan Pei could not possibly bear. The thought filled him with a desperate urgency akin to an impending disaster. He had to extricate himself from this predicament. At that moment, Shangguan Pei's gaze fell upon an object on the tea table within the meditation room, an envelope. He approached cautiously and opened it with a hint of wariness. Kill, 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 kill. Within the illusory cavern of the void realm, Shen wielded his knife with swift precision, the blade appearing almost enchanted as it traced soul-stirring arcs through the air. Sand and stones flew about. And as the blade came to a halt, a colossal character for kill was emblazoned upon the ground. Impressive. This was a technique crafted solely for the purpose of slaughter. Each strike inflicted pain on others, yet also on oneself, draining one's vitality and inner energy with every swing. Shen had no inkling as to which monk had devised this lethal technique, but he knew that the creator must possess an unwavering heart for murder. Only with such resolve could the Azura divine skills from the Linglong Iron Monastery be transformed into such a formidable blade. Yet, even if this was a demonic blade, it seemed excessively abnormal. So swift. Shen stood with his knife, gazing at the imposing character on the ground, reflecting on how rapidly his skills had progressed. This speed felt almost unnatural. Even with the aid of collective training, one should not advance at this extraordinary pace. During his practice, he felt as though he were being guided by divine forces, his mastery deepening at an unparalleled rate, as if past memories were awakening within him. Was it the influence of a dispassionate remnant spirit? He glanced at the face of a figure swirling around him, pondering whether there was an unknown cause behind it all. Regardless of the reason, this speed left Shen feeling unsteady, as if he were floating in the air, precariously close to losing control. The sole remedy for this unsettling sensation was to practice. Relentless training, incessant wielding of the knife, was the only way to dispel this feeling of instability and fully integrate this technique into his being. With this thought in mind, Shen resumed his training, the fierce aura of slaughter once again enveloping him. An hour and a half later, as Kong will push the door open once more, a chilling gust surged forth from within, causing a spark to flash in his eyes. He focused his gaze and saw Shen seated cross-legged on a nearby mat, his hand resting upon the dagger, eyes gently closed, his serene countenance betraying no tumult. Yet, the scar upon his brow revealed a latent, invisible ferocity. Without inquiring how Kong would proceed, he rose, took up his knife, and departed with resolute decisiveness. It appears that the study of swordsmanship has rendered his demeanor more decisive, though it may also have deepened his character. As he stepped outside, a faint ripple emanated from Shen, his form undulating like a reflection upon water. Upon closing the door behind him, he transformed into his void self, indistinguishable even in his monk's garb. This was, of course, the effect of the Zhaoyang order. Meanwhile, within the meditation chamber, his void self sat in Shen's original position, similarly exhibiting a gentle ripple, now resembling Shen bound in bandages. Indeed, Shani, who lingered momentarily outside, tightened the grip on the concealed dagger within his sleeve, his eyes gazing at the meditation chamber brimming with profound significance. If his conjecture were accurate, upon pushing open the door, he would behold another version of himself. I wonder how many others like this void self exist. He had previously assumed that the worldly faction within the Ling Long Iron Monastery was represented by individuals such as Kong Ming and Wu Qin. However, it now appeared that this previously obscure void self was the true article, while Kong Ming was merely a fool, and Wu Qin even less worthy. These individuals lay in wait within the Ling Long Iron Monastery. They had not betrayed it, for otherwise they would not have collaborated with Chun Tianyuan to thwart Wu Qin's assassination attempt. Yet, given the opportunity, they would not hesitate to exact revenge. This was the most troublesome aspect, for traitors left traces, while these individuals were united solely by a common enemy, making it far more challenging to catch them than to apprehend a traitor. And now, it seems I have joined their ranks. Shani pondered this internally, maintaining an impassive expression as he exited the temple from the medicinal fields of the Medicine King Institute. The Medicine King Institute operated a plot of medicinal herbs in a nearby valley due to its herbal requirements. The Void Self had quietly carved a narrow path through that valley for discreet entry and exit at certain moments, as Shani sidled through a narrow opening. The oblique sunlight bathed his face, illuminating it with a vivid crimson hue. He retrieved a jade vial from his robe, poured a fasting elixir into his mouth, and then dashed into the woods, swiftly making his way to the foot of Tianjing Mountain, where he could see the stream typically used for morning exercises. Following the stream for a mile, it converged with a river, revealing a small boat and a figure clad in a black robe and broad-brimmed hat. Shani's appearance shifted once more, transforming from that of the Void Self to a faceless entity, his monk's attire replaced with a simple yet agile outfit. He boarded the small vessel without hesitation. The individual, equally decisive, after a brief moment of surprise, asked no further questions, merely thrusting the pole to propel the boat swiftly downstream. In less than a quarter of an hour, the small craft had departed from Tianjing Mountain, navigating the increasingly widening waterway into the mountain gorge. After passing two great mountains, a small town came into view, nestled along the riverbank. Finghua Crossing lay within that town. As the boat slowed its pace, Shani, seated at the stern, gently grasped the Chan Ti dagger. In reality, the Chan Ti dagger was not merely a mere facade as in the illusory realm. It seemed to possess its own spirit, subtly resisting Shani's hold. Yet, as he infused his internal energy into his palm, it came alive with vigor. The already ominous blade now emanates an aura of malevolent enchantment, instilling a profound sense of immersion merely by gazing upon it. Chapter 43. The Faceless Blade Demon. With a sharp sound, Chun Tianyuan pressed a piece onto the chessboard, his fingertips exerting an unusual force that emanated a faint chill. Shang Wanpei is dead, he stated matter-of-factly. The expression of Ling Min, seated across from him, darkened. Yet he refrained from immediate outburst. Instead, he placed his own piece down and inquired, "You had anticipated this all along?" The question bore an air of certainty. At this juncture, if Ling Min had not discerned Qin Tunyuan's prior calculations, he was unworthy of his position as the abbot of the Ling Long Iron Monastery. From the moment Ling Min chose not to play the waiting game, Qin Tianyuan had already set his plans in motion. He lingered in the demon-suppressing cave, compelling Ling Min to summon him. And Ling Min had no choice but to comply. To disregard this semblance of respect would likely incite chaos within the cave once more. After arriving, he was invited to engage in a game of chess, subsequently ensnared in this very place. "You need not worry, Shang Wanpei will not perish within the temple," Qin Tianyuan remarked, casting a calm glance at the elderly monk opposite him. "In fact, if you manage to win this game swiftly, there might yet be hope for Shang Wanpei." Master Qin's foresight is impeccable, Ling Min sighed, a bitter smile crossing his lips as the weight of his expression revealed his resignation. Shang Wanpei's survival outside the temple absolved Ling Long Iron Monastery of blame, and thus, Ling Min had no grounds to hold Qin Tianyuan accountable. However, the superficial detachment could not quell the increasingly palpable hostility. Originally, those behind Shang Wanpei merely needed to cast the blame onto him, using him as a scapegoat to placate Ling Long Iron Monastery, thereby maintaining an outward semblance of neutrality. But with Shang Wanpei's demise, it was as if Ling Long Iron Monastery had expressed dissatisfaction with this scapegoat and eliminated him, severing the path of contrition. Moreover, Shang Wanpei had not even died within the temple. He had escaped on his own accord, leaving Ling Long Iron Monastery with no direct involvement. Yet the necessary explanations still had to be rendered. After this incident, Even if Linglong Iron Monastery wished to distance itself from Qintian Yuan, it would be impossible. As for rescuing Shangguan Pei, Ling Min was not foolish enough to take such comforting words at face value. You have your considerations, and I have my responsibilities. Qintian Yuan continued, placing his pieces without pause. While you wish to remain unentangled, I must account for others. As one of the three great temples of Buddhism, should we become adversaries, my peace of mind would be shattered. Had I known the extent of the entanglement beforehand, I would have surely barred you from entering the demon-suppressing cave. Ling Min sighed at this realization. The parties involved included the Sword God-S Sword Pavilion, the Grand River Gang, which monopolized a significant portion of the transportation business into Xian, and even those behind Shangguan Pei. It was highly probable that one of them was a prominent figure within the court. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the Tongdian River Sword sect to have been swayed to intervene. The scope of this matter was expanding alarmingly, to the extent that even the abbot of Lingmin felt a shiver of trepidation. He had initially believed the issue confined to Yuzhou, only to discover that even the capital was embroiled in it. Life, aging, illness, and death, the four sufferings of humanity. Who can escape such fates? Qin Tianyuan remarked seemingly without intent. This statement struck Lingmin like a bolt of lightning, jolting his spirit. Life and death, the eternal cycle, Lingmin murmured, contemplating the growth of dragon essence and its potential for immortality. Could it possibly be that individual? Despite years of Buddhist practice, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment at the thought of that person. Glancing at Qin Tianyuan, he found the absurdity of the human world truly remarkable. That such events could transpire. As the moon graced the tips of the willows, the disheveled figure of Shangguan Pei, clad in white scholar robes, hurried to the ferry. From a distance, he could see the twinkling fishing lights adorning the dock, with small boats arranged in an orderly fashion. He rushed to the riverbank and called out, "Boatman, set sail. I will pay double, no, 5 times the fare." "Where to?" came a voice from the right. "Anywhere, just set sail." Shangguan Pei hastily moved to the right, preparing to board. Having narrowly escaped from the Linglong Temple, he was terrified of being pursued by the monks within, so any destination would suffice. "Allow me to choose for you." A figure rose from one of the small boats. Under the mingling light of the setting sun and cold moon, the glistening bald head caused Shangguan Pei to halt abruptly. "A monk," he exclaimed, instantly seized by the urge to flee. As that faceless visage came into view, his impulse manifested into action. How about the gates of hell? The faceless man's silhouette was surrounded by wolf heads and human faces, wailing spirits swirling about him. His form shifted continuously, sometimes resembling a wolf demon with a human body, at other times a fearsome butcher or a grotesque monk. He leapt into the air, the bronze blade reflecting the moonlight, a chilling aura coalescing around him. The Shura 7 killing blade. The moonlight condensed upon the Chanti ring blade, as Xin Yi's pores absorbed its brilliance. With the full moon at his back, he leapt into the air, slashing downwards with a blade that exuded both a haunting beauty and a chilling ferocity. Under the moonlight, Xin Yi appeared almost divine, his internal energy surging like an unending tide, as if he had transcended his limits, a frigid yet grand force coursing through him. Simultaneously, the Chanti ring blade erupted with dark red energy, akin to crimson lotus flames igniting upon its surface. With a powerful slice, the realm of knife mountains and hellish purgatory descended. Kill. The haunting beauty was abruptly reversed. From the soaring figure erupted a cacophony of ghostly wails. The wolf-headed visage howled incessantly, and the descending blade became stained with vivid crimson, as if it had torn open the gates of hell, releasing a horde of spirits into the world. The blade swallowed him whole, as the gates of the underworld swung wide open. With a resounding thud, Shun Yi landed heavily, his feet seeming to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds, producing a thunderous sound as cold sweat beaded on his featureless face. 10 steps ahead, Shangguan Pei stood frozen like a statue, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the sky, his pupils filled with confusion. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 7 beams of light burst forth from within him, opening wounds at his brow, heart, dantian, and the joints of his limbs, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One blade. The division of life and death. Upon falling, Shangguan Pei's body shattered to the ground like a broken porcelain doll. This single strike, Shun Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a trembling hand, realizing that the blade's energy had transcended the realm of mere meridian opening. Chapter 44. The Great Li Master's countenance as the blade was unleashed, the knife, the individual, and the moon appeared to merge into a singular entity. Xin Yi nearly questioned whether he had transcended into the realm of consuming qi. However, the subsequent depletion of his vital energy after vanquishing Shang Wanpei served as a reminder that this was merely an illusion. Despite the fact that the demonic captivation and ghost-binding talisman had ensnared yet another remnant soul, augmenting the lunar energy within him, he still felt an undeniable frailty within his being. It feels as if I've soaked my feet in the foot-bathing city for 3 days and nights. Shun-Yi mused inwardly, refraining from collecting the corpse and decisively turning back toward the small boat. Time was of the essence. He had no leisure to indulge in looting. And having undergone rigorous training within an established sect, Shun-Yi understood that any practitioner of note would never carry their secrets on their person. Even if they were compelled to conceal them, they would leave behind a plethora of concealed doors and errors within the texts, ensuring that any uninitiated individual attempting to practice would find only a path to demise. Thus, he departed without hesitation. Yet, the hat-wearing ferryman disembarked at that moment. Approaching Shang Wanpei's lifeless form and discreetly placing an object within his bosom. "What have you concealed within him?" Shun-Yi inquired, lowering his voice for the first time to engage with the ferryman. "Shan, the greatly master, the top scholar from 30 years past," the ferryman replied. Indeed, Shun-Yi finally recalled the identity of this individual. This scenario had concluded 24 years prior. The northern celestial prodigy, referred to as the Wolf of the Heavens, unified the tribes of the grasslands, establishing the Great Li dynasty, thus becoming a significant threat to the Great Xian. Shan was the principal contributor to the establishment of this dynasty, and it is even said that the name of the nation, Li, was derived from him. The term Li signifies fire, a force that consumes the grasslands endlessly, poised to engulf the vast waters of Xian. The name of the Great Li not only embodies the fiery ambition of the Wolf of the Heavens, but also starkly contrasts with the water-dominant ethos of the Great Xian. In the realm of the Great Li, Shan stood as a figure second only to the Emperor, revered even by the Northern Celestial as a master, bestowed with the honorific title of Imperial Master. Moreover, as the Prime Minister of the Great Li, he was affectionately referred to as Master Minister by the people of Li. His name was indeed well known, even to Shun-Yi, who had spent his days in seclusion at a Buddhist temple. It resonated like thunder. Yet, Shun-Yi could scarcely have anticipated the profound lineage of this Great Li Master. 30 years ago, when the Great Li was but a shadow, the only place where the Great Li Master could achieve the title of top scholar was within the Great Xian. This suggested that he was most likely of Great Xian origin. Of course, it is also plausible that he is a hidden identity from the grasslands. Knowing Shan's true name would reveal his true origins, Shun-Yi pondered, casting an inquisitive glance at the ferryman. The vessel glided across the water with the swiftness of an arrow, even against the current, maintaining its remarkable velocity. The ferryman occasionally dipped the pole into the water, propelling the little boat forward as if it were propelled by rockets, yet devoid of any ostentatious display, showcasing an enigmatic prowess that left Shun-Yi in awe. In truth, the ferryman could have easily ferried Shang Wanpei to the afterlife without Shun-Yi's intervention. However, Chen Tianyuan insisted that Shun-Yi partake in this endeavor. To Shun-Yi, this was a test. Chen Tianyuan seems to be gathering personnel, strategizing against formidable adversaries. Shun-Yi is among those he has recruited, and Kong will likely is as well. Even within the ranks of other factions, there are undoubtedly individuals who have been courted by Chen Tianyuan. Following this line of thought, the enemies that compel Chen Tianyuan to orchestrate such plans must indeed be exceedingly formidable. As Shun-Yi wrapped the cloth around his chanting knife, he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a small boat thudded against the shore. Shun-Yi sprang from the vessel, landing deftly before dashing into the woods with urgency. Having had a brief respite and under the moonlight's gentle illumination, he had regained considerable strength. He swiftly ascended to the mountainside, nearing the fissure in the rock through which he had emerged. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the thicket, striking with a force akin to thunder, accompanied by a resounding crash. "Who are you?" Shun-Yi called out, his voice echoing through the moonlit forest. His eyes narrowed slightly, transforming into the predatory gaze of a beast as he recognized the intruder, none other than Lei Dazhuang, whom he had encountered previously at the guest house. What brings him here? There was no time for further contemplation. Shun-Yi swiftly bent backward, his waist bending as if devoid of bones, narrowly evading the overwhelming strike. The force of the palm swept past him, the wind generated by its passage sending a chill through Shun-Yi. As the grandson of the esteemed Taisher Ho, Lei Dazhuang was indeed well-versed in martial arts. Even if he claimed a lack of proficiency, he was not to be underestimated. The ferocity of this strike rivaled that of Wu Cheng's Indra Claw. Shen, aware of his depleted energy, deemed it unwise to engage in a prolonged confrontation. With a surge of strength, he straightened his posture, wielding the cloth-wrapped chanting knife like a long staff, aiming for Lei Dazhuang's back. However, Lei Dazhuang was no easy opponent. He halted momentarily, then struck back with an elbow that met the knife's blade, dissipating much of its force as if his clothing were composed of soft cotton. Yet, the elbow strike was fierce and potent, sending a tremendous force through the knife and nearly causing Shen Yi to lose his grip. Nonetheless, Shen Yi had never intended to defeat Lei Dazhuang. His only aim was to use him as a means of escape. The overwhelming force propelled him backward, and with a deft manipulation of his inner energy, he glided away like a wisp of smoke, swiftly reaching the fissure. Accompanied by a series of eerie cracking sounds from his bones, Shen Yi flattened his body, slipping through the crevice as effortlessly as a sheet of paper. "Oh, you are indeed connected to the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery," Lei Dazhuang exclaimed as he witnessed Shen Yi vanish into the crack. Without hesitation, he pursued Shen Yi with the speed of an arrow, his own lightness of foot evident as he soon reached the fissure, leaping forward. However, he became stuck. The once well-fed air of the Taisher Tower appeared to have gained a bit of weight. Chapter 45. A Night Visit in the Zen Room. Kongwa was gently stirring a medicinal ointment, while beside him lay a pristine set of monk's robes and fresh white bandages. At the same time, Shen Yi had reverted to his original form. "Indeed, Kongwa possesses the illusionist S-token," he remarked. Taking several steps to the bedside to place the chanting knife next to Kongwa before donning the monk's robes to change the dressing. The necessity of this change was evident. Such were the exact words of Kongwa. Shen Yi could only marvel at the meticulous caution of his master, Kongwa, and proceeded to change the bandages with a sense of reassurance. With someone like him lurking within the Linglong Iron Monastery, it was no wonder that Qin Tianyuan could predict the enemy's plans with uncanny foresight and turn the tables against them. After efficiently changing the medicine and securing the bandages, Kongwa grasped the knife and tucked it into the expansive sleeves of his robe, whispering, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude seemed somewhat disjointed, and Shen Yi paused momentarily before realizing it might be a thanks for having slain Shang Wanpei. If his master held a grudge against Shang Wanpei, why did he not take matters into his own hands? He tentatively inquired. Shen Yi suddenly understood. The Great Compassion and Great Mercy Lotus Sutra is a secret transmission within Buddhism, remarkably unique, as its cultivation is solely for the benefit of others, never intended to cause harm. The Lotus Sutra, Parable Chapter states, "Great compassion and great mercy, always tireless, constantly seeking good deeds to benefit all." The true energy cultivated from the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Lotus Sutra possesses the power to benefit all. It is capable of aiding oneself, others, and even flora and fauna. It can accomplish any task that saves lives, yet remains untouched by the act of killing. Practitioners of this art become increasingly spirited in their engagements. Indeed, it is the one being struck who becomes more vigorous. Such a method is seldom practiced even by the monks of the Medicine King's Institute. It was unexpected that Kongwa would cultivate this art. Master is compassionate, Shen Yi remarked after a moment of silence. Compassion is futile. Kongwa shook his head, murmuring softly before turning to depart with the chanting knife in hand. Throughout their brief exchange, the words spoken between Shen Yi and him did not exceed 10. Yet Shen Yi could profoundly sense the deep-seated repression within his master's heart. Even in seeking vengeance, he must rely on another. It was no wonder Kongwa would declare compassion to be in vain. He was indeed a person with a story. Shen Yi gently shook his head and settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. He contemplated the upcoming days. After meeting with the abbot tomorrow to receive his reward, he would confront the disciplinary court, followed by formalizing his master-disciple relationship with Kong Xiang, and subsequently relocating to reside with Kong Xiang. After reflecting on the forthcoming events, Shen Yi gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself wholly in his practice. However, before he could complete a full cycle of energy circulation, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. "Are you there, Master Wuwang?" Shen Yi opened his eyes, tempted to respond with a no, but ultimately halted his internal flow, rising to open the door. "Congratulations, Master Wuwang." Outside stood Lei Dazhuang, slightly portly, adorned in a light blue brocade robe, with traces of dust and dirt upon him. Upon seeing Shen Yi, Lei Dazhuang beamed and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master Wuwang, for making it onto the Wind and Cloud rankings. Although the next issue of Tao Talks and Martial Arts has yet to be published, I already have inside information." "The insider information you mentioned, does it originate from yourself?" At this moment, upon encountering Lei Dazhuang, Shen felt a sense of trouble. For he understood that Lei Dazhuang's visit, ostensibly to congratulate him, was merely a facade. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he had just extricated himself from the mountain crevice and had hastened here without delay. The pretense of congratulating Shen was false. The true intention was to investigate the happenings at the Apothecary Institute. Shen even harbored doubts that his entry onto the list might have been a scheme devised by Lei Dazhuang. After all, he had merely triumphed over Wu Qin at the Unfettered Assembly, and although Wu Qin possessed the strength to enter the wind and cloud ranking, he had previously remained obscure, hardly qualifying as a stepping stone for the list. During their earlier encounter, Shen had assumed that Lei Dazhuang was merely seeking amusement at the Linglong Iron Monastery, exhibiting a typical young master-esque frivolity. However, it now appeared that his motives for visiting the monastery were far more complex. If it were merely for entertainment, why would he choose to ambush others outside the temple? Judging from his behavior at that time, it was likely that he had noted Shen-Yi's comings and goings and had deliberately waited at the fissure to confront him. Amitabha. The young monk merely performed a trivial act, unworthy of such accolades, Shen-Yi remarked as he led Lei Dazhuang inside. Young master, your actions today have spared the Linglong Iron Monastery from considerable trouble, coupled with Wu Qin's prowess, which is not inferior to the last 10 on the wind and cloud ranking. Thus, this reputation is undoubtedly one you can bear. Lei Dazhuang entered with a smile and said, by the way, young master, what kind of title do you desire? I see you excel in external martial arts and are a disciple of Master Kong Xiang, the fierce-eyed diamond. How about let us call you Rugged Diamond? That title is rather fitting, but I would prefer not to name myself. Shen sighed and responded, Lazy Master. Do you not think this sounds more like a bandit-esque title? Rugged Diamond? What shall I be called when I make a name for myself with the Shura 7-kill blade? Perhaps Demonic Blade Mad Monk? Is that so? Lei Dazhuang, undeterred, wandered around the meditation room, surveying the surroundings, and then suddenly leaned closer to Shen-Yi, whispering, Young master, have you been healing here since leaving the Unfettered Assembly? Did you notice anything unusual? Lei Dazhuang's voice dropped further. To be candid, I just saw a shadow dart into the Apothecary Institute. I fear a villain may have infiltrated. Did you notice anything? When the shadow entered the Apothecary Institute, were you not still caught in the fissure? The shadow's essence glanced at Lei Dazhuang, feeling quite speechless. However, since Lei Dazhuang was inquiring about news, it indicated he did not suspect that Shen-Yi was that shadow. After all, Shen-Yi was known for his warm-heartedness, having thwarted Wu Qin's malevolence during the day. How could he possibly be the villain? By the way, has your junior brother Wu Qin come to the Apothecary Institute to see you? Lei Dazhuang inquired further. Shen-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the inquisitive Lei Dazhuang. What does he wish to ask Wu Qin for? Chapter 46. The Stigma of Origins. Suddenly, Shen-Yi's expression darkened as he approached the bedside and seated himself cross-legged. Tomorrow, I must go to the discipline court to receive my punishment. I need to recuperate my injuries tonight, he stated, implying that it was time for his guest to take leave. A sheepish look crossed Lei Dazhuang's face as he replied, Then I shall not disturb you further, master. After offering a polite smile tinged with regret, he took his leave. Once outside the meditation chamber, he closed the door behind him and walked a considerable distance, only to find the sheepish expression replaced by a sense of helplessness. He sighed, This task is indeed troublesome. It is not easy to make friends, only to jeopardize that bond today. If he were a true friend, such a trivial dispute would bear little significance. A shadow unexpectedly emerged from the nearby shade of the trees, revealing an ordinary middle-aged man clad in black, who stepped forth and inquired, Has the young master discovered anything from that little monk? The shadow bore no intelligence, and Lei Dazhuang stroked his chin, contemplating. Indeed, that person is quite astute. If the little monk had noticed any signs, it would be truly extraordinary. Earlier, outside the temple, when he had struck, he had shouted not from a lack of experience, but to alert the cautious figure nearby. However, that shadow had been exceedingly prudent, retreating into the fissure after a single exchange, leaving no opportunity for pursuit. Such a cautious individual would indeed be a rarity if he were to be detected by the unsuspecting little monk who remained in the meditation chamber nursing his wounds. On another note, Lei Dazhuang mused, I have gleaned some information. It appears that the monk known as Wu Chan often assists at the Herbal King Institute, and today is no exception. However, he has inexplicably failed to visit the meditation chamber to check on his close friend, Wu Wang. It seems Wu Wang must have sensed something during the previous gathering and developed a rift with Wu Chan. The only incident capable of causing such a rift would be one involving poisoning. Wu Chan is indeed connected to the poison. and it is likely that the toxin was handed over to Lin Feng by him. The concoction of such a poison is not within the capability of an ordinary individual. Step by step, Lei Dazhuang pieced together the puzzle, ultimately concluding, Wu Chan and the rumored disciple, Kong Wu, both bear considerable suspicion. I shall focus my attention on these two henceforth. And what of Wu Wang? The middle-aged man in black queried. If he were involved with Wu Chan, he would not have been wrongfully accused as the murderer, Lei Dazhuang countered. He must have perceived Wu Chan's involvement in the poisoning incident, and due to his own wrongful accusation, developed a rift with Wu Chan. However, when I questioned him, he still refused to betray Wu Chan out of loyalty, which inadvertently confirmed Wu Chan's guilt. With a sigh, Lei Dazhuang remarked, This Wu Wang, however, is quite loyal and principled, someone worthy of friendship. It is unfortunate that a rift has formed. I shall endeavor to mend it in the future. Alas, this task is truly ill-suited for a trouble-averse scion like myself, yet what can be done? After all, my father is a marquis appointed by the late emperor. He shook his head with regret, stepping into the moonlight as he left the Herbal King Institute. Meanwhile, within the meditation chamber, Shani opened his eyes once more, contemplating. At this juncture, Lei Dazhuang is bound to focus his attention on Wu Chan. Yet, I wonder how Wu Chan came to be suspected. It seemed inevitable to Shani that Lei Dazhuang would notice Wu Chan, for among those present, only Wu Chan, soon to enter the Yaowang Academy, bore the most suspicion. As for Gumu Daran, hailing from the Baichao Valley, he was not adept in medicine or poison, and being a senior who had apprehended Shani, his suspicion was rather minimal. However, the fact that Lei Dazhuang approached them right after Shani and Wu Chan crossed the lake suggested that he might have harbored doubts about Wu Chan even before the poisoning incident occurred. Thus, a question arose. Why was Wu Chan under suspicion? After much contemplation, Shani could arrive at only one possibility. Wu Chan harbored a blood feud, providing him with a significant motive. Shani himself also possessed such a motive. The reason Lei Dazhuang approached them was likely not solely due to Wu Chan's background, but also because of Shani's own origins. Both were survivors of the calamity in Yuzhou. Their association inevitably heightened suspicion against them. This implies that prior to the incident at the reception hall, Lei Dazhuang had already investigated all disciples of refugee origin, including Wu Chan and myself. The mark of our backgrounds was imprinted upon us from the very beginning. Being of refugee origin rendered them objects of scrutiny and investigation. Even if one expressed no desire for vengeance, it was likely that no one would believe such claims. A hatred of that magnitude cannot simply be cast aside by mere words. The chains of animosity bind both parties, even if one does not strike first. The other may take preemptive action for their own safety. Upon realizing this, Shen Yi felt that his previous thoughts had indeed been overly simplistic. Fortunately, he had now established a persona. At least in the eyes of the Linglong Iron Temple, he was untainted by vengeance, allowing him to gain favor with the transcendent sect. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had forged a connection with Qin Tianyuan, enabling him to reap benefits from both sides. All I need to do is continue to grow stronger, he mused, plunging once again into the realm of the void. Having just acquired the remnants of Shangguanpei's soul, he needed to diligently familiarize himself with the burgeoning inner energy, while simultaneously dispelling the sense of unreality that accompanied this unexpected gain. The strength I possess today has been earned through my own perseverance. As the moon reached its zenith, the great hero hall had shed the vibrancy of the unveiling conference. Illuminated by the eternal flames, dismembered limbs lay arranged upon white cloth, centered in the hall. As on that day, individuals from various sects and the abbot and chief disciple of the Linglong Iron Temple were present, though absent were Qi Jiu Yuan, Qi Tua Hai, and Xian Xingyuan, who now enjoyed solitary quarters in the Discipline Academy. Instead, a figure clad in coarse robes, with long hair tied back by a simple wooden stick, stood among them, Qin Tianyuan. Notably, a small donkey accompanied Qin Tianyuan. Upon the invocation of this individual's name by the ancient woodmaster, the assembled crowd cast their glances back and forth between him and the gruesome corpse that lay upon the ground, their eyes betraying an unmistakable air of skepticism. Ultimately, this figure had indeed made an appearance, following the indiscriminate gathering and the tragic demise of Shangguanpei. No matter how one scrutinized the situation, it was difficult to disentangle him from the affair. It was none other than Qin, known as Qin Tianyuan. He responded with a calm demeanor, stating, "Do not regard me with suspicion. I did not take this life. You all are aware that I, Qin, have always treated others with sincerity and have never uttered a falsehood." Chapter 47, Benevolence Ahem. The abbot of Lingmen lightly cleared his throat and stated, "A monk does not speak falsehoods. I can attest that Master Qin has been engaged in a game of chess with me and has not departed even for a moment. Yet, why would Qin Tianyuan need to dirty his hands with murder? Doubts lingered in the hearts of the onlookers, though their faces betrayed a semblance of calmness. All eyes now fixated on the lifeless body. It seemed implausible that the abbot would gather everyone in the Mahavira Hall simply to announce the arrival of Master Qin. Dear guests, I have summoned you here at this late hour for two matters, the abbot of Lingmin stated forthrightly. Firstly, it concerns Master Shangwan, who stealthily slipped out of the guest house, descending the mountain and ultimately losing his life. Was it not at the hands of another? The audience, skilled in the art of rhetoric, sensed an unusual undertone. This was no mere disavowal of responsibility. It was an implication that the death of Shangwan Pei was a consequence of his own misdeeds. The second matter also pertains to Master Shangwan. According to the devout believer who hastened here to inform us, Master Shangwan was slain by a mysterious figure clad in black, a person devoid of discernible features, exceedingly enigmatic. Furthermore, I discovered this on Master Shangwan's person. The abbot revealed a jade token from his sleeve, presenting it to the assembly. The token was adorned with dragon motifs, resembling a jade dragon coiling around it, with the dragon's head positioned prominently at the top. Most significant was the large character inscribed at its center, benevolence. The strokes of this character were fierce yet fluid, appearing not as a carving but as if pinned directly upon the token. Benevolence. The ancient woodman could not help but exclaim. This name stirred ripples among the assembly of masters representing various factions. Su Xing's eyes were fixed intently on the token, a glimmer of insight flashing within them, illuminating the token. Suddenly, his head jerked back, his eyes blinking rapidly as if stung by an unwelcome truth, and he confirmed aloud. There can be no mistake. I have previously examined the calligraphy of that esteemed master of the Great Li, and these two writings are indistinguishable, infused with his essence. Su Xing hailed from the Great Compassion Monastery, which belongs to a different sect outside of Zen, known as the Dharma-Laksana School. This sect focuses on the teachings of Buddhism, delving into the depths of human consciousness, excelling in discerning and debating meanings. If Su Xing claims they are identical, then they indeed are. Why would the token of benevolence be found on Shangwan Pei? Inquired a middle-aged Taoist among the crowd. Adorned with a 7-star crown and clad in a Tai Chi robe, he radiated an authentic Taoist demeanor. He hailed from the Su Inquing Palace, one of the 3 sects of Taoism. Given the distinctions between Buddhism and Taoism, he had remained a silent observer, merely a bystander, unlike the ancient woodman, who was not aligned with the Taoist schools. However, with the emergence of the token belonging to the esteemed master of the Great Li, even the Taoist bystanders could no longer remain passive. Why? Because the Great Xian imperial family revered Taoism, while the Great Li recognized the Great Wheel Monastery as its national religion, venerating the Dragon Elephant sect as its national teacher. The masters from both sides had clashed repeatedly over the years, harboring deep-seated grievances. The Taoist sect possesses formidable strength, far surpassing one of the 3 Buddhist sects, the Great Wheel Temple. However, the whereabouts of the Taoist celestial beings remain elusive, seldom seen by mortal eyes. Presently, the esteemed leader of the true martial sect, Xiao Baoyue, ranks first on the white list, yet he still pales in comparison to the Dragon Elephant sect. Coupled with the robust support from the Great Li, the Great Wheel Temple finds itself in a stalemate with the Taoist sect, both sides experiencing victories and losses, casualties and injuries alike. After all, this is a nascent dynasty, basking in its most prosperous moment, while the Great Xian, in stark contrast, is on a downward trajectory, unable to provide substantial support to the Taoist sect. Do not look at me. I too am in the dark, Qin Tianyuan remarked, as he caught the gaze of the Taoist, who now turned to him. Had I known that Shangwan Pei possessed a benevolent token, I would not have awaited my chance to participate in the unrestricted conference. Regardless of the formidable background he may have, should he align with that greatly master, it would still lead to inevitable demise, no exceptions. Had Qin Tianyuan been aware of Shangwan Pei's connections to benevolence, he would have long since sent him to his final rest. This reasoning is sound and substantiated. Yet the elderly monk, who had heard someone declare that Shangwan Pei was already deceased, could not suppress his astonishment. However, there is one thing I am certain of. Qin Tianyuan suddenly smiled, his gaze piercing as it swept across the assembly. War is imminent. Previously, Xian Xingyuan had stated that the Great Li's incursions were nothing but Qin Tianyuan's fabrications, yet now, the emergence of this token signifies that such claims are indeed true. And the Great Li is likely to invade once more. No, it is not merely likely, it is a certainty. Upon witnessing Qin Tianyuan's gaze, All present became resolute in their belief that war was about to reignite, even if the greatly had no intentions of advancing southward. Qin Tianyuan would compel them to do so. Qin Tianyuan has always treated others with sincerity, never uttering falsehoods, for all he speaks soon manifests into reality. While he cannot predict the future, he possesses the ability to shape it. Such is his nature, unfettered by taboos. Ba, the Lingmen clasped their hands in prayer, filled with compassion. Once the flames of war ignite, countless souls will undoubtedly suffer, and the borders will soon be stained with blood once more. Yet this time, it remains uncertain whether the iron hooves of the greatly can once again tread upon the Chi-Tian Pass. The abbot of Lingmen, privy to certain truths, pondered further. He was aware that Qin Tianyuan was investigating the culprits behind the calamity in Yuzhou, and that he had already established a suspect. Given Qin Tianyuan's temperament, if he were to ascertain the target's culpability, the outcome would undoubtedly send shivers down the spine of the venerable monk, who had surpassed a century in age. For now, all that remains is to hope that the ultimate truth does not implicate that particular individual. In a secluded pavilion, a solitary green lamp illuminated a draped curtain, revealing an ethereal silhouette. A dark figure knelt in the shadows before the curtain, bowing their head to report, "Respected Master, the Linglong Iron Monastery's unrestricted conference has concluded. Qin Tianyuan has secured the demon suppression cave, quelling the disturbances, thus allowing the Dharma assembly to proceed smoothly. In the aftermath, Lingen has taken his own life. While Kongming was captured after sustaining severe injuries, he has been imprisoned within the demon suppression cave. As for Wuqing, he was slain by a junior disciple named Wu Wang. However, that individual has not yet been exposed. After the event, Lingmen announced that the Linglong Taisha would begin accepting lay disciples and would open the entrance martial arts to the Iron Strategy Army. Furthermore, upon discovering the slain Yufengbo at the Duzhu River, Shangguan Pei found a token from the master on his person. This very night, within the Great Hero Hall, he made a prophecy that the Great Li would soon invade once more. Although these occurrences transpired in a distant realm, the shadow spoke of them as if witnessing them firsthand, even recounting the dialogues that unfolded within the Great Hero Hall during the previous night. A serene voice emerged from behind the curtain, revealing a figure seated in meditation, one hand gracefully folding a fan, gently tapping it against the palm of the other hand. Chapter 48. Mimicry. The following morning, Shen Yi, having only enjoyed a brief slumber, was still remarkably invigorated. He closed his eyes to sense his internal energy. The pure essence of the Taiyin had already begun to fill his dantian. Although he was still far from the boundless energy akin to the vast rivers and seas, he was nonetheless exceptional compared to martial artists of the same age. As for the dragon's cloak of iron and the tiger's roar, Shen Yi reflected on the manner in which he practiced the Golden Bell shield and instinctively replaced the term tiger's roar with tiger's wail. The appearance of that vengeful spirit's howling was indeed unrelated to the notion of a tiger's roar. The iron cloak did not possess intricate layers, but rather was measured by strength. Shen Yi had trained in the iron cloak the longest, now possessing nearly 700 pounds of corporeal strength. As for the Golden Bell shield, he had already mastered the 5th level, having initially acquired the capabilities of iron skin and steel bones. When combined with the iron cloak for full defense, even a peak meridian opening martial artist would find it difficult to harm him. I must be daydreaming, Shen Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, rose, and performed a brief morning ritual before heading out. As he pushed open the door, the morning sunlight enveloped him in a soft golden hue, making a certain grayish-white donkey particularly conspicuous. This donkey stood upright, its front hooves absurdly crossed over its chest, leaning against the courtyard wall, utterly devoid of any semblance of eggs. It appeared that this donkey was lacking in more than just a tail. Enough of this, Shen Yi thought. This is merely a guise to seal my essence. The donkey cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yi and straightened up, trotting alongside him. That fellow Chen wishes to see you. Following the donkey, Shen Yi exited his small courtyard, traversing the stone-paved path until he soon beheld a rockery. Qin Tianyuan was seated in a small pavilion beside the rockery. He sat upright on a stone bench, exuding an air of meticulousness. With a wooden chessboard made of fragrant nanma set before him, devoid of any pieces. Upon noticing Shen Yi's approach, Qin Tianyuan asked nonchalantly, "Do you understand the art of chess?" "Only the basic rules," Shen Yi replied. Born in the era of information explosion in his previous life, he had a smattering of knowledge about various subjects. Even if he had never played Go, he was aware of the fundamental principles. Sadly, however, his understanding was but superficial. Whether it was Go or any other endeavor, he only grasped the basics. While his exposure surpassed that of ancient scholars in terms of knowledge level, One could only say Shun Yi was perfectly suited to blend into this era. Knowing the rules suffices, Chen Tianyuan said. The way of chess is the way of calculation. Your lack of formal training in the art will allow you to perceive your wisdom more clearly. Please, take a seat. Shen Yi sat across from Chen Tianyuan. The box of chess pieces before him contained white stones, indicating that he was to make the first move. The custom of having black stones go first was a rule he had inherited from a prosperous neighbor in his past life. But in this world, reminiscent of ancient times, the white stones took precedence. There was no seating arrangement as seen after the Song dynasty. The board lay empty. Chen Tianyuan did not concede. And Shen Yi said nothing further. He directly picked up a piece and placed it at the center of the board. This is the heavenly origin. This move effectively blocked Chen Tianyuan's usual strategy. Observing this, Chen Tianyuan's gaze shifted slightly as he picked up a piece and placed it on the right side of the star position in the upper right corner. After he made his move, Shen Yi unhesitatingly placed his stone in the left corner, forming a perfect symmetry with the center of the board as the focal point. Chen Tianyuan followed suit, also placing his stone in a manner that maintained this symmetry. This was a tactic of imitation. Although Shun Yi lacked an understanding of the game, he was adept at mimicking his opponent's moves, strategically placing his stones on the opposite side of the board. This method, while simplistic, could be quite vexatious, as it involved copying the opponent's strategies until an opening appeared, at which point he could shift his approach to exploit the weakness. The counter to this strategy was straightforward. One could either develop a grand layout while concealing a deadly trap, ultimately leading to a decisive victory, or engage in a tactical entanglement around the center point, capturing the opponent's stones. After a brief pause, Chen Tianyuan opted for the latter. Upon noticing this, Shun Yi became fully engrossed. This entanglement around the central point bore a resemblance to that of Gamoku, albeit governed by more intricate rules. For Shen Yi, a novice in Go, this presented a favorable scenario, aligning with his objectives. He concentrated intensely, weighing each move carefully, but after a brief skirmish with Chen Tianyuan, he found himself utterly defeated. Yet, after effortlessly defeating Shen Yi, Chen Tianyuan offered praise, remarking on his cleverness and potential for greatness. Given that he could decisively vanquish someone like Shang Wanpei, whose foundation had crumbled. Did you perceive all this? Shun Yi asked in astonishment. This was merely a minor probe into the Taisher Ho, Chen Tianyuan replied nonchalantly. This time, the unveiled gathering did not actually invite Taisher Lu. It was Taisher Ho who sent his grandson to attend, so I sought to gauge his intentions. The poisoning at the small unveiled gathering aimed to retaliate against the Sword Pavilion while simultaneously testing Lei Dazhuang, the representative of Taisher Lu. Having emerged from Taisher Lu, Lei Dazhuang, with his extensive knowledge, would undoubtedly discern that the poison in the food was not something an ordinary person could concoct. Faced with this clue, he had two choices, to remain a passive observer or to pursue the lead. It was evident that Lei Dazhuang chose the latter. This allowed Chen Tianyuan to clarify Taisher Lu's stance and, indeed, to sense the significant power of those behind the scenes. Few in this world could compel Taisher Lu to take a stance. In pursuit of these insights, he became aware that he and his disciple, Kong Wu and Wu Chun, were now being scrutinized. Shun Yi experienced a whirlwind of thoughts, begrudgingly acknowledging the depth of Chen Tianyuan's strategic planning. Furthermore, Linglong Taisha was preparing to open its doors, dispatching disciples to various temples in Yuzhou to recruit lay disciples, and sending martial monks to the border troops to impart martial skills. I suggest you choose one of these tasks to descend the mountain, Chen Tianyuan said, gently waving his hand. The chessboard and pieces vanished into thin air as he rose. The world outside Linglong Taisha is the realm truly suited for you. He turned to depart, with the donkey trotting closely behind him. Chapter 49, The Military Strategy, Unforeseen Events. Kangxiang, still donned in his yellow monk's robe, bore a slightly pale complexion, yet his unwavering integrity and righteousness were unmistakable. He had sustained injuries within the demon suppression cave and, along with other monks, had been taken by the apothecary of the Medicine King S Institute for treatment, where he currently resided. Shen Yi hurriedly approached to pay his respects, saying, Master, you recently conversed with Chen Shizhu? Kangxiang inquired. Indeed, Shen Yi replied with a bitter smile. Chen Shizhu asked me to play a game of chess with him. Lacking proficiency in the art, I suffered a complete defeat. He did not conceal his encounter with Chen Tianyuan, as there was no need for subterfuge. To the abbot and those in the know, it was entirely natural for Shen Yi to consult Chen Tianyuan before interrupting witching at the unveiling conference. However, the specifics of their discussion warranted discretion. Chen Shizhu's thoughts are inscrutable. It is prudent to maintain a certain distance, Kongxiang cautioned. I understand, Shen acknowledged. He recognized that Kongxiang was concerned he might fall under Chen Tunyuan's influence, becoming a pawn in his game. Although they had yet to formalize their master-disciple relationship at the Discipline Institute, Kongxiang genuinely cared for him. Alas, Shen himself was not without blemish. Had it not been for the Zhaoyang order bestowed upon him by Chen Tianyuan, he reckoned that his true identity would have inevitably been revealed. Thus, whether he wished to or not, he was bound to the vessel that was Chen Tianyuan, and it would be wise to contemplate an escape plan in advance. Your understanding pleases me, Kongxiang, unaware of Shun Yi's true circumstances, nodded in satisfaction. Come with me. Let us head to the Arhut Hall to select your reward for thwarting Wuqing. You possess both internal cultivation and external prowess, along with the formidable prowess of the dragon subduing technique, yet your path of protection remains wanting, making it an opportune moment to acquire a martial skill. In truth, the only martial art Shen Yi could openly engage in was the Arhut Fist, which could hardly be deemed sufficient. It was essentially non-existent. Naturally, Shen Yi felt a surge of joy at this prospect, but before claiming his reward, he did not forget the senior brother who had previously supported him. Yesterday at the unveiling conference, circumstances were such that I could not express my gratitude, Shen Yi said, joining his palms in reverence. This time, our timely discovery of Wuqing's scheme owes much to the contributions of your esteemed disciple. Kongxiu's disciple. Kongxiang mused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. Ah. The tiger kept in the back mountain. Indeed, he had owed a favor to that formidable Ba Tianhu. Had it not been for the 3 volumes of scripture gifted by it, Shen Yi would not have reached this point. With a spirit of reciprocity, Shen Yi was more than willing to assist in ensuring that the tiger's monastic name was formally inscribed in the monk's ledger. That Kongxiu was renowned as a roguish monk, whose greatest passion was aimless wandering, often disappearing at crucial moments, leading Brother Tiger to place his hopes upon Shen Yi. However, this roguish monk had managed to linger in the strictly regulated Linglong Iron Monastery, which surely spoke to his considerable talents. To be truthful, Shen Yi harbored a genuine desire to meet this esteemed Kongxiu. Just as this thought crossed Shen Yi's mind, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. I believe I just heard someone extolling my handsomeness. At the entrance of the Medicine King Academy, a strikingly handsome young monk, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a pristine white robe with a golden pattern kasaya draped over it, approached. Following closely behind him was a large tiger, both moving towards the duo of Kongxiang and his disciple. Kongxiang's apprentice had spoken ill behind his back, and now he was facing the consequences of his words. The monk glided forward with remarkable grace, lightly gesturing toward his ear with his index finger, chuckling softly. I sensed it. Amitba. Congratulations to my senior brother for making progress in the Sutra of the 10 Good Deeds. Upon seeing this individual, a trace of helplessness crossed Kongxiang's face, and he raised his palm in greeting. Listening to their conversation, along with the tiger trailing the monk, it became evident that he was indeed the wandering monk Kongsu. To be honest, this was somewhat unexpected for Shen Yi. He had anticipated that Kongsu would either be a disheveled figure or one dressed in a flamboyant manner, exuding the air of a rogue. The appearance before him was, in fact, quite at odds with the rumors. Just as this thought crossed Shen Yi's mind, Kongsu cast a knowing glance his way and remarked with a faint smile, Little monk, I sensed it. Are you perhaps speaking ill of your master in your heart? Mind reading? Amitba, senior brother, please do not bully the younger generation. Kongxiang's tone turned serious, exuding an air of authority without anger, and he explained to Shen Yi. Disciple, do not allow your thoughts to be disturbed. This senior brother's practice of the Sutra of the 10 Good Deeds can only perceive the general emotions of others towards himself. It cannot delve into the depths of one's mind. Do not let him lead you astray. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi steadied his heart with a resolve akin to subduing dragons and tigers, ensuring that no stray thoughts arose. Observing this, Kongsu sighed in mild disappointment and said, Truly, like master, like disciple. The master practices this mundane martial art, and the disciple follows suit. How dull indeed. He shook his head, appearing exceedingly bored. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. But what can I say? I enjoy associating with individuals like you. Those who cannot even manage their stray thoughts are truly tiresome. He clasped his hands behind his back, peering at Shen Yi, while the tiger behind him grinned widely. Nephew, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Allow me to present you with a token of greeting. I hear you have a penchant for martial arts, so I shall impart a technique to you. Suddenly, Kongsu swept his foot across the ground, and a gust of wind erupted, his toe slicing through the air like a blade, leaving a profound sword mark. This unexpected turn of events caught Shen Yi off guard. Only when he glimpsed the gratitude in the tiger's eyes did he comprehend the situation. It seemed that both the man and the tiger had overheard Shen Yi's conversation with Kong Xiang from a distance, and were now expressing their gratitude. This technique is not from our temple. You may learn it without hesitation, but take heed. As he spoke, Kong Su's leg moved like a sword, creating striking and piercing motions through the air, the chilling energy prompting Shen Yi to instinctively activate his protective golden bell shield. Seeing this, Kong Xiang's expression changed drastically. The martial arts of the Taoist school, senior brother, where did this skill come from? This was far more serious than a private instruction of temple techniques. If someone from the Taoist sect were to witness this, it would surely incite chaos. What is there to fear? The art of the Bing character has long been lost within the Taoist traditions. However, by a fortunate twist of fate, I have come into possession of it. How I choose to disseminate this knowledge is entirely at my discretion. With an air of nonchalance, I speak of the void. While the energy within me shifts and transforms, becoming like a blade, a spear, a sword, or a halberd, my very being morphs into a weapon, capable of striking at any point. Chapter 50. The Eye of True Law. A millennium ago, the extraordinary figure known as Zhenwu Daojun transitioned from an alchemist to a martial artist, establishing the three foundational realms of martial arts: body refinement, meridian opening, and qi consumption. He became the most renowned legend of the past 1,000 years. In the Xiantian Zhenwu Dao, he found it stands as the foremost sect in the realm of the Xian. After achieving great mastery in martial arts, Zhenwu Daojun synthesized the essence of both alchemists and martial practitioners, creating an unparalleled secret technique known as the Zhenwu 9 character formula. This remarkable method, by chance, found its way into the Taoist community, eventually becoming the most emblematic esoteric knowledge of the sect. When Kong Xiang intended to impart the military character of the 9 character formula to Shen Yi, he was troubled by the prospect of Shen Yi being targeted by others within the Taoist sect. Reluctant to hinder Shen Yi's opportunities, he could only sigh and advise, Wu Wang. This skill should be employed only when necessary to avoid unwarranted enmities. With that, he closed his eyes, choosing not to observe the demonstration of the technique. Instead, silently reciting scriptures. Martial arts are meant for application. My junior brother, do not be distracted. Suddenly, Kong Xiang's body soared like a dragon, executing a series of strikes that conjured the shadows of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, laughing heartily. Moreover, the essence of the military character lies within, not without. If you could learn it merely by watching, it would not be so easily lost. As he spoke, Kong Xiang's gaze fell upon Shen Yi, and a profound thought surged into Shen Yi's mind. In a daze, Shen Yi perceived a blurred figure performing martial arts, each movement transforming hands and feet into lethal weapons. In moments of fervor, the figure commanded qi as if it were a blade, cleaving mountains and piercing clouds. Ultimately, the figure wielded thunder and lightning, transforming tempestuous energy into edges, altering the very atmosphere with each motion. The essence of the military character, it turned out, is not merely about weaponry, but rather about transformation. Enlightened as if by divine revelation, Shen Yi grasped the fundamental nature of the military character. What this formula referred to as military related far less to physical weaponry than to the ability to transmute all things into instruments of combat, manipulating various energies. For the novice, the flow of qi manifests as the body itself becomes a weapon. Fists, palms, fingers, and legs become formidable blades capable of striking from any angle. For those who have made progress, true qi is released, transforming energy into weaponry, rendering any attack invincible, capable of obliterating anything in its path. For the master, the manipulation of celestial phenomena allows one to turn the very essence of the universe into weapons, making all things at their disposal. The military character imparted by Kong Xiang was the most formidable martial art Shen Yi had ever encountered. If unleashed upon the world, it could undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Such extraordinary knowledge was given so effortlessly. Thank you, Master Uncle. Upon regaining his composure, Shen Yi performed a profound bow. It appears your spiritual strength is quite formidable. You have fully comprehended the inheritance of the military character. As Kong Xiang gracefully descended to the ground and observed Shen Yi's deep bow, he recognized that Shen Yi had indeed grasped the entire transmission, including the final imagery of transforming essence into weaponry, understanding the value of the military character. However, merely observing the transformation is sufficient. Even I have yet to touch upon the fringes of that realm, so do not aspire too high. Kong Xiang chuckled heartily, saying, As for the rest, do not concern yourself too much. I shall impart this martial art as I wish. No amount of protest can deter my inclination. I have even transmitted the essence of a tiger. What difficulty lies in imparting knowledge to another person? As Shun Yi reminisced about his first encounter with Tiger Brother, he recalled the extraordinary ability of the latter to create sparks with his claws, leaving him at a loss for words. Back then, he failed to discern the secrets behind Tiger Brother's manual lighter, but having now learned the military glyph technique, he instantly understood that Tiger Brother had also mastered this profound skill. One can only say that this wandering monk is truly carefree, imparting the teachings of such an exceptional art based solely on his whims. Brother, perhaps it is best to take a rest, Kong Xiang advised with a hint of resignation. Having underestimated his senior, he never anticipated that Tiger Brother could wield the true Dharma Eye treasury, a remarkable power. Yet, even with such prowess, passing down the military glyph technique must surely be no simple task. It is said that during the assembly at Lingshan, the Buddha plucked a flower before the congregation, leaving everyone bewildered, save for disciple Ma Ke Yapa, who broke into a smile. The Buddha then proclaimed, "I possess the true Dharma Eye treasury, the subtle mind of nirvana, the ultimate reality beyond form, and the exquisite path that does not rely on words but is transmitted beyond texts, granted to Ma Ke Yapa." This transmission beyond texts is the essence of Zen Buddhism, with Ma Ke Yapa recognized as its first patriarch. The advanced teachings of Zen have always been conveyed through the heart, from heart to heart, without reliance on written words. A mere subtle glance suffices for the transmission of the Dharma. This is the origin of the power known as the true Dharma Eye treasury. Such powers can only be wielded by the eminent monks of Zen, regarded as divine methods of transmission. However, the exertion required for this transmission is directly proportional to the profundity of the teachings. The more esoteric the knowledge, the greater the mental strain it demands. If misused, it may leave irreversible effects on one's spirit. Given the caliber of the military glyph technique, even one as profound as Kong Xiang might find it challenging to endure. How could the mere military glyph technique dawn a monk like me? Kong Xiang remarked with a calm smile, hands behind his back. Brother, I must meet with the abbot soon. Would I tire myself out? Do you believe I am so reckless? He nonchalantly turned, his body gliding lightly to land upon Tiger Brother's back. Disciple, let us go meet the abbot. Huh. Tiger Brother looked up, momentarily stunned. Let us go? Kong Xiang lowered his voice and playfully tugged at Tiger Brother's scalp. This time, the exertion was indeed considerable. Initially, he believed that given Shen Yi's level, his spirit could barely withstand the transmission of the military glyph technique up to the stage of chi transformation, with the subsequent transformation into the image being unnecessary. To his surprise, while Shen Yi's realm was modest, the strength of his spirit was not to be underestimated. The entirety of the military glyph technique was transmitted all at once, and Kong Xiang nearly faltered, barely managing to keep his footing. Oh. Tiger Brother finally grasped the situation and hastily dashed out. This unlikely pair, a man and a tiger, arrived unexpectedly and departed just as abruptly, resembling a pair of jesters. Observing this, Kong Xiang shook his head in resignation. His brother remained as genuine as ever. Low emotional intelligence renders one a jester, while high emotional intelligence reveals true character. He sighed thoughtfully and spoke to Shen Yi. The military character is said to be a technique of manipulating vital energy. With the skill, you shall find it effortless to harness energy in the future. However, there is one crucial point you must bear in mind. The realm of energy absorption is fundamental to the foundation of one's life. The type of primordial energy you choose to assimilate requires utmost caution. Some energies, despite their formidable nature, come with their own drawbacks. Take for instance Sheng Wanpei, who previously participated in the Unfettered Assembly. He hailed from the Xianhuang Academy, and the energy he absorbed was the righteous qi of Confucianism. With this energy within, one must not harbor significant flaws in their heart. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, ranging from regression in power to the complete destruction of one's foundation. Indeed, Sheng Wanpei met his demise due to this very reason, losing his life amidst the tumult at Fengbo Crossing. Sheng Wanpei is dead? Shun Yi exclaimed in astonishment. One reaps what one sows. He has perished, Kong Xiang replied. As the two conversed, they made their way toward the Arhat Hall. Chapter 51. Descent from the mountain. Following Kong Xiang, Shun Yi wisely heeded his advice and chose the Great Radiance Fist, a martial art that harmonizes both softness and strength. Subsequently, the master and disciple proceeded to the Discipline Institute to formally acknowledge their teacher-student relationship. As for the 3-year trial, it was waived for Shun Yi. having already demonstrated his prowess before the abbot and the senior monks. Thereafter, they parted ways, one entering the wall meditation cave and the other the wall meditation chamber. Kong Xiang's wall punishment was not yet concluded. It had merely been paused due to injury, while Xin Yi's wall punishment was just beginning. Having broken a life-taking prohibition, he was required to meditate in the Discipline Institute for 3 days, during which he would also transcribe the rebirth mantra to offer solace to the departed Wu Qin. Xin Yi felt quite agreeable to this task. What could be more liberating than atoning for one's enemies? He settled into the Discipline Institute, copying scriptures and simultaneously studying the Diamond Sutra, annotated by the Dragon Elephant sect, while practicing martial arts and secretly managing a burgeoning congregation of 35 followers. During these 3 days, the monks Wu Ju, Wu Yi, and others successfully completed their 3-year trials and gained entry into the Luohan Hall. Due to their previous lackluster performances and their close associations with Wu Qin, none of them could take on disciples. They all remained ordinary monks of the Luohan Hall, embarking on the path of becoming cannon fodder. Ordinarily, they would spend most of their lives honing their martial skills and safeguarding the Luohan Hall, seldom having the chance to descend the mountain. However, the appearance of lay disciples provided them with an opportunity to experience the world and to spread the teachings of their father and savior, the great Tai Su Daojun. The Linglong Iron Monastery opened its doors wide to recruit lay disciples, yet the monastery's space was limited. Consequently, the abbot of Linglong exercised discretion in accepting lay disciples through various affiliated temples. Lay disciples would commence their martial training in these subsidiary monasteries, and those with exceptional talents and remarkable performance could advance to Linglong Iron Monastery for further studies, while the others would graduate after 3 years of training. Many lay disciples might never set foot in Linglong Iron Monastery, but this did not detract from their ability to propagate its renown. It was foreseeable that in the coming years, even decades, Linglong Iron Monastery would experience a surge in prominence, along with the Taisu followers rooted within, who would also witness a significant increase in numbers. Thus, I must continuously enhance my strength to suppress the impending surge of distracting thoughts. With this thought in mind, Xin Yi emerged from the meditation chamber to meet Kong Xiang. Have you made your decision? Came Kong Xiang's inquiry from within the cave. After a brief silence, his voice resonated again. Disciples of this monastery, upon opening the 8 extraordinary meridians, embark on their first journey down the mountain. You possess the Tai-in physique, and after unblocking your meridians, you have made remarkable progress, fully connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians and having defeated Wu Qin, which indeed qualifies you for a journey down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Xin Yi patiently awaited Kong Xiang's subsequent words. However, you have only recently become a disciple. Even if you are exceptionally gifted, you still exhibit a certain naivety. I shall soon request the abbot to allow you to accompany Wu Yin down the mountain, so he may care for you along the way. Yes, master, Xin Yi replied, bowing towards the cave. Go ahead. After uttering these words, Kong Xiang exhaled deeply, feeling a sudden pang of melancholy and concern. Perhaps this is what the bond between master and disciple entails, he mused, being the first to take on a disciple. He then addressed another figure within the cave. Senior brother, please keep an eye on Wu Wang as well. Within the cave, where golden light clashed with dark mist, Kong Xiang sat casually on the ground, stating, I believe Wu Wang possesses more than one heart I compared to you. He will certainly not follow in your footsteps, so you need not worry. 2 days passed. During this time, Chun Tianyuan and representatives from various sects departed in succession, including those from the Sword Pavilion, the Tianhe Sword Sect, and the Great River Gang, all coming to redeem their people. Until his departure, Chun Tianyuan did not meet Xin Yi again, nor did he leave any contact information, seemingly having forgotten this collaborator. However, Xin Yi believed that the astute strategist Qin was confident they would soon meet again, which is why he departed so decisively. The Linglong Iron Monastery had also arranged for personnel, with numerous warrior monks dispatched to various temples. Some monks from the Kong lineage took several disciples to Qingtian Pass to impart martial skills to the soldiers. Xin Yi and Wu Yin were among those sent to the affiliated monastery to recruit lay disciples, yet their destination was rather extraordinary. Yanggu County, governed by Shangguan Pei, is the county closest to Qitian Pass. 3 years prior, Qin Tianyuan had been reassigned because Shangguan Pei obstructed the military supply convoy in Jianggu County, prompting Qin, the strategist of the Iron Strategy Army, to personally mediate, which subsequently led to great calamity. Had Qin Tianyuan been present, with his profound skills as a qi refiner, he would have detected the changes in the Earth's veins at the first instance, potentially averting the upheaval. Without that unprecedented earthquake, Xingtian Pass would not have collapsed so significantly, and the Great Li army could not have breached so easily. It can be said that Yanggu County is the origin of it all. Currently, due to the death of Shangwan Pei and the possibility of Great Li knocking at the gates once more, Yanggu County is in turmoil. Wang, if you wish to reconsider, now is still the time. Wu Yin offered a final reminder to Xin Yi before the gates of the Linglong Iron Monastery. As the abbot's direct disciple, Wu Yin naturally ventured toward the most challenging places, and he had no choice but to go to Yanggu County. Yet Xin Yi was different. He could easily choose another location, far removed from Qingtian Pass for his training. However, since Xin Yi had already embarked on this journey with Qingtian Yuan, he could not avoid becoming entangled in related matters. Instead of passively being drawn in, it would be wiser to engage proactively and prepare himself. Senior brother. Those who cultivate the dragon subduing and tiger taming techniques are never lacking in a courageous heart, Xin Yi remarked with a light chuckle, speaking familiarly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh as well, saying, "Indeed, I had not considered that as a senior brother. Very well, since that is the case, let us, as brothers in arms, embark on a journey together to Yanggu County." Chapter 52, The Pathfinder. What is there to fear? I am here as a monk. The handsome monk descended the stone steps, accompanied by a formidable tiger. Indeed, it was Kong Su, the wandering monk. You ought to consider why the other disciples travel in groups, while only you two remain. The situation in Yanggu County is tumultuous. The abbot believes you are unable to handle it, hence he has dispatched me to support you. However, I had not anticipated that it would be you who would journey to Yanggu County. Kong Su approached, observing Wu Yin with curiosity. It is rather remarkable that such a challenging yet prestigious task would fall to the second disciple, rather than the abbot's eldest disciple, which subtly indicates a certain inclination. Senior brother Wu Lai is currently at a crucial juncture in his breakthrough, and with his steadfast Buddhist resolve, he wishes to avoid the encumbrances of worldly affairs, thus delegating this responsibility to his junior. Wu Yin spoke with an indifferent expression, as if discussing a matter of little consequence rather than the esteemed position of the abbot. Indeed, the implication behind Wu Yin's assignment to Yanggu County essentially solidifies his future claim to succession. Wu Lai, the abbot's first disciple, is a naturally gifted child of the Buddha, possessing a unique constitution that allows him to excel remarkably in both martial and Buddhist practices. Currently ranked third on the storm and cloud list, it would be a grave misfortune if such a talent were to be hindered by mundane responsibilities, necessitating a choice to be made. From Wu Yin's words, it is evident that Wu Lai has indicated his intention to relinquish the abbot's position to devote himself entirely to martial and Buddhist pursuits, thereby bequeathing this task to Wu Yin, the ranked 46th on the storm and cloud list. Wu Yin is not without examples of individuals who have risen through perseverance within the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple. Thus, he too may ascend to the ranks of the elite in due time. After all, time is plentiful, despite the Lingnan abbot being over 100 years old. As long as no unforeseen events occur, he could easily serve another decade as abbot. Once senior brother Wu Lai achieves his breakthrough, the rankings on the storm and cloud list will likely shift. As Wu Yin spoke, a genuine pride illuminated his countenance for his senior brother. His words were laced with a sense of schadenfreude, devoid of any semblance of elderliness. Is the demonic path's transformation technique truly that formidable? Chen Yi, unable to suppress his astonishment at Kong Su's demeanor, inquired. He understood that the demonic arts excel in dispelling malevolent energies and recognized that the realm of transformation was conceived by the demon lord a millennium ago. Yet, to assert that it could overpower Wu Lai seemed rather rash. It is not solely a matter of technique, but also of the uniqueness of this realm. Kong Su elucidated. The three realms of body establishment, meridian openings, and chi absorption were devised by the true martial path monarch to dismantle the excessively high barriers faced by chi refiners. They form the foundation of martial arts. Having been thoroughly explored by generations of formidable practitioners over millennia, leaving little secrecy, the strength within the realms of chi refinement, mysterious embryo, and celestial origin is determined not just by technique, but by the individual. Ultimately, it is the martial artist who dictates their upper limits, not the technique itself. Only the realm of transformation possesses a peculiar quality, and with the unaging mountain being a direct lineage of the demon lord. Provided that the inheritor of the unaging mountain does not meet an untimely demise once they enter the realm of transformation, they will undoubtedly be the foremost contender for the top position. In my youth, The pinnacle of the wind and cloud rankings was occupied by the denizens of the Eternal Mountain. A millennium ago, the esteemed Jinwu Daojun, having established the three realms, summoned the powerful to the heights of Tian Shan to deliberate on the path of enlightenment. Among the attendees were the formidable Demon Lord, who defied the heavens to forge the transformation realm, the enigmatic beings of the Demon Path, who crafted the Essence Realm, and the venerable Buddha Tian Shan, who conceived the profound fetal realm. Subsequently, Jinwu Daojun provided a synthesis, giving rise to the Celestial Origin Realm. The transformation realm was fundamentally derived from the Demon Lord's own cultivation insights, and thus the techniques he imparted were inherently most suited to this realm. Upon grasping the significance of this, Shani experienced a sudden epiphany and exclaimed, if one could amalgamate the techniques of several path openers, would they not ascend to the status of the preeminent figure in the world? Should one manage to reconcile the myriad differences among these techniques and integrate them harmoniously, it could indeed be regarded as the supreme divine art. As for who the foremost individual might be, that ultimately depends on the person. He clapped his hands and gracefully mounted the back of Brother Tiger, declaring, enough talk. Let us proceed to Yang Valley, where I shall guide you through this vibrant world. Upon hearing this, Brother Tiger sprang forward with a gust of wind, carrying the carefree Kong Su as they soared past, the rushing air causing Shanyi's garments to flutter. Without a single piece of luggage, Kong Su required only Brother Tiger's strength to bear him. And given that this wayward monk had recently modified a lightness technique into a beastly form to teach Brother Tiger, the speed of the mighty tiger surpassed that of galloping steeds, swiftly reducing them to a mere silhouette in the distance. Shun-Yi harnessed the energy of the Taiyin, pursuing like a wisp of smoke. However, lacking systematic training in lightness techniques, he managed to keep pace over short distances, but as time passed and his internal energy waned, he began to lag behind. At that moment, a clear voice resonated in his ears, instructing, focus on the Dantian, concentrate your spirit, channel energy into the Yongquan, and ground one foot firmly, without stagnation. The voice belonged to Wu Yin. Following his guidance, Shani circulated his internal energy, which slightly diminished his speed, causing him to fall further behind, yet significantly alleviating his energy consumption. Is this the elephant crossing the river technique? Shun-Yi inquired. Is it permissible for my senior to impart this skill to me? The unique lightness technique of the Linglong Taisha, known as the elephant crossing the river, was aptly named for its ability to traverse obstacles with grace and stability, though it may not match the swiftness of other renowned techniques. Its strength lay in its steadiness and resilience, making it particularly adept for long journeys, and with profound practice, it could even be employed offensively. According to the customs of Linglong Taisha, even among master and disciple, the transmission of martial arts required the disciple to possess the appropriate qualifications. One could not simply pass on what they wished. Thus, Wu Yin's sharing of the elephant crossing the river with Shun-Yi was a breach of protocol. In response, Shun-Yi merely smiled and attributed it to talent. Since receiving the legacy of the military character formula, his mastery over internal energy had reached a level of finesse akin to an extension of his own limbs, rendering this technique quite accessible to him. After approximately a quarter of an hour, as Shun-Yi grew more adept at the lightness technique, he began to accelerate, gradually closing the gap with the galloping Kong Su and his master. Thus, relying on their legs as steeds, the group journeyed northward, the silhouette of the Tianjing mountain gradually fading from view. Chapter 53, The Funeral in Yanggu County. 4 days later, in Yanggu County, at dawn, the city gates slowly creaked open. From outside the city emerged 3 monks accompanied by a tiger, while a procession of mourners exited with drums and gongs from within. The 3 monks and the tiger felt an ominous air. Upon spotting the tiger, the mourners erupted into chaos, alarmed by the audacity of the beast daring to invade the city. Amidst the commotion, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the funeral procession. A cold glint of a sword caught Shani's attention, accompanied by an icy aura of malice that made him raise an eyebrow. It was evident that the funeral was for a prominent family, and they should have recognized that the tiger had an owner. Yet, they still chose to attack. The moment they did, it was a lethal strike, imbued with a sense of hostility. Ba, Shun-Yi softly chanted, extending his fingers towards the blade. A gentle force emanated from his fingertips, effortlessly guiding the sword under his control. His fingers, akin to a pianist's caress, lightly grasped the blade. The gentle yet resilient force subdued the sword, dissipating its momentum. Then, with increased strength, he twisted his fingers, causing the sword to gradually distort. This technique, blending softness with strength, embodied a strategy of defense through offense. Yet in Shun-Yi's hands, it concealed a hidden ferocity. The transition revealed a powerful force emerging from within the gentleness, intent on snapping the sword in two. The white figure was a young gentleman clad in mourning attire, initially filled with murderous intent. However, upon witnessing Shun Yi's effortless maneuver to break the sword, his fierce demeanor faltered, turning pale with shock as he prepared to relinquish his grip. Yet Shun Yi did not relent. With a jolt, the sword returned to its straight form, vibrating in his grasp, and slipped from the young gentleman's hand, leaving a trace of blood in its wake. A pained grunt escaped the young man as he staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, a blue figure darted behind him, placing a hand on the young gentleman's back, alleviating the force and halting his retreat. Simultaneously, the figure directed a cold mockery towards Shun Yi and his companions, saying, "The Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery truly exudes an impressive aura, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Today, I am indeed enlightened." Iron Mountain? Shun Yi turned his gaze to the towering youth and then back at the funeral procession, finally comprehending the reason behind their aggression. It dawned on him that it was indeed them. Considering the timing, it was about time for Shang Wanpei's funeral. The one who had steadied the young gentleman's retreat was none other than Iron Mountain, a disciple of the Jiang gang whom Shun Yi had encountered at the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery's guest house but had never conversed with. He was ranked at the very bottom of the wind and cloud rankings, occupying the 100th position, known for his expertise in the mountain opening palm, a detail meticulously noted in the literature on martial discussions. Chi Tohai, having acted during the unrestricted conference, was currently a guest at the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, though it was uncertain if he had emerged yet. Iron Mountain, however, along with others from the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly River Swords sect, had been graciously released prior to Shun Yi's descent from the mountain. It was unexpected to find Iron Mountain here. Upon encountering Taizhan, and recalling the malice and murderous intent of this young gentleman clad in mourning attire towards the monk, it becomes evident to whom this funeral procession is directed. Although Shang Wanpei met his demise at the hands of the monks from the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple, for certain individuals, some grievances require no evidence, merely a conviction held within the heart. In their eyes, both the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple and Chun Tianyuan of the Iron Strategy Army are deemed culpable. Thieving monk, you have not only caused my father's death but also dared to disturb his final journey with your ferocious tiger. If I, Shangguan Mingrua, do not avenge this wrong, I vow to forsake my humanity." The young gentleman glared with fury at the three monks and the tiger. "My father's death has nothing to do with me," the reluctant murderer retorted. "If revenge is sought, it should be directed at my senior brother Wuyin behind me, not at me, for he alone represents the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple. Your choice to confront me merely reflects your cowardice and picking on the weak." Despite the presence of three others and a tiger, Shangguan Mingrua directed his ire solely at Shun Yi. In essence, he chose to bully the vulnerable, seeking to vent his frustrations upon Shun Yi. If Shangguan Peifei had not already been buried, this murderer would have undoubtedly taken the opportunity to feast amidst the wails of mourning at his home. If the ninth on the storm and cloud ranking, the Diamond Monk, is but a soft persimmon, then what of Taizhan at 100? Merely a pile of mud? Taizhan pointed his spear at Shun Yi, declaring, "Today, let us set aside all else and discuss our respective standings." The Jiang gang's Taizhan challenges the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple. "Monk, will you accept?" Upon hearing the title Diamond Monk, Shun Yi felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He had considered that Lei Dazhuang might rank him on the list, but never did he expect to be assigned such a ludicrous moniker. Upon reflection, anything is preferable to being merely the Reckless Diamond, he thought, momentarily assuaging his dissatisfaction with the title. He turned to Taizhan and replied, "This challenge I shall accept," with such words laid bare. To refuse would be to cower like a turtle. His eyes blazed with intensity, yet within their brilliance lurked an undercurrent of foreboding, igniting a sense of impending crisis within Taizhan. It was as if a mouse had been singled out by a cat, or a lamb before a predator. Taizhan felt a shiver run through him, his body instinctively tensing in response, despite the fact that his opponent was but a 16 or 17-year-old novice monk. An inexplicable tremor seized Tieshan's heart. "Humph." Taizhan scoffed to bolster his resolve, his right hand, hanging at his side, suddenly tightened and swelled, revealing a bluish-black hue with a faint glow surrounding his palm. "Prepare yourself," he bellowed, as his towering figure surged forth like a wall, charging with formidable ferocity, his feet kicking up clouds of dirt. This Taizhan, bearing the appearance of a robust warrior, proved to be remarkably cunning in his approach. Not far behind, the void held in condemnation, offering no assistance, while simultaneously reaching out to prevent the unwarranted action, signaling him to refrain from striking. He observed as Taizan charged into the swirling dust, his formidable palm slicing through the haze, aimed directly at Xinyi's face. Should this strike land upon an ordinary person, it would surely embed their head into their torso. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a layer of golden aura manifested before the descending palm, enveloping Xinyi, who radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a deity of invincibility descending upon the earth. Chapter 54. Exertion. As the golden bell aura spun gracefully, a supple energy circulated within it, dissipating the formidable force of Iron Mountain's palm strike, along with the swirling dust that was cast aside. Iron Mountain had encountered martial artists wielding the golden bell technique before. After all, this martial art was rather commonplace. However, he had never faced such a unique manifestation of the golden bell. It was not through sheer strength that one triumphed, but rather through the art of yielding, overcoming rigidity with flexibility, and exhibiting unparalleled smoothness. Iron Mountain's mountain-splitting palm strike, upon colliding with the golden bell aura, could only muster 60% of its original potency. A mere fraction insufficient to breach Xinyi's defenses. The indomitable figure stood within the golden bell aura, mere inches from the palm imprint. Yet that minuscule distance felt insurmountable to Iron Mountain. Ba, Xinyi said, palms pressed together, gazing at Iron Mountain with concern. Have you not dined? Otherwise, how could your strike lack such vigor? Though unspoken, the implication was clear. Iron Mountain's face flushed crimson, feeling a humiliation greater than any he had ever endured in his life. This was a profound disgrace. In his fury, he laughed bitterly, his internal energy coursing through his meridians, creating a sound akin to rustling leaves. Those who practiced formidable martial arts possessed resilient physiques. Otherwise, the very force of their own techniques would shatter their bodies. As the disciple of the vice leader of the Great River Gang, trained under a distinguished master, Iron Mountain was certainly not lacking in this regard. He raised his palm, embodying both ferocity and a flowing continuity, smooth and unimpeded like a river. The dense shadows of his palms billowed like dark clouds overhead, cascading down upon the golden bell aura. Clang, clang, clang. The aura resonated incessantly, rotating and swaying beneath the barrage of palm shadows. Xinyi remained steadfast within, his hands together, unmoving as he observed the flurry of strikes. Utilizing the military character technique, he commanded the energy, shaping the golden bell aura and enhancing its already formidable defense, rendering it as immovable as a true great bell, exuding an awe-inspiring and majestic presence. To Xinyi, this great bell manifested in two forms. When its special effects were activated, it resembled a diamond descending upon the earth, dignified and solemn. However, if those enchanting effects were suppressed, it transformed into a haunting specter, a heavy bell seemingly rising from the depths of hell, shrouded in a mysterious aura, with restless souls swirling around it, emanating a chilling presence. As the aura clashed with the palm energy, the lingering resentment of those souls brushed against Iron Mountain's palms, subtly tainting his mind with malevolence. Even as Xinyi consciously restrained his own corruptive influence, a slight impact was inevitable. Exert yourself. The voice of the monk echoed in his mind. Exert yourself. You haven't eaten, have you? Iron Mountain, driven to madness, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, pouring all his strength through his palms. The sound of his energy slicing through the air reverberated continuously, stirring the surrounding dust into a whirlwind. 10 strikes, 50 strikes, 100 strikes. From the tempestuous turbulence to a sudden calm, his meridians throbbed with pain, and his palms were bruised from the recoil of immense force, drawing blood. Yet the golden bell aura remained unscathed. As the final resounding chime faded, Xinyi clasped his hands together, the external golden bell aura now marred with chaotic crimson handprints. Ba, benefactor, it appears that this humble monk has emerged victorious. He spoke with an air of tranquility, allowing the aura to cease its rotation. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the military character technique. Xinyi had molded the aura using this technique, trapping his internal energy within a bell-like form to prevent any leakage. Despite enduring a relentless barrage of assaults, his internal energy remained largely intact. Were it under the moonlight, he could effortlessly replenish his energy, sustaining the golden bell aura indefinitely. His composed demeanor prompted the exhausted Taizan, whose blood surged with rage, to spew forth a mouthful of crimson, staining the aura a deeper red. You, Vidramonk Wang, Taizan bellowed. I will not rest until we are at odds. Another one driven mad. It seems I must avoid lengthy confrontations in the future and seek swift resolutions, Shun Yi mused. Recognizing the irrationality born from Tieshan's provocation, he lamented that this year's rankings appeared lacking, as the 100th contender could not even withstand such pressure. It should be noted that Wu Qing had fiercely battled under Shen Yi's full offensive without completely losing his wits. This 100th contender was hardly deserving of his title, outshone even by Wu Qing. Benefactor, if you did not bear that nickname, perhaps I would have shown some mercy, Shen Yi remarked as he cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound. Alas, you are unaware of the etiquette. Suddenly, the golden bell aura dissipated, and the bloodstains fell from the air, when a gray shadow flashed by with a sound akin to a fabric tearing, as if the very air were being split asunder. Xiang crossing the river. This lightness technique was employed for a swift burst, and explosive counterforce surged beneath his feet, tearing through the descending blood, allowing Shun Yi to glide through and deliver a feather-light punch to Tieshan's chest. With a dull thud, the punch's soft power erupted, sending the burly figure careening like a rag doll, crashing into the wealthy gentleman, Shi Guanming, causing them both to tumble in a chaotic heap. Young Master, Iron Prince. The chaos among the group attending to the deceased rose, a palpable aura of lethal intent emerging. Yet, under the vacant gaze from behind, the menace quietly receded. Youngsters may spar amongst themselves, but the elder generation's involvement would not go unnoticed. The monk in white sat serenely upon the back of a tiger, his unflappable demeanor embodying the essence of a venerable sage. Had it not been for their recent travels together, a nearby Wuyin might have been genuinely intimidated. Humph. A bunch of cowardly brigands. Should they dare strike, I might regard them with a modicum of respect, he scoffed, sensing the emotions directed at him. Then, to thrash them thoroughly, I presume? The great tiger beneath him also snorted dismissively. You do talk too much. Void struck the head of brother Hu with a fist and said, Nephew, let us depart for the city. We must find a suitable place to freshen up. He called out to Shen Yi, beckoning him to join, and together, they swaggered into the city, passing through the midst of the funeral procession. On the second day of September, the indomitable monk, Wu Wang, engaged in combat with the Iron Mountain outside the city of Yanggu County. Despite Iron Mountain's relentless assault of over 100 strikes, he could not breach the impenetrable golden bell shield of Wu Wang, ultimately succumbing to a single punch. Upon the city wall, a figure clad in scholarly attire observed the entire scene, swiftly inscribing a line of text in the booklet held in his hands. Chapter 55. I have killed again. The sky was still dim, and the streets of the county town were sparsely populated. Shen Yi, accompanied by a large tiger, entered the city without causing much commotion. However, the streets were shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Kong Su gazed at the scattered paper money littering the ground and clicked his tongue in dismay. What should have been a pleasant morning was rendered gloomy by the fluttering paper, making the place uninviting. The group bore the ill omen as they searched for the nearest inn, intending to cleanse themselves before heading to the temple outside the city. After all, they were respectable individuals. For the past 4 days, Shen Yi and Wu Yin had not had the luxury of a decent place to stay. They had spent their nights in dilapidated temples or sleeping rough in the wilderness. This was due to Kong Su's belief that staying in a broken temple or Taoist shrine would lead to encounters with fellow martial artists at least 4 times out of 10, and that half of those would bring unforeseen events, opportunities for gaining valuable experience in the martial world. However, reality proved Kong Su's claims to be mere drivel. They had spent 3 consecutive nights in decrepit temples and 1 night in the wild, and they had not encountered a single soul, let alone any martial artists. Instead, they were plagued by various beasts and venomous creatures. Sleeping in such conditions, one could easily be crawled upon by poisonous insects. Had it not been for Shen Yi's formidable martial arts training, he would have suffered greatly. At last, they arrived. Upon seeing the sign of the Yun Lion, Shen Yi let out a long sigh. 4 days. Do you know what I endured during those 4 days? It was a test of your resolve, Kong Su casually remarked before entering the inn and securing 4 rooms. They took 3 rooms, while the tiger, brother Hu, was allocated 1 as well. Initially, the innkeeper expressed reservations about accommodating such a fearsome beast, subtly suggesting that Kong Su seek alternative lodgings. However, the generous payment Kong Su provided quelled any objections. After receiving enough coin to cover the entire inn for a month, the innkeeper beamed with delight, welcoming them and instructing a young attendant to prepare hot water for their baths. Finally, after 3 years of traversing time, Shen Yi indulged in the luxury of an ancient bath, luxuriating for nearly 15 minutes before emerging. as he donned a fresh monk's robe and stepped out of his room. He coincidentally encountered Wu Yin and Kong Su, who had also just emerged. Kong Su approached Brother Hu's door and said, "Wu Tian, I shall go fetch you something to eat. Remain in your room and do not wander about, lest you frighten others." The three descended to the first floor, where several guests were already enjoying their breakfasts, including a number of martial artists. With the presence of such figures, lively discussions about recent events ensued. Someone pulled out a booklet and inquired, "Did you see the latest issue of Tao and Martial Arts released by Taisha Tower yesterday? There have been significant changes in the rankings." His dining companion's interest was piqued, prompting one to ask for details. "There's a new entry in the rankings, and one has even made it into the top 50, causing Bai Jingyun, who was previously ranked 44th at Sword Pavilion, to drop off the list." How could Bai Jingyun possibly fall off the list? What happened? He died. He met his end at the Linglong Iron Monastery, poisoned. You would never guess who the assassin was, nor would you imagine who managed to uncover the culprit. At that moment, the innkeeper, sporting a distinctive mustache, spoke up, announcing that the establishment had just received a fresh batch of the latest edition of Discourse on Martial Arts, each volume priced at a mere 100 coins. Esteemed guests, if you wish to grasp the latest happenings, feel free to procure a copy. A frustrated voice emerged from the crowd, realizing they had been awaited here. Despite the grumbling, curiosity got the better of some. Who paid for a copy of the latest Discourse on Martial Arts? The extravagant and free-spirited also purchased 2 copies, one for Shen Yi and another for Wu Yin. Upon receiving the book, Shen Yi immediately flipped to the page featuring the 97th position on the ranking list, where he found his own likeness depicted. The illustration portrayed a serene young monk, appearing to be about 16 or 17, yet devoid of any childishness, with one hand raised in front of him, seemingly performing a Buddhist gesture. The likeness was strikingly accurate, resembling Shen Yi as if his visage had been imprinted onto the page. He could hardly believe such a depiction could be achieved without having been seen in person. Could this be the work of the renowned Lei Dazhuang? He mused. Turning to the right side for further details, the text read, "The indomitable monk Wu Wang, a practitioner of the opening veins realm, disciple of the Linglong Taisha, possesses a physique of the utmost yin. He once unveiled the truth behind the death of Jing Yun at the guest house of Linglong Taisha, identifying the perpetrator, and triumphed over his fellow disciple Wu Qing at the unveiled conference, ensuring the event proceeded without disruption. He cultivates a balance of yin and yang energies, possessing exceptional lightness and movement, with the potential to reach the realm of qi consumption before turning 20. Mastery in martial arts, Arhat Fist, achieved an extraordinary level. Dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique, Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth, Tiger's Roar Golden Bell Shield." The subsequent passages meticulously chronicled Shen Yi's experiences, detailing the poisoning incident at the guest house and the events of the unveiled conference, as if witnessed firsthand. It dawned on him that indeed, it might have been observed directly. So, it was the indomitable monk Wu Wang who uncovered the poisoner, came a voice from nearby. I had heard of his name yesterday and assumed he was a towering figure, muscled and imposing, with a height and waist both measuring 8 feet. However, it was clear that he was called the indomitable monk for a reason, not merely a brutish giant. Shen Yi felt a swell of gratitude toward Lei Dazhuang for the clarity provided by the historical accounts. Look, another newcomer has astonishingly claimed the 49th position, along with his remarkable achievements. A gasp echoed through the inn as several patrons joined in astonishment. Shen Yi turned to that page, and there it was, the Faceless Blade Demon, true name undisclosed, origin unknown, a practitioner of qi consumption, possessing a countenance yet lacking a face, skilled with a single blade. Suspected of utilizing the martial arts of the Azura division of Linglong Taisha. On the evening of August 23rd, this individual appeared at the riverside town of Fenghua, near Linglong Taisha, and with a single stroke, decapitated the county magistrate Shang Wanpei. Eyewitnesses recounted that the Faceless Blade Demon executed a 7-part strike, severing the magistrate's brow, heart, dantian, and limbs. His blade brought death with lethal ferocity, thus earning the moniker Blade Demon. Indeed, the 2 newcomers featured on the list were both himself. Shen Yi gazed at the peculiar faceless figure depicted on the page, a sense of absurdity washing over him, coupled with astonishment at the intelligence capabilities of the Taisha Tower. Even he, a genuine disciple of the Linglong Taisha, remained oblivious to the details surrounding the death of Shang Wanpei. Yet, the Taisha Tower seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the situation, as if they had already dissected his corpse, fully aware of every circumstance. As he pondered this disquieting revelation, a figure hastily entered the inn, exclaiming, "A grave incident has occurred. The county magistrate is dead, and it is rumored that the murderer is none other than the faceless knife demon." Chapter 56, Jean Ming. The repeated use of this anagon is quite adept. I myself was unaware that I had taken another life. To assert that this matter bore no relation to Qin Tianyuan was something that Shen Yi could not accept. Beside him, Wu Yin wore a grave expression and inquired, "Master, the situation appears rather dire." Indeed, it was dire. Kong Su extended his hand to pat the recently acquired discourse on martial arts, recognizing the necessity of dissociating the temple from the faceless knife demon. The text clearly indicated that the martial prowess of the faceless knife demon was suspected to be akin to that of the Azura sect of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. Although the word suspected was employed, it was not guaranteed that observers would interpret it in this manner. They would likely draw a connection between the faceless knife demon and the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, leading to increasingly absurd conclusions. Ultimately, it might be suggested that monks from the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery disguised themselves as faceless individuals and repeatedly assassinated the magistrate and deputy magistrate of Yanggu County. It was imperative to sever the relationship between the two before public opinion took hold. That Taisher Tower harbors ill intentions, Kong Su declared, setting down his chopsticks. "Come with me. Let us inspect the body of the deputy magistrate." His rising should have captivated the attention of the crowd. After all, a monk traversing the martial world naturally attracted notice. The earlier discussions had revolved around monks, yet to his astonishment, the rowdy patrons paid no heed to Kong Su's departure, continuing their own gossip. Some had even risen to venture outside to witness the commotion. "I shall not accompany you. Brother who is still upstairs, starving," Shen Yi remarked, gesturing toward the upper floors. "Very well," Kong Su replied, chattering as he left the inn alongside Wu Yin. Shen Yi, however, continued to eat in tranquility. 3 buns and a bowl of soup later, he finally felt satiated. Wiping his mouth with a cloth, he then directed his gaze forward. Just after Kong Su and Wu Yin had taken their leave, a figure silently approached and seated themselves opposite Shen Yi, observing him as he finished his breakfast. The cover of Kong Su seemed ineffective against this individual, who directly sought out Shen Yi. The person appeared to be nearly 30 years of age, clad in fitted attire, exuding an air of a wandering swordsman. Had anyone else been attentive to this corner, they would have recognized this individual as the one who had announced the deputy magistrate's demise. "You seem unfazed by my arrival," he remarked, gazing at Shen Yi with a slight smile. "I merely surmised that once you had made your intentions known, you would eventually come to see me," Shen Yi replied, scrutinizing the newcomer. "Yet I did not anticipate it would be you." The occurrences unfolded with such uncanny timing. Shortly after Shen Yi and his companions arrived in Yanggu, the deputy magistrate was murdered, and the informant fortuitously came to this inn to relay the news. To Shen Yi, this coincidence felt like a summons. Holding on to this suspicion, he parted ways with Kong Su and Wu Yin, offering an opportunity for a meeting. If his assumptions were correct, the individual would likely approach him promptly. However, he had not foreseen that this person was indeed the bearer of news. "How shall I address you?" Shen Yi inquired. "You may call me Jean Ming." Jean Ming scrutinized Shen Yi with a sense of wonder, exclaiming that Shen Junqi's discernment remained as astute as ever. Here stood a young man, possessing such profound insight. It seemed he had stumbled upon yet another treasure. "And pray tell, who might this previous treasure be?" inquired Shen Yi. "It is I," Jean Ming replied, unabashedly pointing to himself. Shen Yi fell into a brief silence before directly asking, "May I inquire what business you have with this treasure, seeking me out?" He harbored no belief that Jean Ming approached him without reason. At this juncture, Jean Ming's gaze shifted to Shen Yi, revealing his curiosity. "Yet, I never anticipated that the faceless blade demon, who effortlessly dispatched Shangguan Pei, was, in truth, still at the opening vein stage. Initially, I presumed you were merely concealing your true prowess, but it appears you genuinely are a martial artist of the opening veins. The essence of the Taiyin is a refined amalgamation of Taiyin energy, the quintessential substance for cultivating a Yin attribute martial body. The fact that Qin Tianyuan offered Taiyin essence as remuneration indicates that this golden monk before him had not concealed his realm. He was indeed at the opening vein stage, yet not at the consuming chi stage. However, this revelation contradicted the rumors surrounding his decisive slaying of Shangguan Pei. Only a martial artist at the consuming chi stage could manifest blade energy externally. Those at the opening vein stage could merely release internal energy within a foot of their body, akin to Shun Yi's manifestation of the Golden Bell shield. Furthermore, should the internal energy sever its connection to the energy points, it would dissipate instantaneously. Quite the contemplative mind you possess, Shini noted. Sensing Zhang Meng's concealment regarding his own remuneration, he suspected that had the county lieutenant been capable of handling matters alone, Zhang Meng would not have sought his assistance. Within a county, the county magistrate serves as the highest official, the county vice magistrate assists in governance, and the county lieutenant wields military authority. Given that Yanggu County is the closest to Qingtian Pass, one would expect the county lieutenant to possess at least the strength of the transforming evil stage to maintain order. Zhang Meng. Shun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of light flashing within, as a chilling current coursed through his gaze, keenly capturing a wisp of clear energy. This Zhang Meng must be a refinement Qi practitioner at the inducing Qi stage. During their encounter in the demon suppression cave, Shini had discerned the identities of Qin Tian Yuan and the blood demon S Donkey as refinement Qi practitioners. Now he recognized Zhang Meng's cultivation system as well. Refinement Qi practitioners refine their spirit, harmonizing with the cosmos, cultivating the energy of heaven and earth, and transforming the power of the universe into their own strength. Although the threshold is high, once one gains entry, even the initial stage is sufficient to rival martial artists at the consuming Qi stage. The foundational 3 realms established by the true martial Dao sovereign were designed to allow ordinary individuals to stand on equal footing with refinement Qi practitioners through these stages. Zhang Meng, indeed, is a practitioner at the first realm of refinement Qi, the inducing Qi stage. Chapter 57. The strategy of luring the tiger from its mountain in terms of the realms of Qi refiners. Shini had already consulted Kong Su on his journey to Yanggu County. Unlike martial cultivators who refine their own Qi, Qi refiners cultivate the Qi of heaven and earth. They must concentrate and attune themselves to the cosmos, achieving a union between man and nature, drawing primordial energy into their bodies, which constitutes the first step into this discipline. Many individuals devote their entire lives and may never even set foot into the realm of Qi refiners. However, this is not the most daunting aspect. The process of drawing energy into the body, exiting the soul, transforming objects into forms, and refining the primordial spirit is arduous. The cultivation of a Qi refiner involves gradually fortifying the soul, honing the primordial body, and ultimately transcending the physical form, transforming flesh and blood into pure primordial Qi, merging the spiritual body, and evolving into a carefree, immortal form. Each breakthrough in the realms of a Qi refiner is fraught with peril, attainable only by those of exceptional aptitude. This path of cultivation is highly dependent on innate talent, and it is no wonder that Zhang Meng boasts of being a rare find. What plans do you have? Shini inquired. His words implicitly acknowledged his acceptance of the task, prompting Zhang Meng to display a look of delight as he replied, "It is quite simple. The cultivation in the transformation of malevolent energy realm requires subduing malevolent Qi, tempering its essence, and merging its energy. The Ziwu true gang practiced by County Lieutenant Zhou Ziwu necessitates the refinement of 2 types of malevolent Qi belonging to Yin and Yang. Additionally, before achieving mastery, one must practice for half an hour during the hours of Zi and Wu each day. Otherwise, they risk a backlash of malevolent Qi. However, the prerequisite is to disturb his cultivation." Shun Yi identified the blind spot. The county lieutenant holds a military position in the unified county, responsible for the patrols of the county city and the suppression of nearby bandits. Zhou Ziwu commands no fewer than 500 soldiers, alongside warriors he has cultivated himself. Given that both the county governor and the deputy governor of Yanggu County have perished, victims of the faceless knife devil, even a fool like Zhou Ziwu should realize that he could very well be the next target and would naturally take measures to protect his vulnerabilities. By creating disturbances that the city guards cannot handle, one could compel the city defense to intervene, effectively executing a strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain. Zhang Meng's eyes gleamed with insight as he declared, "I have devised a plan. I will challenge someone from the Fengyun ranking and create a commotion in the city. You will carry out assassinations of wealthy households and gentry in the surrounding counties and towns." These individuals had once fled the city alongside Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu. Maintaining close ties, their deaths would not go unnoticed by Zhou Ziwu. As Zhang Meng mentioned those on the Fengyun ranking, the image of the blood-spitting master of the mountain immediately surfaced in Shun Yi's mind. According to Zhang Meng, there were other talented individuals who had come to this place, not solely Taizhan. Indeed, the current situation at the border was ominous. and sects that had participated in the unbarred conference would undoubtedly be aware of the impending turmoil at the border. They would surely seek to investigate and obtain first-hand intelligence. Those he had encountered at the guest reception hall may very well be seen again in Yanggu City. Shun Yi had also heard of the events surrounding the departure of Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu from the city. At that time, the Great Li had launched an offensive against the 9 cities, which were not mere county towns, but rather county cities. Yanggu City, the closest county city to the Qingtian Pass, was the first county city to fall under the siege of the Great Li, before the sky-reaching pass was breached. Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu, as if endowed with foresight, mobilized the gentry and affluent households in advance for evacuation, thus preserving the vitality of Yanggu County. Hence, the depths of this matter are profound. Shun Yi mused for a moment and then declared, "Assign the assassination to you and the challenges to me." Although his extensive experience from watching hundreds of episodes of Conan, seasons of Sherlock Holmes, 3 adaptations of Kendaichi, and 4 versions of Bao Qingtian made him more acquainted with the intricacies of assassination, Shun Yi felt that the underlying complexities were beyond his grasp as a practitioner at the Meridian opening stage. Thus, he decided to leave it to the capable Zhanming. Moreover, Shun Yi felt a certain itch in his hands. Just as one may feel a murderous intent when wielding a sharp weapon, Shun Yi, who had just begun to grasp the fundamentals of combat, also felt an urge to test his skills against others. Such a trial was difficult to experience through assassination. "Are you certain?" Zhanming inquired with conviction. Presently, within the city, there existed formidable practitioners ranked among the top 50 on the wind and cloud rankings, all at the qi-nourishing stage. Zhanming believed that it was prudent to assign the assassination task to someone of Shun Yi's caliber at the Meridian opening stage. "Certain," Shun Yi replied, lifting the tea before him. Observing this, Zhanming chose not to press further and simply remarked, "As you wish," before rising to depart. Due to the pretense of emptiness, his comings and goings did not attract undue attention. Others regarded the conversation between Shun Yi and Zhanming as inconsequential. After Zhanming's departure, Shun Yi remained seated at the table, his thoughts stirring. A scroll only visible to him gradually unfurled before his eyes, revealing one scripture after another. The immortal sand resurrection talisman, the flesh mushroom longevity talisman, the demon capturing ghost restraining talisman, the earthly gangs summoning talisman, the lunar corpse transformation talisman, the sublime profound realm observation talisman, and finally, the nameless Tao scroll. Having already cultivated 3 of the 7 scriptures, Shun Yi recognized that each pertained to different aspects and required distinct energies for mastery. The lunar corpse transformation talisman undoubtedly necessitated the consumption of lunar energy to break through, while the demon capturing ghost restraining talisman demanded the acquisition of a significant amount of residual soul's resentment to achieve the form of a celestial demon. The sublime profound realm observation talisman delved into the realm of the mind, leaving Shun Yi uncertain about the type of essence required for its elevation. As for the yet-to-be cultivated earthly gangs summoning talisman, it required earthly energy, while the immortal sand resurrection talisman and the flesh mushroom longevity talisman were external applications rather than methods of cultivation, with 4 distinct energies at play. Shun Yi was uncertain how to ultimately make his choice, whether to consume a singular essence for his breakthrough or to pursue all 4 simultaneously. If he opted for the latter, how would he achieve the necessary harmonization? These considerations weighed heavily on his mind. Nevertheless, regardless of the choice, the essence of the lunar energy is indispensable. If I ultimately consume a singular essence, I would likely choose to cultivate the lunar profound body. A thought crossed Shun Yi's mind as a veil of white mist enveloped his surroundings, and streams of light cascaded into his vision. Great Void Taoist, may you bless me with martial success. Great Void Taoist, may you assist me in reviving my former glory. Great Void Taoist, how may I win the affection of the lovely flower from our village? As these thoughts flooded Shun Yi's mind, he diligently focused his spirit, filtering through each notion, discarding the trivial and retaining only those thoughts pertinent to the martial path. He closed his eyes in deep concentration, absorbing the martial insights gathered through crowdfunding. Drawing upon the collective wisdom of the people, after a quarter of an hour, Shun Yi opened his eyes, rose, and made his way to the back door of the inn. Upon exiting, he had transformed into a completely different persona. Chapter 58. Unrivaled in the early hours of the morning, within the confines of the county magistrate's residence, Iron Mountain slammed his palm against a finely crafted Nama chair, shattering it into splinters. The backlash of his energy caused him to spew a mouthful of blood. "Damn it!" This esteemed disciple of the Dajiang gang's vice leader coughed violently for some time before regaining his composure. Yet his fury remained unabated, his face contorted with rage. That brazen thief dares to insult me. Initially intending to stand up for Shangguan Ming and simultaneously elevate his standing by stepping on that audacious thief. He was taken aback by the youth's formidable strength. Iron Mountain had unwittingly become a stepping stone for his opponent. The chasm between dreams and reality is often insurmountable. After this confrontation, who would dare to claim that the Vajra monk lacked substance? Imagining the ridicule he would endure once the tale of his humiliation spread throughout the martial world, Iron Mountain felt an even deeper frustration. He should be more concerned about his reckless actions making it harder for the dragon spirit Iron Buddha to relent, rather than dwelling on his own disgrace. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a youth clad in a similar blue attire as Iron Mountain, accented with golden embroidery at the cuffs, entered the room. He began with a scornful remark, "Because of you, our gang must pay a greater price to rescue Vice Leader Qi. Truly, with a disciple like you, Vice Leader Qi must have accumulated immense fortune in his past lives." This derisive comment only intensified Iron Mountain's ire, but upon turning to see the speaker, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing all his anger. "Brother Xiong, he murmured, unable to speak further, ultimately lowering his head in acknowledgement. The person before him was none other than Xiong Shanhai, the only son of the Dajiang gang's leader and the future heir apparent of the gang. Although he was a direct disciple of the vice leader, his status paled in comparison to this individual. "You need not address me with such honorifics," Xiong Tu retorted coldly, a fierce expression etched upon his granite-like visage. "I previously sent word to you, instructing you not to act recklessly before my arrival. And yet, this is how you choose to fulfill my orders?" "But Shangguan Pei is dead," Xiong Tu interrupted sharply. "His demise signifies that Qin Tianyuan has finally opted for action, no matter how significant his background. It cannot deter Qin Tianyuan's murderous intent. The events of 3 years ago had already revealed Shangguan Pei's connection to the calamity in Yuzhou. Over these past 3 years, many from our Dajiang gang have perished, as have some from the Sword Pavilion, and even 2 county magistrates from the court. Why should Shangguan Pei be exempt? Because Qin Tianyuan feared provoking the individual behind him too soon. He was wary, and now that wariness has vanished. The death of Shangguan Pei serves as a harbinger, indicating that Qin Tianyuan is now unrestrained, his thirst for blood inflamed. In such a moment, if the Dajiang gang remains entangled with the Shangguan family, it shall only invite Qin Tianyuan's wrath, becoming a shield for those who stand behind Shangguan Pei. Even though we have confirmed our enmity with the Iron Strategy Army, we must now retreat from danger, yet here you are, a source of trouble." As Xiong Tu recounted these events, he felt an uncontrollable itch in his palm, yearning to deliver a few slaps to Tai Shan to quell his irritation. However, given Tai Shan's severe injuries, such an action could very well cost him half his life. Thus, Xiong Tu was compelled to suppress his restless hand to avoid turning the Dajiang gang's affairs into a funeral. Tai Shan, berated to the point of nearly burying his head in shame, dared not utter a word of rebuttal, yet the fury within him began to simmer anew. The lingering effects of the sinister dye had not yet faded, and being scolded like a subordinate ignited his wrath. Even Xiong Tu's formidable reputation could not contain it at this moment. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "Tai Shan, the mountain opening palm Tai Shan today. The invincible of the world shall use you as a stepping stone to overturn the Feng Yun ranking." Xiong Tu's brow furrowed immediately, and Tai Shan shot up, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. While Xiong Tu could scold Tai Shan in private as a matter among comrades, such insults from outsiders threatened the dignity of the Dajiang gang. Unlike those traditional sects passed down through generations, the Dajiang gang was a faction akin to modern-day societies, where reputation and authority were paramount. Losing face and respect would suggest vulnerability, inviting others to trample upon them. Xiong Tu cast a cold smile at Tai Shan, evidently believing that Tai Shan's defeat had attracted opportunists. "Let us go see what audacious fools dare to provoke the Dajiang gang." With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he strode out of the chamber with the confidence of a dragon and the grace of a tiger. Due to the funeral of Shangguan Pei, most members of the Shangguan family and the guards of the governor's office had followed out of the city, leaving the residence rather deserted. Should anyone intend to intrude, there would be few to stop them. Yet, the assailants seemed intent on humiliating the governor's office and the Dajiang gang, persistently shouting outside the residence with no intention of entering. Their clamor attracted numerous citizens and wanderers, turning the area outside the governor's office into a cacophony of voices. When Xiong Tu and Tai Shan emerged, they were greeted by this bustling scene, and their eyes fell upon the individual who had dared to threaten the Fengyun ranking. Clad in coarse garments, with long hair casually styled and flowing without wind, he exuded an imposing presence. His stature was robust, and his handsome features bore an air of disdainful confidence. This man was, of course, Shen Yi. Who dares to provoke the Dejiang gang? Xiong Tu. Momentarily softening his fierce demeanor upon witnessing Shen Yi's striking appearance, inquired with a solemn expression and cupped fists. A drifter without sect or affiliation. Merely here to scrutinize the so-called talents of the Fengyun ranking, Shen Yi replied, a defiant glint in his eyes as he casually brushed aside his bangs. I, surnamed Tianxia. Given the name Woody, have come to challenge the 100th on the Fengyun ranking, mountain opening palm Tai Shan. By the way, I have heard of your injuries. I can allow you one arm and one leg. If you let me take a single step, consider it my defeat. Invincible under heaven? Arrogant. Xiong Tu's expression turned frigid. Enough with the trivialities. Simply state whether you shall engage in battle or not. Should you choose not to, merely admit your inferiority. Even the invincible cannot be so lacking in dignity as to strike a defeated foe, with his hands clasped behind his back. Shen Yi spoke with an air of proud indifference. A perpetual breeze seemed to surround him, stirring the lustrous black strands of his hair and the hem of his garments, exuding the solitary elegance of a true master. Witnessing this, all present could not help but admire his remarkable presence. Subsequently, their gazes shifted towards Xiong Tu and Tai Shan. The weight of the moment suddenly bore down upon the two. Chapter 59, Transforming Fingers into Needles. Iron Master Brother. With a grim expression, Xiong Tu discreetly handed a pill to Tai Shan, instructing him to resolve the matter swiftly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the opponent relinquished a hand and a leg. If they retreated now, the reputation of the Jiang gang would be irrevocably tarnished. Tai Shan said little, swallowing the pill without hesitation. His complexion visibly transformed, becoming flushed, and his internal energy flowed with newfound smoothness, as if he had fully recovered. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. Such a miraculous elixir that could heal injuries in an instant was not something Tai Shan was entitled to enjoy. With a surge of internal energy, Tai Shan lunged forward like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, unleashing a forceful palm strike aimed squarely at Shen Yi's face. It was yet another mountain-cleaving palm, but this time, Shen Yi could not rely on the Golden Bell shield to withstand the blow. He was invincible, not invulnerable. With a sudden lift of his palm, he created an afterimage that perfectly intercepted the strike, and as their palms collided, a powerful gust of energy erupted, forming a transparent wave. He had successfully defended. Moreover, what profound internal energy cultivation. Xiong Tu, observing from the rear, noted that the madman's hair and clothing remained unaffected by the force of the palm strike, continuing to sway freely. He immediately recognized the depth of Shen Yi's internal energy. Realizing that within the opening veins realm, he was unparalleled. Even during his own time in that realm, he had never possessed such formidable cultivation. Yet in truth, all of this was an illusion. An illusion. The swaying garments and flowing hair, like the previous bangs, were mere figments of air. They were illusory constructs created by Shen Yi's enchantments, enhanced by later modifications. However, Xiong Tu and Tai Shan were oblivious to this deception, seeing Shen Yi's long hair fluttering. Tai Shan, like Xiong Tu, assumed Shen Yi's internal energy was profound enough to rival his own with a single strike. Without hesitation, he withdrew his hand and repositioned himself to attack Shen Yi's vulnerable back. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi's hand transformed into a series of afterimages, fingers poised like swords, striking at Tai Shan's vital points. In an instant, a needle-like force pierced into Tai Shan's right chest, leaving him breathless and unable to muster his energy. His movement slowing dramatically. With the military technique of transforming fingers into needles, although Shen Yi had accessed this technique through the eye of the law, his practice time was still insufficient. While transforming into blades or halberds was somewhat beyond his reach, he focused on the subtleties, condensing his internal energy into needle-like strikes, thereby enhancing his penetrating ability. At that moment, employing the energy of the Taiyin, he executed the military technique, and the soft yet lethal force swiftly damaged Tai Shan's lung meridians. Unceasing in his assault, Shen Yi's fingers danced like flowers, swift as a phantom, targeting Tai Shan's liver, gallbladder, kidneys, and spleen, devastating his internal organs. The insidious energy left Tai Shan feeling as though his very insides were ablaze, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts, causing chaos within his internal energy. This is bad. Xiong Tu, positioned before the gate of the governor's mansion, suddenly reached out to Tai Shan, his palm sinking inward. summoning a whirlpool of azure energy that attempted to pull Tai Shan away in haste. Yet, Shen Yi was far too swift. As the final strike landed, just as Tai Shan was about to escape the reach of Shen Yi's extended arm, it struck his Dan Zhong acupoint, disrupting his heart's flow. Tai Shan let out a pained howl as the unbearable agony erupted throughout his body, causing him to tremble violently. By the time Xiong Tu drew him close, this once-renowned figure on the Fengyun list, now ranked 100th, had already breathed his last. You seek death. Xiong Tu's expression darkened like a stormy sea. He thrust forth a palm from a distance, and a brilliant azure imprint descended abruptly, at the very bottom of the Fengyun list. He was indeed a fitting representation of mediocrity. Shen Yi laughed heartily, sidestepping with agility, employing the graceful footwork he had acquired through collective training in the Void Realm. Although the disciples of the Taishu Daojun were currently a motley crew, the strongest among them had only just begun to open their meridians. They possessed an array of martial arts skills. Among the more formal techniques were the foundational Wei Tua palm and the lotus finger from the Linglong Iron Monastery, along with the sweep leaf leg and minor capture hand. More unconventional styles included the Black Tiger Fist and the 8 steps to chase the cicada from the world of martial artists, and the Plum Blossom Step, among others. Such martial arts, while not mainstream, proved useful due to their collective practice. Bang! The palm imprint struck the ground, leaving a clear mark as Shen Yi narrowly evaded the aerial assault, swiftly retreating with the 8 steps to chase the cicada. Xiong Xiao, do not rush. Allow me to enter the Fu Qi realm before I challenge you, he declared confidently. Those renowned on the Fengyun list would never overlook the opportunity to prove themselves against the best. Xiong Tu hurled Tieshan's lifeless body aside and surged forward like a torrent of blue fury. With a deft motion of his fingers, he formed a seal, unleashing a heavy pressure that bore down upon Shen Yi, momentarily slowing his movements. It is the Mountain Suppression Seal. Flashed through Shen Yi's mind as he recalled Xiong Tu's profile. Xiong Tu, ranked 39th on the Fengyun list, a martial artist of the Fu Qi realm. Son of Qianjiang Xinjuan Xiong Shanhai, deputy leader of the Dajiang gang, possessing innate talents rivaling his father's. Once he harmonizes the energies of mountains and seas, he is destined to break into the top 10. Proficient in techniques, Shanhai Jing, Jin Shanin, Dao Haiju. This information, drawn from the records of Tan Dao Lu and Wu, indicated that the compiler held high hopes for Xiong Tu, believing he could contend with the foremost prodigies of the age. The oppressive energy encircled him, taking on the hue of rugged stone, aiming to ensnare Shen Yi within its grasp. Shen Yi immediately channeled all his strength, his bones shifting, flesh writhing, becoming flat and sharp, as if he transformed into a sword, thrusting backward to carve out an escape route. With a series of crisp sounds, Shen Yi broke free first, his form becoming increasingly slender, like a shadow weaving through the gaps in the crowd. Xiong Tu's palm imprint struck again from afar. Yet it only hit a few wandering martial artists, failing to capture the elusive shadow. Unrivaled under heaven. He enunciated each word with clenched teeth, filled with fury. Meanwhile, a figure dashed across the rooftop, fixated on the fleeting shadow until it slipped into a narrow alley, prompting him to halt. On the 2nd day of September, a madman proclaimed himself unrivaled under heaven, challenging the 100th ranked Kai Shanjiang Taizhan of the Fengyun list. Taizhan had already suffered significant injuries and swallowed the blood pill to suppress his wounds in order to engage in battle. Unrivaled in the world, he stood firm on both legs, unmoving, and within a few exchanges, he ended Tieshan's life. Subsequently, he exhibited an enigmatic lightness of foot, slipping away amidst the crowd. This individual appeared to excel in finger techniques, bone contraction, and lightness skills, with a robust physique suggesting proficiency in external martial arts, yet in truth, he harnessed the essence of the subtle and soft. Dressed as a scholar, a middle-aged man inscribed a challenge in a tome, embellishing it with a simple yet vivid sketch that captured the essence of a proud figure. The martial world had become increasingly chaotic. He muttered to himself, rolled up the manuscript, and tucked it into his sleeve, turning to depart. Chapter 60. The Secret Manuscript of the Taishu Tower, unrivaled in the world. He had unexpectedly maneuvered to his rear without the middle-aged scholar's awareness. The scholar felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that had his adversary chosen to strike while he was preoccupied with his notes, the consequences would have been dire. However, being a man of experience, he quickly regained his composure and prepared to engage in conversation. Yet, before he could utter a word, a fleeting shadow darted before him, a sharp light slicing through the air. Swift, precise, and merciless. In an instant, the middle-aged scholar felt a darkness envelop his vision, accompanied by the sensation of liquid trickling down his face. He understood then that he had lost his sight. This formidable opponent had denied him even the opportunity to speak, launching an attack that rendered him utterly incapacitated. Before the agonizing pain in his eyes could dissipate, a sharp force pierced his throat, leaving him breathless and unable to utter a sound. His assailant was ruthless beyond measure, executing the attack flawlessly, leaving no room for retaliation. In his final moments, the middle-aged scholar, driven by desperation, extended his hand in a futile attempt to grasp a strand of hair from his foe, hoping to leave behind some trace that could aid in avenging him. However, as his fingers reached out, he found nothing but emptiness where he had anticipated seizing the wild tresses. How could this be? With such thoughts, he succumbed to unconsciousness, an agent of the Taisha Tower? Shani mused as he positioned his foot to prevent the corpse of the middle-aged scholar from tumbling off the rooftop. He then reached into the scholar's sleeve and retrieved the manuscript. The eyes of the Taisha Tower are indeed numerous. After a cursory glance through the book, he tucked it into his sleeve and swiftly departed. Once he was gone, the body slid from the roof to the street below, inciting a wave of panic among the onlookers. Shani pushed open the door, only to be met by a pair of mournful eyes. A thunderous growl of hunger resonated, perfectly capturing the tiger's yearning for takeout. Concerned that his senior brother might find the ins fair and palatable, Shun-Yi had taken the liberty of procuring several warm meat pies. With a smile, he placed the steaming pastries upon the table, some filled with pickled vegetables, others with roasted meat. Which do you prefer, brother? As long as it's edible, the great tiger replied, tearing open the paper wrapping with a swift motion and devouring one of the pies in a single bite. I eat anything that is cooked. His tone conveyed a faint hint of sadness. That's good to hear. Shun-Yi leaned against the window, withdrawing a book from his sleeve to peruse. The great tiger, while munching, cast curious glances his way, his gaze landing upon the titled discussions on martial arts, prompting him to inquire, is this the ranking list compiled by the Taisha Tower for the world's martial artists? His large, expressive face reflected genuine curiosity. If you wish to see it, I have another copy here, left behind by Wuyin when he departed. Shun-Yi retrieved another book and placed it on the table. The great tiger immediately freed one of its paws, cautiously turning the pages, and remarked, Junior brother, though you are a bit eccentric, your loyalty to your fellow disciples is commendable. Truly, you are a good person. Eccentric. Shun-Yi suddenly recalled that this tiger was a witness to his dark past. Elder brother, you certainly have a way with words. If you can speak, do so more, lest there be nothing to discuss in the future. He spoke in a chilling tone, causing the great tiger's ears to instinctively droop, and then it fell silent. Engrossed in its meal, oblivious to everything else, it failed to notice that as Shun-Yi's hand moved, the characters on the cover of Discourse on Martial Arts slightly swayed, giving off an ethereal and uncertain sensation. In truth, this was not Discourse on Martial Arts at all. It was a booklet Shun-Yi had found on that middle-aged scholar, and its resemblance to Discourse on Martial Arts was due to the effect of the Jiaoyang token. This talisman's illusion could not only envelop a person and mask their aura, but also impart an illusory effect to objects touched by one's hands. Truly an essential item for home and travel, Shun-Yi mused as he glanced at the still oblivious great tiger. On the 6th of August, the young leader of the Jiang gang, Xiong Tu, ordered all branches to search vigorously for the Ren water pearl, seemingly to balance the energies of mountains and seas. On the 6th of August, in the evening, Sword Child Bai Chou met Zimu Han at the Wangjiang Tower in Qingzhou, where they exchanged 3 moves, leading Daozi to praise, truly a natural-born swordsman. On the 26th of August, Zhou Zi and from the Xianhuang Academy arrived in Baiquan Town, Yanggu County, to meet Zhou Ziwu, a side branch of the Zhou family. Zhou Ziwu is indeed a side branch of the Zhou family. The implications of this connection run deep, Shun-Yi thought, his heart filled with astonishment. The current head of the Zhou family is Zhou Ji, the esteemed master of the Xianhuang Academy, the pinnacle of the great Confucianism. Zhou Zi, being Zhou Ji's third son, represents the legitimate lineage of the Zhou family. Zhou Ziwu, as a side branch, should be relatively distant, or he would not have been assigned to such a remote location for official duties. However, his encounter with Zhou Zi adds an intriguing layer to their distance. Moreover, even the calamity of Yuzhou from 3 years prior seems to be shrouded in a veil of obscurity at this moment. As a great Confucian, Zhou Ji values reputation above all. If he is involved in this matter, it must be due to some irresistible force at play. If he is acting of his own volition, that would be acceptable, but if he is compelled, as the esteemed master of the Xianhuang Academy. Even those on the heavenly rankings would find it improbable to force him into submission. The only entity capable of exerting such influence may well be the emperor. Shen Yi's breath caught in his throat. This was not a feeling of dread. After all, he was not a true ancient. While his knowledge seamlessly integrated with the ancient world, his worldview had already been shaped in his previous life. Within him, there may exist a wariness towards those in positions of power and a reverence for the might of the court. But the one sentiment he could never harbor was reverence for the so-called Son of Heaven. What had suddenly surfaced in his mind and tightened his entire being was not fear, but exhilaration. Truly exhilarating. Shen Yi's breath quickened slightly, and he was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Initially, his sole ambition was to hone his martial skills, renounce his monastic vows, and marry a wife to lead a carefree life. However, as his abilities grew increasingly refined and his mindset gradually evolved, so too did his aspirations. Perhaps, opposing the emperor would not be such a bad endeavor after all. Chapter 61. The top 5 on the wind and cloud rankings. Alas, I am bereft of hair. At that moment, Shen Yi realized the extent of his yearning for locks. While assuming the guise of an invincible figure, he found great delight in tousling his non-existent bangs, which, despite being mere air, at least gave the semblance of presence. Unfortunately, after donning that persona for a brief period, he developed an enduring habit of playing with his hair. Once I attain the realm of food energy, my foremost resolution shall be to regrow my hair. Shen Yi vowed resolutely in his heart. He then turned to the visibly disheartened Kong Su and inquired, Master, is it possible that your current demeanor stems from an inability to clarify the relationship with the faceless blade demon? I can elucidate my situation just fine, Kong Su huffed. But the issue lies with whether they are willing to believe me. A bunch of petty, insidious individuals. Were it not for the inappropriate circumstances, I would have surely subdued them all. Beside them, Wu Yin interjected, my uncle and I have provided a thorough explanation. Although the martial arts of the Azura and Yaksha divisions of our temple carry a risk of deviation, our Linglong Taisha, as a Buddhist institution, has always shown no tolerance for practitioners who stray from the path. We absolutely cannot allow them to appear in public, even in defense against foes. This point was well understood by the esteemed Master Lei of Taisher Tower, who echoed the sentiment. However, the others were reluctant to accept it. For them, believing the truth would strip away their excuse to challenge Linglong Taisha. Thus, the crux of the matter lay not in the veracity of the facts, but rather in others' willingness to acknowledge the truth. Indeed, Lei Dazhuang has also arrived. Shen Yi discerned the pivotal information within Wu Yin's words and queried. So they insist on attributing the death of the county magistrate to our temple? Surprisingly, Wu Yin shook his head. No. The demise of the county magistrate has been proven unrelated to the faceless blade demon. While it is true that the faceless blade demon is not connected to this incident, it does not exempt him from ties to our temple, Kong Su retorted with irritation. The little imp from the sword pavilion has made an appearance, asserting that the county magistrate fell by the sword, not by the blade. Although some claim to have witnessed the magistrate's death by knife, it has been verified that the killer employed sword techniques. Indeed, Wu Yin affirmed. The disciple Bai Cho of the sword pavilion examined the corpse and unequivocally identified the cause of death as a sword technique. The true assailant should not be the genuine faceless blade demon, but rather an impersonator masquerading as the blade demon to carry out the assassination. Due to this assertion, Master One of the Jiang Gang has temporarily quelled his desire to entangle our temple in the aftermath of the county magistrate's death. Were it not for the speaker being Bai Cho, do you think Wan Shanlu would have ceased his tirade? Kong Su remarked. And do you believe Bai Chao's intentions are purely benevolent? He later insinuated a desire for me to intercede on his behalf, seeking an audience with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the clear-wind swordsman, whose moniker and name are quite ubiquitous among swordsmen, was initially a disciple of the Sword Pavilion and ranked 98th on the wind and cloud rankings. However, following the revelation of his involvement in the poisoning of Bai Jingyun, Lin Feng became a traitor to the Sword Pavilion. He was apprehended by Gumu Dao Run and subsequently turned over to Elder Qi Jiyuan of the Sword Pavilion. Yet, due to Qi Jiyuan's entrapment within Linglong Taisha, Lin Feng was eventually taken away by Chen Tianyuan. Bai Chao's desire to meet Lin Feng was undoubtedly driven by the intention to secure his departure. Either the one who takes him away, or the one who claims his life. In any case, there shall be no outcome devoid of consequence. I never expected even Sword Child Bai Cho to arrive, Shen Yi remarked. The rankings of the Storm and Cloud list feature over 100 names. Yet only 5 individuals are universally acknowledged as the contemporary paragons of youth. those who occupy the top 5 positions. It remains uncertain whether this is intended for the sake of symmetry or merely a whimsical flourish from Lei Dazhuang. As the monikers of these 5 are uniformly suffixed with C, setting them apart from the remaining 95, who are distinctly in a different league. Regardless of whether they are by Cho or Hei Shi, I find little interest in entangling myself in their machinations, Void mused, preparing to rise. Let us first visit the Baiyu Temple outside the city and greet our fellow Buddhists. Baiyu Temple serves as an affiliate of the Linglong Iron Monastery in Yanggu County. In the contemporary Buddhist realm, 3 principal sects dominate: the Zen school, led by Linglong Iron Monastery, the Dharma characteristic sect, centered around the Great Compassion Temple, and the esoteric sect, overseen by the Grand Wheel Temple beyond the borders. Among them, the Zen temples scattered across Yuzhou were established by the ancestors of Linglong Iron Monastery, thus forming its affiliates. As such, Linglong Iron Monastery utilizes these temples to recruit lay disciples, embodying the principle of inclusivity. At this moment, Void's desire to depart evidently reflects a wish to abandon Bai Cho, avoiding involvement in the Sword Pavilion's pursuit of traitors, a matter that Linglong Iron Monastery finds particularly challenging to govern. Firstly, Linglong Iron Monastery currently stands in alliance with Qin Tia Yuan. Although their partnership is not as close as sharing the same trousers, betraying an ally is absolutely impermissible. Secondly, the exposure of Lin Feng's poisoning scheme stemmed from the presence of a certain disciple at this gathering. The intricacies of these relationships have left Void at a loss regarding how to counsel Qin Tian Yuan. Thus, it would be simpler to abstain entirely. After all, he had not formally accepted Bai Chao's request. However, before this intention could materialize, a loud proclamation echoed from the street. Within the county town, a madman is wreaking havoc. Under the orders of the county's magistrate, the gates are to be sealed, allowing no entry or exit. Accompanying this announcement were the synchronized sounds of marching footsteps. Clearly, Shun Yi had orchestrated this disturbance. Disguised as the invincible hero, he had publicly slain Taizhan, prompting the Dajiang gang to intervene, necessitating the magistrate's deployment of patrol units to lock down the city, preventing this so-called invincible figure from fleeing. In light of this, unless Void and his companions were to scale the walls directly, escape from the city seemed impossible. Before the patrol had even departed, Shen Yi's gaze abruptly halted. Spotting a young man clad in white attire, wielding a sheathed longsword, hastening toward the inn, his figure vanishing beneath the eaves. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps ascended the staircase, and a voice called from outside, "I am Ni Xingming from the Sword Pavilion, here at the behest of my senior brother, to deliver an invitation for Masters Wu Yin and Wu Wang of Linglong Iron Monastery to attend an event at Fenghuan Tower tonight." Chapter 62 Invitation. How swiftly the time has come. Perhaps the notorious reputation of the elusive monk has spread too widely, leading Bai Cho to believe that Kong Su might take flight at any moment. Thus, immediately after their parting, he dispatched an envoy to deliver an invitation, requesting that Shun Yi and Wu Yin attend the gathering. Upon opening the door, Shun Yi was greeted by a young swordsman who presented the invitation with both hands, displaying an air of respectful confidence. "I humbly ask for your esteemed presence." Such politeness was commendable. Having recently received assistance from Bai Cho, Wu Yin found it difficult to decline. As the heir to the abbot of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, he bore the responsibility of upholding not only his own dignity but also that of the monastery, making refusal out of the question. This swordsman's manner is rather unexpected. Shun Yi mused, forming an image in his mind of someone who is both graceful and decisive, a stark contrast to the typical demeanor of swordsmen. However, he pondered whether the swordsmanship of this individual would also reflect a similar complexity. "Farewell," the swordsman said, taking his leave. After he departed, Wu Yin opened the invitation, and Shen Yi leaned in to observe. The elegantly balanced script, neither too long nor too short, presented itself before them. Through the written word, even without a profound understanding of calligraphy, Shen Yi could not help but envision a figure exuding warmth and refinement. Yet, this handwriting was somewhat at odds with his expectations, prompting Shun Yi to voice his confusion. "There is no sharpness in the strokes, is there?" Kong Su glanced at the invitation and replied, "Only lesser swordsmen are prone to such aggression. Those truly adept are capable of fluidity and restraint. Of course, some may develop habits that lead them to wield their swords with unyielding intensity throughout their lives. Nevertheless, it is rare to find swordsmen capable of mastering both breath and demeanor." Merely from observing the handwriting, it was evident that my skills are vastly inferior to those of Bai. Wu Ying conceded with humility, for he was indeed a natural swordsman, even earning admiration from the likes of Taisher Ho, who remarked upon his godlike prowess. Although Kong Su held no fondness for Bai Chou, he could not deny the latter's innate talent. The term natural swordsman does not imply a mere possession of sharp sword energy or some innate sword bone, but rather refers to a physique ideally suited for the cultivation of sword techniques. The combination of skeletal structure, finger length, muscle distribution, and bodily balance coalesce to form an entity that harmonizes with the sword. When one grasps the sword, it becomes an extension of oneself, enabling effortless manipulation as if it were a part of the body. Any sword technique can be swiftly mastered in such a person's hands, allowing for a rapid comprehension of its essence, which subsequently evolves into sword momentum and intent. Such individuals are, without a doubt, born for the sword. They embody the very essence of swordsmanship. In comparison to this natural swordsman, concepts such as the golden sword body or innate sword bones pale in significance. While the latter may initially outpace the former, in the later stages of development, the natural swordsman will undoubtedly surpass them, racing ahead to victory. Upon hearing Kong Su's words, Shun Yi felt a surge of intrigue, exclaiming, "If that is the case, the gathering tonight is certainly something to anticipate." As the moonlight graced the tips of the willow branches, the presence of patrolling guards in the streets steadily increased, while the number of pedestrians diminished at a visible pace. Although a curfew had not been imposed, the formidable demeanor of the guards dissuaded many from venturing out. In this atmosphere, two individuals accompanied by a tiger captured the attention of all passers-by as they made their way to the grandest tavern in the county, the Fenghua Tower. The sight of the tiger roaming the streets that night added an air of excitement. It seemed perpetually amused, grinning like a creature poised to devour. The guards tightened their grip on their weapons, aware that had it not been for prior warnings, they would have surged forward. As for the enigmatic figure known as Kong Xiu, he had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of his intentions. Prior to his departure, Shen Yi overheard him inquiring with the innkeeper about where to procure his sack, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Unconcerned for the safety of their profound master, Shun Yi and Wu Ying stepped out with their tiger companion. Shortly after their exit, the innkeeper, who had been quietly tallying accounts behind the counter, stealthily emerged. After ensuring the coast was clear, he locked the inn and extinguished the lights on the first floor. With ghostly silence, he ascended to the second floor, locating the tiger's room and entering it quietly. The tiger had not brought any belongings, and the room, compared to when it had been occupied, now bore an abundance of tiger fur, of little value, indeed. Nevertheless, the innkeeper proceeded with utmost caution, as if fearful of damaging something precious. He tiptoed to the sole table in the room, where, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, he meticulously sprinkled a black powder across the table, the teacup, and the armrest of the chairs. Once he had coated every accessible surface with the black powder, the innkeeper withdrew a delicate piece of white paper from his sleeve, carefully laying it over all the dusted areas. The black powder adhered to the paper, revealing a series of fingerprints upon its surface. After ensuring that every spot had been covered, he tucked the paper away, wiped down the table and chairs, and departed the room in silence. Descending the stairs, he handed the rolled paper to a young attendant, who subsequently slipped out through the back door and vanished into the shadows of the alley. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the rolled paper was delivered to the highest tavern within the county, placed into the hands of a slightly portly young man named Lei Dazhuang. Unrolling the paper, he scrutinized its contents with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he instructed. "Take this and verify if there are any fingerprints belonging to the faceless blade demon." Chapter 63. The night banquet at the Fenghua Tower. A magnificent 5-story edifice rose from the ground, adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite tiles, rivaling the opulence of noble households. Upon the arrival of Shun Yi and his companions at Fenghua Tower, they were promptly escorted inside by a lavishly dressed servant, ascending floor by floor until they reached the top. As they traversed the building, they encountered no other guests. Only rows of armored guards stood sentinel, their standard leather armor indicating their status as city guards. Upon reaching the grand hall on the top floor, they found the banquet table already set. A young man in a white robe occupied the principal seat, his eyes sparkling with mirth and an ethereal grace about him. This individual was none other than Bai Chou, the disciple of the sword god. Having been frail and ailing before the age of 18, he experienced a remarkable transformation thereafter, rising swiftly to the 5th position on the illustrious ranking list within just 3 years. Though his name bore the suggestion of sorrow, there was none to be found in his demeanor. Instead, He possessed a modest and handsome visage. Upon seeing Shani and Wu Yin arrive, Bai Chou immediately rose and clasped his fist in greeting, exclaiming, "It is truly my honor that you three have graced my banquet. Please, take a seat." As he stood, a wooden sheathed sword at his waist caught the eye, its sheath intricately engraved with dragon motifs, while the hilt, composed of purple clay and copper, exuded a solemnity. This sword, known as Jinghong, was the prized possession of the sword god Mo Wentian in his youth, and had been passed to Bai Chou upon the commencement of his training. The tiger, his elder brother, was delighted to find himself regarded as a guest, and playfully tugged at Shun Yi's sleeve, whispering, "Junior brother, this Bai benefactor is a good man." "Your notion of a good man is hardly valuable," Shun Yi retorted. Aside from Bai Chou, 3 other individuals were present at the night banquet. "Allow me to introduce these 3, Bai Chou continued. "This gentleman is Shin Qinyun of the Tianhe Sword sect." He gestured towards a young man clad in a light silver robe, wearing a silver crown and holding a jade flute. "This is Zhou Xiaotong, son of Lord Zhou, the county magistrate." The scholarly figure dressed in Confucian attire, adorned with a long sword at his waist, offered a casual bow, appearing rather indifferent. His presence elucidated the reason behind the city guard's attendance. As for the other court figure from the county, Shang Guanming, son of the late magistrate Shang Guanpei, was notably absent. Following the recent funeral, it would have been scandalous for him to attend a banquet at Fenghua Tower. Another individual present was Xiong Tu, the deputy leader of the Dajiang Gang. He rose and returned the greeting. With representatives from the Sword Pavilion, Dajiang Gang, and Tianhe Sword Sect gathered, it seemed that all parties involved in the earlier tumultuous events at the Linglong Iron Monastery were now assembled. Adding to the mix was the son of the county magistrate, Zhou Ziu, making this evening's banquet appear rather reminiscent of a grand assembly. Moreover, Bai Chou was about to introduce one more individual when a figure hurried into the hall. Smiling as he said, "Apologies for my tardiness. I am Lei Dazhuang from Taisher Tower. It is a pleasure to meet you all." The familiar Lei Dazhuang greeted everyone with a bow, repeatedly apologizing for his late arrival. "No further introduction is necessary. I am well acquainted with the young master Wu Wang," he said, taking a seat beside Shun Yi with an air of familiarity. His arrival alleviated the increasingly tense atmosphere, preventing the banquet from devolving into a scene reminiscent of the infamous Hongmen feast. However, Shun Yi was acutely aware that while Lei Dazhuang was not an ally of the others, his stance was nonetheless inclined in a particular direction. The secret document obtained from the corpse of the middle-aged scholar indicated that the Taisher Tower had been closely monitoring various affairs within the martial world, possibly serving as the eyes and ears of the Emperor of Dashuan. After Lei Dazhuang's arrival, no one else appeared in the hall apart from the serving attendants. The soldiers from the patrol camp remained stationed outside, and none of the senior martial artists from various factions made an appearance. At the very least, it was clear that the formidable figure of the Jiang Gang's Wanshan Lu, who had previously incited such anger, was absent. It remained uncertain whether Bai Chou, Lei Dazhuang, or Shen Qinyun from the Tianhe Sword Sect had any elders to protect them. As the dishes were served, a sumptuous array of vegetarian delicacies left the great tiger salivating. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us dine and converse," Bai Chou announced first, reflecting the long-standing tradition of dining culture in the East, which persisted even in this ancient alternate world. "Junior brother, can you eat?" Tiger Shixiang inquired of Shun Yi without delay. "Go ahead," Shun Yi replied with a smile, thinking that they were merely going through the motions. The intentions of Bai Chou and the others were rather straightforward. First, to meet Lin Feng. Second, to facilitate the early release of those from the 3 sects who were detained. And third, to locate the 2 perpetrators, Tian Xia Wudi and Wumian Daogui, who had committed crimes in the county city that day. Shani felt that all these aspirations were mere fantasies, for it was unequivocally impossible for Wu Yin to comply. This night banquet could be succinctly described as a mere exercise in futility, destined to yield no results. Thus, Shani and the great tiger indulged in food and drink, ready to bolster Wu Yin's presence at critical moments, leaving the rest to Wu Yin's discretion. Upon hearing this, Tiger Shixiang immediately lowered his head to eat without a hint of hesitation. His action swiftly prompted a change in expression from Zhou Xiaotong, seated opposite him, who clearly recognized the dismissive undertone. Zhou Xiaotong picked up his chopsticks to stir the vegetarian dishes before placing them down, sneering, "What a rarity it is for a person to dine with beasts. This is indeed my first encounter." Although this young master possessed discernment and noticed the indifference from Shen Yi's side, he evidently lacked the composure to remain calm. Upon realizing that their objectives were unlikely to be achieved, he resorted to mockery. Ba. Shani gently pressed his hand on Tiger Shixiang's back in a soothing manner, stating, "In the eyes of a monk, all beings are equal. There is no distinction of high and low. Whether human or beast is of no consequence." He gazed at Zhou Xiaotong with a tranquil and equitable demeanor, which only served to infuriate Zhou Xiaotong further. "How dare you insult me?" Zhou Xiaotong slammed the table in anger. As Shani spoke, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Xiaotong, his intent unmistakable. In his eyes, Zhou Xiaotong was no different from a beast. Naturally, regardless of his intent, he would not confront Zhou Xiaotong directly. Observing Zhou Xiaotong's fury, Shen Yi feigned surprise, saying, "Why does the Honorable Zhou express such sentiments? I merely spoke a principle of Buddhism. I have no intention of targeting you. Nor did I imply that you were a beast. It is simply a matter of equality." Beside him, Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback but chose to remain silent. If he could provoke the other party into turning against him, it would spare him the trouble of endless disputes. Shen Yi's words were like a needle hidden within cotton. And upon hearing them, Zhou Xiaotong's anger flared even more. He was on the verge of smashing his cup to summon 500 executioners to eliminate Shen Yi. At this critical moment, Lei Dazhuang suddenly spoke up. "Speaking of Buddhist philosophy, I have a puzzlement that I wish to inquire about from both of you." Chapter 64. The Heavenly Gate. May I inquire, esteemed gentlemen, what is meant by the phrase "put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot"? Asked Lei Dazhuang. Ba. The monk replied. "Thus, does it imply that merely setting aside the instrument of murder allows one to attain Buddhahood?" Lei Dazhuang pressed further. "The butcher's knife is but a metaphor, not a tangible object," Wu Yin explained. Though he found the concept somewhat perplexing, he continued with his elucidation. "Such a rudimentary principle of Buddhism should be grasped by anyone with a modicum of understanding of the Dharma." As the young master of the Taisha Tower, Lei Dazhuang was well versed in the affairs of the martial world, possessing profound insights into Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic practices. Therefore, it was peculiar that he did not comprehend this fundamental Buddhist teaching. Wu Yin sensed that there was something amiss. He focused intently on Lei Dazhuang. "Ah, now I understand." Lei Dazhuang exclaimed, "In that case, I shall be at ease." "What prompts such a statement from you, Master Lei?" Shen Yi inquired, having keenly perceived that Lei Dazhuang might have uncovered something detrimental to their interests. "Nothing much. Merely a concern that if the true identity of the faceless blade demon were to be revealed, your esteemed temple might forgive him based on the phrase 'put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha,' considering the close ties between the blade demon and your temple. Coupled with his martial skills resembling the Azura techniques of your monastery," Lei Dazhuang stated. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin furrowed his brow. "Master Lei, even if we were to concede that the faceless blade demon is indeed affiliated with our temple, we would not condone his actions. He would undoubtedly face punishment. The demon suppression cave is not devoid of monks who have strayed from the righteous path, despite having aligned with Qin Tianyuan. The Spirit Dragon Temple would not show leniency towards monks who transform Buddhist martial arts into demonic practices. This pertains to the fundamental principles of safeguarding the Dharma. Right and wrong must be determined by evidence." Lei Dazhuang slowly raised a finger and remarked, "Are you aware, Master, that human fingerprints are unique? Not only do the prints of each finger differ, but the fingerprints of individuals are also entirely distinct. Coincidentally, we have obtained a fingerprint of the faceless blade demon." Shen Yi, though maintaining a calm demeanor, felt a surge of turmoil within. This so-called fingerprint is indeed a reference to the unique patterns of one's fingers. It suddenly dawned upon him that this world operates under a system of cultivation. Some feats unattainable in ancient times may well be realized in this life. However, after a brief moment of inner tumult, Shen Yi regained his composure. He had initially thought Lei Dazhuang possessed some formidable secret weapon, only to discover it was merely a fingerprint. If it were something else, he might have been concerned, but this fingerprint had his own skills, akin to those of Conan, D. Fatty, and Sherlock, been for naught? Whether confronting the faceless blade demon or an invincible foe, Shen Yi had always concealed his fingerprints and palm prints beneath a protective barrier. "Is your implication that you have found similarities between the fingerprints of either myself or Brother Wu Yin and that of the faceless blade demon?" Shen Yi inquired, exhibiting no trace of anxiety. "It is not merely a resemblance, but rather an exact match." Lei Dazhuang gestured with his index finger and asserted, "Only through complete consistency can one ascertain identity. Indeed, I have discovered fingerprints that are identical to those of the faceless blade demon." At that moment, the host of the night banquet, Bai Chou, finally spoke, saying, "Speaking of which, I possess a considerable understanding of the origins of the faceless blade demon. Both Shun Yi and the others turned their gazes towards Bai Chou. Simultaneously, Shun Yi began to speculate about the true purpose of the night banquet. It was quite possible that Lei Dazhuang had conferred with Bai Chou in advance. Their aim was likely to uncover the connection between the Faceless Blade Demon and the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, or even to capture the Faceless Blade Demon to compel the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery to release the 3 masters from the 3 factions who were under house arrest at the Discipline Academy, or perhaps to arrange a meeting with Lin Feng. The presence of the patrol camp personnel indicated a genuine intention to signal a coordinated assault. With 500 axe wielders poised to seize the Faceless Blade Demon, does this mean he is certain that one of us is the Faceless Blade Demon? But how could the fingerprints of the Faceless Blade Demon have been obtained? Shun Yi was confident that he had left no fingerprints while in disguise. He was indeed cautious in that regard. Although he had not anticipated the existence of fingerprint recognition technology in this world, he had prudently ensured no traces were left. Moreover, the Faceless Blade Demon had only appeared once, and the most likely place for him to have left fingerprints was on the Chanty. Surely, the Taisher Tower could not possess the extraordinary capability to steal the Chanty from the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. As for how their own fingerprints, as well as those of Wuyin, were obtained, he had his suspicions. It was possible that there were spies from the Taisher Tower hidden within the Yunlian where they were staying. Have you all heard of the organization known as Tianmin? My sword pavilion has already lost a master at the refinement realm to its members, and 3 of the Tin Hall masters from the Jia gang have perished. Not to mention 2 court officials. No, it has now become 4 officials who have died as a result. The members of Tianmin possess a peculiar illusionary technique that obscures their true foundations with each strike, making it impossible for others to discern their true capabilities. Those privy to the facts suspect that certain members of Tianmin may hold considerable renown in the martial world. As Bai Chou stated, the Faceless Blade Demon would be even less relevant to our monastery. Wuyin remarked, if one can conceal their foundation through illusion, then the swordsmanship exhibited by the Faceless Blade Demon may also be a facade. The false cannot be true, and the true cannot be false, after all. Illusions are ultimately ephemeral, incapable of obscuring fingerprints. Bai Chou smiled and suggested, if it is indeed as Brother Lei claims, that the fingerprints are truly unique, then perhaps we should wait for Brother Lei to verify before determining the outcome, shall we? Lei Dazhuang concurred. The results will be forthcoming. When a lavish servant presented a mirror, Shun Yi realized that the Taisher Tower indeed possessed fingerprint recognition technology. The former could only be used to confirm the identity of specific individuals, while the latter could sift through a vast sea to accurately pinpoint a target among the crowd. Fortunately, I have been sufficiently cautious, Shun Yi mused inwardly. Even with the advancement of fingerprint recognition technology, without obtaining the identity of the Faceless Blade Demon, capturing Shun Yi remains impossible. The only enigma perplexing him is why the adversary believes that either he or Wuyin is harboring the Faceless Blade Demon. If the fingerprints acquired by Lei Dazhuang were erroneous, it would not logically lead to the identification of Shun Yi and Wuyin. Before Shun Yi could ponder further, Lei Dazhuang approached the center of the hall, brandishing a bronze mirror, signaling to the assembly. On the surface of the palm-sized mirror, ripples akin to water undulated, revealing one fingerprint after another, each appearing and vanishing in succession. This is indeed an artifact, Shun Yi realized upon seeing the mirror, understanding that the origin of this method lies in the artifacts crafted by chi refiners. While martial cultivators excel in universality and can rival chi refiners in strength, they fall short in other domains. For instance, in the realm of tools, martial cultivators merely dabble in blacksmithing to forge divine weapons, whereas chi refiners can create diverse artifacts imbued with various special functions. To the eyes of chi refiners, martial cultivators are but brutish warriors. It is no wonder that 2 years prior, the notorious Thousand-Faced Buddha, ranked 24th on the blacklist, was apprehended by the Three-Law Division. With such an artifact, no matter how the Thousand-Faced Buddha altered his visage, he could not evade detection, unless he could simultaneously change his fingerprints. Wuyin spoke of the Thousand-Faced Buddha, reputed to possess myriad faces and forms, capable of transforming into anyone, regardless of age or gender. He had instigated a series of grand crimes in Zhangzhou, even infiltrating the imperial palace. For 2 decades, he roamed the world unscathed, relying on his transformative abilities, until he was suddenly captured by the elite of the Three-Law Division 2 years ago, becoming a topic of intrigue. At that time, Wuyin could not fathom how the Thousand-Faced Buddha could be caught, but upon witnessing this artifact, clarity dawned upon him. For those unaware of the existence of this artifact, the ability to recognize fingerprints serves as a perfect initial kill. They would never suspect that their exposure stemmed from carelessly left fingerprints. Now, this initial kill is poised to transpire against the faceless blade demon. The flickering fingerprints on the mirror began to slow, indicating that the conclusion was nearing. The result would soon be revealed, and the identities of the two within the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple would be disclosed. An atmosphere of tension brewed silently, akin to a lion poised to spring into action. Zhou Xiaotong tightened his grip on his cup, ready to shatter it as a signal, while Shun Qinyun of the Tianhe Sword Sect clutched his jade flute with resolve. Among those present, only Shun Yi, Wu Yin, and the composed Bai Chou exhibited calmness. The former two had deemed the outcome irrelevant to themselves, while the latter remained inscrutable, like deep waters concealing their depths. Even the great tiger ceased its voracious feasting, quietly sharpening its claws, prepared for an onslaught. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lights in the hall extinguished simultaneously, and a brilliant sword light pierced through the darkness. Swift as a shooting star, it surged unimpeded towards the center of the hall, targeting Lei Dazhuang's position. Indeed, someone had made a move. Furthermore, the assailant was neither Shen Yi nor Wu Yin. Amidst the atmosphere of vigilance surrounding Shen Yi, no one anticipated the involvement of additional adversaries, compounded by the sudden extinguishing of the lights. In that fleeting moment, even the close proximity of Xiong Tu proved futile in halting the impending chaos. Yet, there remained one capable of intervention. From the main seat, a brilliant explosion of light erupted, akin to the sudden emergence of a sun, unleashing an uncountable array of radiant beams that clashed with resounding echoes, effectively intercepting the pristine sword light. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Bai Chou rose from his seat, wielding an 8-sided Han sword, its blade reflecting a chilling glimmer. Though he stood at the farthest distance from Lei Dazhuang, his defensive maneuver was executed with remarkable timeliness, instilling awe in those present. Simultaneously, the assembly turned their gazes toward the origin of the sword light. It was Shun Qinyun of the Tianhe Sword Sect. The assailant was neither Shen Yi nor Wu Yin, but he. The dashing young man clad in silver attire revealed a faint, cold smile amidst the darkness. Grasping a jade flute as one would a sword, he struck out with a decisive slash, an oppressive force descending like hell itself, the unarmed jade flute slicing through the air with lethal intent. With a singular stroke, he aimed to cleave through Lei Dazhuang's forehead, heart, dantian, and limbs, an act of extreme ferocity. Even the darkness could not obscure this malevolence, especially since those present possessed martial prowess, able to discern the indistinct outlines even in the shadows. Folly. Bai Chou's voice resonated, unwavering in his position at the main seat. He twirled his sword in place, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, resembling a surging river. 7 streams of sword chi surged forth, preemptively intercepting the deadly strike. The blade's technique was deceptive. Indeed, what he wielded was a sword. The ferocious display was merely a fade. Shun Qinyun's true mastery lay in swordplay. And even the jade flute in his grasp was, in essence, a sword. Everything was an illusion, and the seemingly murderous strike was not the sure 7-kill blade, but rather a manifestation of sword light. As Bai Chou danced with his sword, the sword chi coalesced into a barrier, shielding Lei Dazhuang. Though it may seem a lengthy tale, the fierce confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the guards stationed outside finally perceived the extinguished lights of the upper hall, bursting through the door and flooding the space with illumination. In that instant, Shen Yi cast a sidelong glance at the leading officer. Within the darkness, his abyss-like eyes flickered fleetingly. Charge. The officer's gaze momentarily clouded, and with drawn blade, he lunged towards Shun Yi and Wu Yin. They had been forewarned to breach the doors and apprehend the monks of the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple should any disturbances arise. Yet, even Zhou Xiaotong, who issued the command, had not foreseen that their adversary had stealthily infiltrated their ranks. It was Shun Qinyun of the Tianhe Sword Sect who was the true target. The intruding guards, devoid of direct orders from Zhou Xiaotong, found themselves unwittingly influenced by Shen Yi's malevolence, plunging the scene into chaos with no hesitation. Chapter 66. A twist of fate as Zhou Xiaotong witnessed the soldiers of the patrol camp charging directly at Shen Yi and his companion. He was about to raise his voice to halt them. However, Shun Qinyun suddenly shifted his sword, scattering a flurry of starlight. The sword's brilliance split and transformed into a galaxy, its energy surging towards Zhou Xiaotong, compelling him to swallow his words in fear. The Tianhe Sword Sect, with its name derived from the celestial river above, wielded a sword technique that echoed the movements of the stars. embodying a grandeur unparalleled, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. In that moment, Shen Qinyun unleashed the sect's unique sword art, a torrent of sword energy aimed squarely at Zhou Xiaodong, intent on taking his life. Zhen Shanin. Xiang Tu, having regained his composure, swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhou Xiaodong. With both palms raised, he channeled his energy, solidifying it into a formidable presence, conjuring an illusory small mountain that collided with the relentless sword energy. The impact reverberated through the top of Fenghua Tower, sending sword energy scattering and leaving deep scars upon the pillars and ground. Xiang Tu's form quivered slightly, his energy fluctuating. You are not a martial cultivator. You are an energy refiner. His face displayed shock as he regarded Shen Qinyun with a gaze filled with uncertainty. You are not Shen Qinyun. The Tianhe sword sect was a pure martial arts faction. It was unfathomable for one to tread the path of an energy refiner. Yet, the technique before him was unmistakably akin to the Tianhe sword art, blurring the lines between truth and illusion. It is an illusion. Xiang Tu then realized the peculiarity of the illusion arts possessed by the disciples of the Heavenly Gate, capable of mimicking their sect's unique sword techniques and even the appearances of others. They had previously failed to discern that this Shen Qinyun was an impostor. Shen Qinyun smiled lightly, letting his jade flute fall to the ground, revealing its true form as a four-sided sword, entirely ice blue, adorned with dragon patterns. Heavenly Gates Zhanming. I pay my respects. He still maintained the guise of Shen Qinyun, yet none would believe that the silver-crowned, silver-robed youth was his true visage. Meanwhile, a patrol camp officer charged forward, wielding a blade that gleamed with the coldness of battle. This officer, evidently seasoned by the trials of war, was not a mere novice. His strike was direct and unembellished, yet it exuded a raw, seasoned ferocity, aiming straight for Shun Yi's neck. Such murderous intent naturally provoked a fierce counterattack from Shun Yi. With a clenched fist, his body radiated golden light, muscles coiling with power. The dragon's cloak iron shirt and the tiger's shield were both fully activated. As his punch struck like thunder, a force that harmonized strength with grace, clashing against the blade and producing a resounding clang. As the sound resonated, the officer felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his hands, causing his grip to fracture and the long knife to slip from his grasp. The great tiger surged from the side, cloaked in gold, colliding with the officer and sending him and the soldiers behind him sprawling in disarray. Quick, capture the thieves. Young Master Zhou has been slain by the rogues. A roar echoed throughout Fenghua Tower, reaching the ears of the soldiers stationed on the other floors. Upon hearing of Zhou Xiaodong's demise, they scrambled upwards as if their very lives depended on it. Zhou Ziwux had long molded the patrol camp into his personal militia. Upon learning of Zhou Xiaodong's murder, he was determined to exact vengeance and bring the killer to justice. Junior brother. The bewildered Wu Yin cast a surprised glance at Shen Yi and hesitantly remarked, "Isn't this somewhat ungracious of you?" The earlier roar did not originate from the soldiers of the patrol camp, but was rather a shout instigated by Shen Yi himself, aimed at creating chaos. He had not anticipated that Zhan Ming would appear at this moment, especially just as the fingerprint analysis was about to yield results. Nevertheless, this did not deter Shen Yi from providing Zhan Ming with a modicum of assistance. Shen Yi chuckled heartily and continued, "Moreover, senior brother, consider this, since the inhabitants of Tianmen possess such extraordinary illusions to mask their martial prowess. Could it not be possible that the faceless blade demon is entirely unfamiliar with the Ashura techniques of our temple, or perhaps even with swordsmanship itself? Our aid to him does not necessarily contravene the regulations of our temple. If the faceless blade demon has not cultivated the Linglong Iron Chasm's Ashura techniques, then it is scarcely our temple's prerogative to pursue him. Thus, if we were to assess this matter closely, the faceless blade demon may indeed be regarded as an ally, and Shun Yi's assistance to him could be seen as a reflection of his moral integrity." Upon hearing this rationale, Wu Yin felt it was somewhat of a twisted logic. Yet upon reflection, it began to make sense. He was not entirely stoic. He too harbored some frustration regarding the earlier collective targeting from various parties. At this moment, Shun Yi's words resonated with his sentiments. "Ba, this shall not be repeated," Wu Yin intoned, reciting the name of the Buddha. "Indeed, it shall not happen again." Shen Yi replied. A throng of soldiers ascended to the top floor, pouring in through the doors. As the front line encountered Zhou Xiaodong, they halted. Yet those behind surged forward, causing the upper floor to tremble ominously. The previous clash of sword energies had already left numerous cracks in the pillars and floor, and the sudden influx of people further exacerbated the strain on the elegantly spacious hall, positioned relatively close to the entrance. Shun-Yi and his companions were among the first to be inundated by the rushing soldiers. Observing this, he resolved to act once more, to create an opportunity for Zhang Ming to escape. At this juncture, Shun-Yi discerned that from the very beginning, Bai Chou and Lei Dazhuang had mistakenly believed that the faceless blade demon was he, when in fact it was Zhang Ming in disguise. Zhang Ming's oversight during the assassination of the county magistrate had left behind a fingerprint, and subsequently, he had altered his appearance to seek out Shun-Yi, leaving yet another fingerprint on a table at the Yunkai Inn, due to the arrangements made by Su Kong before his departure. The spies in the Taisher Tower of the inn had not monitored their conversation. However, they later extracted Zhang Ming's fingerprint from that table. The two fingerprints were compared through magical means, yielding a match, thus leading Bai Chou and Lei Dazhuang to believe that either Shun-Yi or Wu Yin was the faceless blade demon. As the fingerprints on the first floor table were numerous, they could not definitively prove that the unique fingerprint belonged to Shun-Yi or Wu Yin, prompting them to send others to extract fingerprints from the guest rooms. This course of action, while seemingly correct, would ultimately result in a fruitless endeavor, allowing Shun-Yi and his associates to turn the tables on their adversaries, thus catching them unawares. However, the unexpected presence of Zhang Ming, who abruptly took action, transformed the situation into the chaos that now unfolded. As Shun-Yi was about to commit another misdeed, the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Yet, Xiong Tu remained utterly unperturbed. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Elder One, if you do not take action now, then when will you?" In order to ensure a foolproof victory against the faceless blade demon that night, Xiong Tu had meticulously prepared. Even if the exceptional young talent Bai Chou were unable to secure the win, the elders of the Jiang gang would serve as a reliable backup. This endeavor was one where defeat was simply unfathomable. Chapter 67 Retreat. Elder One. Elder One? Elder One. Xiong Tu called out 3 times in succession, hoping to summon his greatest trump card, yet there was no response from the Elder One he mentioned, as if he had vanished into thin air. The lights on the top floor extinguished, and even though the lanterns in the corridor outside cast a faint glow, it merely illuminated the area around the door. Shun-Yi and the others, relying on their exceptional skills, could barely discern shadowy figures, while the incoming soldiers from the patrol camp were left bewildered. Even though Zhou Xiaotong was still alive and well, the absence of visibility made it impossible to restore order amidst the chaos. Maintain order. I shall take charge of Zhang Ming, Bai Chou declared from his seat and once again unleashed his sword energy, which swirled like agile fish, weaving through the darkness without harming anyone else, targeting only Zhang Ming. The sword's movement was light and elusive, akin to a celestial steed soaring through the skies. Zhang Ming, with a swift motion, struck his suspended sword, channeling his energy to manifest beams of sword light that revolved around him, forming a protective barrier. However, Bai Chou's sword energy, though seemingly light, was immensely weighty. With a mere touch, the barrier shattered into fragments. Sword technique. Thunder soars unchallenged. The man and the sword melded into an elusive beam of light as Bai Chou, in perfect harmony with his weapon, advanced with a cold and dazzling sword light that caused Zhang Ming's eyes to widen in shock. Swift, fierce, relentless. Even the speed of lightning seemed to pale in comparison to the brilliance of this sword light. In that critical moment, Zhang Ming resorted to guiding his sword with his mind, and his ice-blue longsword erupted with a chilling aura, forming a wall of ice that appeared both real and ethereal. Boom! The sword pierced through the ice wall. The sword light exploded like thunder, shattering the ice into a million pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming attempted to shift his position to evade, yet the relentless sword light pursued him, aiming directly at his chest. Clang! A thin veil of light materialized before Zhang Ming, as the jade pendant at his waist emitted a faint glow, creating a barrier that enveloped him, successfully blocking the strike in the fleeting moment. A look of terror crossed Zhang Ming's face, but his movements remained swift. One hand guided the sword to strike at Bai Chou, while the other formed a seal, extinguishing the lanterns in the corridor, plunging the top floor back into complete darkness. Sword technique. Observing change to exhaust the ultimate, Bai Chou halted his momentum, remaining calm, as the Jinghong sword fluctuated like floating green duckweed, effortlessly deflecting the ice-blue, flying sword. While he deftly prepared to unleash another lethal move, the fierce cold light flickering on his blade. Unexpectedly, a sudden rustling of garments and the powerful surge of a fist came from behind. Sensing the presence, Bai Chou raised an eyebrow and swept his sword backward, exclaiming, You two from the spiritual Dragon Iron Monastery, do you truly intend to protect this faceless blade demon? The Jingong sword cleaved through the rising gust, colliding with the fist, producing a resonant clang, akin to a faint cracking sound. Do not speak carelessly. I remain unchanged in name and identity. I am Xiong Tu of the Jiang Gang, replied the assailant, retreating while employing a voice reminiscent of Xiong Tu's. As he retreated, a powerful gust of wind surged from below, and a long, rigid whip shadow, shimmering with a faint golden light, lashed upwards towards where Bai Cho was situated. Zhou Xiaotong sought guidance on the sword techniques. His low, somber voice carried a subtle whistle. And before his words fully dissipated, the whip shadow had already ascended, embodying a treacherous intent. Bai Cho could no longer maintain his composure. He grimaced. And with a swift flourish of his sword, the blade danced around him, its brilliance akin to a lightning flash. Suddenly, with 4 sharp turns, he conjured a raging tempest, executing the sword technique known as horizontal obliteration across the seas. The sword transformed into 4 distinct forms, creating an insurmountable encirclement. The sinister whip shadow met its demise under the sword's strike. The golden light that clung to it shattered, simultaneously repelling the incoming ice-blue flying sword. How dare you tarnish my reputation? A booming voice echoed in the darkness as Xiong Tu pursued the sound, a formidable force gathering to unleash. Ah, cough cough. Taisher Lu Lei Daj Wang, I humbly seek your teachings. A dim golden light coalesced into a vague silhouette, a fist emerging from the shadows with immense vigor, exuding a sense of grandeur despite the surrounding darkness, a transparency of light manifesting in Xiong Tu's heart. Without hesitation, he met the strike with his palm. Upon contact, a wave of energy surged forth, sweeping through the vicinity and toppling the disordered soldiers around them. Hey, this is excessive. How could I possibly contend with young Master Xiong? Lei Dazhuang couldn't help but exclaim from the shadows. His prowess ranked second to last, merely surpassing Zhou Xiaotong, and unlike Shun Yi and Brother Hu, he lacked the ability to see in the dark, retreating to a corner to avoid being affected. However, upon hearing of the confrontation between himself and Xiong Tu, he could not refrain from voicing his concerns. Very well, since you are all so obstinate, I shall not hold back any longer, Bai Cho declared. Observing the escalating chaos and realizing that Zhang Meng had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the flying swords skimming the surroundings. With a resolute heart, he wielded his sword once more. Sword technique, floating clouds. The brilliance of the sword surged forth, ascending like a long rainbow, cleaving the rooftop of Fenghua Tower with its fierce sword aura. Moonlight poured in, and as Bai Cho scanned the area, he found no trace of Zhang Meng. Disappointment and anger welled within him. With a twist of his wrist, the sword energy erupted like a column, splitting into 3 beams of light aimed at Wu Yin, Shen Yi, and Brother Hu. Amitba. Wu Yin retreated, revealing the phantom of an Arhat behind him. Both he and the Arhat struck simultaneously, a brilliant light blossoming from their fists to meet the 3 beams of sword light. Shun Yi and the Great Tiger exchanged glances, flanking Xiong Tu as he advanced once more. Their fists were like hammers, their claws sharp as blades. The cold yet forceful energy of their strikes collided with the heavy palm strikes, while the gleaming claws sliced through the swirling vortex of energy. Around Shen Yi's fist, tangible hammer shadows materialized as he unleashed a devastating blow, channeling the energy of the Taiyin through the Spirit Dragon Heart technique, integrating his full strength with the might of the dragon subduing and tiger taming divine powers. His fist crashed against Xiong Tu's left palm, the immense force and weighty energy clashing, causing both Shun Yi and Xiong Tu to stagger. The weapon character technique, Lei Dazhuang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the scene before him. Boom. The great radiant fist struck 3 times against the sword light, and Wu Yin's legs sank, directly embedding into the floor of the tower. Shun Yi and Brother Hu launched a simultaneous assault on Xiong Tu, their combined might pressing fiercely upon him. Yet, Xiong Tu, undeterred, stood his ground against the dual onslaught, though he staggered slightly, forced to retreat a step. Coughing softly, Shen Yi steadied his tumultuous energy and, alongside Brother Hu, retreated behind Wu Yin, discreetly dissipating the aura that had manifested as a profound sword scar. The large tiger, too, cautiously tucked its tail against its body to conceal the wound that marred its surface. Indeed, the sword and the young leader of the Xiang faction were formidable. The young monk could not help but express his admiration. He refrained from mentioning the earlier covert intervention, adopting an appearance that suggested he was merely engaged in a straightforward duel with Xiong Tuesday. Chapter 68. Revenge does not wait for nightfall. Zhang Meng had appeared and then retreated, leaving the lavish feast that Bai Chou and his companions had painstakingly prepared to end in utter disappointment. Seize them. Zhou Xiaotong and Lei Dezhuang emerged from the shadows, infuriated by the turn of events, ready to apprehend the two men and a tiger from the Linglong Taisha. However, Lei Dezhuang halted him. He presented a copper mirror, its surface now devoid of any flicker. This indicated a mismatch in fingerprints. The faceless blade demon was indeed absent among Shenyi and Wu Yin. Thus, it was clear that they had wronged each other. At that moment, a dashing monk clad in white appeared through the gaping roof. Standing at the edge of the fissure, his handsome visage was accentuated by the moonlight, adding an extra touch of elegance, compelling admiration for such a striking figure. Yet, the large, tattered sack beside him somewhat marred the scene. Master Kong Su. The two men and a tiger from Linglong Taisha greeted him. Everyone is present, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly, exuding an air of solitary mastery. Simultaneously, the sack beside him began to stir, as if it contained some living being. Upon hearing Kong Su's voice, it seemed the creature within was straining against its confines, attempting to break free. The shape suggested it was a person. Kong Su has indeed resorted to underhanded tactics, Shenyi thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His suspicions were confirmed. The sack likely contained the missing elder of the Jiang gang, Wan Shanlu. It could be said that certain monks, despite their seemingly serene exteriors, were deeply concerned with appearances and bore grudges that demanded immediate retribution. Shenyi, having witnessed Kong Su's relentless pursuit of vengeance, was among the most qualified to speak on this matter. It was precisely because of Wan Shanlu's disappearance that Shun Yi dared to act boldly. At the same time, Bai Chou and his companions noticed the sack, and the previously tense atmosphere was abruptly tempered. "Ah, it is indeed Senior Kong Su," Bai Chou said, cupping his fist in greeting. "I am Bai Chou from the Sword Pavilion, and I pay my respects. Today we have acted unjustly and wronged your temple's disciples. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally visit Baiyu Temple to offer my apologies." He deliberately omitted any mention of the earlier confrontation involving Shun Yi and the others, as if the prior incidents had never occurred. The circumstances dictated this course of action. The monk before them was not one to adhere to conventions, and provoking him might result in one of them becoming the next occupant of that sack. Kong Su, observing Bai Chou's acquiescence, let out a slight tsk of disappointment. "You capitulate so easily? I expected a more defiant stance. Perhaps a declaration that one should not underestimate the youth." If that had been the case, he would have relished delivering a sound thrashing to the sword-wielding youth. Alas, it was not to be. The expression on his face bore the weight of regret, making even the composed Bai Chou feel the strain. While shameless individuals were a common sight, encountering one who was both brazen and tedious, yet still a figure of righteousness, was a novel experience. Taking a gentle breath to calm himself, Bai Chou maintained a serene demeanor and remarked, "Senior, you jest. As a younger generation, I would never harbor any disrespect. The more you express such sentiments, the more I perceive your internal struggle. Ha! How delightful." Kong Su chuckled lightly, kicking aside a burlap sack. "Well then, let us conclude tonight's affairs. That esteemed Wan Changlao from the Dajiang gang shall be returned to you." After stating this, Kong Su gracefully descended into the hall, gesturing towards Shenyi and the others, before striding out confidently. As they departed, Xiong Tu hurriedly unfastened the burlap sack, allowing an elderly man clad in blue robes, appearing rather disheveled, to rise from within. Indeed, it was Wan Changlao of the Dajiang gang, yet he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Having refined his malevolent energy and further elevated his true qi, drawing near to the realm of refining the essence. This Wan Shanlu, a practitioner from the wilds of the Jianghu, though at the peak of the transformation realm, is unlikely to rival the adept practitioners of the larger sects, Lei Dazhuang murmured, seemingly to himself, yet meant for others to hear. Despite this, capturing him silently would not be an effortless task. Moreover, Kong Su had sealed Wan Shanliu's true qi, restricting his vitality, rendering him incapable of uttering a word, nor could he escape the burlap sack, which even a practitioner at the meridian opening realm could tear apart with sheer physical strength. Such prowess could easily be likened to that of the refining essence realm. In the military character technique, Bai Chou quietly added, among the current disciples of the Daoist sect, only Mu Hanjing had mastered one of the 9 character techniques. The Do character technique. Unexpectedly, this small monk from the Buddhist sect also possessed a 9-character skill. Vivadra monk Wu Wang is certainly not an ordinary individual. Their dialogue painted a rather grim picture. With a master like Kong Su within the mid-levels of the Linglong Taisha, and disciples such as Wu Lai, the Buddhist son, Alongside Wu Yin and Wu Wang, they could undoubtedly sustain a glorious legacy for a century. This was, indeed, alarming news for those forces now opposing Linglong Taisha. As Shun Yi and his two senior brothers exited the Fenghua building alongside Kong Su, once they were finally out of sight, Shun Yi's body sagged, his right hand dropping to his side. Next to him, brother who also let out a weak howl, his tail drooping listlessly. Such a formidable sword. It shattered my golden bell shield, and the sword energy even injured my meridians. Shun Yi spoke while circulating his qi, acknowledging that this was the result of him not exerting his full strength. Amitba, Wu Yin clasped his hands, revealing the distinct sword marks on the back of his hands, making it truly hard to believe he had only been training for 3 years. While both were martial practitioners, the disciples of Linglong Taisha took 3 years merely to lay their foundations, yet Bai Chou had already secured a place among the top 5 on the storm rankings. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between man and beast. Who among you possesses a master of the sword? Kong Su teased. If you were to have such a master, perhaps you might succeed as well. Just as he spoke, his brows suddenly arched as he cast his gaze forward. There, merely 3 paces away on the street, a chilling breeze swept through, and an exquisite jade box appeared unexpectedly upon the ground. At that moment, Shun Yi's eyes cooled slightly, keenly perceiving several ethereal shadows. The art of 5 ghosts, Kong Su remarked, observing the jade box. Chapter 69. Essence of the Moon. A white jade box lay quietly upon the street, traces of rudimentary markings emerging on the ground. This is a token of gratitude. A token of gratitude? Kong Su stepped forward and boldly opened the jade box for a brief moment before closing it and tossing it to Shun Yi. This is for you. Shun Yi caught the jade box and, upon opening it, discovered a deep black orb secured within. A faintly chilling aura emanated from it. He suddenly felt as if his inner energy had come to life, restlessly circulating within him. A delicate mist escaped from the orb, which Shun Yi inhaled, instantly invigorating his spirit. Is this the essence of the moon? Shun Yi inquired, glancing at Kong Su. It is indeed the essence of the moon. A gift from that Zhan Ming of the Heavenly Gate, Kong Su replied casually. With both swordsmanship and the 5 ghosts transference technique at his disposal, he can afford to bestow such treasures as a token of appreciation. I find myself increasingly curious about this Zhan Ming's true identity. The rarity of the essence of the moon is evident simply from its exalted name. It serves as the finest resource for practitioners of yin-based cultivation, capable of assisting Shun Yi in reaching the realm of qi consumption. As for the 5 ghost transference technique, it is not a skill that just any qi practitioner can master. While every human possesses a spirit, not all souls can become ghosts upon death. Typically, upon death, a feeble spirit dissipates along with the physical body. Only martial practitioners of qi consumption or qi induction can hope to linger for a fleeting moment after their corporeal demise. This means that to summon the 5 ghosts, one must at the very least obtain the residual soul of a martial practitioner at the qi consumption level. And even that does not guarantee success. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability to attract the lingering spirits of those who have perished at their hands. To wield the 5 ghost transference technique, this person is no ordinary individual. Wu Wang, my junior brother, we must exercise caution in our dealings with him, Kong Su advised. Brother, you jest. We have merely aided Zhan Ming today. There will be no future interactions, Shun Yi replied with a smile. Moreover, even if there were, what is there to fear? If Zhan Ming is not virtuous, neither am I. He closed the jade box without pretense and secured it. He had initially believed he would receive the essence of the moon only after the assassination of Zhou Ziwu, yet unexpectedly, Qin Tianyuan had entrusted it to Zhan Ming ahead of time. Furthermore, due to his previous assistance to Zhan Ming, the essence of the moon had now been transferred to him sooner than anticipated. Today, we assisted him, and he repaid us with the essence of the moon, leaving both parties square. Should we meet again, we shall discuss matters then, Shun Yi declared. His straightforward demeanor resonated well with Kong Su, who chuckled. Indeed, we should be direct. Those of our ilk should conduct themselves thus. My Linglong Taisha hails from Zen Buddhism, seeking only the Buddha within and the clarity of mind. We must act according to our hearts, accept what is ours, and confront our grievances without delay. While the first 2 statements were acceptable, it was the last that revealed Kong Su's personal philosophy. You see, Master, I have executed my task with precision, unhesitant in confronting Wan Shan Lu, as if enveloping him in a sack without a moment's doubt. This approach not only grants clarity of mind, but also ensures your safety, achieving the remarkable feat of dual benefits. He chuckled heartily, exuding an air of both spontaneity and audacity. Should Wan Shan Lu behold this triumphant demeanor of Kong Su, he might well be driven to bloodshed and fury. Indeed, Master, your elevated state of mind allows you to master the restless thoughts and rein in the wild impulses, enabling you to act at will. As for us younger disciples, we must begin by adhering to the fundamental principles, first cultivating our hearts, and then acting with intention. Wu Yin joined his palms in reverence. As the group conversed, they ventured farther, gradually fading into the expanse of the deserted street. After an exchange of blows, both men and the tiger bore injuries. Kong Su waved his hand, producing 3 jars of tiger bone jade marrow ointment from an unknown source, offering 2 to Wu Yin and Shen Yi, while he retained the last for himself, leading Brother Tiger into a room. Shen Yi weighed the ointment in his hands, glancing at Kong Su's seemingly ethereal sleeves, realizing that the Master's resources were indeed unexpectedly abundant. If his intuition served him right, Kong Su must possess the legendary storage artifacts, enabling him to travel unencumbered and effortlessly retrieve several substantial jars of ointment. He said little, merely expressing his gratitude to Kong Su before retreating to his own chamber, setting the tiger bone jade marrow ointment aside. He then retrieved the jade box containing the essence of the Taiyin, opening it once more. A faint halo illuminated the room as the deep, dark orb emitted a black light in the shadows. Though invisible, Shen Yi could sense the presence of that delicate aura. At that moment, his internal energy surged restlessly, even more impatient than when he had been on the street. The essence of the Taiyin is the quintessence of the Taiyin energy, even without direct absorption. Merely carrying it can provide a continuous influx of Yin energy, enhancing the growth of Yin attributes. However, a hint of hesitation crossed Shen Yi's visage. His realm had yet to reach the pinnacle of the opening meridian stage. He had not filled his dantian and meridians with internal energy or infused it into his acupoints. According to the conventional path of cultivation, martial cultivators, upon opening their meridians, would refine the innate essence within their acupoints into internal energy, thus experiencing significant growth with each meridian unlocked. Yet, upon reaching the apex of the opening meridian stage, martial cultivators must then use internal energy to nourish their acupoints, replacing the innate essence, thereby replenishing them. This process allows for the subsequent refining of the body with external energy after consuming it, culminating in the consolidation of one's martial foundation. Logically, Shen Yi had not yet arrived at the stage where he could absorb external energies. However, upon gazing at the essence of the Taiyin, his body surged with restlessness, his internal energy swirling frantically, every cell seemingly crying out in yearning for that orb. His body craved it. Merely looking at the essence of the Taiyin evoked a sensation akin to hunger within him. This feeling was undeniably absurd. For martial cultivators do not truly consume energy. Rather, they absorb special primordial energy through their acupoints, blending it with their internal energy to transform it into true energy. Consuming energy is not equivalent to devouring it. Yet, Shen Yi found himself unable to resist. In the darkness, mysterious characters gradually emerged upon his body, each glyph intertwining to form intricate patterns that danced across his skin. Unable to resist, his fingers instinctively grasped the orb, slowly bringing it to his lips. Then, as the essence of the lunar energy made contact with his mouth, it unexpectedly softened, transforming into a liquid that was swiftly drawn into Shen Yi's mouth. With a soft gulp, the liquid, born of the lunar essence, cascaded down his esophagus, and a chilling sensation immediately enveloped his entire being. Chapter 70. The beginning of the inhuman. His skin revealed an eerie translucence, pale to the point of transparency, allowing glimpses of the flesh and blood within, and the stark whiteness of his bones. The essence of the moon transformed into an incomparably pure shade of Yin energy, surging forth from his stomach and traversing through his internal organs. Ultimately, it coalesced into streams of energy, flowing back along the meridians and surging into his heart. With a sudden jolt, a sharp pain pierced through Shen Yi's heart. An overwhelming sense of suffocation compelled him to open his mouth to scream, yet no sound escaped. During his initial practice of the moon's corpse transformation talisman, he had once experienced a similar heart-wrenching agony. Following that episode, his heart's rhythm slowed by a beat, and his body temperature dropped below that of an average person, endowing him with what was deemed the Yin physique. Furthermore, his Dragon Roar iron shirt had morphed into the Dragon's Legacy iron shirt, gradually aligning with the sinister paths of the demonic. Now, the excruciating pain surged anew, the transformation far more intense than before. In an instant, his heart ceased to beat. Darkness enveloped his vision as if he were slipping into unconsciousness. Yet his awareness remained strikingly lucid. His heart had completely halted, but the vitality within him was not extinguished. Rather, it erupted with a fervor tenfold, 100-fold stronger. It was as though an invisible shackle had been unbound, unleashing a torrent of immense power. One might ponder, when are human cells most active? The answer lies in the moment of death. As death approaches, the constraints that once safeguarded the body begin to dissolve, and driven by the instinct for survival. The cells undergo a final explosion of activity. Approximately 80% of the cells will retain their vitality over the ensuing 4 days, proliferating and expressing dormant genetic sequences previously inactive in life, akin to those involved in embryonic development. Shen Yi's present physical state exemplified this phenomenon. His vitality surged forth. Beneath his transparent skin, flesh writhed with frenetic energy, his entire being akin to a mass of worms undulating incessantly. The final scroll, unnamed, had long been referred to by Shen Yi as the Nameless Taoist Scroll. Its contents, like those of the preceding 6 scrolls, were articulated with utmost clarity, devoid of any concealment. Yet, the paradox remained. He could not comprehend it. Each word and sentence was understood, yet the meaning eluded him, reminiscent of the perplexities of mathematics. In that moment, as if caught in a state of semi-consciousness, an insight dawned upon Shen Yi. A technique emerged within his mind. During the winter solstice, young is born. Sit upright and still, closing your eyes to forget all thoughts, silently igniting the heart's fire. The primal energy naturally fills the limbs. Unbeknownst to oneself, the breath flows gently, yet is not labored. The 5 energies within the elixir swirl outward. The true qi of the kidneys refines the bones, rendering the body light as a feather, capable of riding the winds and commanding the mists. The true qi of the liver strengthens the tendons, solid as jade, enabling swift movement like galloping horses. The true qi of the heart purifies the blood, white as cream, capable of enduring both cold and heat. The true qi of the lungs refines the skin, radiant as snow, allowing for transformation of bone and form. The true qi of the spleen hardens the flesh, as firm as stone, capable of transmuting energy into gold. The surging vitality catalyzed a transformation within Shen Yi's body akin to the phoenix's rebirth. His heart throbbed back to life, a gentle warmth blossoming within. The translucent musculature reveals the strange manifestations of the internal organs, as a surge of yin energy flows into the kidneys, pumping vitality throughout the body, rendering him light as a feather, as if he might soar directly from the bed. A profound sense of enlightenment dawned upon Shen Yi, guiding him on the path of his cultivation. Yin gives rise to yang, from the transformation of Taiyin into the refining of the sun. The harmonization of yin and yang allows the absorption of the 5 energies to forge the body, reshaping the bones and culminating in becoming a transcendent being. These 5 energies consist of the qi of Taiyin, the qi of the sun, the qi of the earth, the qi of the spirit, and the formless qi forged from one's thoughts. Among them, the qi of Taiyin corresponds to the kidneys. Yet, this method of refinement, bones as light as feathers, tendons as solid as jade, blood as white as cream, skin as pure as snow, flesh as hard as stone, can this still be considered human? Shen Yi found it difficult to envision himself successfully cultivating the transformation of Taiyin and the refining of the sun, entering the realm of consuming qi. Originally, he was merely a peculiar figure, clearly a practitioner of unorthodox methods, yet still undeniably human. However, upon breaking through, the various inhuman characteristics would expunge him from humanity entirely. My future truly seems fraught with misfortune. The figure seated upon the bed slowly opened his eyes, the profound darkness obscuring both iris and sclera. His scalp tingled slightly as resilient black hair sprouted forth, quickly growing into a short mane. Hair, as a manifestation of blood, is also governed by the kidneys. Now, with Shen Yi's kidney qi surging, his hair grew autonomously, the inky strands contrasting starkly with his pitch-black eyes, exuding an air of sinister elegance. Visions of a human face and a wolf's head materialized around him, merging with his being amidst howling sounds, and Shen Yi's perception underwent a peculiar transformation. In the darkness, he perceived the walls writhing, as if flesh was expanding and contracting, the room's space twisting as though it were a gaping maw in the act of devouring. Even more alarming, he sensed his body transmitting signals of insatiable hunger, a frenzied malevolence engulfing him, every cell yearning for sustenance. The excessive eruption of vitality has depleted my body's nutrients. I require food. At this moment, Shen Yi comprehended the limits of his physical form. As the pangs of hunger surged, he discerned the internal dilemma. From his sleeve, he retrieved a small vial, emptying its contents, the blood-red pills pulsating like tiny hearts. Moreover, my vision has also undergone a transformation. With a stoic expression, Shen Yi swallowed 6 spirit-refining pills, fully aware that this was an inevitable phenomenon. Since embarking on the path of refining the sun, the remnants of souls trapped within the Golden Bell had begun to be genuinely refined by him, aiding his internal organs. Yet, the ethereal remnants were not so easily absorbed. The lingering spirits harbored only resentment, their perceptions of the world starkly divergent from those of ordinary beings. To refine these remnants, one must endure the corresponding price. At least for now, he lacked the capacity to withstand such a cost. Even a single spirit-refining pill, sufficient to satiate Shun Yi for an entire day, was consumed in succession, momentarily alleviating the ravenous hunger, yet he still felt the void within his body. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Shun Yi's eyes, and his body suddenly levitated, passing through the door. Chapter 71. The Spectre That Seizes Life at the Stroke of the Third Watch. Within the dim cellar of the Cloud Inn, a solitary lantern flickered, casting a faint glow upon two somber faces. The young master of the inn was decidedly displeased. The innkeeper, sporting a handlebar mustache, spoke coldly. Our operation has encountered a grave error, mistaking Li Gui for Li Kui. Should such a blunder occur again, we might as well dig potatoes beyond the frontier. Establishing a business and gathering intelligence in Yuzhou was undeniably challenging, yet it was preferable to venturing into the wilderness to engage with those estranged souls. Over the past few decades, the Taisher Tower had dispatched hundreds of spies to the frontier, investing considerable effort. However, even now, the vast territory of Da Li remained shrouded in mystery for the Taisher Tower. Those hundreds of spies ultimately became mere crimson entries in a ledger, with 99% perishing beyond the borders. The Grand Master of Da Li was indeed a polymath, adept in both military and political affairs, and possessed remarkable capabilities in intelligence gathering that were rare in the contemporary world. His subordinate, the Lichen Guard, had erected an impenetrable wall of information between Daxian and Da Li, making it exceedingly difficult for news from the outside to penetrate within, while intelligence from within was frequently intercepted and relayed beyond. Once assigned to dig potatoes beyond the frontier, one was essentially doomed. What do you propose we do next, innkeeper? The young attendant inquired. What else can we do? The less we do, the fewer mistakes we make. The more we do, the more errors we invite. The innkeeper retorted with irritation. Those three bald monks have likely realized they are being watched. If they persist in gathering intelligence, they are courting death. We shall continue our roles as innkeeper and attendant, ensuring we do not exhibit any vulnerabilities. As for the young master, we need only provide the routine intelligence. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. The attendant nodded earnestly. Following this incident, they had come to understand that sometimes the absence of error is indeed a virtue. Failing to accomplish anything is far more consequential than remaining inactive. Had they refrained from reporting that intelligence earlier, they would not now be burdened with the dread of digging potatoes beyond the frontier. By the way, innkeeper, you mentioned those three bald monks are formidable in martial arts. Do you think they might overhear our conversation in this cellar? The attendant expressed his concern once more. The distance from this location to the guest rooms was merely a straight 20 paces, and given the remarkable prowess displayed by the three monks, such proximity could easily be problematic. Do you think I, Wu Qian, have idled away my years in the martial world? The innkeeper scoffed with disdain. Even the most keen of senses are rendered futile without sound. The entrance to this cellar is embedded with a sound-absorbing stone, no matter how loudly we speak within. Our voices cannot escape, for they are absorbed by the stone. Naturally, sounds from outside cannot penetrate in either. Rest assured. However, after hearing the innkeeper's words, the attendant's expression gradually contorted in horror, his eyes wide with dread as he gazed behind the innkeeper. Is that so? Then I shall feel at ease, he replied. Yet his voice bore the chilling resonance of a voice from the netherworld, laden with an unearthly eeriness. A shadowy figure, cloaked in an aura of lingering spirits, silently materialized behind the innkeeper. With disheveled hair flowing and garments fluttering without a breeze, it was the invincible guise of a certain individual. The innkeeper. Your establishment exhibits a rather poor attitude towards guests. Not only do you invade the privacy of your patrons, but you also fail to satiate their hunger. Shani, with a calm demeanor, gazed at the two and remarked, I am quite famished, do you not realize? As if echoing his sentiment. The restless spirits around him also howled in unison, conveying their insatiable hunger, causing the two men to tremble as though enveloped in frost. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but Shun Yi had just infiltrated the inn's kitchen and devoured all the stored cooked meats. He now harbored aspirations of feasting upon the uncooked grains and vegetables. However, Shun Yi was devoid of culinary skills. In his previous life, he was but a culinary novice who could only manage takeout, and in this life, He had been reliant solely on communal meals, lacking any cooking prowess. Even the sole dish he could once prepare, instant noodles, had been rendered obsolete by the changes of the era. Unless he wished to resort to primitive means of sustenance, he would have to endure hunger. At this moment, the pangs of hunger once more seized Xinyi's spirit, and the residual souls he bore began to grow increasingly feral. They howled and siphoned energy from the innkeeper and the attendant, strands of vitality being drawn in. Suddenly, Xinyi felt a remarkable alleviation of his hunger. What sorcery is this? He could clearly sense that the energy was emanating from the swirling spirits, which, in their dance around the two men, extracted ethereal strands of pure vitality and infused them into Xinyi's being. Is this perhaps the legendary absorption of yang energy? Spirits are indeed said to absorb yang energy, a notion prevalent in many ghost stories. Yang energy, in essence, represents the vitality of life. To absorb it is to seize one's life force. At this juncture, Xinyi was experiencing a deficiency in this vital essence. His physical form had been elevated, his internal energy transformed. Yet his life force had significantly diminished during this metamorphosis akin to rebirth. The sensation of hunger he felt was, in truth, a manifestation of this lack of life force. Every cell in his body yearned for nourishment to replenish what had been expended. Consuming various foods would be a mere drop in the bucket, insufficient to restore his vitality. What he truly required was the yang energy of living beings. As Xinyi sensed a gradual easing of his discomfort and glanced at the two robust men, he was suddenly overcome with a wave of nausea. Do not entertain such thoughts, do not be foolish. The life force I am absorbing is no mere yang energy. What is this? Why do I find myself contemplating the actions of those female spirits who absorb yang energy? His previously serene expression began to betray a hint of chaos, as invisible hands seized the innkeeper and the attendant, ravenously drawing upon their life force. Their pallid complexions transformed into a lustrous white, exuding a jade-like sheen. The absorption of life force not only replenished Xinyi's own depletion, but also empowered the residual souls, subsequently enhancing the true energy of his lungs. One of the vital resources he sought to cultivate in his quest for nourishment was indeed these residual spirits drawn forth by the incantation of the binding spirits and capturing demon's spell. Xinyi sought to refine the remnants of his soul with the essence of his inner fire, aiming to cultivate a form of malevolent spirit energy to enhance his being, thereby facilitating a breakthrough in his realm. The amplification of the lingering spirits also signified a bounteous supply of resources, naturally leading to an increase in his vital energy. Halt. Just as these two were on the verge of being drained, consumed, by Xinyi, by the malevolent spirits, several ethereal forms suddenly emerged from the ground, collectively wielding a flying sword that pierced through the air. The ice-blue sword, previously witnessed at Fenghua Tower, now materialized before him. Its dazzling light aimed to obliterate the lingering spirits. Zhanmeng? Xinyi raised his hand, fingers radiating a chilling luminescence, and astonishingly, he grasped the sword light directly in his palm. The friction between his hand and the radiant blade produced a jarring sound. Chapter 72. Restless Night, the Elusive Spirits. Mere shadows of the 5 ghosts commanded by Zhanmeng were accompanied by the icy blue sword that Zhanmeng had previously wielded in Fenghua Tower. He had indeed tracked it down to this very location. As his hand brushed against the sword's luminous aura, Xinyi tightened his grip, a metallic sheen glistening upon his palm as he seized the sword light with unyielding force. Following his resurrection, Xinyi's dragon seal iron cloth, tiger guard gold bell, and the unveils technique had interwoven more intricately, forming a flawless internal and external cycle anchored by the powers of dragon subjugation and tiger suppression, thus forging an indomitable physique. Moreover, having consumed the essence of the yin, Xinyi's unveils technique had undergone a significant breakthrough, propelling the gold bell and iron cloth to remarkable advancements. The gold bell had reached the 6th level, while the iron cloth now possessed the strength of nearly 1,000 pounds. As the sword light diminished, revealing the true form of the icy blue sword, Xinyi swiftly called out, "Halt! I am Zhaoyang. You deceive the spirits." The 5 apparitions coalesced, pulling forth a silver figure from the depths, a being clad in silver robes, crowned in silver, and bearing the countenance of Shun Qinyun, Zhanmeng. How could Zhaoyang be so powerful? At that moment, Xinyi, donning the guise of invincibility, was unrecognized by Zhanmeng, who had only heard whispers of his identity, unaware of the true visage of the invincible. In Zhanmeng's understanding, Xinyi was still far from a breakthrough. Even if the essence of yin were in his possession, it could not be directly absorbed and refined to elevate him to the realm of qi consumption. Yet, This individual, though emanating an unusual aura, was undoubtedly a martial practitioner within the qi consumption realm in his perception. Due to the presence of others, Shen Yi could not reveal his true identity directly. Thus, he contemplated employing the illusion of the Zhaoyang order once more to transform his appearance as proof of his identity. However, before Shen Yi could conjure the illusion, Zhan Ming had already launched another attack. The 5 ghosts conjoined, their energies coalescing into a colossal dark hand that grasped towards him, and the cellar was suddenly filled with chilling winds and eerie wails of spirits. Is it never-ending? Shen Yi's gaze sharpened, his fingers forming a blade as a black-red aura manifested at his fingertips, its edge poised for a devastating strike. The soldier's art, sure 7-kill blade. The blade technique, fueled by the soldier's art, exuded an even more formidable aura of slaughter than before, the fierce momentum plunging the surroundings into a hellish abyss. Although Shen Yi had not achieved a breakthrough following his absorption of the Yin essence, the purity of the Yin energy within him now rivaled that of true qi, leading to a transformation of his physique. He moved with ghostly swiftness, silent as a whisper, and possessed immeasurable strength, his fists and palms imbued with unparalleled power. This strength differed from that obtained through rigorous training in martial arts. The latter developed one's physical capabilities, while the former represented an essential metamorphosis, transcending human limitations. Similarly, beasts like tigers and bears, despite lacking cultivation, naturally possessed greater strength and robust physiques compared to humans. Presently, Shen Yi's corporeal form surpassed that of such creatures by tenfold, and combined with the internal-external synergy of the Yin Boy technique, gold bell, and iron cloth, his prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. The chilling glint of the blade unveiled its sanguine essence as dark characters materialized upon the palm, weaving through the blade's radiance, endowing this demonic dagger with an even more formidable aura of slaughter and exorcism. As the blade passed, the spectral hands were cleaved in twain, and piercing screams reverberated through the cellar. The ebony hands reformed into 5 phantoms, 2 of which were severed by the blade's light, only to be consumed by 2 formless maws that seemingly appeared in midair. Simultaneously, 2 visages surfaced around Shen Yi, howling as they penetrated his acupoints, a frigid sensation enveloping his skin. Those 2 phantoms had succumbed to the demon-capturing and ghost-binding talisman, becoming part of the Tiger Guardian's golden shield. An even more malevolent aura erupted from Shen Yi, whose disheveled black hair danced wildly as his entirely obsidian eyes glimmered, his complexion as pale as snow, rendering him almost unrecognizable as human. Surrounded by the energy of the spectral beings, the innkeeper and the attendant appeared on the brink of freezing, their bodies rigid like corpses, with only the slightest movement of their eyeballs betraying their continued existence. I truly am the rising sun, Shen Yi sighed softly, his expression momentarily shifting, causing the poised Zhan Ming to freeze in place. My ghosts. He gazed at the 3 phantoms hovering near him, his face a portrait of silent despair. He had initiated the confrontation, and even if he desired compensation from Shen Yi, the words would not escape his lips. With a hollow strength, he could perceive every sound in the inn and its surroundings, should he choose to listen. Yet, as the innkeeper had previously stated, in the absence of noise, no matter how keen one's senses, silence rendered them ineffectual. Ever since Shen Yi's transformation, he had been able to completely suppress his presence, resembling an inanimate object, even cloaked in a shroud of spectral energy, making not a whisper, akin to a ghostly apparition. Upon entering the cellar, the acoustic stones at the entrance ensured that no sound could escape, nor could they alert the hollow presence. However, the acoustic stones could not contain the emanation of energy. Shen Yi's earlier subjugation of the 2 was an absolute display of dominance, leaving no opportunity for resistance, thus no energy was released. But now, in this clash with Zhan Ming, the collision of energies from the 2 realms scattered outward. Not only could the hollow presence sense it, but even Ween might perceive the anomaly. Unless they were like 2 fools, deeply entranced in slumber despite the evident disturbance in the inn, they might remain oblivious to the commotion. But was such ignorance feasible? Clearly, it was not. Before Shen Yi could emerge from the cellar, a window on the 2nd floor of the inn was abruptly thrust open, and a bald figure, silhouetted against the moonlight, shouted, "What hour is it? What is all this noise? Do you not require sleep?" Such a distinctive outcry unmistakably belonged to the hollow presence. Shen Yi halted, exhaling a gentle sigh. Now, he needed to ponder what pretext could deceive the seemingly dull yet perceptive Wu Yin, alongside the astutely observant hollow presence. Given Shen Yi's understanding of the 2, this prospect seemed rather precarious. To speak candidly, one might claim to have refined the essence of the Taiyin, thereby achieving a breakthrough. Subsequently, while indulging in a midnight snack, an inadvertent observation of the innkeeper and the waiter engaged in dubious activities occurs, leading to an unexpected confrontation. However, how should the current predicament of the innkeeper and the waiter be elucidated? Should they simply be handed over to Zhang Meng for a discreet resolution, thereby leaving no witnesses? It seems that regardless of the chosen course of action, there exists a palpable risk of engendering suspicion. This seemingly frivolous monk, though appearing carefree, possesses a keen intellect and an astute perception, making deceit a precarious endeavor. At this moment, within the confines of the inn, Wu Yin, dressed in his garments, rises from his slumber. Upon exiting his chamber, he seeks out Shun Yi's quarters and enters without hesitation, addressing him as junior brother Wu Wang. Chapter 73. Xian Tu. With a creak, Wu Yin pushed open the door and walked over to the table to sit down. Kong Su leaned against the window, and upon seeing Wu Yin enter, he expressed no surprise and inquired, "No, my junior brother Wu Wang is present," Wu Yin replied, shaking his head. "He is currently engaged in cultivation, and I feared disturbing him, so I stepped out." "Then he should have no connection with Zhang Meng," Kong Su remarked, gazing out at the courtyard of the inn. The eerie, ghostly aura emanating from the cellar was not something an ordinary person could possess. Coincidentally, tonight coincided with Zhang Meng's summoning of the 5 ghosts. Kong Su had, in fact, already linked the occupant of the cellar to Zhang Meng. Wu Yin shared this sentiment, which is why he sought out Shun Yi at the earliest opportunity. The root of this urgency lay in the disturbances that transpired at the Fenghua Tower that evening. Why did Lei Dazhuang and the others suspect that the faceless blade ghost was either Shun Yi or Wu Yin? It was because they discovered a peculiar fingerprint linked to the Linglong Taisha group. This indicated that Zhang Meng had indeed encountered the members of the Linglong Taisha at the same location, possibly even exchanging glances, thus leading Lei Dazhuang, Bai Chou, and others to misidentify the culprit. When it comes to who bears the greatest suspicion, it naturally points to Shen Yi, who had previously met with Chun Tianyuan alone and was even directed by Chun to thwart an assassination at the Wuzhi conference. Wu Yin needed to ascertain Shen Yi's connections. As the future abbot, he needed to cultivate a foundation, yet that foundation must be impeccably pure. The Linglong Taisha currently stood in alignment with Chun Tianyuan. Yet this did not imply that they would allow their disciples to conspire with him. A desire for vengeance is a common human sentiment. But colluding with Chen Tianyuan transcends mere justification. Even alliances that may seem innocuous could lead to unforgivable transgressions. The best outcome would be to be quietly marginalized, deprived of any opportunity to interfere with the affairs of the temple. A worse fate would be to find oneself enjoying the luxuries of a solitary room in the discipline court. "Master, this discernment is imperative," Wu Yin explained, noting Kong Su's reticence. He understood that Kong Su and Shun Yi were close due to their shared master, Kong Xiang, and sought to clarify matters to prevent Kong Su from harboring any misgivings. Kong Su, however, seemed indifferent. "Let us not dwell on these matters. I care not for them. I am one who relishes good wine, fine meats, and beautiful women, but I have no appetite for such troublesome affairs. Please do not disturb my tranquility." With that, he closed the window and door, walked over to the bed, and nudged the large tiger lying there further in before reclining down to rest. Having already dispelled any ties to Wu Wang, he saw no reason to concern himself with the people at Tianmen. "Sleep, sleep. Ah, dear nephew. Remember to extinguish the light when you leave." Inside the cellar, Shen Yi pondered whether to exit or remain when he suddenly heard the sound of the window and door being shut. The ensuing noise from other guests in the inn indicated they had been roused, yet there was no sound from Kong Su or Wu Yin. It seemed they had cast aside the chilling specter and continued to sleep soundly. Thus, a question arose: should Shen Yi venture out or remain within? He did not hesitate for long. After the window and door were closed, the entrance to the cellar was suddenly flung open, and a graceful, swaying figure slipped inside. It was a woman clad in a black dress, her face obscured by a veil of black lace, revealing only the faintest hint of her snow-white complexion, akin to flowers seen through mist. Her lithe form floated into the cellar like a feather, announcing that someone had already taken his place. And the 2 monks would not discern his identity. The monks she referred to were, of course, Kongxiu and Wu Yin. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi could not help but scrutinize the woman with a gaze full of curiosity. What he beheld was a dress adorned with faces that seemed to ripple and shift, enveloping a body with 2 visages. The bizarre tableau made Shen Yi curse under his breath. It appeared that the absorption of 2 spirits had increasingly distorted his perception. Even her melodious voice had transformed into a chilling hiss, reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue. Fortunately, Shen-Yi could still comprehend her words, thus avoiding a complete breakdown of communication. I must swiftly refine the absorbed spirits, or my senses will inevitably be wholly distorted, Shen-Yi mused inwardly. He was indifferent to the changes in his body. Regardless of transforming into some monstrous entity, he would still remain Shen-Yi. However, any alteration to his psyche was a matter of grave concern. If his mind were to be twisted, who could ascertain whether it was indeed Shen-Yi inhabiting this form or some malevolent creature? "It is you," Zhang Ming remarked upon seeing the woman in black, his voice laced with suspicion. "Xianda, what brings you here?" "Quite simply," the woman replied with an air of nonchalance, "to assist with the aftermath." "Do you doubt my capabilities?" Zhang Ming's voice rose sharply. "Incorrect. It is not your abilities that I doubt," Xianda replied coolly. "Rather, it is the strategist's trust that is lacking. Given the current circumstances, such assistance is indeed necessary. Whether it be carelessness leading to fingerprints or hasty actions that require Zhao Yang to clean up your mess, it all illustrates a deficiency in your competence." "I believed Zhao Yang's identity was at risk and sought to eliminate the evidence," Zhang Ming retorted. "The evidence you intend to destroy is not Zhao Yang's, but rather your own. Moreover, Zhao Yang can discern that the fingerprints are not his, yet you remain oblivious. This only serves to highlight your inadequacy." Her words, though delivered with a calm demeanor, dripped with sarcasm, particularly the final three words, "You are inadequate," which nearly incensed Zhang Ming to the point of losing control of his illusions. "You noticed?" Zhang Ming suddenly turned to Shen-Yi. In response, Shen-Yi, displaying emotional intelligence, deftly shifted the topic. "What shall we do with these two?" He had long since recognized the issue with the fingerprints. However, despite Zhang Ming's numerous schemes, he exhibited a sense of loyalty, believing that Shen-Yi would act decisively to protect his identity without regard for Bai Chou, who ranked 5th on the leaderboard. This led Shen-Yi to regard him with a measure of respect. At the very least, when faced with a situation, Zhang Ming was genuinely willing to step up. Thus, Shen-Yi intended to grant him some semblance of dignity. "The attendant handled it directly, and the shopkeeper took it away," Shen-Yi remarked. Chapter 74. The crouching dragon. A fleeting silhouette abruptly materialized before the innkeeper, a pale yet ominous hand pressing down, fingers delicately curling around the innkeeper's face, lifting him upwards. The runes of the soul-capturing spell shimmered upon the palm, and a misty grayish-white essence was extracted by Shen-Yi. The innkeeper's body visibly withered, collapsing to the ground as if devoid of bones. "You have directly siphoned his soul," Zhang Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Even the enigmatic woman, Xin Duo, regarded Shen-Yi with a mixture of surprise and trepidation. That grayish-white essence was indeed the innkeeper's soul, as he was not even at the meridian opening stage. His soul lacked any semblance of human form, merely a nebulous and eerie mass. Such a soul was so feeble that its demise would result in the obliteration of its essence, rendering extraction impossible. Applying the power to extract souls upon such a spirit would only lead to its annihilation, yielding no gain whatsoever. Yet, Shen-Yi had achieved the improbable. This extraordinary ability caused even the forthright Xian Duo to reassess Shen-Yi, while Zhang Ming felt as though he was witnessing a transformation in someone he had not seen for mere hours. What could possibly account for such a dramatic change in this previously weak meridian opening individual? Could it be the extraordinary essence of the Taiyin he had bestowed upon him? While the essence of the Taiyin was indeed a rare treasure, facilitating rapid progress for practitioners of yin-based techniques and serving as a foundation for the cultivation of Taiyin body techniques, Shen-Yi's transformation transcended mere enhancement. It was nearly inhuman. "Are you not a disciple of a prestigious sect?" Zhang Ming could not help but inquire. "Where did you acquire such soul extraction techniques? And judging by your skill, even an adept practitioner of the dark arts would pale in comparison. Had the secret not been revealed, he could have remained hidden within the Spirit Dragon Iron Fortress, biding his time until he evolved into a formidable figure within the martial world, rather than venturing out at such a tender age. Let us speak no further. We must find a secure location," Xian Duo declared, her alabaster fingers forming a lotus seal, a series of radiant lights emerging around her, revealing vague silhouettes within. Suddenly, the talismans on Shen-Yi's person materialized, an insatiable hunger signaling the presence of exceptional ingredients before him. "Is this also the Five Ghosts transport technique? And judging by its aura, it appears to be an advanced version of the 5-element ghosts," she mused, as 5 radiant hues, white, azure, black, crimson, and yellow, manifested around her, perfectly embodying the 5 elements. far surpassing Zhang Meng's inferior version of the five ghosts. This suddenly appeared woman was not only a practitioner of qi refinement, but also possessed a level of power and refinement exceeding that of Zhang Meng. In comparison, he appeared as a mere younger sibling. I wonder from which sect these two hail? In the contemporary world, the three temples of Buddhism, the three schools of Taoism, and the 10 major sects stood in equilibrium, forming the righteous path. Conversely, the underworld was a chaotic amalgamation, with the 72 demonic sects and most wandering practitioners categorized within its ranks. Regardless of their alignment, practitioners of qi refinement were scarce, with martial cultivators occupying the mainstream. Few numbers implied a limited reach, making them easy to locate, yet no matter how Shen Yi pondered, he could not discern the origins of these two mysterious figures. Their backgrounds remained shrouded in enigma. Before Shen Yi could ponder further, a sudden yellow light enveloped them, and he, Zhang Meng, the innkeeper, along with Xian Yu, descended into the earth simultaneously, traversing the subterranean depths. After 15 breaths, they emerged in another underground chamber, illuminated by dim, yellowish lights that adorned the earthen walls. As the yellow glow flickered, the four ascended from the ground, with the innkeeper gasping for breath. This earth escape technique is indeed remarkable. It cannot even conjure oxygen, he exclaimed. Shen Yi also took a few shallow breaths, replenishing his oxygen slightly. The technique of earth escape is astonishing, enabling direct movement underground. Yet it is quite unscientific in certain respects. The scarcity of oxygen below ground renders it incapable of generating air. Lingering too long might lead to unconsciousness, akin to being buried alive. This place is a secure location that Zhuang Guang and I specifically selected. There is no need to worry about disturbances, Xian Yu remarked. Gathering the 5 spirits. Zhuang Guang is here as well? Zhang Meng inquired. Xian Yu cast a glance at Shen Yi and replied. The one currently resting in his bed is indeed Zhuang Guang. This is truly suited for that slothful fellow's task, Zhang Meng commented, then turned to Shen Yi and said, Some among us must conceal their identities for various reasons, while others are too indolent to do so. You should be aware of Zhuang Guang's true identity. His laziness is well known across the realm. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi immediately thought of discussion on the martial way, and a name surfaced in his mind, Sleeping Dragon Zhuge Qingyun. Shen Yi uttered this moniker. Zhuge Qingyun, ranked 34th on the Wind and Cloud rankings, a disciple of the Tiangang sect in Shuzhou, a martial practitioner of the breath-eating realm. He excels in martial arts. Tiangang Qiju, Wanhua Mingi, an esteemed elder once remarked. Zhuge Qingyun possesses extraordinary talent, yet is burdened by profound laziness. Otherwise, he would surely have attained a celestial stature. Zhuge Qingyun is a figure of dragon and phoenix bearing, once known as the celestial jade dragon. However, as his fame spread, so too did his habitual tendencies. This individual would recline in bed for 7 hours each day, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and at times would rather endure hunger than rise. When it comes to martial practice, he manages merely an hour of training per day, as such habits became widely known. And with Zhuge Qingyun showing no signs of advancing in rank as he aged, his title transformed from Celestial Jade Dragon to Sleeping Dragon. Initially, when Shen Yi encountered this nickname in discussion on the martial way, he assumed it referred to another highly intelligent member of the Zhuge clan, only to realize that this Sleeping Dragon truly embodies laziness. He is not a cunning strategist, but merely a sluggard. Shen Yi could only laugh and cry upon uncovering the truth. It is indeed he, Zhang Meng sighed. He entered the rankings at the age of 16. Landing in the top 50, and now at 29, he is on the verge of being removed from the rankings due to age, yet shows no signs of progression or breakthrough. He may become the first in the history of the Wind and Cloud rankings to be relegated from the top 50 due to age. Those who reach the top 50 are typically prodigies who attain the breath-eating realm at a young age. Since the inception of the Wind and Cloud rankings, the departure of such remarkable individuals has invariably been due to death or their ascension to the realm of transformation. Individuals like Zhuge Qingyun are unprecedented. Should Zhuge Qingyun maintain his status by next year, he would indeed be a pioneer in the annals of history. Chapter 75. The cold tide of midnight. If Zhongguang were not so lethargic, he would have already reached the realm of transformation, perhaps even on the verge of breaking through to the refining stage. In such a case, we could have avenged ourselves sooner. Zhang Meng sighed, feeling a deep-seated frustration at his lack of ambition. The talents of Wulong Zhuge Qingyun could easily be compared to the top 5 on the Fengyan ranking. Had he not been so indolent, who knows who might occupy the top positions now, perhaps even the first. After all, Zhuge Qingyun is already 29. 5 years older than Dao Zimu Hanjing, having cultivated for several more years. Alas, he is simply too lazy. Revenge is not so easily attained, Xianluo scoffed. Her crisp voice tinged with an inescapable chill. Currently, the political landscape is divided into civil and military factions, with the civil led by the Prime Minister Dongfang Hongli and the military venerating the Chief General Wan Chunqiu. Do you believe that Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu belong to the Dongfang faction or the Chunqiu party? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Meng replied, I recall that both individuals are unaffiliated, regarded as neutral. Are you suggesting that their backgrounds are not simple? Zhang Meng inquired. No, in fact. The individual behind them is quite straightforward, Shen Yi interjected. If they truly are unaffiliated, then the only one capable of balancing the deeds of Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu and preventing Master Chen from taking action is but one. Their neutrality only serves to highlight their allegiance. The previous speculation was finally confirmed. Shang Wanpei and Zhou Ziwu are indeed backed by the illustrious emperor of the Dexian dynasty. Zhang Meng's pupils dilated in shock, he exclaimed. This is the realm of Dexian. The emperor is the very culprit behind the calamity in Yuzhou. It is akin to the emperor rebelling against himself, destroying his own great wall. You are mistaken. This is not the realm of Dexian, nor is it a realm belonging to the Zhao clan, but rather a dominion solely of the emperor. Monarchs are inherently tyrants. There is no rationale for sharing the world with others, Xianluo mocked. What is rightfully theirs is theirs to wield as they please. Even if it crumbles, it is of their own volition. Zhang Meng acts boldly, daring to directly assassinate the county magistrate and even aiming to eliminate the county defense officer, yet he harbors a profound respect for the emperor. He may very well hail from a faction connected to the court or the royal family, Shen Yi observed, analyzing their dialogue. As for Xianluo, her words are unrestrained, standing in stark contrast to Zhang Meng, making her background more elusive, as such individuals are numerous. Regardless of Xuanluo's true nature, her background must be formidable, for she is capable of commanding the high-level Wu Gui, unmistakably a woman of wealth. At this moment, Xianluo pointed to the shopkeeper, rendering him unconscious, and turned to descend the rough earthen steps into the basement, saying, Follow me. The entrance to this basement is concealed within a bedroom. A hole is made in the floor, directly excavating a space below, clearly a recent endeavor. After leading the two men out, Xianluo opened the bedroom door, revealing a scene beneath the night sky, where deep blue currents flowed through the air, reminiscent of waves, exuding an unrelenting chill, even from a considerable distance. Shen Yi and Zhang Meng could feel the intensity of the cold. This is the cold tide of the winter solstice. Upon encountering this frigid current, Zhang Meng inquired, Is this near the prefect's residence? His mission was to assassinate Prefect Zhou Zimu, and naturally, he had thoroughly investigated all pertinent information regarding Zhou Zimu. Zhou Zimu's cultivation required the absorption of both fiery and icy malevolent energies, practiced during the hours of Zi and Wu. The hour of Wu signifies the vigorous and domineering yang energy, whereas the hour of Zi embodies the chilling and piercing cold of the wintertide. At present, having just passed the third quarter of the hour of Zi, Zhou Zimu should have recently concluded his cultivation. The cold tide in the sky is merely the residual malevolent energy he has yet to disperse. Disguised as Shen Xinyan, I made my way to Fenghua Tower, seeking a means to eliminate Zhou Xiaodong, thus aligning with the challenge presented by Zhao Yang, while endeavoring to compel Zhou Zimu to dispatch capable individuals to search for the assassin, thereby diminishing his guard. However, it appears that Zhou Zimu is on the verge of dissipating the majority of his malevolent intent, poised to genuinely achieve the true essence of the winter solstice. The death of a son might not justify risking such a perilous endeavor. Zhang Meng contemplated this. Possessing a profound understanding of the tendencies of the aristocracy, particularly the Zhou family, which assesses value with meticulous scrutiny, Zhou Zimu, now in the prime of his youth, could easily father another son, should he lose one. The loss of a son would not compel him to endanger himself by reducing his protective forces. Presently, Zhou Zimu is engaged in critical cultivation. The malevolent energy is set to unleash a final, potent backlash before being dissipated. Any disturbance could lead to his failure or even risk the onset of madness. It is likely that, even in the event of his son's death, Zhou Zimu would wait until he fully attains the true essence of the winter solstice before seeking vengeance, rather than jeopardizing his own safety in pursuit of the assassin. However, it may still be worthwhile, Xiandu interjected, to use Zhou Xiaotong as a means to test Zhou Zimu. Test, Zhang Meng replied. If Zhou Zimu is still oblivious to the danger after losing a son, he would indeed be excessively dull. The most rational decision would be to consolidate his forces for self-preservation, awaiting the completion of his cultivation before launching a thunderous strike against his enemies. Yet, this is merely the logical approach. Of course, it does not discount the possibility that Zhou Zimu, being inherently emotional, may prioritize paternal bonds over all else, seeking vengeance even without achieving his goals. Regardless of the circumstances, it is worth a try. A fierce murderous intent emanated from Xian Du as she coldly declared, "Tonight, Zhou Xiaotong is doomed. Even divine intervention cannot save him." She had long since prepared for action, having deliberately established residence near the prefect's estate, complete with a basement. This evening, her visit to Yunlin served multiple purposes. While one was to assist Zhang Ming, it also harbored her intentions to seize the opportunity to assassinate Zhou Xiaodong. Who would have thought that my initial step out the door was merely to indulge in a midnight snack? Chapter 76, Late Night Snack. At a quarter past the hour of the dog, the town crier passed by for the fourth time, his rhythmic calls echoing through the still streets. Yet, just a wall away, within the grand residence of the county magistrate, the melodious sounds of stringed instruments filled the air, and graceful dancers moved with an indescribable elegance. Zhou Xiaotong held in his embrace a dancer with a complexion as radiant as peach blossoms, her garments loosely draped, a goblet raised high as he shouted a toast, drinking deeply in one go. On either side of him, the young lords raised their cups in camaraderie, indulging in the exquisite wine. After 3 hearty drinks, Zhou Xiaodong appeared to be in high spirits, as if the alcohol had loosened his guarded heart, allowing repressed emotions to surge forth. Suddenly, he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "What of the young master of Taisher Tower? What nonsense of the young master of the Great River Gang?" Faced with a bald monk, not a word was uttered. "I nearly met my demise tonight." To remain unflinching in the face of calamity is a fundamental quality of a significant figure. Zhou Xiaotong believed he possessed such fortitude. He could issue orders to have troublesome citizens thrown to the dogs and engage in spirited conversation before the young master of Taisher Tower and the swordsman of the Sword Pavilion. Brimming with confidence, he could navigate interactions with both inferiors and superiors with ease, and if such psychological resilience did not qualify one for greatness, who could? However, reality revealed a slight miscalculation in his understanding. When the icy blue sword light whizzed past him and the white-haired swordsman's aura danced perilously close, Zhou Xiaodong was forced to acknowledge a truth. He had nearly lost control. The so-called composure was trivial in the face of life and death. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaodong's outburst, the young lords on either side instinctively halted their actions. They did not dare to retort or offer counsel, to speak against the young master of Taisher Tower. The young master of the Great River Gang, or the swordsman of the Sword Pavilion, was beyond their means. Even Zhou Xiaodong would only dare to vent his frustrations here. Confronting them directly would render him speechless. Nor could they offer advice. Zhou Xiaotong was in a volatile state, and to intervene would simply make him a target for his ire. Though all were scions of influential families, they were not reckless. They understood when to act and when to refrain. Moreover, they sensed an ominous undertone in Zhou Xiaodong's furious cries. After a moment, as Zhou Xiaodong's anger began to subside, the young lord seated to his left inquired, "Brother Zhou, is there to be another upheaval? I've heard whispers of unrest at the borders. Could it be?" The unspoken words hung heavy in the air, and all felt a chill. Could it be that war was brewing again? They were acutely aware of the implications of that unuttered question. The memories of the conflict from 3 years prior still lingered, particularly the mass grave where countless lives were lost, a grim reminder within a valley just 50 miles from the county seat. They all feared the return of war, which could disrupt their opulent lives. He wore a triumphant smile as he glanced at the surroundings, observing the commoners. Those unwilling to leave would surely meet their demise, while those willing would mortgage their land deeds to us in exchange for the means to escape. Yet, on this treacherous journey, is it not commonplace for a few lives to be lost? Once they perish, their wealth and property shall become ours. As for the obstinate commoners, their possessions will likewise fall into our hands. The young master who had spoken earlier also broke into a smile upon hearing this. However, he advised with a serious tone, "Brother Zhou, though the common people may be lowly, they possess their own value. It would be better to let their fortunes be pilfered during this escape rather than allow them to lose their lives. After all," he elongated his voice, suddenly laughing, "without them, who will work for us, right?" The crowd erupted in laughter. "Are you not afraid that the Iron Strategy Army will seek retribution?" Someone suddenly inquired amidst the laughter. Zhou Xiaodong, seated at the head of the table, laughed heartily and replied, "With the protection of Taisher Tower, Sword Pavilion." And the Great River Gang, who dares to harm me? Who would dare to sever my head? Now, he recalled fondly the three factions. In the worst-case scenario, he could either align with the three factions or seclude himself within the county magistrate's office. Those from the Heavenly Gate, no matter how bold, lacked the capability to harm him. As for his friends, well, they were blissfully unaware of the Heavenly Gate's existence. So there was no need to burden them with unnecessary worries. While speaking, Zhou Xiaodong also sought to identify the source of the disturbance that threatened to mar his enjoyment. He had gathered everyone for a celebration not only to release his pent-up emotions but also to reassure these wealthy families on his father's orders. Just as success seemed within reach, an unexpected nuisance had emerged. With bleary eyes, he turned toward the source of the voice, and a faceless figure intruded upon his vision. A faceless specter, the faceless blade demon. Zhou Xiaodong felt a shiver run through him as an unfamiliar warmth began to spread. The faceless blade demon. It was the first time he had encountered someone so eager for execution. The faceless entity, bearing an air of worldly experience, spoke. Although it lacked a face, it conveyed intent. Since they wish for execution, let us grant them their desire. Another faceless figure appeared, wielding a long knife, sneering coldly. Two faceless blade demons. With so many lives lost, one could only wonder if the city would ever return to peace. They were all sons of affluent families. Should they be slain, the objectives of the Zhanmeng would be more than fulfilled. Various colored light barriers materialized around them, containing the cries and shouts within. As for the surrounding servants and attendants, they had already been dealt with prior to this. Actually, I merely wished for a late-night snack, one of them remarked. Chapter 77. The cunning rabbit has three burrows. You all are akin to swine and hounds. The faceless figure, Zhanmeng, advanced step by step, a chilling glimmer of sword light materializing beside him. If that is the case, I shall indeed regard you as mere swine and hounds. With a fierce burst, the sword light erupted, accompanied by a piercing shriek, spilling forth copious amounts of blood. Unlike the scheming demeanor he exhibited during his previous conversation with Shani, nor akin to the calm composure he maintained within the Fenghua Pavilion, Zhanmeng was now consumed by a blaze of fury ignited by the earlier words of Zhou Xiaotong and others. It is arduous for one who has never faced the horrors of fleeing to truly envision the depths of such suffering and hardship. In the 29th year of the Great Xintianqi, at year's end, a great quake struck Yuzhou as the barbarian horde breached the gates, resulting in countless deaths and freezing casualties. In historical texts, the calamity of Yuzhou may be succinctly summarized in a single sentence, yet in reality, it represented the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives, a scene of corpses strewn for miles. If it affected him so deeply, one can only imagine the profound impact it had on Zhanmeng, who may have personally endured such tribulations. The devastation of the Yuzhou disaster 3 years prior was as harrowing as the intense hatred Zhanmeng harbored towards those responsible for it. The preceding words of Zhou Xiaodong and his associates had stirred the most formidable rage within him. With a layer of single-edged sword transformed into a flying blade, the air was sliced, leading to the swift downfall of the second-generation heirs of the opening Meridian's realm like mere blades of grass. Shun Yi followed closely behind, treading upon the blood-soaked ground, as phantoms shrieked and soared, forcibly extracting wisps of frail souls. An abundance of vitality was siphoned from the phantoms, replenishing Shun Yi, whose overexerted body finally found solace at this moment. Shun Yi could not help but emit a soul-stirring lament, as the surrounding aura of darkness surged like a tide, ceaselessly flowing, resulting in a remarkable increase in his power. The essence of the youthful yang technique inherently cultivates one's own life force and yang vitality. Thus, the augmentation of his life force naturally benefited his practice. Although Shun Yi's tying youthful yang technique was somewhat peculiar, displaying profound yin rather than pure yang, it nonetheless revolved around the essence of life force, akin in nature to the pure yang technique. The replenishment of vitality propelled the growth of his technique, fostering the advancement of his martial arts, rendering his physique increasingly formidable. The extraction of energy from the phantoms also led to the initial formation of a spectral group surrounding the Tiger Zhang's Golden Bell shield. Boom! The ominous bell suddenly materialized, revealing faces protruding from its surface, their energies howling as if countless souls were wailing in lament. The increase in power is too rapid. Shani mused, feeling his dantian and meridian swell, as the Tine energy began to flow into his acupoints, a mixture of elation and trepidation swirling within him. The joy stemmed from the speed of this advancement, bringing him closer to reaching the pinnacle of the opening Meridian's realm. The apprehension, however, arose from the inevitable backlash that would follow. The surging inner energy was extraordinarily pure. Shen felt that his internal force could rival that of typical warriors of the feeding Qi realm in terms of intensity. And such growth bore no shortcomings in terms of his physical form. Yet, on a spiritual level, the ensuing sensory alterations and the lingering grievances attached to the vengeful spirits posed a significant challenge. Should he ever falter under the weight of this psychological upheaval, it was highly probable that Shun Yi would grotesquely transform into a monstrous entity. Yet, having embarked on this path, I fear not the consequences. You were slain by my hand while you lived. In death, do you still wish to defy the heavens? Amidst his inward derision, Shen Yi resolutely suppressed the violent backlash, dismissing the spiritual assault as inconsequential. They were merely defeated hounds perishing under his command. What right had they to overwhelm him? At that moment, Zhang Meng had already approached Zhou Xiaotong, the icy blue flying sword striking with the swiftness of lightning, severing the tendons of the young Master Zhou, his furious gaze locking onto Zhou Xiaotong's eyes. Hold on. Just as Zhang Meng was about to act, Shun Yi intervened. He was still of use. As Shun Yi spoke, he turned to the recently emerged Xian duo, remarking, Zhou Ziwu has yet to arrive. It's too late. Logically, even though Xian duo had isolated the sounds from within and without, the multicolored light curtain remained exceedingly conspicuous in the night. Any individual with normal vision within the county magistrate's residence would surely notice the anomaly and promptly inform Zhou Ziwu. Yet until now, they had not encountered Zhou Ziwu. Zhou Ziwu should not be present within the residence. Xian duo furrowed his brow, stating, it was peculiar that despite having recently completed his cultivation, the cold tide of Ziwu had not fully dissipated, yet Zhou Ziwu himself was absent from the county magistrate's estate. Two possibilities could account for this irregularity. Zhou Ziwu may have encountered an urgent matter and left early, Xian duo suggested. Or, Shun Yi mused, Zhou Ziwu was never in the residence to begin with. The cold tide of Ziwu should indeed be genuine, but it is not necessarily a result of Zhou Ziwu's actions. Zhou Ziwu ostensibly practiced within the county magistrate's estate, but in truth, he might have another location for his cultivation. The estate merely serves as a facade. As long as the phenomenon of the cold tide during his cultivation is concealed, and a false impression is created here, it would mislead others into believing Zhou Ziwu was present. Previously, Zhou Ziwu had consistently trained at the county magistrate's estate, a fact our spies had already confirmed. Until recently, the defenses of the estate had become more stringent than ever before, leaving our spies with no valuable intel. Thus, only one possibility remains. Someone has arranged matters for Zhou Ziwu, assisting him in obscuring the cold tide phenomenon. Otherwise, even if he were to choose another location for his cultivation, he would be unable to conceal it, Shun Yi concluded. Furthermore, he had already begun to form suspicions. Recently, 3 influential individuals had interacted with Zhou Ziwu: Lei Dazhuang, Bai Chou, and Zhou Zai, the direct descendant of the Zhou family. As recorded in the archives of the Taisher building, if it were the former two, they should be aware of Zhou Ziwu's alternate training ground. Contemplating this, Shen Yi boldly declared, Gentlemen, I have a strategy that may uncover Zhou Ziwu's other cultivation site. But the condition for this discovery is that we must first engage in a confrontation with this martial artist of the transformation of malevolent stage. The Zhou Ziwu of the transformation of malevolent stage possessed strength surpassing that of Shen Yi and Zhang Meng. According to Zhang Meng's prior plan, they needed to strike against Zhou Ziwu during the hour of the rat or the hour of the goat, forcing him to face the backlash of malevolent energy to have a chance at eliminating him. If they confronted Zhou Ziwu at his peak, they had no hope of victory. However, with an additional participant now involved, Shen Yi turned to Xian duo and inquired, with 3 of us acting in concert, do we stand a chance of contending with Zhou Ziwu for a moment, and then escaping? He had never considered the possibility of directly killing Zhou Ziwu. If that were the case, there would be no need for an assassination. They could simply storm into the Zhou residence and eliminate him without hesitation. Just a brief moment of maneuvering would suffice. In response to Shun Yi's inquiry, Xuandu nodded resolutely and replied, certainly. Chapter 78. The tiger's venomous nature. A quarter of an hour later, a chilling aura suddenly swept into the county lieutenant's residence. Outside the grand estate to the east, a gust of frigid wind heralded the arrival of a remarkable figure. Zhou Ziwu appeared to be in his 40s, with a scholarly demeanor and 3 wisps of long beard. However, the faint bluish hue of his complexion lent him an air of the uncanny. With a flourish of his sleeve, he brushed away the stench of blood that met him, his gaze sweeping across the multitude of corpses before settling on a solitary figure at the center. A faceless specter sat upon the back of a prone individual, supporting its chin in contemplation, though Zhou Zima could not see the face of the one beneath. The attire and physique unmistakably indicated it was his only son, Zhou Xiaodong. His facial skin twitched slightly, the muscles contorting momentarily before settling into a wooden expression, fixating intently on the faceless entity. The faceless blade demon, Zhou Zimu stated coldly. "It is I," replied Shen Yi, "County Lieutenant. I have long admired your esteemed reputation." "You have slain my son?" "Indeed. I have dispatched Shang Wanpei and County Clerk Su Xianji, and now it seems it is your turn," Shen Yi retorted, an air of audacity in his tone. "Shen Tianyuan, you truly possess remarkable audacity." The bluish tint on Zhou Zimu's face deepened, his voice growing increasingly somber. "Traitors and rebels will face severe punishment once the Imperial Army arrives in Yuzhou. I shall ensure that Shen the traitor receives the utmost penalty." "County Lieutenant, you jest. If the court could deal with the Iron Strategy Army, it would not have come to this point," Shen Yi replied knowingly. "The county governor, county clerk, and county lieutenant of Yanggu County serve as both nails driven into Yuzhou and ropes tied around the necks of the Iron Strategy Army. This is a warning from the highest authority, as well as a test of their resolve. The warning serves to deter the Iron Strategy Army from reckless actions, while the test seeks to ascertain whether they will indeed act unwisely. The very fact that there is a warning and a test indicates that the sovereign on the Dragon Throne harbors apprehensions about the Iron Strategy Army. If there were no such concerns, a simple imperial edict could strip the commander of his position and escort the high-ranking officials to the capital. Had there been no trepidation, figures such as Qi Jiyuan would not have shuddered at the mere mention of Chen Tianyuan's name. The Iron Strategy Army, stationed at the border, has long since established its own stronghold, fortified by years of skirmishes with the forces beyond the pass, and engaging in fierce confrontations with the might of the Great Li. The army is replete with talented individuals, with Commander Shi Ao and military strategist Chen Tianyuan being well-known figures in the annals of history. Though they serve as border troops, neither the esteemed officials of the court nor the sovereign on the Dragon Throne dare to regard them as mere foot soldiers. Otherwise, with Chen Tianyuan's notorious penchant for vengeance, how could the court allow the Iron Strategy Army to remain under his command? It is worth noting that since Commander Shi Ao was gravely injured 3 years ago at the hands of the Dragon Elephant sect, all matters concerning the Iron Strategy Army have been managed solely by Chen Tianyuan, though he holds the title of military strategist at his command. The 100,000 troops stationed at the frontier would instantly mobilize for a counteroffensive against the Great Xian. "Then you acknowledge that Chen Tianyuan has instigated you?" Zhou Zima narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of cold air gathered within the palm of his lowered right hand, and with an upward motion, he unleashed a blast of frigid energy. A sudden chill swept through the hall, causing the bloodstains near Zhou Zimu to freeze instantly, transforming the atmosphere into one of biting cold. Shen Yi felt as though he were ensconced in a frigid wasteland, as an unrelenting chill invaded his very being, solidifying the blood within his veins. Though the force of the palm strike was not exceptionally swift, the oppressive cold energy rendered Shen Yi unable to evade it. He had managed to confront Bai Chou, despite his slim chances of victory. Yet, with his abilities, retreat was still a possibility. However, when faced with a master of the higher-tier transformation realm, Shen Yi found himself bereft of any opportunity for escape. This was the essence of a practitioner at the transformation realm. Even a prodigy like Bai Chou could not hope to match Zhou Zimu's formidable strength. In that moment, Shen Yi's entire being felt as if it were ablaze, surging forth with an unfathomable sense of power. He had undergone a resurrection of sorts, brutally liberating his latent potential and elevating his physical essence. Though he had yet to breach the energy absorption realm, his corporeal strength was already sufficient to rival his former self. Mastering the dragon and tiger suppression technique, his internal energy surged like a rushing river, the coldness swelling like a tide, producing a thunderous roar that shattered the icy atmosphere. The human body houses approximately 6 billion muscle fibers, which coalesce into over 600 muscle groups. If one could harness the entirety of their physique, enabling all muscles to exert force simultaneously, theoretically, one could unleash a formidable strength of 25 tons. Shen Yi, however, had transcended human limitations. 25 tons was far from his maximum potential. Although he could not currently manifest his theoretical limits, he could still exert over 5 tons of force in a full eruption. With a resounding impact, Shen Yi's blood and inner energy fused, unleashing a wave of power that expelled a layer of frost from his body. Suddenly animated, he rose and, with a swift kick, positioned Zhou Xiaodong's body in front of him, turning it away from Zhou Zimu. The icy palm strike surged forward, aimed first at Zhou Xiaodong's form. "My son." Zhou Zimu cast a piercing gaze upon the figure turned away from him, his eyes narrowing as he pressed his fingers inward, intensifying the chilling aura. Perceiving the back turned to him, Zhou Zimu suspected the presence of deception. Perhaps it was an adversary masquerading as his son. Despite his overwhelming superiority and strength, the county magistrate remained prudent, choosing to risk damaging his son's corpse rather than relent. After all, the living are always more precious than the dead, are they not? As the palm strike penetrated Zhou Xiaodong's body, an extreme coldness led Shun Yi to question whether he held a mere ice sculpture in his grasp. The force of the strike continued to reverberate, targeting Shun Yi directly. A sudden, anguished scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. Zhou Xiaodong's eyes widened in fury, emitting the last remnants of life before his body was encased in ice, extinguishing all vitality. He is not dead yet? Even Zhou Zimu, with his hardened heart, felt a tremor in his arm at that moment. He had approached the strike with the conviction that his son was already lost in his eyes. While the body was undoubtedly significant, it was ultimately just a lifeless shell. The destruction of a corpse and the act of personally extinguishing a life are two entirely distinct matters. In that moment, Zhou Zimu's heart and mind were profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, Shun Yi unleashed a piercing howl. A cacophony akin to the wailing of ghosts and wolves enveloped him like a great bell rising from the abyss. The brilliance of his sword and the radiance of 5 colors erupted simultaneously, surging towards the defenseless Zhou Zimu's consciousness. This was the culmination of meticulous planning, executed precisely for this moment. Chapter 79, Lethal Strikes. The Golden Bell shield, entwined with vengeful spirits, was transformed by Shun Yi into a rounded aura. The frigid palm force of Zhou Xiaodong broke through his body and collided with the bell shield, turning the aura into an ice orb covered in frost. The extreme cold seeped through the shield, and frost appeared on Shun Yi's body, as if his blood had been frozen, sluggish, and congealed. Even though Zhou Xiaodong served as a buffer, the force remained astonishingly potent. Zhou Ziwu, determined to obliterate his son's corpse, struck without restraint. Fortunately, Shun Yi possessed a unique constitution, embodying the energy of the moon, and had begun to lose his humanity. Though the cold was fierce, he could still withstand it, which was the primary reason he dared to confront it head-on. Simultaneously, Zhan Ming and Xian Dai launched their attacks. The swords scattered like stars in the sky, their delicate rays resembling stardust, entwining around them. The 5 ghosts roamed, their multicolored light symbolizing the 5 elements, simultaneously striking Zhou Ziwu. The shock of personally slaying his son created a critical opening in Zhou Ziwu, and with both of them having built their momentum for a long time, they struck him hard. The sword rays enveloped him, instantly inflicting numerous wounds, while the 5 ghosts siphoned vitality from Zhou Ziwu, forcibly extracting a vibrant essence from his being. Xian Dai's ghostly transport technique primarily revolved around the concept of transference, a principle that remained unchanged even in this advanced configuration. This transference, however, was no longer limited to tangible substances but extended to the intangible essence of life. In that fleeting moment, the 5 elemental ghosts extracted the elemental energies from Zhou Ziwu, injuring all of his internal organs simultaneously. Zhou Ziwu emitted a howl akin to that of a wolf, a chilling sound that reverberated through the air. The cold surged forth like a tidal wave, the icy blue currents filling every corner of the hall, scattering the multicolored light and sword rays into disarray. The agony of loss and bodily harm was overwhelming. The pain was excruciating. He could scarcely discern which hurt more. The scene in that instant resembled witnessing the cold wave from the safety of a refuge, as the cold energy of Ziwu crashed like tumultuous waves against the surroundings. The elemental transference commenced. Xian Dai interlaced his fingers and, in a heartbeat, unleashed dozens of seals. The 5 ghosts wailed, forming a barrier that transported the cold energy into the ground, swiftly covering the earth with frost and turning the corpses into icy remains. Clang! The brutal sound of shattering echoed as the frost-covered aura exploded, unleashing a piercing blade of light, accompanied by the anguished cries of the damned, tearing through the transferred cold wave-s might. 1 strike, 7 parts. The blade of the Azura Hell. Shun Yi wielded his arm as a blade, transforming it through a military technique into a sword, concealing it with illusion, and unleashed a demonic blade. To onlookers, it appeared as though a solitary knife had materialized in Shun Yi's hand. The blade surged with murderous intent, entwined with vengeful spirits, its black-red light exuding a bloodthirsty resolve. Kill. The blade sliced through Zhou Xiaodong's frozen form, now stained with blood. The demonic blade's passage intensified its lethal power, adding a layer of brutality, appearing resolute and frenzied. One strike for life, one strike for death. Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. One cut severed the cold flow, 7 kills seized the vitality. Zhou Zimu was enveloped by a chilling aura. Yet he was still caught off guard by a sudden strike that severed his protective energy. In the distance, the faint sound of flesh being torn could be heard. Go! Shen Yi commanded, swiftly retreating like a wisp of green smoke. His objective had been achieved, even surpassing expectations. At this moment, he resolutely withdrew, exhibiting no greed for more. He understood that, despite the intricate setup and the psychological turmoil inflicted upon Zhou Zimu, he could inflict only injury, not death. To truly kill him, it required the critical moments of Zi or Wu hours. Xian Du and Zhan Meng also urgently retreated, and the three figures quickly exited the hall, only to see a flash of yellow light as they merged into the earth beyond. In the next instant, a frigid gale howled, and a frost-laden body stepped forth from the cold current, the biting chill freezing its own wounds. Zhou Zimu bore 7 scars of varying depths scattered across his body, unlike in the past when they had appeared at vital points. Ultimately, he had managed to block the fatal blow at the last moment, sustaining 7 wounds, all non-fatal. The only significant injury being a deep gash on his left shoulder, exposing bone. Heaven's Gate, the faceless blade demon. Zhou Zimu's eyes blazed crimson, each word dripping with vengeance. If this grudge remains unavenged, I am unworthy to be called a father. The guilt and fury of a parent transformed into the coldest intent to kill, his teeth clenched, his eyes seething with a ferocity that seemed to devour the lifeless form below. In a flash of yellow light, the 3 figures reappeared in the rough underground chamber. A wave of cold emanated from them, reacting with the air to create a mist that spread around them. As soon as they materialized, they instinctively focused their energy to dispel the chill. Once the cold gradually receded, Shen Yi expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, the 3 of us can contend with Zhou Zimu. If we choose another time, during the Zi or Wu hours, we could slay him. However, Xian Du cautioned, we would need to locate Zhou Zimu's training ground. It would be nearly impossible for us to find it in a short span of time. Thus, we require external assistance, Shen Yi replied. Our encounter tonight was not solely to assess our chances of success, but also to relay the news of our injury to Zhou Zimu to certain individuals. Just as we can estimate our odds, others can too. With a little guidance, they will lead us to Zhou Zimu. That other person was none other than the formidable Lei Dazhuang of Taisalu. Shen Yi turned to the innkeeper, who had been rendered unconscious by Xian Du, and said, with a series of murders occurring at Taisalu, it is likely that Lei Dazhuang will not remain idle. Tomorrow, he will be the first to arrive at Yunlai Inn to inspect the scene. Then, it would be up to Shen Yi and his plans. Should tomorrow's scheme succeed, it would mark the demise of Zhou Zimu. As for this individual, Shen Yi glanced at the innkeeper. Entrust it to me, Xian Du said softly, for I possess certain soul-searching techniques that I can experiment with on him. The innkeeper, Wu Qian, is at least a minor leader and ought to be privy to a wealth of internal information regarding the Taisha Tower. If we could extract information about other members of the Taisha Tower, we might be able to trace the clues and systematically eliminate the spies scattered throughout Yuzhou. Chapter 80. Optical invisibility. His pupils narrowed into slits, and in the enveloping darkness, he distinctly perceived another version of himself sprawled in a letter shape, lifeless upon the bed. Upon noticing Shun Yi's presence, the prone figure exhaled softly, and a faint white light of true energy spontaneously traced in the air, forming several characters. I am Zhuge Qingyun. Codename Chuangguang, Zhming. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. I have brought the sound-absorbing stone here. Speak freely, your words shall not escape. Upon reading this message, even with Shen Yi's extensive experience, he felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. So, it turns out that the use of energy to manifest words was not due to a fear of being overheard by the void or others. In that moment, Shen Yi truly grasped the significance behind the moniker Crouching Dragon. As he spoke, a subtle wave emanated from Shen Yi, his appearance reverting to its true form before shifting again into that of a monk. A slight transformation occurred in his eyes, his hair regrowing. It seemed he would be perpetually utilizing this illusion. However, Shen Yi welcomed this minor inconvenience with enthusiasm. After 3 years of traversing realms, he was finally experiencing life with hair, long, white hair, wielding a sword across the world. Such an image was more aligned with his expectations of ancient life. Although his hair was not yet long enough and he lacked a sword, He believed that sustenance was earned bite by bite, and in time, all he desired would come to fruition. He approached the bronze mirror, eager to behold his current visage, only to find his pupils had transformed into slits. His hair a deep black, seemingly shrouded in a delicate veil of dark mist. His skin was pallid, devoid of any semblance of vitality, evoking an unsettling eeriness. This appearance was hardly befitting of a gallant swordsman traversing the rivers and lakes. Moreover, the aberration in his eyes appeared even more pronounced. Gazing into the mirror, it seemed as if a multitude of eyes framed around the mirror were observing him intently. Turning his attention back to Zhuge Qingyun. Oh, Shen Yi quietly marveled at the peculiarity. Zhuge Qingyun still donned the guise of the monk Wu Wang, yet to Shen Yi's eyes, he bore a strikingly familiar visage. Clad in white, the fabric resembled human skin, exuding a disquieting delicacy. His head possessed two faces, one male and one female, their expressions contrasting, one languid, the other icy. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the fact that Shen Yi had seen these two faces on Xian Duo. Or rather, within Shen Yi's current sensory perception, Xian Duo embodied this very appearance. Could it be that Zhuge Qingyun has some connection to Xian Duo? Shen Yi could not help but scrutinize this figure, who seemed too lethargic to even speak. It appeared that their connection was quite extraordinary, certainly not a mere physical bond akin to the camaraderie of Guan and Bao, but rather a profound link on a deeper level. Shen Yi suddenly realized that his own sensory alteration was not without its advantages. Even illusions capable of deceiving the abbot of Lingmen could not obscure his vision. What he perceived might indeed be a different facet of reality. Why do you gaze upon me so? The subtle true energy once again contorted into a line of text. Zhuge Qingyun observed Shen Yi's scrutiny and, without preamble, posed a direct question. I was merely pondering when you would take your leave, Brother Zhuge, Shen Yi replied, casually lifting a teapot from the side and pouring himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he set the cup down. The tea that had seemed delightful yesterday now tasted bland and insipid, suggesting that even his palate had begun to undergo a transformation. This bed is quite comfortable. I shall lie here a while longer. Fear not, I shall not be discovered. The figure on the bed suddenly became indistinct, gradually turning transparent, until, to Shen Yi's astonishment, Zhuge Qingyun vanished from view. He squinted, his pupils dilating and contracting, yet no matter how intently he gazed, he could not discern Zhuge Qingyun's presence. Only the subtle creases of the bedclothes betrayed that another person still lay there. How curious, Shen Yi remarked in wonder. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. However, mastering this technique requires a precise understanding of true energy, as well as knowledge of light, how it reflects and refracts, and the very essence of light itself. This will demand a considerable investment of time, Zhuge Qingyun explained. As the words gradually materialized, Shen Yi felt acutely aware of the limitations of his own knowledge. This was undeniably a form of optical invisibility. Zhuge Qingyun was indeed impressive, his prowess was indisputable, having even mastered the art of optical cloaking. If this technique were combined with the illusions of the refracting light command, effectively masking the distortions caused by rapid movement, would he not achieve complete invisibility? With a humble request, Shen Yi expressed, Brother Zhuge, I wish to learn the art of invisibility. In such moments, formalities were unnecessary. He aimed to seize the opportunity and master this skill. Shen Yi considered that he had methods to practice collectively, and even the most complex techniques could be approached as one would level up in a game. Once he learned the fundamentals, proficiency would follow. He was determined to acquire this optical invisibility. You truly wish to learn? Zhuge Qingyun replied, surprised. Well then, if you insist, I shall teach you. After creating this technique, I have instructed many, yet none succeeded. I hope you will be the second to master it. However, let us establish a ground rule. Once you learn, do not engage in any inappropriate activities, such as spying on the women's bathhouse. Rest assured, Brother Zhuge, I am a monk, devoid of such worldly desires, Shen Yi declared, adopting an ascetic demeanor. Although one of his dreams was to indulge in the company of beautiful women, he found himself unable to act upon such thoughts, as his senses had become distorted. What once appeared alluring now seemed peculiarly grotesque. Presently, he was more ascetic than a monk, more repressed than a eunuch. Any inclination toward voyeurism would have to wait until he regained his normal faculties. Furthermore, this will be somewhat challenging. Challenges are but stepping stones. Brother Zhuge, please enlighten me. Very well. For the next hour, Shen Yi absorbed knowledge about shaping true energy in the distortion of light, learning how to control true energy through the delicate art of needlework on a beam, alongside the principles of light refraction and the techniques to deceive the eye. Shen, whose intellectual prowess seamlessly integrates into contemporary society, experienced the profound weight of knowledge and wisdom. When Lei Dazhuang arrived at the inn, as Shen stepped out of his chamber, he was suddenly enveloped by a sensation akin to rebirth. The secret method known as Zhongli Wuying had been fully articulated, and Shen had even transcribed those words into the illusory void for convenient reference. However, he found himself grappling with an overwhelming sense of confusion. Chapter 81. The great detective Lei Dazhuang. A considerable number of patrolling soldiers entered the inn, expelling the guests one by one while surrounding the backyard cellar, where they retrieved the lifeless body of the innkeeper, dressed in a fitted short outfit. Lei Dazhuang's slightly portly figure exuded an air of formidable presence as he sat grandly in the center of the first floor. The surrounding tables and chairs had been cleared aside, leaving only a square table in the middle, where Lei Dazhuang, Wu Yin, and Shen were seated. Meanwhile, Kong Su and brother Hu remained oblivious, lost in slumber, seemingly indifferent to such trivial matters. Unexpectedly, it appeared that Lei Dazhuang held an official position. Wu Yin remarked with surprise as he observed Lei Dazhuang's attire, particularly the badge at his waist. It was precisely due to this badge and his status that Lei Dazhuang could legitimately command the city defense troops. Merely a minor general, a position procured through family connections. Lei Dazhuang chuckled, stating, "In truth, I am quite lazy by nature and detest trifling matters. However, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. Being born into the Lei family, one must shoulder certain responsibilities. Perhaps this is what life entails. What you cherish is your life," Shen remarked indifferently from the side. This statement piqued Lei Dazhuang's interest, prompting him to inquire, "Such words resonate deeply with me. My young master speaks wisely." "Those are not my words," Shen replied expressionlessly, "but rather those of an uncle of mine." "That uncle?" Lei Dazhuang hesitated, then said, "Apologies, I misspoke." He recalled that Shen had been a victim during the calamity in Yuzhou years ago, with his entire family perishing in that disaster. Thus, it was natural that his uncle had also departed this world. Lei Dazhuang keenly sensed Shen's hostility, realizing that this was Shen's way of expressing discontent towards him. The unwelcome guest. This earnest little monk remains true to his nature, Lei Dazhuang mused inwardly. While outwardly adopting a serious demeanor, he addressed the two. "I am aware that I lacked propriety earlier at Fenghua Tower, yet I implore you to heed my words. I am not your enemy. The disciples dispatched by the Linglong Iron Monastery are here to safeguard the borders, preventing the cavalry of the Great Li from breaching our territory and ensuring that Yuzhou does not suffer a repeat of its past calamities. My goal is to maintain order at the borders, preventing the Iron Strategy Army from straying onto the path of treason, both emotionally and logically. I desire for Yuzhou to retain its former stability, sparing its people from further upheaval." He refrained from directly blaming Shen Tianyuan, instead elucidating the stakes to Shen and Wu Yin, attempting to alleviate their animosity. "I have never contemplated opposing the Iron Strategy Army, nor has Taishu Tower. My initial intention in coming here was to represent the court in appeasing the Iron Strategy Army, urging this formidable force not to act in a manner that would bring pain to friends and joy to foes. We must remember that beyond the borders, the Great Li is ever watchful. The dignitaries in the court are quite astute. They understand that after the calamity 3 years ago, the relationship between the court and border troops remained strained. Hence, they have not envisioned the Iron Strategy Army submitting willingly. Shen Tianyuan's self-imposed restraint in entering the capital is simply unrealistic. From the very beginning, the capital had envisioned that the Iron Strategy Army would dutifully remain stationed at the borders, just as they had for decades, guarding against the Dali Empire, with the simple expectation that they would not rebel. Even if the day came when the court might turn against the Iron Strategy Army, it would not be at this moment. If the Iron Strategy Army were to be dismantled now, the borders would truly collapse. However, the pressing concern is not what the court desires, but rather what the Iron Strategy Army intends, particularly what Shen Tianyuan contemplates: the assassination of a court official. Even without evidence linking Tianmin to the Iron Strategy Army, would be a severe taboo. Lei Dazhuang earnestly stated, "Gentlemen, following the incident at Fenghua Tower last night, Tianmin has continued its rampage, first killing the waiter at this inn, abducting the manager, and then attacking the county commander's residence. The only son of the county commander, Zhou Xiaotong, along with the young masters of the Zhang, Li, and Xia families, have fallen victim. Tianmin has become utterly deranged. Should they succeed in killing the county commander, Yanggu County would be left leaderless, potentially leading to chaos that could spill over into the border conflicts. Amidst the imminent threat of war at the borders, we must prioritize stability. Your words are amusing, Shen-Yi replied coolly. The county commander, as a formidable practitioner of the transformation realm, is hardly a target for the likes of Tianmin to strike. Moreover, there is Elder Wan Shanshu of the Great River Gang, as well as your companion here. He slightly lifted his chin, indicating the middle-aged man clad in black who had just entered from the courtyard. This man, dressed in plain black attire, bore an unremarkable appearance, lacking any distinguishing qualities, the sort one would overlook in a crowd. Shen-Yi and Wu-Yin had heard of this person from Kongshu. Last night, Kongshu had ensnared Wan Shanshu in a sack and obstructed this individual, ensuring the conflict at Fenghua Tower went undisturbed. With this man present, along with Wan Shanshu and the county commander's own prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult for anything to go awry. Yet, Lei Dazhuang offered a rueful smile and said, "Perhaps you are unaware, but there are not only Zhanming among Tianmin's ranks. Last night, these 3 individuals joined forces, inflicting harm upon County Commander Zhou. They now possess the capability to kill. While one may evade direct confrontation, hidden threats are far more insidious. We must drive away the people of Tianmin to protect Yanggu County from turmoil." After he spoke, the middle-aged man in black approached Lei Dazhuang, whispering a few words that caused his expression to shift slightly. The death of the waiter was revealed to be a gruesome affair, a brutal extraction of life essence and marrow. Upon hearing of the waiter's demise, Lei Dazhuang slammed the table, turning to Shen-Yi and Wu-Yin, exclaiming, "Can you truly bear to allow such madmen to wreak havoc in the city? Today it was a mere waiter, tomorrow it could be other innocent citizens. I implore you to lend your strength to expel those from Tianmin." His words were earnest, and had Shen-Yi not known that the manager and the waiter were spies for Taisher Tower, he might have been swayed. However, on the surface, the genuine and innocent Wu-Yin still displayed a semblance of hesitation. After all, he was but a 16 or 17-year-old monk, clever yet still relatively naive. After a long pause, Shen-Yi felt the moment was ripe and softly uttered a few words. 5 ghost transport. 5 ghost transport? These words struck like a bolt of lightning through Lei Dazhuang's mind. So that is it. The innkeeper was drained of vitality, and Zhou Ziwu had previously mentioned encountering a ghostly apparition. Thereafter, he felt his internal organs weakening. Moreover, the trio from Tianmin vanished without a trace, and despite scouring the entire city, not a single clue could be found. The reason for this lies within the technique of the 5 ghost transportation. The innkeeper was deprived of his yang energy by the ghostly entities, while Zhou Ziwu suffered the extraction of his vital essence. The elusive members of Tianmin also utilized the 5 ghost transportation technique to navigate unseen. This is dire. Lei Dazhuang connected the preceding clues and suddenly exclaimed, "It is already noon." Chapter 82. Look out, Qingshu, let us depart. Lei Dazhuang sprang to his feet as if propelled by springs, summoning the middle-aged man in black and the surrounding city guards, swiftly darting out of the inn. "Young master." The middle-aged man, Qingshu, glided forward like a fleeting shadow, closely following Lei Dazhuang. He inquired, "Have you discovered something?" "Everything has been revealed," Lei Dazhuang exclaimed breathlessly as he ran. If the 5 ghost translocation technique is mastered to a profound level, and the 5 elemental ghosts are refined, one can comprehend the art of elemental evasion, enabling them to traverse underground with supernatural agility, leaving no trace. In terms of pursuit, few would be able to detect it. Are you implying that the 3 from Tianmin will track Zhou Ziwu using the 5 ghost translocation technique to locate his training grounds? Qingshu responded, astonished. Precisely. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lei Dazhuang's eyes, as if he had grasped the truth. They must have already approached Captain Zhou. Last night, they struck at Zhou Ziwu, gauging his strength and injuring him. Zhou Ziwu is now at a critical juncture. His injury will undoubtedly provoke a backlash of malevolent energy. He must dispel this energy during the hours of Zi and Wu. Any delay is unacceptable. This is our opportunity. Moreover, they abducted Manager Wu while leaving the waiter unharmed, not destroying the body, thus creating ample evidence to lure you and me to the inn, stalling our investigation. As he spoke, Lei Dazhuang glanced at the sun. It was precisely the moment Zhou Ziwu needed to perform his energy dispelling. It was the best opportunity to eliminate him. Fortunately, with Wan Shanlu present, although I do not know the exact location, both he and Xiong Tu reside nearby. Should a fierce battle ensue, Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tu will undoubtedly arrive promptly. Lei Dazhuang muttered to himself, as if attempting to reassure his own convictions. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. since the adversary had orchestrated a plan to divert him, well, primarily Qing Shu, removing him from the scene. It was challenging to ensure that the enemy would not employ the same tactic to lure away Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tuesday, should Wan Shanlu be drawn away. With both masters of energy dispelling absent, Zhou Ziwu would surely be in grave danger. At this moment, all Lei Dazhuang could do was pray that Zhou Ziwu could endure a little longer, ideally until Bai Chou discovered the situation, until he and Qing Shu could arrive. Inside the inn, as the patrol guards withdrew, an eerie silence enveloped the place. Wu Yin surveyed the surroundings and suddenly let out a soft sigh. Junior brother Wu Wang, you have divulged critical information. Should Tianmen's assassination fail, they might direct their resentment towards you. Yet, if the Iron Strategy Army were to rebel, it would plunge Yuzhou into chaos once more. How could you bear such a burden? Shani spoke with a face full of compassion. If they truly intend to revolt, even if the captain does not perish, the Iron Strategy Army will rise. Wu Yin shook his head. If the court is unwilling to provoke the Iron Strategy Army, even if the county magistrate, county vice magistrate, and captain all perish, once Yanggu County falls into the hands of the Iron Strategy Army, the court would simply turn a blind eye. Junior brother, you are still too young. Youthful, indeed, far too youthful. Although his thoughts are lively, he has yet to grasp the essence of the matter. My junior, Wu Wang, still requires further honing. However, your compassionate heart brings me great solace. A faint smile escapes me. Simultaneously, this indicates that Wu Wang has not been swayed by Chun Tianyuan to become his accomplice. Ah, my junior Wu Wang is indeed worthy of cultivation. Compassionate heart. Brother, you praise me too soon, he replies. Fortune is on our side. Lei Dazhuang knows the training grounds of Shouziwu, thus we need not wait any longer. Shani silently pours himself a cup of tea, contemplating. If the Five Ghost Transport Technique reaches mastery, it could serve as a pathway to comprehend the Five Elements Escape Technique, offering a shortcut to delve into the mysteries of the Five Elements. Yet, with Xuanlu's limited cultivation, it is insufficient for him to fully master the Five Ghost Transport Technique. To discreetly track Zhou Ziwu, a martial practitioner of the transformation of evil realm, is nearly impossible. The only reason he could forcibly extract Zhou Ziwu's vital energy was due to Xuanlu's substantial resources. The Five Elements ghosts were simply too advanced. Her Five Elements ghosts were not painstakingly refined step by step. They were directly acquired as high-grade goods. However, should Lei Dazhuang rally his troops and bring along numerous guards, the situation would be different. There would be no need for stealth with the Five Ghost Transport Technique. With a modicum of caution, one could follow in Lei Dazhuang's wake and reach the destination without issue. This time, it is a certain kill, he declares, draining his cup of tea, a shadowy glint flashing in his eyes. Zhou Ziwu must die today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lei Dazhuang hurriedly leads the city defense soldiers to the governor's mansion, immediately dispatching men to surround the premises. He seizes the doorman and loudly inquires, are Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tu within the estate? Invincible. Lei Dazhuang feels a mix of unsurprising foreboding and inexplicable frustration. Invincible. The one who killed Tieshan's invincible. This individual had previously torn the reputation of the Jianggang gang to shreds. And it would be strange if Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tu did not pursue him upon hearing of his arrival. How foolish of me. I was so focused on secrecy that I did not realize this would obscure the importance of this location from Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tuesday. Lei Dazhuang's face is etched with unwillingness. He had arranged the training grounds at the governor's mansion to ensure that the two members of the Jiagang gang residing in the mansion could act promptly in times of crisis. Yet, he never anticipated that at such a critical moment, these two would pursue the invincible instead. Had Wan Shanlu and Xiong Tu known that Zhou Ziwu's training would occur at the governor's mansion during the hour of the rat and the hour of the horse, even upon hearing of the invincible, they would have temporarily restrained themselves. If they did decide to pursue, they would have left one behind rather than leaving entirely as they have now. The only solace is that there has been no disturbance at the governor's mansion, perhaps due to the timing of noon, as the adversaries have yet to act. This is also thanks to the little monk Wu Wang. Were it not for him, Lei Dazhuang believes he could not have arrived at the governor's mansion in time. He and Uncle Qing hastily raced forward, soaring directly over the eaves, and reached the study outside the back courtyard in the first instance. This is Shang Wan Pei's study, which conceals a secret chamber where Shang Wan Pei typically practices. Though the backlash of the overwhelming force had compromised his foundation, Shang Wan Pei remained steadfast in diligently honing his martial skills, striving to reclaim his former prowess. After his demise, This secluded training chamber was repurposed and transformed into a clandestine training ground for Zhou Zhao. When Lei Dazhuang beheld the study intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, a wave of confusion swiftly washed over him. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed, and a shadow abruptly flickered upon the adjacent rooftop. "Thank you, young Master Lei. For your guidance," it intoned. Lei Dazhuang turned to the shadow, his expression shifting dramatically, ready to summon Qing Shu to take action. However, before Qing Shu could make a move, a chilling sensation enveloped Lei Dazhuang's chest. A blade as thin as paper pierced through his protective gear, capable of diminishing the effects of true energy attacks, and penetrated the faint barrier that had activated in response, ultimately impaling Lei Dazhuang from behind. A warning arrived too late. "Behold," the assailant whispered softly. Chapter 83. The Holy Sun. A sword blade, as thin as paper, seemed to pierce through the void, revealing only the blade itself, devoid of any hilt or the wielder. With a soft hiss, the blade was drawn, emitting a faint sound. The weapon, untouched by blood, vanished into thin air once it left its master's grasp. The invisible figure swiftly retreated, evading Uncle Qing's furious strike, while an ethereal voice echoed around. "I have avoided his vital points. If timely medical attention is rendered, there is still hope. If not, then salvation is unattainable." The implication was clear. This was a genuine ploy to lure the two from Taisha Tower away. Originally, Zhanming was to seize the moment and launch a surprise attack with the sword's radiance. But upon witnessing the optical invisibility of Chongguang Zhuge Qingyun, Shini designated him as the executor of this maneuver. Zhuge Qingyun's myriad transformations embodied the resonance of all things, merging with the cosmos, adept at concealing his presence. Last night, he employed this method alongside the illusion of Chongguang Ling to deceive the void and replace Shini within the room. Now, Zhuge Qingyun utilized his formlessness and myriad transformations, in conjunction with the illusion, to achieve true invisibility, delivering a heart-wrenching strike to Lei Dazhuang. Lei Dazhuang sustained severe injuries, and any delay could jeopardize his life. Uncle Qing, with no other recourse, could only apply pressure to Lei Dazhuang's major acupoints to temporarily halt the bleeding, then relentlessly transported the young master of Taisha Tower in search of a skilled physician. He was even unable to command the patrol corps to secure the study. At this juncture, all forces capable of safeguarding Zhou Zimu had been diverted. Wanshan Lu and Xiang Tu of the Dajiang gang, along with the middle-aged man in black from Taisha Tower, had all departed, while Bai Chou of the Sword Pavilion remained at a distant tavern, unable to arrive in time. It was even possible that Bai Chou was unaware of Zhou Zimu's secluded retreat at the governor's mansion, now facing imminent peril. After all, both the Sword Pavilion and the Dajiang gang were merely forces of the martial world, less intimately connected than Taisha Tower and the court. Although the three factions presently stood on common ground, certain matters warranted vigilance. Otherwise, Lei Dazhuang would not have concealed critical information from the two members of the Dajiang gang. Success. Upon witnessing the departure of Lei Dazhuang and Uncle Qing, Xuanlu on the rooftop whispered, then formed hand seals, conjuring orbs of fire around him that hurtled directly towards the study. Simultaneously, Zhanming appeared on the opposite rooftop, unleashing a barrage of sword light as they commenced their violent intrusion. They chose not to search for hidden chambers within, but instead initiated a forceful disruption. Sword lights crisscrossed, flames engulfed, and the study was obliterated at a visible pace, gradually revealing the concealed arrangements within. On one wall of the study, behind the dismembered bookshelves, mysterious symbols were inscribed in 3 concentric circles, emanating a faint glow. Upon seeing this wall, the two, being qi refiners, instinctively unleashed their fireballs and sword light upon it. Amidst the thunderous roar, the wall was forcefully breached, and a rush of searing heat surged forth from within. "Zimu Yang gang, unmistakably, it is Zhou Zimu," Zhanming exclaimed with joy. At noon, Zhou Zimu practiced the fiery essence, while at midnight, he cultivated the chilling energy, aspiring to refine the opposing forces of ice and fire into an extraordinary foundation. However, this necessitated his practice during the hours of midnight and noon, otherwise, he would face dire repercussions. The intensity of his practice had become so pronounced that it was common knowledge among all that Zhou Zimu possessed profound abilities. Thus, upon encountering this fierce heat, Zhanming realized they had indeed found their target. The searing flames thickened into a mist, spilling into the burning study, causing the flames to surge and suffusing the surroundings in a crimson hue. At this juncture, Zhou Zimu was on the verge of completely refining the opposing energies. Upon achieving mastery, should he harmonize the forces of ice and fire, his strength would not merely double, he would undoubtedly ascend to the forefront of the transformation realm. The crux of this endeavor lay in his success. However, due to the interference of Zhang Meng and Xian Dai, the fiery mist surged like turbulent waves, swirling and dissipating, clearly indicating that Zhou Zimu was experiencing a backlash from the energies he sought to control, struggling to suppress it. Zhang Meng and Xian Dai would not grant him the opportunity to regain control. The brilliance of the sword ignited anew, accompanied by the flow of water. As Xian Dai employed aquatic techniques, intending to further provoke Zhou Zimu's fiery aura, just as they were poised to strike, Zhou Zimu's deep warning resonated within the chamber. If I perish, your scheme shall be laid bare, and the secrets of Yu Zhou will be revealed to all. This warning, though ambiguous, was evidently not directed at Zhang Meng and Xian Dai. As the words faded, light manifested. Waves upon waves of brilliance enveloped a formidable figure standing before the fissured wall. The overlapping halos obscured the individual's visage. Yet the luxurious robe and the two small braids cascading down the sides of his face revealed his identity. He extended his hand, dispersing golden light in all directions, manipulating the atmospheric pressure to form a spherical barrier that shielded him from the sword's brilliance and the flowing waters. In the midst of his exertion, an aura of noble distinction emanated from him, commanding respect and awe. Dili Ren, Zhang Meng exclaimed. Beichen Sheng, Xian Dai further recognized the figure. Dili, Beichen Sheng, ranked fourth on the storm and cloud list, known as the Wolf of the Heavens and the Son of Beichen. The appearance of such a prodigy from Dili in this place left both Zhang Meng and Xian Dai astonished and enraged, astonished that Beichen Sheng had come here, and enraged that he had done so. Such a figure was under close scrutiny by both the Iron Strategy Army and the Great Shin Court. Even though he resided in Dili, countless spies were covertly investigating him, yet he had arrived here without a whisper of warning to the Heavenly Gate. The implication of Zhou Zimu's collusion with Beichen Sheng, or rather with Dili, incited great fury within the hearts of those at the Heavenly Gate. The instigator of the Yu Zhou War, who had wrought vengeance and slaughtered hundreds of thousands, creating mass graves, would surely face retributions, and Dili would pay its blood debts in kind. Zhang Meng, Xian Dai, and even the previously silent Zhuge Qingyun all revealed extreme murderous intent due to Beichen Sheng's appearance. You dare conspire with the people of Dili. Zhang Meng ground his teeth. You shall pay for this. Huh? Shall I pay? Who in this world is not deserving of death, and who does not wish to live? Within the confines of the chamber, Zhou Zimu appeared to be provoked by the words spoken, and even in the midst of a critical moment of concentration, he could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. I, Zhou, yearn for loyalty, yet there exists one who wishes for my demise. He aims to use us as a target, a means to gauge the movements of the Iron Strategy Army. One day, whether the Iron Strategy Army revolts or the court takes action, we shall be the sacrificial offerings for Qin Tianyuan. Since death is inevitable, let it not be said that Zhou sought to survive amidst the shadows of death. If the great Xian cannot preserve my life, then let the great Li take up the mantle. Chapter 84. The Pure Land sect Shun, he was enjoying a cup of tea, repeatedly adding leaves to the teapot, totaling 9 infusions, until he finally coaxed a flavor from his dulled palate. Thus, he found himself in a moment of solitude, strategizing within the tent, securing victory from afar. Shun mused contentedly, savoring the tea while his thoughts drifted. He had meticulously arranged each step, making slight adjustments inspired by the extraordinary yet indolent Zhuge Qingyun, ensuring that Lei Dazhuang would be dealt a heavy blow and that the middle-aged man in black would retreat. Having reached this point, he felt he had done all he could. The rest was left to fate. Yet, a sense of emptiness lingered within him. The notoriety of crossing borders to slay demons would be left to Zhang Meng, Xin Diao, and Chong Guang. Alas, the soul of Zhou Ziwu is a regret. If I could capture Zhou Ziwu's spirit, my vital energy would surely see some advancement. With a hint of melancholy, he drank several cups of tea, allowing the bitter flavor to seep into his very being, dispelling his inner turmoil. If only Kong Su would make an appearance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door to a room on the second floor suddenly burst open, and Kong Su, who had refused to rise even by midday, emerged with a serious expression. The aura of the Pure Land sect was palpable. This wandering monk, usually frivolous, now bore an earnest demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity that made it difficult for Shun Yi to meet his gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, stealing a glance at Kong Su. His altered vision revealed a figure bathed in golden hues, sacred like an arhat, yet surrounded by layers of dark clouds, with shadows entwined around his lower half. This was the first time Shen-Yi had observed Kong Su since his vision had changed, and he was struck by the distinctiveness of the latter. While others exhibited some degree of distorted transformation, akin to the duality of Xian Diao and Zhuge Qingyun, revealing their essence in a grotesque and intimidating manner, Kong Su, though possessing some malevolent traits, displayed no such bizarre alterations. Kong Su practiced a remarkable Buddhist scripture, the Sutra of the 10 Good Deeds, which encompassed virtuous acts and the contemplation of malevolence. Such traits were only to be expected. As Shen-Yi noted Kong Su's grave demeanor and was about to inquire, Kong Su abruptly vanished, breaking through the roof in a flash. Before the sound of his words had faded, Wu Yin followed suit, leaping through the opening and soaring into the sky. In an instant, only Shen-Yi and brother who remained in the inn. All other patrons had been expelled. And even the waitstaff and cooks dared not enter, having been frightened by the earlier commotion from the patrol. Shen-Yi suddenly realized that he was free to leave. The Pure Land sect. I recall that this sect had been jointly eradicated by the 3 temples and 2 religions, with even their leader being slain by the Dragon Elephant sect. It was precisely for this reason that the Dragon Elephant sect had risen to prominence among the sections. He reflected on the rumors surrounding the Pure Land sect, and a certain suspicion began to take root in his mind. Shen-Yi had once taken the initiative to research the life of the Dragon Elephant sect and discovered that the most illustrious battle of the sect was the one in which they eradicated the Pure Land sect. Among the Buddhist schools, aside from Zen, Dharma characteristics, and esoteric Buddhism, there existed another lineage known as the Pure Land sect. This sect aimed to disseminate the teachings of Buddhism and was renowned for its adeptness in preaching. The monks of this sect propagated the practice of reciting the Buddha's name, claiming that through the recitation of Amitabha, one could attain rebirth in the Western paradise. In essence, it meant that devotees could simply chant a few phrases of Amitabha's name and, upon death, be reborn in the pure land of bliss. The ability to chant a few phrases without any cost, coupled with the common people's yearning for the Pure Land, led to a growing number of followers of the Pure Land sect. Several decades ago, under the auspices of the former leader of the Doctrine sect, various temples of the Pure Land sect amalgamated to form the Pure Land teaching, with the former leader as its head, aspiring to spread the teachings of Buddhism throughout the world and establish a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. However, this endeavor was met with disdain from the 3 temples and the other 2 sects, the Vinaya sect and the Sutra sect. The Pure Land teaching professed the establishment of a Buddhist kingdom, yet harbored intentions of annexing various temples and undermining the rightful leaders. Should this continue, it would inevitably bring catastrophic repercussions to the entire Buddhist community. Thus, the 3 temples and the 2 sects united to oppose the Pure Land, igniting a great war. This conflict even drew participation from the distant Great Wheel Temple beyond the borders. The Dragon Elephant sect, alongside the Vinaya and Sutra sects, stormed the headquarters of the Pure Land teaching. After a fierce battle, the Dragon Elephant sect ultimately vanquished the former leader of the Doctrine sect and subsequently engaged in a verbal duel with the monks, claiming the position of the Doctrine sect. Following this, the Great Wheel Temple rose to prominence, eventually becoming the state religion of the later established Li Chao. It was rumored that the scriptures and martial texts amassed by the Pure Land teaching were largely taken by the Dragon Elephant sect, which accounted for the rapid development of the Great Wheel Temple. If any remnants of the Pure Land teaching were to surface, would it not imply the presence of disciples of the Great Wheel Temple in the city? Contemplating this, Shen-Yi felt an urge to act. He first descended to check on Brother Hu, only to find that he was on the verge of awakening. Without hesitation, he executed a precise technique to press a point on Brother Hu's body, allowing him to remain in a tranquil slumber, thanks to Shen-Yi's newfound understanding of the physical form. Following this, it was time for Shen-Yi to make his entrance. Ultimately, it falls upon me to take action. He sighed softly. Suddenly, his long hair transformed, and his facial features became strikingly handsome and formidable. In an instant, he became a mere shadow, slipping through the door. Simultaneously, just as he exited, the void was intercepted by a monk atop a high rooftop. Amitabha, I am Fa Shan, and I have the honor of meeting you. Brother Kong Su of the Spirit Dragon Iron Temple. Clad in a bright red monk's robe that revealed one shoulder and arm, the monk saluted Brother Kong Su, as a golden Vajra silhouette gradually materialized behind him. Please, Brother Kong Su, hold your horses and wait a moment. I shall depart with the Holy Sun in due time. The mention of the Holy Sun piqued Kong Su's interest, directing his gaze toward the center of the county city. It seemed that the aura of the remnants of the Pure Land he sensed emanated from the Holy Sun you speak of. Indeed, The forbidden scripture of the Pure Land teaching, the Veda Sutra, was taken by the Dragon Elephant sect. How audacious of your great will temple. Chapter 85. One man stands guard. Was he truly intent on following in the footsteps of the previous generation of the theory sect? Kong Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Concealing the brilliance within, it was indeed laughable. The former theory sect had perished at the hands of the Dragon Elephant sect. Yet the latter seemed poised to repeat the mistakes of its predecessor. The Grand Sect asserted that while the previous theory sect's intentions were not flawed, their methods were misguided. To disregard the sovereign would render their rights ineffective. Establishing a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom necessitated unity with the state, not positioning the sovereign as an adversary. The former theory sect sought to elevate Buddhism above the monarchy, and even had they not been defeated in their time, they would have ultimately faced universal condemnation. We, however, are different. The red-clad monk suddenly surged with formidable energy, a brilliant golden light emanating from his being. In mere moments, he grew to an imposing height of over 10 feet, his entire form radiating gold, embodying the wrath of a Vajra. Our Great Will Monastery thrives in harmony with the state, and by aligning with the sovereign, we shall undoubtedly realize the grand vision of a Buddhist realm. The Grand Sect shall unify the Buddhist schools, enlightening the world. As the mention of the Dragon Elephant sect arose, the red-clad monk became fervently passionate. His towering form dashing through the air with explosive force, moving with an unexpected swiftness. The invincible Vajra surged forth. He transformed into a mighty Vajra, charging relentlessly, casting a vast shadow over Kong Su. With a decisive gesture, Kong Su summoned changes in his palm, manifesting energy as weapons. Blades, spears, swords, and halberds emerged simultaneously, raining down upon the colossal Vajra with a myriad of lethal strikes, their sharpness cascading upon the Vajra's form. In an instant, the sound of clashing echoed, and as the energy surged, the entire edifice began to shatter in segments, the tremendous commotion drawing the attention of the entire city. On the other side, the prefect's residence. Since the appearance of Beichen Sheng, Zhou Zi had devoted himself entirely to refining his malevolent energy, disregarding any disturbances from others. This fourth-ranked figure on the storm and cloud list was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of energy cultivation, his foundation far exceeding that of Bai Chou, who had only practiced martial arts for 3 years. Although Bai Chou was exceptionally gifted, his training time was still limited, resulting in a weaker foundation than the preceding 4, thus placing him at the lowest rank. Furthermore, Beichen Sheng's foreign heritage had also skewed the rankings. At the very least, the people of Dali believed that the rankings on the Taisher Tower's storm and cloud list were inherently flawed, with the prince's position being far too low. Come, unleash your full strength upon me. Beichen Sheng, cloaked in a multitude of golden lights, beckoned with a casual gesture, challenging, "Let me witness the prowess of the younger generation of Dexian." The golden light suddenly expanded, the pressure shifting, an invisible force bearing down, causing even Xiandu, Zhan Meng, and the concealed Zhuge Qingyun to feel an overwhelming weight. 5 ghosts transporting. Xiandu formed a seal, and 5 strange, colorful ghostly figures flickered and vanished, transforming into a vortex of 5-colored light. Beneath the vast heavens, a chilling wind arose. Her 5-element ghosts were not born of her own cultivation, but were manifestations of practitioners who had perished, each belonging to the 5 elemental destinies. Their quality surpassed that of ordinary spirits, thus retaining their potency even under the bright sun. Delicate clouds danced artfully, and shooting stars conveyed longings. With a guiding finger, the ice-blue flying sword etched enigmatic trajectories in the air. As the sword light continuously bifurcated, it surged, coalescing into a formidable brilliance. The immense shadow of the sword manifested, wielding unparalleled might. The golden light manipulating the air pressure was transported by the 5 ghosts to create an opening in the ice-blue flying sword, akin to a meteor from the heavens, swiftly pierced towards Beichen Sheng. This instantaneous coordination shattered Beichen Sheng's defenses as the frigid, fierce sword energy pulsated, causing the radiance of his visage to waver. At that moment, Beichen Sheng's surrounding golden light reached its zenith, forming overlapping halos, and the tyrannical true energy momentarily halted the giant sword shadow. Then, a robust arm seized the sword shadow, the golden fingers curling inward, crushing the sword energy inch by inch, revealing the essence of the flying sword within. Just then, a blade as thin as paper erupted from the void, deftly piercing through the golden halo, poised to strike at Beichen Sheng's back. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and Beichen Sheng's figure split into 2. A dim shadow appeared behind him, delivering a forceful punch that left a distinct imprint in the air. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, the dense true energy and the punch collided, generating a torrent of airflow. As a blurred figure retreated swiftly, uttering a surprised remark about the formidable perception, his stealth technique was a combination of various martial arts and illusions. So much so that even the seasoned warrior Chishu could not detect it in time. Yet, Beichen Xing, seemingly foresight, countered with a strike at a crucial moment, forcing back Zhuge Qingyun's assassination attempt. Such prowess undeniably diverged from the records of the Fengyun list. Saint Sun Beichen Sheng ranked 4th on the Fengyun list. A Qi-eating realm martial artist, son of the Holy Emperor Beichen Tian of the Dali dynasty, an exemplary figure of the Dragon Elephant sect. A rare genius of both ancient and modern times. Proficient in the techniques, Diamond Peak Sutra, Great Dragon Elephant Force, Heavenly Dominance Fist. According to the records in Tandao Lunwu, Beichen Sheng was renowned for his vigorous and domineering martial arts, with no mention of his perceptual talents, nor of his intricate grasp over air pressure manipulation, which was absent from the Fengyun list. It must be said that many underestimated Beichen Sheng, including the illustrious Taisher Tower. With a perception akin to foresight, coupled with a physique and speed approaching the realm of corporeal thunder. We require someone capable of confronting him directly to surmount Beichen Sheng's obstruction, Xian Du remarked. The corporeal thunder realm refers to the ability of one's physical body to break through an invisible barrier while moving, unleashing a sound akin to thunder. Hence it is termed corporeal thunder. Although Beichen Sheng has not yet truly attained this realm, his momentum suggests he is not far from it. Coupled with his acute perception, even Xian Du and Zhuge Qingyun would find their stealthy maneuvers thwarted by Beichen Sheng's resolute interception. While Beichen Sheng may not overwhelmingly surpass the three, he undoubtedly represents the most formidable challenge among them. At this moment, it is indeed a critical time for swift resolution. A mere moment's delay could diminish the risks faced by Zhou Ziwu. There is no room for procrastination here at Tianmen. Who shall come? Zhang Ming remarked. None of us three are adept at confronting such formidable adversaries head-on. He is a Qi refinement swordsman, while Xiandai excels in the manipulation of spirits. As for Zhuge Qingyun, that indolent fellow would rather languish in bed all day. Merely maintaining his health is a testament to his understanding of wellness. To expect him to withstand a confrontation with Beichen Sheng is truly asking too much of him. I and Chongwang. Just as Xiandai was about to finish his thought, a figure, seemingly possessed by an otherworldly force, suddenly manifested. I shall come. Chapter 86. The earthly gang's summoning talisman. Before me stood a figure of imposing grandeur, akin to a demon. His almost otherworldly visage bore a pair of pitch-black eyes, devoid of sclera, set in a countenance that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Cascading black hair danced wildly, entwined with a faint aura of darkness, evoking the sensation of myriad phantoms brandishing their sinister claws. The unrivaled champion relished the challenge of facing formidable adversaries. Thus, I prepared to engage in combat with him. Xin Yi's breath was barely perceptible, hidden beneath an illusion unseen by others. Ethereal, chain-like symbols danced across his form, intertwining with shades of yin, ghostly energy, and a dense, muted yellow essence, each coiling around him incessantly. Within the realm visible only to Shun Yi, an ancient scroll was unveiling its final enigmatic character, gradually folding shut. Scroll 4. The earthly gang's summoning talisman. Behold the one with a human head and serpent body, the armless fish-scaled being, the earthen ox and wooden horse. Do not be alarmed, for these apparitions are but dreams, and dreams pale in comparison to awakening. Possessing ears, eyes, hands, and arms, they remain perplexing. Words of great magnitude remain unuttered, and profound wisdom eludes thought. Whether dragon or flood dragon, serpent or tortoise, fish or clam, all may achieve this. In pursuit of confronting Beichen Sheng and enhancing his own cultivation, Shun Yi finally delved into the teachings of the earthly gang's summoning talisman, seeking to augment his strength. The path expounded upon within this scroll entails the absorption of earthly energy to transform the physical body, granting formidable strength and the ability to manipulate all things. It was as though he was not merely practicing but rather tapping into an innate instinct. Upon the infusion of those characters, Shun Yi immediately sensed the fluctuations of earthly essence, even drawing it into his being. At this moment, the intertwining energies of yin, ghostly essence, and earthly qi enveloped him, igniting a fervor within every cell, every fiber of his flesh. They surged forth as though nourished by an elixir, growing wildly. Had Shun Yi not exerted control over these three primordial energies, he might have undergone a transformation beyond recognition, employing the divine ability to subdue dragons and conquer tigers. Shun Yi mastered the energies, blending the lunar essence, earthly qi, and ghostly energy into a higher state of being. Though he had yet to enter the realm of food qi, he felt as if he could already project his energy beyond his corporeal form. Advancing step by step, an enigmatic and potent aura emanated from him, swirling around, undeterred by the oppressive presence of Bai Qianxing. This was no ordinary presence, it compelled Bai Qianxing's attention. Shifting his focus upon Shun Yi, unrivaled in the world, he intoned, revealing the moniker of this guise. You are indeed one of Tianmen. This cannot be your true appearance. Can it? Who are you? Judging by your aura, you must belong to the demonic path. Which of the 4 esteemed sects do you hail from? Bulashan, Lianshan Palace, Life and Death Gate, or Blood God Abyss? Bai Qianxing enumerated the 4 most renowned sects among the 72 branches of the demonic path, his words suggesting a profound understanding of these factions. He surmised that unrivaled in the world originated from one of these lineages, his tone tinged with an air of superiority, revealing an innate arrogance. Are you attempting to delay? Has my arrival brought the sin of defeat to your senses? Shun Yi chuckled softly and retorted, his biting words inciting a deep-seated resentment within Bai Qianxing. In the next moment, Shun Yi's pace shifted dramatically from slow to swift, his speed transforming so abruptly that it rendered his figure nearly imperceptible. Rather than engage in idle chatter, action spoke volumes. As the words and their sharpness reached his senses, Bai Qianxing was taken aback to find that his opponent's speed was on par with his own, and that sharpness evoked a sense of impending danger within him. The 3 forms of elemental energy intertwined to form a needle-like manifestation of the utmost Yin. Shun Yi employed the military technique, his fingers moving like the wind, launching 8 needle strikes at various critical points on Bai Qianxing's body from strange angles. The fierce force easily pierced through the golden halo, exposing vulnerabilities without a hint of defense. Swift as a ghost, his techniques were as mysterious as they were effective. The aura surrounding Shun Yi was enigmatic, rendering his true realm indiscernible, yet there was no doubt that his strength was equal to the challenge. Bai Qianxing gathered golden light around him, compressing it within a small space, keenly perceiving the trajectory of the needle strikes. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed 8 blows in an instant, each strike both domineering and rapid. Boom! The resonant thunderclap reverberated, the violent sound waves causing the air to ripple like a tidal wave. The 8 shadowy fists struck true, colliding with the needle strikes, generating a robust barrier of force that surged forward. Bang! Another explosive sound erupted as Shun Yi transformed his fingers into palms, manifesting a myriad of palm shadows reminiscent of the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, blocking each punch imbued with thunderous energy. Unlike Bai Qianxing, whose strikes were preceded by the sound of thunder, Shun Yi moved silently, like a specter. The utmost Yin energy naturally displaced the surrounding air, allowing him to move unimpeded, without provoking any thunderous sound. In contrast to Bai Qianxing, Shun Yi seemed to embody an entirely different extreme. However, this did not diminish his speed nor his formidable physique, which matched Bai Qianxing's own, as the force of the punches struck his palms, reverberating through his bones. Shun Yi remained utterly unfazed, his inhuman physique absorbing the powerful blows. With a swift pivot, he unleashed a palm strike from beneath his arm, aimed directly at Bai Qianxing's dantian. Lotus Blossom Palm. Bai Qianxing recognized the origin of this strike. It was a fundamental technique from the Linglong Taisha. He even discerned the nature of Shun Yi's previous moves. The initial approach was the 8 steps to chase the cicada. The technique that had parried his punches was the flower-piercing palm, and the evasive maneuver was the bagua step. These were all rudimentary martial arts, commonplace in the realm, occasionally shared among the various sections. Yet, the opponent wielded these basic techniques with an extraordinary finesse. The seamless combination of various fundamental skills in Shun Yi's hands revealed an unpredictable complexity, transforming what was ostensibly simple into an enigmatic display of martial prowess. This sudden and direct palm strike towards his dantian came as a shock. Had Bai Qianxing not possessed extraordinary perception, he might well have fallen victim to it. This remarkable application of basic martial arts, however, was not enough to defeat Bai Qianxing. Yet, he had more than one adversary to contend with. With Shun Yi acting as a formidable tank, Zhan Meng and Xian Duo seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously. As for Zhuge Qingyun, Bai Qianxing had already sensed a faint aura entering the secret chamber. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Qianxing was preoccupied, Zhuge Qingyun chose to strike directly at Zhou Ziwu. Chapter 87, Fierce Battle, Amat Bapam / The figure of Zhan Ming suddenly emerged to the right of Bei Qianxing. With a commanding gesture, his ice-blue flying sword transformed into a radiant wheel of sword light, dazzlingly slicing through the air. The soul-seizing breath drew in energy. Xian Du soared into the sky, creating a concave space in his palm, where a colorful vortex appeared, absorbing the energies of the 5 elements and organs. Joined by Shani, whose palm aimed directly at the Dantian, Bei Qianxing found himself besieged by the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, as if the sun and moon had shifted, Bei Qianxing unleashed his extraordinary movement technique once more. Golden light gathered around him, and his form split into 2, one bright and one dark. The shadowy figure gestured, sending forth a stream of golden wind that precisely struck the essence of the flying sword, causing its light to burst forth. The bright figure clenched his fist, and the sound of thunder resonated as his fingers came together. The thunderclap strike, a technique created by the great Emperor Bei Qiantian, manifested in Bei Qianxing's hands. As he clenched his fingers, thunder roared like a tempest, unleashing invisible sound waves that could shatter the spirit and rattle the soul, causing Shun Yi's ears to ring. Simultaneously, a powerful golden light resisted the ghostly force seeking to ensnare him. Bei Qianxing shone with a brilliant gold, his energy contained and unwavering, rendering him impervious to the 5 phantoms' grasp. Stimulating, thunder crashed in his ears, and even blood vessels strained, yet Shun Yi pressed on relentlessly, a manic fervor upon his face, as he struck at Bei Qianxing's Dantian, unleashing explosive force. After the transformation of his physical form, he had surpassed the limits of humanity, and through death and rebirth, he unearthed his body's latent potential. With the earth's energy coursing through him, he surged forth towards an inhuman state. This invisible sound wave, akin to heavenly thunder, could rupture the cochlea of an ordinary person and even harm the brain. Yet it could not disrupt Shen Yi's control. As his palm descended, like the resonant tolling of morning bells and evening drums, the golden light enveloping Bei Qianxing began to crack, its glow dimming slightly. Such stimulation, Shun Yi seemed intent on unleashing the repressed emotions of his past through this fierce combat, channeling his fervent battle spirit to expel the chaotic thoughts absorbed within him. What Wu Wang could not achieve, the invincible of the world could. What Wu Wang could not display, the invincible of the world could also manifest. With the Zhaoyang Order's illusion magic at his disposal, discerning Shun Yi's true identity through martial prowess proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Wu Wang, as a distinguished disciple of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, had little to do with the nefarious invincible of the world. If the heart remains undefeated, strength shall not falter. With the divine abilities of subduing dragons and tigers unified within him, even with his ears injured, his power remained unaffected. This Buddhist martial technique seemed crafted for battle. Devoid of specific forms or enhancement abilities, it allowed one's strength to be fully unleashed, rendering one fierce and unparalleled in combat, vanquishing internal strife and murderous intent, embodying the essence of martial prowess. Stepping forward, he closed the distance with a swift move, his fists and claws transforming, concealing sharpness within the military stance. His relentless strikes hammered against Bei Qianxing's chest. Facing 3 opponents, Bei Qianxing concentrated his energy to execute the sun and moon shift. Yet he could not adapt swiftly enough to this barrage of attacks, which came with a ghostly swiftness, leaving him unable to respond in time. With a single move transforming into 4, attacking at a vital point, the golden light shattered and dimmed, ultimately revealing the true form of the holy sun. Frosty skies descended. Retreat, a synchronized withdrawal, as both individuals instinctively stepped back, their feet striking the ground and shattering the stone slabs beneath, raising clouds of dust. North Star Sheng retreated 3 steps, while Shun Yi took 6. In comparison, Shun Yi's retreat was greater. Yet the unwavering aura and formidable momentum he exuded made North Star Sheng feel as though his opponent bore no injuries whatsoever. In fact, the clash invigorated Shun Yi further, amplifying his combat prowess. Conversely, North Star Sheng had endured several strikes from his adversary, his golden light dimming, revealing a majestic visage and eyes ablaze like torches. Suddenly, a fierce flame surged forth from the breach in the wall, the already damaged talisman array finally succumbing under the oppressive malice, its brilliance extinguished. A vague silhouette staggered out from the opening, proclaiming loudly, "Success! Zhuge Qingyun has succeeded." At that critical moment, Zhou Ziwu was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, wary of being disturbed, which led him to conceal himself within the governor's secret chamber, relying on North Star Shang for protection. However, despite Zhou Ziwu's meticulous calculations, Zhuge Qingyun seized the opportunity to disrupt his energy flow, resulting in a backlash of malevolence, leaving him ensnared in madness. Backlash of malevolence, indeed. Shen Yi chuckled darkly, his form suddenly flickering like a specter, swiftly entering the secret chamber. North Star Shang intended to intervene, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force, propelling him to flee at great speed. Amitabha, a profound Buddhist chant resonated from afar, reverberating through the heavens and earth, as a tremendous pressure descended from the skies, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sound of collapsing structures, and the very earth fracturing beneath. What is this? Xiandu's face displayed astonishment. It is the Amitabha palm, Zhuge Qingyun elucidated, the legendary supreme technique of the Buddhist sect, created by the revered Kuti Tianshi over a millennium ago. The indistinct figure shimmered slightly, reflecting Zhuge Qingyun's inner turmoil. Observing North Star Shang's demeanor, it was evident that this was not a technique employed by the disciples of the Great Will Temple. Thus, the question arose, who wielded the Amitabha palm? According to legend, the Amitabha palm had fragmented into 9 strikes after the demise of Kuti Tianshi, gradually fading into obscurity over the millennia within the annals of the Buddhist sect. Who, then, had inherited the legacy of the Amitabha palm? The trio shifted their gaze towards the secret chamber. The only plausible candidate was the infamous monk Kong Su, who had accompanied Chini to Yongdu County. As an anomaly of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, Kong Su's notoriety was well known, and those familiar with the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery had certainly heard of his esteemed name. In some respects, Kong Su's fame rivaled that of the abbot of the Spirit sect, making him one of the 2 prominent figures of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. It was unexpected that Kong Su would possess the Amitabha palm. Enough talk. We must eliminate Zhou Ziwu first. Xiandu coldly interrupted Zhang Meng's musings, his figure flickering as he too entered the secret chamber, radiating a spectrum of colors. The adversary engaging Kong Su was evidently no ordinary opponent, most likely. They were a formidable expert from the Great Li, safeguarding North Star Shang as he traversed the vast expanse of Dexian. At this juncture, Kong Su was clearly on the verge of overcoming his foe, and his next move could very well be to confront North Star Shang at the governor's mansion. At that moment, should the members of the Tianmin encounter the Void, would the Void choose to subdue them or not? Xianduo felt that relinquishing autonomy to the adversary was not an option. Therefore, the immediate priority was to eliminate Zhou Ziwu. The 3 individuals successively entered the secret chamber, and after the intense surge of fiery energy, a sudden wave of frigid air emerged. The clash and entanglement of these 2 opposing forces caused a tumultuous disturbance within the chamber, disrupting the vital essence. Amidst the alternating temperatures and the mingling of crimson and azure, 2 silhouettes flickered in and out, engaging in a frenzied battle. Having entered the chamber first, Chini was already locked in combat with Zhou Ziwu. Chapter 88, The Death of Shouzu, unmatched in the world. Zhou Ziwu, consumed by madness, became a tempest of chaotic energy, causing his skin to crack and bleed profusely. Bei Chensheng. The dual forces of Ziwu's fury collided violently, leaving him in a state of utter disarray and devoid of reason. Amidst the tumultuous fusion of ice and fire, Zhuge Qingyun's true form could no longer remain concealed. Observing Zhou Ziwu's frenzied demeanor, he mused, no wonder Bei Chensheng left without hesitation. Bereft of sanity, Zhou Ziwu was incapable of divulging any secrets. Survival took precedence over remaining in this perilous place. Upon witnessing Zhuge Qingyun, Zhang Meng, and Xianduo entering, Zhou Ziwu let out another deafening scream, his eyes wide open, veins pulsating with fury. The enmity he bore towards them, coupled with the threat to his own life, sealed his fate, even in his deranged state. He emitted an unrelenting aura of murderous intent. Was there still hatred? Upon hearing Zhou Ziwu's roar, Shen Yi's gaze shifted, a cryptic light glimmering in his profound eyes. Shadows of lingering souls danced around him, morphing into various terrifying forms. Demon-like creatures with wolf heads, monks emanating fierce glances, the phantasms flitted past, ultimately crystallizing into the tormented visage of Zhou Xiaodong. A wailing cry, as piercing as a wolf's howl, erupted from Zhou Ziwu. Confronted with this apparition, he felt both guilt and rage, his internal energy spiraling further into chaos. He yearned to withdraw, yet the primal instinct for survival compelled him to persist. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate Shen Yi, Zhou Ziwu had once resolved to desecrate even the remains of his own son. After ruthlessly slaying Zhou Xiaodong, he had felt remorse, but was able to suppress those thoughts and focus solely on exterminating Shun Yi and his companions. In Zhou Zi's heart, while his son held significance, his own life took precedence. Amidst this tumult of conflicting emotions, Zhou Zi descended further into madness, forcibly channeling the Zi energies, unleashing a tempest of contrasting forces from his palms. Zhu Cold Tide, Zhu Yongyang. The opposing energies, intertwined with malevolent aura, burst forth from his hands. In that instant, one hand froze while the other charred, clearly suffering from a violent backlash. Nevertheless, the might of this attack remained formidable. Attack! Xian Dui called out softly. Joining forces with Zhuge Qingyun and Zhan Meng, Shun Yi aimed to incite Zhou Ziv, provoking him into a frenzy that would accelerate his descent into madness, thus creating an opportunity for his demise. Azura Hellblade. Earthly energy, Yin energy, and ghostly energy converged. The earthly energy belonged to the Yin realm, and the ghostly energy also emanated from darkness, combined with the inherent Yin energy derived from the Taiyin. These three forces coalesced into a pitch-black blade of energy in Shen Yi's palm. With the technique of the weapon character, he wielded his palm as a blade, manifesting death through the shadows, unleashing the absolute blade of annihilation. In a fleeting moment, it was as if hell itself had descended, the cries of phantoms resounding endlessly. Shadows of lingering souls melded into the blade's radiance. With every strike, it was as if a piece of hell had been unleashed. Flying Star of Grievance. Zhan Meng's sword, arriving after the initial strike, sliced through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Zhou Ziv's neck. 5 elements transposition. In a display of skill, Xiandai executed a technique of transference, relocating a portion of the malevolent energy into the earth, thus diminishing the ferocity of the Ziwu tide. Zhou Ziwu, guided by instinct, narrowly evaded the whirling sword, sustaining only a faint crimson mark upon his neck. Yet, almost instantaneously, a chilling sensation gripped his heart, compelling him to lower his gaze towards his chest. A warning, as ethereal as a whisper, arrived too late. A blade, as delicate as parchment, had already pierced through his heart from behind. Despite the tumultuous Ziwu malevolence obscuring the light, Zhuge Qingyun managed to blend his essence with the surroundings, employing illusions to cloak his figure. The frenzied Zhou Ziwu remained oblivious to his approach. At that moment, the blade of hell descended at last. The spectral figure, akin to a wraith, traversed through the most intense, yet vulnerable point of the Ziwu malevolence, its ghastly light morphing into a gateway to the underworld, engulfing Zhou Ziwu whole. Kill, kill, kill. The extreme demonic blade, under the influence of profound Yin energy, manifested its utmost ferocity. Wherever the blade passed, flesh and blood were cleaved asunder, and 7 critical points on Zhou Ziwu's body erupted with the blade's malevolent energy, the Ziwu essence seeping through the gashes. Why? On the brink of death, this esteemed county magistrate of Yanggu seemed to regain a modicum of clarity, standing in a daze, murmuring, "Why can I not survive?" He had betrayed the court, turned his back on his scholarly lineage from the Zhou family, and joined the Great Li merely to preserve his life, only to find himself unable to escape death. The court could not save him, the Zhou family could not save him, and even Beichen Sheng had forsaken him. "I am unwilling." The final thought lingered, unspoken, as his brow split open, a shadowy soul being extracted by an unseen force, attaching itself to the manifest Golden Bell barrier. Zhou Ziwu dead. Simultaneously, Shun Yi harvested his first spirit from the realm of transformation. In contrast to those like Wu Chun, who could only become human-faced spirits, Zhou Ziwu's soul was remarkably intact, possessing 2/3 of a human form. As his soul essence was absorbed by Shen Yi, a cold, eerie energy coursed through his body, reminiscent of being submerged in icy waters, yet radiating a lustrous sheen, as pure and white as snow. With this spectral essence, Shun Yi's true energy surged, taking him a significant step closer to breaking through his cultivation limits. Concurrently, visions flickered in his mind, revealing a unique cultivation pathway grasped by Shun Yi. Is this the heart method of Ziwu, true gang? Zhou Ziwu's complete soul seemed to convey some remnants of unforgotten memories. Although it was merely a fragment of the heart method and not the complete text, Shun Yi, through this acquisition, gained deeper insight into the functionalities of capturing demons and binding spirits' talisman. The more powerful the practitioner, the more intact their soul is. If I were to encounter even stronger practitioners at the refining gang or even the Xiantai realm, would their souls retain even more memories? What are the Qi refiners? Shun Yi sensed he had stumbled upon a path of profound allure. Even if I do not pursue this route, I will continue to grow stronger. The earthly and yin energies are incessantly being absorbed by my body, and with each passing moment, I am becoming more formidable. Drawing ever closer to madness, I cannot suppress the urge to grow stronger, so I must fortify my heart and contend with madness. Shani exhaled softly, releasing a breath of murky air, and said, "Let us proceed." Chapter 89. The cause of the past. A quarter of an hour later, within the governor's mansion, three figures disregarded the disarray of the patrol guards and arrived at the now desolate battleground. Indeed, they had arrived too late. Kong Su let out a faint sigh. Yet his expression revealed no surprise. His own prowess surpassed that of the red-robed monk from the Great Wool Temple. However, out of concern for the citizens, he had initially focused on entangling the foe. Only after the surrounding populace had dispersed did he unleash the Umabapam, defeating the monk with overwhelming force and compelling him to burn his essence and flee. The present situation was now clear. The Northern Star of Dali had made an appearance. Wu Yin, who had accompanied him, turned to the other individual and remarked, "Bye. It seems Dali is indeed poised to invade once more." Wu Yin had followed Kong Su out of the inn, assisting in the evacuation of the citizens during the fierce clash between Kong Su and the red-robed monk, allowing Kong Su to act without reservations. As for the third person, Bai Cho, he had naturally been drawn in by the intensity of the duel between the two formidable experts. Bai Cho, placing a hand on his sword, also sighed lightly, saying, "I am well aware of the weight of matters at hand. Given Dali's impending incursion, Tianmin will not strike against the Sword Pavilion, nor will the Sword Pavilion take the initiative. However, Bai Cho wished to propose a suggestion. Please allow Master Qi to descend the mountain," he said with cupped fists. "Should a great battle ensue, Master Qi would be a formidable force. The Sword Pavilion is willing to let him lead our disciples to guard the vital paths, ready to take the lead should conflict arise." Although the Sword Pavilion stood opposed to the Iron Strategy Army, and indeed to the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, they, along with the Grand River Gang and the esteemed Emperor, were not aligned with Dali. Their enmity with Dali represented a conflict of a higher order, transcending that of their opposition to the Iron Strategy Army. Had the great Xian Emperor been aware that Dali had long been poised for an assault, perhaps he would have hesitated. In any case, given the hostility between the two nations, an alliance between Xian and Dali was inconceivable. With Dali poised to invade once more, whichever faction within Xian, they would have to rely on the Iron Strategy Army to defend against the enemy. Thus, even if the governor, the vice-governor, and the county lieutenant of Yanggu County were to perish, the capital would not take further action. "I have heard that Qin Tianyuan of the Iron Strategy Army boldly proclaimed within the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery that Dali was about to invade again. Did he foresee this outcome even then?" Bai Cho possessed keen insight into the current situation, recognizing that the court in the capital could not continue to contend with the Iron Strategy Army, especially in such critical moments of internal strife. Since even the court was not contributing, the Sword Pavilion would naturally refrain from acting as a vanguard, thus articulating their promise of non-aggression and seizing the opportunity to extricate Qi Jiuyuan from his predicament. His arrival in Yanggu County was indeed to facilitate Qi Jiuyuan's escape, and now, seeing a chance, he was eager to propose it. "That will suffice," Bai Cho smiled, then turned his gaze to the remnants surrounding them. From the sheer brutality of the aftermath, one could easily envision the ferocity of the battle and the parity of forces, whether through overwhelming numbers or in one-on-one confrontations, based on Bai Cho's understanding of that saint's son. Even a coordinated assault would prove futile if no one could engage him directly. The recent actions of the Heavenly Gate have surely brought notoriety to its participating members. "The winds have begun to stir," he murmured softly. 10 miles outside the county city, amidst a dense forest, Bei Chunsheng met with the red-clad monk, both expressing astonishment. "The talent within the great Xian is indeed remarkable," Bei Chunsheng remarked. "Otherwise, it would not have been possible to severely injure that monk across from us." Merely gazing upon that visage akin to gilded paper, Bei Chunsheng could foresee the depth of the opponent's injuries. "Indeed, the talent is plentiful," the red-clad monk concurred. Had it not been so, Bei Chunsheng would have brought Zhou Ziwu along, rather than coming alone. Clearly, Bei Chunsheng had not gained the upper hand against the Heavenly Gate. It remains a mystery from where Qin Tianyuan has gathered such individuals. Within the Heavenly Gate, there are those capable of assassinating practitioners of the refining Qi realm, alongside newcomers who can contend with Bai Cho. In the future, they may well become the greatest hindrance to Dali's advance into the borders. "Has the prince not deployed the Liqin guards?" the red-clad monk inquired, as if seeking confirmation. If the concealed Li Chun guard stationed in the Great Xian had been activated, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Yet if they were indeed employed and the circumstances remain unchanged, I must reevaluate the potential of those within the Heavenly Gate. One Zhou Ziwu is hardly worth such a price, Bei Chunsheng replied. Without the advantage of his identity, Zhou Ziwu is merely a practitioner of the transformation realm. The Li lacks no such practitioners. The Lichen guards were dispatched by me to handle the aftermath concerning Zhou Ziwu. He pulled out a letter from his bosom, shattering it with a faint golden light, declaring, Zhou Ziwu has succumbed to madness. This letter is thus destroyed, ensuring no information leaks, and the plan proceeds as intended. Upon witnessing this, the red-clad monk remarked, Your Highness strategizes with great foresight. I am in admiration. Although Dali may not possess the profound heritage of the Great Xian, our national strength is on the rise. With the Emperor, the Master Minister, and the great sects at our back, and with Your Highness leading, the occupation of the Great Xian is within reach. In comparison to my father, the Master Minister, and my teacher, I still have much to learn. Bei Chunsheng expressed with a tone of respect. Currently, the Great Xian's court and border forces are at odds, and turmoil looms over the martial world. This situation has been meticulously orchestrated by the Master Minister. In comparison to the pillars of Dali, I am still lacking. Noticing Bei Chunsheng's singular mention of the Master Minister without reference to his mentor, the Dragon Elephant sect, a flicker of shadow passed through the red-clad monk's eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and agreed, sacrificing one dragon to disrupt the chaos. The Master Minister's capabilities indeed surpass our estimations. To have the Master Minister's assistance is truly a fortune for Dali. When Dali acquired that young dragon, some sought to tame it for national protection, while others aimed to extract its essence for personal power. Only the Master Minister, recognizing the dragon as a starting point, devised a plan that would ultimately sow chaos in the Great Xian, effectively crafting the current state of disorder. This, even the red-clad monk could not help but acknowledge as a testament to the Master Minister's profound foresight. Yet, this did not diminish the monk's sense of hostility towards him. At its core, the underlying issue lies in the fact that both the Master Xiangshan and the Dragon Elephant sect are individuals of formidable strength. Even though they share a common objective, a subtle antagonism persists between them. This discord inevitably influences those who follow in their wake. While the two leaders may possess the fortitude to conceal their rivalry, their subordinates are not afforded the same luxury. Bei Chunsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, perceiving the veiled tension in the monk's words, and silently shook his head. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further, simply turning to say, Let us proceed to the next step. We shall head to the mass grave. Chapter 90. The Journey of the Three Treasures in a State of Muddled Consciousness. It gradually opened its eyes, catching a whiff of a faint metallic scent that instantly heightened its alertness. However, upon witnessing Shun Yi applying the tiger bone jade marrow ointment to his right hand, the tension in Brother Tiger's body began to dissipate. He recalled that Shun Yi had sustained an injury on the palm while at Fenghua Tower, a detail that Brother Tiger remembered well, attributing the recently detected scent of blood to the fact that the wound had yet to heal. After all, it had only been a day since the injury occurred. And humans, as a species, do not possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Has my elder brother awakened? Shani, having wrapped his palm in bandages, gestured towards the nearby medicine bottle and inquired, Shall I assist you with the wound on your tail? Brother Tiger's tail was also injured, which was why he had shared a room with Kong Su the previous night, who had aided him in tending to the wound. As for their subsequent cohabitation, it could only be attributed to Kong Su's laziness. There's no need. I am allergic to this ointment, Brother Tiger replied, shaking his furry form and rising to his feet. The name Tiger Bone Jade Marrow Ointment alone suggested its ingredients. Although Brother Tiger was a domesticated tiger and had not interacted with his kind, he still felt uneasy about applying such an ointment to his body. It was akin to the sensation of 1,000 ants crawling upon him. Stop your prattle. Master. Please don't. Brother Tiger protested loudly, yet he was helpless against Shinyi's firm grip, which forced him back onto the bed while simultaneously tending to his wound and stroking his spine. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Yi turned to the recently arrived Wuyin and inquired, Is there something amiss? It seems my master is in a rather foul mood. For instance, when Kongsu was in low spirits, he would indulge in petting the cat for relief. When he was in high spirits, he would pet the cat in celebrations. And during particularly distressing times, he would pet the cat vigorously to elevate his mood. This cat, of course, referred to Brother Tiger. Shani harbored suspicions that Kong Su had initially taken on disciples with the notion of raising a large cat. Judging by Kong Su's current demeanor, Shen concluded that his mood was exceedingly poor. However, from Shen Yi's understanding, the mere recurrence of the Dali incident should not have been sufficient to plunge Kong Su into such despair. He might feel compassion for the impending misfortune, but it would not disturb his composure, for having practiced the 10 Good Deeds Sutra, Kong Su had witnessed too much good and evil, rendering his heart increasingly unperturbed. It concerns the Pure Land sect. No, more accurately, it pertains to the Great Will Temple, Wu Yin said gravely as he took a seat. It has now been confirmed that the Veda Sutra was taken away by the Dragon Elephant sect at the time of the Pure Land sect's annihilation. Moreover, the Dragon Elephant sect wishes to repeat the tragic past and establish a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. The Veda Sutra? Shen Yi expressed his confusion. He was only aware of the joint effort by the 3 temples and 2 sects to obliterate the Pure Land sect, lacking a deeper understanding of the intricate details. Unlike Wu Yin, a disciple of the abbot, who had access to the temple's confidential records and was well-versed in various secrets. Currently, the Buddhist community comprises the 3 schools: the scripture school, the monastic discipline school, and the treatise school. However, a millennium ago, before the emergence of martial arts, the statuses represented by these 3 schools were essentially consolidated in the figure of the Tripitaka master. The Tripitaka master is one who is well-versed in the Tripitaka of the Sutra, the Vinaya, and the Abhidharma, and holds a lofty position within the Buddhist community, typically assumed by the most profound practitioners and the strongest individuals. Perhaps he is not the most powerful figure within the Buddhist realm, yet he is undoubtedly the most revered. One of the pioneers of martial arts from a millennium ago, Master K.T. Na, was the last of the Tripitaka masters. Tracing back to the origins of the Tripitaka masters leads us to the first monk who journeyed to the Peacock dynasty to seek the teachings of Buddhism. He was indeed the inaugural Tripitaka master. This sect served as the national religion of the Peacock dynasty, intertwined with the state itself. Where even the higher echelons of the sect resided at the pinnacle of the Peacock dynasty, compelling even the sovereign and nobles to bow beneath the sect's authority. At this juncture, Wu Yin sighed softly, shaking his head repeatedly before continuing. The previous generation of the doctrinal sect, as the disseminators of Buddhist teachings, possessed the authority to peruse any scripture. After studying the Vedas, he concluded that while the sect shared roots with Buddhism, they diverged in origin. Despite their opposition, similarities existed, leading him to infer that what this sect achieved, Buddhism ought to be capable of as well. Thus, he conceived the notion of establishing a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi felt a profound sense of injustice for the demise of the previous doctrinal sect. The audacity to establish such a peculiar caste system in the Dashuan was utterly preposterous. If he were not to perish, who would? Did he truly believe the people of the Central Plains were trifling fools? Such aspirations were tantamount to plunging Buddhism into an abyss from which there would be no return. Shen Yi declared. At this point, Wu Yin was also filled with boundless sentiment and regret. Prior to the previous doctrinal sect, although Buddhism was fragmented into factions, it still managed to maintain a semblance of unity. While not all were allies, it was unimaginable for adversaries to confront each other in a life-and-death struggle as is the case today. Though the Pure Land sect has been extinguished, the choices made by the Great Wheel Monastery herald another upheaval within Buddhism. The Dragon and Elephant sect, having learned from the downfall of the Pure Land sect, chose not to rebel, but rather to coexist harmoniously with the state. With the support of the Greatly Court, the influence wielded by the Great Wheel Monastery would undoubtedly surpass that of the Pure Land sect. Moreover, the Vedas themselves represent a supreme method of cultivation. With the assistance of this scripture, the current strength and realm of the Dragon and Elephant sect are likely beyond the grasp of the other 2 sections. After all, decades have passed, and the Dragon and Elephant sect is no longer comparable to its former self. Shen Yi now comprehended why Kongshu was in a foul mood. For the Dragon and Elephant sect to establish a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom, its foremost task would be to unify Buddhism, followed by the infiltration of the secular world. However, this unification would not embody a benevolent coexistence. Rather, it would entail the absorption of the other 2 monasteries, forging Buddhism into a singular, formidable entity. With him aspiring to become the paramount leader of the sect, the first target of his endeavor would undoubtedly be the Linglong Iron Monastery, located in Yuzhou, the closest to the Great Li. Chapter 91. The monastic mishap. The monk, Kongshu, swiftly adjusted his mood. By the time he had administered medicine to Brother Hu and attended to the large cat, he was nearly at peace. It was merely a pity for Brother Hu who, after being smeared with the tiger bone jade essence, resembled a creature tormented by 1,000 ants. lying on the bed with an expression of silent anguish. Feeling relieved, Kongshu boldly sat down, addressing Shen-Yi and Wu-Yin. "Come closer. I shall impart to you a secret technique." Shen-Yi's interest was piqued. Could it be the Umeba palm? Wu-Yin, too, displayed a flicker of intrigue. The Umeba palm was a treasure even for him, the heir to the abbot. It was a skill difficult to obtain. Perhaps in the future, when he ascended to the position of abbot, he could learn it, but for now, it was beyond his reach. Since it was still daytime, he should not indulge in dreams. Kongshu smirked. "I have only learned a single technique of the Umeba palm, an opportunity one stumbled upon by chance. Without the permission of the original wielder, I would never pass it on to anyone." Yet another fortunate coincidence. Shen-Yi noted that Kongshu seemed to have an abundance of such serendipitous encounters. First, the Bingzi Ju, and now the Umeba palm. This often wandering monk truly enjoyed a remarkable fate, so many opportunities that even Shen-Yi could not help but covet. "What I wish to share with you is the secret method for sensing and tracking the remnants of the Pure Land sect," Kongshu continued. In its prime, the Pure Land sect boasted 1,000,000 followers, a scale unprecedented in history. While the actual number capable of combat was merely 30 to 40,000, they were still formidable. Even after the destruction of their main temple and the death of their leader, Mithriya, at the hands of the Dragon Elephant sect, the followers could not be entirely eradicated, nor could they be easily hunted down. The number of Pure Land followers may not have reached 1,000,000, but it certainly exceeded 100,000. Should all of them be slaughtered, the Buddhist community could plunge into chaos, with all monks forced into the demonic path. Moreover, after the Great Battle, the combatants lacked the energy to pursue the sect's disciples. This led to the remnants of the Pure Land sect repeatedly causing trouble over the next 2 to 3 decades, assassinating members of the Buddhist community. Although I did not partake in the battle that annihilated the Pure Land sect, I have deep ties with its remnants, each bond a matter of life and death. At this juncture, Kongshu glanced at Shen-Yi, remarking, "Your master, Kongxiang, is also entangled in this." However, after suffering from the backlash of malevolent energy, he has remained within the temple for an extended period, seldom descending the mountain, thus experiencing less than I have. He seemed to hint at something, mentioning Kongxiang's past but not elaborating further, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, just as Shen-Yi was about to inquire. Kongshu returned to the main topic. To thoroughly eradicate the remnants of the Pure Land sect, the abbot of the Spirit Gate personally visited the Taoist Xuanqing Palace, engaging in discourse with the current elder, Qingying Zhenren, about the techniques of the Pure Land sect. They devised the method for sensing and tracking the essence of the Pure Land, which was then transmitted to the Buddhist monks. In the ensuing decade, the remnants of the Pure Land sect suffered significant setbacks, gradually fading from view, and this secret technique was not passed down to your generation. However, now that there are practitioners of the Vedas in the Great Wheel Temple, this method is poised to be of great utility once more. At this moment, Kongshu suddenly raised a finger, and dozens of invisible, needle-like winds pierced the nasal passages of the two individuals, evoking an unexpected sensation of clarity. This secret technique allows a novice to sense the essence through the nostrils, while a master perceives the energy through spiritual resonance. With diligent practice, the two of you may reach a modest level of proficiency, enabling you to detect the unique aura of practitioners of the Pure Land teachings within a considerable distance. Kongshu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, evidently contemplating imparting this esoteric knowledge through the Dharma eye. Yet, before sharing the teachings, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Casting a fleeting glance at Shen-Yi, the memory of their previous session, wherein he had imparted the military techniques, lingered in his mind. After departing from the apothecary pavilion, he had sought to shake off the embarrassment by felling 10 trees and shattering 3 boulders. If he were to repeat such exertions today, what am I thinking? This tracking technique is not the military tactic. Surely it cannot drain my energy to such an extent. Truly, once bitten by a snake, one becomes wary of ropes for 10 years. With a self-deprecating smile, Kongshu turned his attention back to the two, beginning to convey the teachings. Meanwhile, Shen-Yi's increasingly distorted vision revealed a figure adorned in golden hues, surrounded by swirling black mist, and Arhit gazing intently at him with radiant eyes. As their gazes met, profound insights filled Shen-Yi's mind, accompanied by the recitation of scriptures resonating within his heart. Thus I heard, at one time, the Buddha was in the Dragon Palace of Esgaro, accompanied by 8,000 great bhikkhus and 32,000 bodhisattvas. Constantly contemplating and observing virtuous principles fosters the growth of goodness, ensuring no trace of unwholesomeness intrudes. thereby leading to the eternal cessation of evil, is this: the Sutra of the 10 Wholesome Deeds. Shun-Yi instinctively glanced at Kong-Su. Although the scriptures did not detail any specific techniques, he grasped the essence and comprehended the profound Buddhist principles within, recognizing the source of these teachings. This was precisely the essence of the Sutra of the 10 Wholesome Deeds that Kong-Su practiced. In that moment, Shun-Yi felt as if he had been enlightened by a stream of nectar, stepping through the threshold of Buddhist teachings, transforming from a mere martial monk into a true monk capable of bestowing blessings upon lay practitioners. Kong-Su trembled. Disbelief etched in his gaze as he chastised inwardly. What an outrageous turn of events! This boy is dangerous. He never anticipated that in imparting the tracking technique, he would also convey the teachings of the Sutra of the 10 Wholesome Deeds. The Dharma I conveyed not merely the textual content, but also Kong-Su's insights into that aspect of Buddhist doctrine. This unexpected transfer of wisdom left him, having just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly drained. As the Dharma I was abruptly interrupted, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Kong-Su's forehead. He was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. He coughed lightly. He desperately wished to succumb to sleep, yet he could not voice such a desire. Kong-Su, despite his many shortcomings, was overly concerned with his dignity. Particularly in front of his juniors, he absolutely could not allow anyone to perceive that he had faltered once more. Let out a deep sigh of regret, feeling that if he could fully grasp the essence of emptiness, he might be able to quell the distortions of perception and the turmoil of distracting thoughts, perhaps even avoiding any backlash before transforming the malevolent energy. Alas, emptiness proved to be uncooperative. "Master, do you require me to safeguard you?" he asked earnestly. Furthermore, he expressed that he still had some uncertainties regarding the secret techniques and inquired if his master could impart the knowledge once more. "Ah, my dear disciple," his master replied with a faint smile. As the saying goes, a master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within oneself. Thus, you must learn to rely on your own efforts. Chapter 92. The Duality of Buddhism. Regrettably, upon returning to his chamber, Shun-Yi let out a soft sigh. Grasping a white cloth to wipe away the dark crimson blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, he unwrapped the bandages binding his hands, channeling his inner energy to expel droplets of black-red blood from his wounds, which were then encased in a chilling aura, falling like frozen droplets into an open teapot. His battle against Beichen Sheng and Zhou Zimu had not left him unscathed. In truth, he bore significant injuries, cleverly concealed from the perceptive eyes of his companions. As the blood beads swirled within the teapot, an unusual fragrance began to emerge, reminiscent of both tea and aged wine, captivating the senses. Shun-Yi's blood mingled with the tea, transforming the once mundane liquid into an extraordinary elixir, eliciting an irresistible allure. He poured himself a cup and took a sip, declaring it exquisite before consuming the remainder with relentless fervor, akin to a merciless machine devoted to quenching thirst. With this, the bloodstains were physically eradicated, and the latent dangers within him were dispelled, leaving only the need for his injuries to heal. Having rewrapped his wounds with fresh bandages, Shun-Yi commenced reviewing the information he had just received. First among it was an excerpt from the Sutra of the 10 Good Deeds. This practice cultivates the heart through Buddhist principles, advocating the performance of good deeds and the eradication of evil to accumulate merit. By observing virtue and recognizing vice amidst the worldly dust, one ultimately attains pure enlightenment. The merit derived from one's actions serves as a reflection upon the spirit. The fulfillment found in acts of goodness and the rejection of malevolence nourishes the soul. As the spirit grows stronger, it bestows upon the practitioner the ability to discern virtue from vice, to perceive good deeds, and to comprehend the consequences of karma. Mastering energy with the heart and governing the law with the spirit. Such a practice cannot be undertaken by those lacking profound wisdom or unwavering determination. The portion of the scripture Shun-Yi received did not pertain to the operation of the heart, but rather focused on the cultivation of the mind through Buddhist philosophy. He utilized this knowledge to harmonize his being, and in the midst of this hazy perception, the scenery transformed, transporting him once more into the realm of the void. With the essence of Buddhist teachings clear in his mind, Shun-Yi felt a stirring within him, and the realm of the void began to reshape. The ground beneath him morphed into a tranquil surface of water, reflecting both his image and that of the Taoist Lord of the Void, who had previously stood with his back to Shun-Yi but now turned, revealing a visage identical to Shun-Yi's own. Yet this countenance bore a wild and arrogant expression, with flickering eyes betraying a torrent of negative emotions. In this ethereal space of the soul, all truths would be laid bare, the distinctions of good and evil starkly evident. The myriad of chaotic thoughts he had absorbed threatened to overwhelm him. Fully embracing them would only draw him closer to madness. Observing the identical figure before him, Shani spoke with a calm demeanor. As his words faded, the Taoist Lord of the Void echoed his sentiments. Yet if one were to sift through these thoughts, distinguishing good from evil, the outcome would be entirely different. To harness virtue against vice, to balance good and evil, thus preserving one's true essence. In this realm of the void, my will is the ultimate truth. The two figures engaged in discourse, as the surrounding luminescence gradually bifurcated into two currents, each flowing into their respective forms. Shani's visage grew increasingly serene, radiating an aura of tranquility and purity, while the supreme void Taoist's countenance became ever more sinister, imbued with an unspeakable malevolence. I am the embodiment of virtue, Shani declared. I am the essence of evil, responded the supreme void Taoist. In an instant, their auras reversed, a faint black mist encircled Shani, while the supreme void Taoist exuded an air of solemnity and serene detachment. They were, in truth, but two facets of a single entity, devoid of distinction between you and I. It was merely the illusionary effects of the supreme void realm that caused this duality to manifest in disparate forms within the realm of the mind. With but a single thought, Shani could seamlessly traverse the realms of good and evil. At least, for now. He maintained control over the delicate balance of morality, managing to stave off the encroachments of distracting thoughts. Virtue and karma. The two figures exchanged glances, simultaneously chuckling. Let us call these dual forms the Buddha's duality. The essence of the void experiences both good and evil as a means of cultivation, while Shani absorbs distractions, discerning virtue from vice to fortify his spirit, thus suppressing the disturbances of errant thoughts. With the emergence of this Buddha's duality, Shani felt his mastery over his physical form deepen. Previously, he could only forcibly suppress distractions without the ability to refine them. Now, he sensed the influx of thoughts being organized, differentiated, and harmonized, gradually blending into his soul. The strengthening of his spirit allowed him to exercise a more nuanced control over his body. He felt his consciousness merging with his physical form. Even as changes rippled through his liver, releasing a subtle energy that accelerated his metabolism. His meridians, blood vessels, and sinews pulsated, becoming more resilient and robust. Simultaneously, Shani discovered that he could manipulate his own consciousness, allowing his emotions to fluctuate in accordance with his will. He could embody compassion and become a paragon of virtue. Or he could embrace malevolence, letting wickedness saturate his heart. Moreover, he could transcend the dichotomy of good and evil altogether, existing solely in a realm of absolute rationality. In that moment, Shani felt both himself and yet not himself. He occupied his body, exerting control over it, while simultaneously perceiving from an elevated perspective, extending invisible threads to manipulate the puppet named Shani. Transformation resided not only in the corporeal but also in the psyche. Following the evolution of his physical form, Shani's spirit gradually transcended the limitations of humanity, for humans cannot fully command their own minds. Shani took a significant step away from madness, simultaneously drawing closer to a non-human existence. Most importantly, he felt a complete absence of repulsion towards this non-human aspect. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to accept this transformation with tranquility. The once minimal sense of aversion had vanished entirely. This sensation was undeniably pleasant. Yet, at that very moment, his heightened awareness intercepted a thought unlike any he had previously encountered. Supreme Void Taoist above, grant us the strength to vanquish the departing hounds. This resolute intention conveyed a powerful desire, accompanied by an understanding of weaponry, armor crafting, maintenance, and martial techniques steeped in the essence of battlefield prowess. He was a soldier of formidable might. Shani sensed the essence conveyed within this thought, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Unbeknownst to them, they had finally cultivated a follower of the Iron Strategy Army. Among the many adherents, several accompanied their senior brothers, who were a year older, along with a few uncles serving as deacons in the Arhut Hall, to the Iron Strategy Army at Qingtian Pass, where they imparted martial skills to the soldiers. Now, they had achieved their first success. Chapter 93. The Iron Strategy Army enters the city. Is it really this close? Shun-Yi sensed the radiant flow, as the realm of the void automatically manifested the scene before him. The connection between Shun-Yi and his followers fluctuated with the changes in distance. For instance, The awareness of Wuju, currently at Qitian Pass, would lag by approximately a day in the void. This delay would diminish as Xinyi's strength increased. But that was a matter for the future. At present, the bond between Xinyi and Wuju had yet to reach the level of being as close as neighbors, let alone with this newly recruited member. Thus, the conclusion was unequivocal. The enemy was indeed within Yanggu County at that moment. As the void unfolded, a formidable armored soldier came into view, and further ahead appeared the renowned Iron Floating Tower Cavalry. Continuing onward, the characters for Yanggu came into focus. They were just outside the city. Indeed, given the significance of this county seat, if I were Chun Tianyuan, I too would secure this city before the battle to prevent a repeat of past events, Shun Yi realized. This city is the closest county to Qitian Pass and a vital route for grain transport. It was here that Shangguan Pei had once intercepted the supplies of the Iron Strategy Army, prompting Chun Tianyuan's arrival and leading to the subsequent fall of Qitian Pass. With this lesson in history, Chun Tianyuan would undoubtedly seek to capture Yanggu City before the conflict to avoid repeating the same mistakes. This batch of the Iron Strategy Army must have already entered Yanggu County, awaiting the demise of the county magistrate and the constable before swiftly seizing control of the city. In fact, during the Linglong Iron Temple incident, he had already resolved to dominate this city. The assassination of Shangguan Pei was both an act of vengeance and a crucial first step. However, one aspect eluded my understanding. Where would the supplies come from? As Xinyi gazed at the approaching city walls, his doubts began to surface. In the past, the Iron Strategy Army had relied on the court for provisions, which had rendered them passive. Yet, given the current strained relations between the Iron Strategy Army and the court, from where would the supplies originate? Even if the Iron Strategy Army were to confront Dali, the court would not offer unconditional support, showing no intention of leveraging their position. Clearly, there must be another force covertly aiding the Iron Strategy Army, supplying them with provisions. Chun Tianyuan was indeed adept at concealing his intentions. Perhaps, prior to this, the court remained oblivious to Chun Tianyuan's alternative means of procuring substantial supplies, mistakenly believing they still held sway over the Iron Strategy Army, underestimating their capabilities. By the time the officials of the court and the sovereign discovered the truth, it would be far too late. The tightly shut city gates loomed near. The previous lockdown had provided the city guards with an advantage against the Iron Strategy Army, with the patrol officers on the walls vociferously warning the approaching black armored troops while commanding the guards to ready their crossbows. However, this would clearly pose little challenge to the Iron Strategy Army, known as the Shura Army among the people of Dali beyond the borders. Before the crossbows could be aimed, the sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted, and one by one, the city guards fell, with the patrol officer receiving 3 arrows to the neck, meeting a gruesome end. The vanguard scouts swiftly ascended the city walls, and soon, a heavy sound resonated as the city gate began to open, allowing the leading cavalry to enter the city. What a formidable iron army it was! Xinyi let out a soft exclamation as he exited the ethereal realm of the Taishu, rising to approach the window, where he slightly cracked it open. Before long, the sight of the Xuanjia cavalry came into view, marching in orderly formation from the end of the street. Clad in pitch-black armor, their steeds, towering above ordinary horses, were also adorned in armor, exuding an aura reminiscent of ferocious beasts. As they passed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if an invisible pressure stifled all sounds. Along the long street, only the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the thud of military boots resonated, a palpable solemnity spreading in the wake of their advance. Alas, this Iron Strategy Army is indeed well prepared. We are likely mere pawns in their game, exclaimed Kong Su. Disciple, gather your belongings. We must leave the city and head to the White Jade Temple. Upon hearing this, Xinyi swiftly stuffed his discarded garments into his bundle and departed. At that moment, Wu Yin emerged from a nearby room and inquired, "Will you not pay a visit to Master Chen? I find it challenging to interact with such cunning minds." Xinyi replied. Kong Su rubbed his bald head, stating, "Generally, there are 2 approaches to dealing with such individuals. The first is to disregard them entirely, treating their words as mere nonsense, and confront them directly with force. If they are foes, one may as well eliminate them. The second is to avoid them altogether, denying them any opportunity to scheme. Engaging with Chun Tianyuan is undoubtedly out of the question. I am no match for him. Thus, avoidance is the only option." "Your humility is commendable, Master," Wu Yin remarked. "This is not a lack of skill. Rather, it demonstrates a distinct proficiency in navigating the complexities of shrewd individuals." Although your straightforward method may seem crude, it is undeniably effective. I dare say, if one can embody these two principles, they would largely evade most schemes. Of course, this presupposes that your strength is sufficient. Should your strength falter, it is wiser to engage in the subtleties of intrigue. As Kongsu spoke and walked, he paused before Shenyi's door, instinctively diverting his gaze, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Having faced defeat at Shenyi's hands twice, he was now haunted by shadows of doubt. He had only just begun to regain his composure and wished to avoid another encounter. However, in the next moment, he let out a soft gasp, scrutinizing Shenyi intently. There stood the young monk, burdened with his belongings, his countenance resembling that of a jade statue, and his posture erect. Even clad in a simple gray robe, he radiated an extraordinary presence, evoking an ethereal glow. Ah, this is no mere Vidramuk. He resembles a wondrous sage, Kongsu mused. It appears that you possess a profound affinity for the Buddha, disciple. Having recently received teachings, you have already made such remarkable progress in the Dharma. No wonder I inadvertently imparted a bit more of my understanding to you. Master Kongxiang has indeed found an exceptional disciple. Observing Shenyi's demeanor, Kongsu mistakenly believed him to be a gifted individual, resonating with the divine essence of the true teachings, which had prompted him to share more than he intended. Little did he know that the reason Shenyi was able to receive the scriptures was not due to his inherent wisdom, but rather because he could perceive the essence of emptiness, comprehending the true nature of the Sutra of the 10 Good Deeds. At the moment when the true Dharma was manifested, a spiritual resonance occurred between the two parties, amplifying certain cognitive functions, which ultimately was the primary reason for the overturning of emptiness. The disciple's cultivation was still in its infancy. Henceforth, he ought to seek guidance from his master more often. Shenyi spoke earnestly, uttering words that seemed to flirt with opportunism. He merely wished for more such transmission incidents, hoping to exhaust the resources of emptiness. Upon hearing this, Emptiness's eyes twitched slightly, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Disciple, you have just mastered the technique of distant tracking. Why not apply it to assist us in evading the Iron Strategy army in the city?" The secret technique for tracking the remnants of the Pure Land sect was not solely applicable against them, but could also be employed to open the nasal passages and discern various scents. This was a highly versatile technique, however. It bore the drawback of being somewhat inelegant before achieving a certain level of mastery. Just how inelegant? Shenyi felt his own eyes twitch slightly. Yet under the unwavering gaze of emptiness that seemed to dare him to refuse, he reluctantly initiated the technique, channeling energy through his nasal passages. The universe is boundless, and the distance is vast. Chapter 94, The Temple of White Jade. In a narrow alley not far from the city walls, Shenyi inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring as he attuned himself to the myriad scents in the air, tracking his quarry. It must be said that this secret technique was indeed effective. It not only opened his nasal passages and significantly enhanced his sense of smell, but also enabled him to discern the nuances of the surrounding aromas, thus revealing their locations. Shenyi pondered that perhaps he could apply similar principles to expand his other senses, sight and hearing, within the realm of the void, thereby honing his overall perception. Employing the secret method, he soon achieved results. The Iron Strategy army stationed at the frontier emitted a distinctly peculiar scent, a combination of arid dust and an unmistakable metallic tang of blood, allowing Shenyi to easily identify their whereabouts. But this does not mean I will overlook your deliberate attempts to embarrass me, Shenyi thought, gritting his teeth as he glanced at the smiling Void. This grudge I shall remember. Void had long mastered the art of tracking over vast distances, capable of sensing the aura of the Pure Land sect's techniques, even in his dreams. Although Wu Yin was still a novice, he too could utilize this method to evade the Iron Strategy army. Why was it that only Shenyi was employing this secret technique? It was simply because Void's perspective was somewhat narrow. On the city walls stood 10 men, 5 of whom were busy cleaning up bloodstains and dealing with corpses, while another group of soldiers remained vigilant at the city gate. As Shenyi spoke, he gestured to indicate their position. "Master Uncle," Wu Yin looked towards Void. "This city wall must be at least 10 zhang high." Shenyi surveyed the towering wall behind him and then glanced at Void, gaining a renewed understanding of the power hierarchy in this world. If Void could briefly soar over the 10 zhang high wall, what of the more formidable masters, the head priests of the spiritual gates, or even those ranked among the celestial list? The legends spoke of martial cultivation reaching such heights that one could cleave mountains and turn rivers. And this was no mere exaggeration. The purpose of Shun Yi and his companions' visit to Yanggu County was to pause at the White Jade Temple on the Western Mountain, seeking to recruit lay disciples for the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. However, due to the current turmoil in the county and the presence of the Iron Strategy Army, it was unlikely they would be able to recruit many disciples in the near term. Yet, both Void and Wuyin were unconcerned, as their primary objective here was to monitor changes along the frontier, with the recruitment of lay disciples being a secondary concern. If it were merely a matter of gathering disciples, it would not fall upon Wuyin, the future abbot, to worry about such affairs. Traveling swiftly across the river using the graceful technique of the fragrant elephant, they reached the foot of the western mountain in approximately an hour and a half, where a vast temple complex came into view. As the three, accompanied by a tiger, approached, Shen-Yi and Wuyin ceased their swift movements to steady their breathing, preparing to speak, when suddenly their tiger companion arched its back and spoke in a low tone, the scent of blood. At this reminder, Shen-Yi and Wuyin, who had just opened their nasal passages, instinctively took a whiff and indeed detected a faint yet distinct scent of blood. Even without utilizing the vast tracking technique, they could sense the subtle yet potent aroma outside the temple, indicating the heavy presence of bloodshed. The scent of blood cannot merely arise from the death of a single individual. With a resigned shake of the head, Kongshu sighed, trouble, indeed, is afoot. I anticipated that this journey would be fraught with complications, but the extent of these tribulations is rather excessive. From the early morning of the previous day until their arrival in the county town, and throughout this afternoon, they had encountered an overwhelming number of unforeseen events. Since the arrival of the Linglong Iron Chariot Group in Yanggu County, death had been a relentless companion. Had they remained in the city, they could have feasted for a fortnight on the banquets of the deceased. The once peaceful Yanggu County resembled a powder keg on the brink of explosion, with Shen-Yi and his companions serving as the spark that ignited the chaos. As they spoke, the trio, accompanied by a tiger, approached the grand entrance of the Bayou Temple. The crimson doors swung wide open, revealing two corpses of monks sprawled upon the threshold, with deep crimson stains pooling beneath them. The cause of death was evident: knife wounds. Wuyin turned over one of the bodies, noting the savage gash that had cleaved open the chest, and spoke solemnly. This monk fell to a single, brutal strike. The wound had penetrated deeply, reaching the internal organs and claiming his life. The other corpse had succumbed to a severed throat. The assailant's technique was both seasoned and merciless. With a single stroke, the victim was dispatched without the expenditure of unnecessary force. As Shen-Yi scrutinized the injury, a subconscious realization emerged in his mind. This was the mark of a veteran from the battlefield, having recently acquired insights from a fierce soldier of the Iron Strategy Army. Shen-Yi vividly recalled the distinct traces of a warrior's blade. Contemplating the Iron Strategy Army's recent entry into Yanggu County, he pondered whether the assailants who invaded Bayou Temple were indeed monks. Just as the three began to form a hypothesis, a sharp command cut through the air, heralding the clash of metal. A shadow darted forward, a cold blade aimed directly at Shen-Yi's throat. Simple, direct, and seasoned. The attack epitomized the classic style of battlefield engagement. In an instant, Shen-Yi conjured the image of a figure clad in armor, raising his hand to shield his neck and intercepting the lethal strike. The crisp sound of metal resonated as his palm met the blade. Gripping the weapon with a vice-like hold, a faint golden light shimmered upon his hand. He then unleashed a powerful punch, channeling an aura of righteousness that penetrated deep into the assailant's spirit, the force striking the chest plate with a resounding thud. The force of the great Radiance Fist, accumulated yet explosive, surged through the armor, sending shockwaves that left the attacker reeling. However, this individual was no coward. Realizing his weapon had been seized, he promptly relinquished the blade, rolling to deliver a punch aimed at Shen-Yi's lower body. Shen-Yi countered with a downward palm strike, deflecting the blow before transforming his defense into offense, delivering a forceful punch aimed at the assailant's head, producing a thunderous crack in the air. Spare him. At that moment, another figure emerged from the side, extending a hand towards Shen-Yi and calling out loudly. Chapter 95, The Three Law Offices Bang. The force of the punch ultimately landed, unleashing a fierce energy that shattered the helmet, sending disheveled hair flying. You. The individual who had shouted to halt instantly displayed a furious demeanor, exclaiming loudly. You dare to kill a member of the Iron Strategy Army. You are courting death. His face was filled with rage, yet a hint of triumph could not be concealed in his eyes. The outcry attracted four soldiers, similarly clad in black armor, who hurried over. Upon seeing the figure half-seated on the ground beneath Shen-Yi's fist, two of them immediately drew their hand crossbows, aiming with intent. The one who had shouted was dressed in a fitted black uniform, a badge hanging from his waist. He appeared to be under 30. His countenance marked by a sinister expression, gripping a long sword, poised to draw it at a moment's notice. A constable from the three law offices, murmured Kong Su at the side. The term three law offices collectively refers to the three judicial institutions, the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate. Generally, when one speaks of the three offices, it pertains to this trio. 20 years ago, the current emperor amalgamated the powers of these three offices, personally crafting an astonishingly formidable authority. The Dali Temple presides over the adjudication of criminal cases. The Ministry of Justice oversees punishments, while the Censorate holds the power to supervise officials. When these three powers are united, they form an institution with unprecedented authority, encompassing officials, common folk, and individuals from the martial world alike. This is the essence of the three law offices. However, in the vernacular of the martial world, it is more commonly referred to as the six doors. This nomenclature arises from the fact that the grand entrance of the three law offices features three openings adorned with six pitch-black doors. Hence, those in the martial community who hold disdain for the three law offices prefer this simpler appellation for these courtly hounds, rather than the lofty title of the three law offices itself. Shun Yi slightly lowered his gaze, regarding the figure pressed to the ground by his fist. We, the disciples of the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, request an explanation from you. Gentlemen, if you are indeed soldiers of the Iron Strategy Army, it is imperative that you clarify why the Iron Strategy Army is in league with the three law offices. The three law offices are the most trusted minions of the current emperor, the most potent instruments of his centralization of power. The mingling of the Iron Strategy Army with the personnel of the three law offices raises many suspicions. Furthermore, Shun Yi glanced at the young man in the fitted uniform, discerning a twisted expression of deep malice and coldness on his face, with an illusory mask of ferocity flickering unsettlingly. This, in some respects, signified the profound hostility harbored by the individual. Shun Yi had gradually acclimated to this altered perception, even able to glean certain insights into the opponent's background and thoughts based on what he observed. Although this habit made Shun Yi feel increasingly inclined towards madness, it must be said that such an altered perception could indeed unveil truths hidden beneath the surface. As he spoke, Shun Yi withdrew his fist, revealing that the soldier of the Iron Strategy Army, whose helmet had been shattered by the blow, was not dead. He stood up once more. The force of that fierce punch, upon making contact with the helmet, had transformed from hard to soft, dissipating its power upon the helmet, thus sparing the head from any injury. The black-armored soldier was not half-seated on the ground due to Shun Yi having smashed his skull with a punch. Rather, it was Shun Yi who forcefully pressed him down with his fist. Upon hearing Shun Yi introduce himself, the soldier ceased his struggles. He then rose to his feet, revealing a youthful yet resolute visage, and gestured to his companions to lower their crossbows. Addressing Shun Yi and the others, he stated, "I am sure you, Sergeant of the Iron Strategy Army. The monks of the White Jade Temple have colluded with local tyrants to extort land, forcing tenant farmers' wives and daughters to serve them in lieu of rent, an affront to justice. We are here under the command of our military advisor to apprehend all monks, dead or alive. As for these hounds of the six doors, they came to pay a visit to our military advisor alongside Prince Sui and TSK. They have walked into their own trap." Kong Su could not help but click his tongue at this revelation, left to ponder whether it was fate's cruel jest or if Qin Tianyuan possessed an uncanny foresight that had unveiled the truth. For what reason, if not for the knowledge of the Iron Strategy Army's arrival in Yanggu County, would he have suddenly brought people to raid the monk's den? "Let us meet your military advisor," Kong Su stated resignedly. Since evasion was futile, they would have to face Qin, the military advisor. The three men and a tiger followed Shi Yu into the courtyard of the White Jade Temple, with 4 soldiers of the Iron Strategy Army accompanying them, while the 3 young men from the 3 law divisions walked separately. In the courtyard, on one side stood the heavily armored soldiers of the Iron Strategy Army, and on the other, the dark-clad and stern constables of the 6 doors, both groups positioned on either side of the path, creating an implicit standoff. Following the bluestone path to a small pavilion in the courtyard, they spotted 3 men and a donkey within. Among them, 1 man and 1 donkey were none other than Qin Tianyuan and the blood demon-possessed donkey, clad in simple white garments. Qin Tianyuan had his hair casually tied with a cloth strip and sat at one side of the stone table in the pavilion. Opposite him was a figure dressed in luxurious attire, draped in a gold and white cloak, with a jade face that appeared to be in his 30s. With a smile in his eyes, he held a chess piece, poised to make a move. As they approached the small pavilion, Qin Tianyuan suddenly spoke. "Shi Yu, are you aware of your mistakes?" "Indeed," Shi Yu replied. Qin Tianyuan replied coolly, "This is merely one of your errors, the least significant among them. Your true mistake lies in your foolishness, acting as a pawn for others, and nearly sowing discord between the Iron Strategy Army and the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery. Letting anger cloud your judgment and being led astray, that is mistake 1. Acting rashly without discerning right from wrong, that is mistake 2. Lacking the strength to confront the situation, nearly costing you your life, that is mistake 3. Turning his gaze with clarity, Qin Tianyuan's penetrating eyes seemed to see into the hearts of those present. For the first mistake, take 30 lashes from the military staff as penance. In simple yet profound words, he laid bare the sequence of events that had led Shiryu to nearly commit a grave error, prompting all parties to mentally reconstruct the narrative. Given the abhorrent actions of the White Jade Temple's monks, Shiryu had resorted to violence against any monk he encountered. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed out the presence of a monk, leading Shiryu to mistakenly assume it was a monk from the Baiyu Temple. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack. This inadvertently played into the hands of the instigator. The young man in armor had likely recognized the identities of Shin Yi and his companions long before, and his intent in guiding Shiryu's actions was to incite either a murder or a killing blow against Shiryu himself, regardless of which outcome transpired. It would sow discord between the Iron Strategy Army and the Spirit Dragon Iron Monastery, possibly even resulting in enmity. Just as Shun Yi was poised to deliver his final strike, the young man appeared, ostensibly to thwart Shin Yi, yet in truth, he had discerned the fierce power behind that punch and anticipated that Shin Yi would be unable to withdraw his strength. His true intention was to summon the soldiers of the Iron Strategy Army the moment Shun Yi committed an act of violence, thereby exacerbating the conflict and ensuring a greater spill of blood.